After crossing into the pirate world and finally having a family, he was killed by the celestial dragons as prey. Luo Hou is furious, having narrowly escaped death with his heart on the left side. He stares at his parents' bodies covered with a white cloth, with red eyes. He roars, "Celestial dragons, I will make you all go to hell." The old village chief advises him to accept his fate. "They're world nobles. We can't fight back." But who understands? He just came out of the orphanage and felt family warmth for a few days, only to be shot at by these scumbags with golden guns, just to practice shooting. Is this something a human can do? How crazy was the sea during the Rocks era? With emperors everywhere, admirals are like dogs. Luo Hou trains desperately, but can't even build strength. No devil fruit, no extraordinary talent. Just an ordinary person stepped on the bottom. But he insists on defying fate. "If one day I gain the power to rule the world, you all will die." These words hit the beach. The waves roar. Will the Battle of God Valley 3 months later be rewritten because of this Avenger? The original text states, just to improve his shooting skills, he directly came to the small island to shoot and kill ordinary civilians. This is not a hunting game, it's clearly the behavior of a beast. I dare say, if Luo Hou rises, the first thing he will do is overturn the celestial dragon's doghouse. In the next chapter, he will set sail for revenge. Are you ready to see how a commoner tears apart the world nobles? The chance to kill the celestial dragons has come. Luo Hou awakens the absorption attribute system. Even flying fish could deliver him power, just after swearing to twist off the celestial dragons' heads. He hears a ringing in his mind, activating the attribute absorption system. Advanced Conqueror's Haki has arrived. Luo Hou is blown away. Is the heavens finally unable to stand by? When the system panel opens, strength 18, agility 18, stamina 30, all more than twice that of an ordinary man. What's even more amazing is paddling disturbed the flying fish swarm. Those fish dropped colorful orbs, automatically drilling into his body. This operation left him stunned. Fish can give me experience. Can I directly absorb from rocks? Luo Hou's eyes shine. If he can absorb the attributes of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Big Mom, wouldn't he become the strongest in the world in minutes? Revenge would be effortless. The original text states, the attribute absorption system can help the host absorb others' attributes, swordsmanship, martial arts, and fruit abilities in daily life or battle too. Enhanced strength. This is not a system, it's clearly a cheat license. I dare say, once he reaches an inhabited island, the first unlucky guy to be absorbed will be crying. In the next chapter, he encounters a pirate crew. Are you ready to see how Luo Hou relies on absorbing attributes to beat down enemies? Just shopping directly boosts him to the level of a Navy major. Luo Hou's absorption system is too ridiculous. As soon as he steps on the island, ordinary people drop attribute orbs as they come close. Ding 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 sounds non-stop. Strength skyrocket from 20 to 160. Agility 130. Stamina 300. His height instantly shoots up to 2 meters. Muscles piled up like small mountains. Walking along, he loses control, releasing Conqueror's Haki. Everyone within kilometers collapses, foaming at the mouth. Unconscious, Luo Hou is stunned. This advanced Conqueror's Haki is too powerful. Now he has his eyes set on Hakinosu Island. The pirate's paradise, the territory of the Rocks pirates, with Whitebeard and Golden Lion there. Will absorbing their attributes be enough to take down the celestial dragons? But the requirements to join Rocks are extreme. You must be able to duel a Navy admiral without losing ground. With his current level, there would barely be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. But the killing intent in his eyes thickens. Even if he has to bite, he will take down this tough bone. The original text states, strength, 160 Navy headquarters major level agility, 130 Navy headquarters major level stamina, 300 Navy headquarters major level. This is not shopping, it's clearly a shopping style upgrade. I dare say, once he touches the Rocks crew, his strength will shoot up like a rocket. In the next chapter, he storms the pirate paradise. Are you ready to see how he absorbs and cries out against a group of fierce pirates? A pirate worth 9 million berries insults Luo Hou for not having parents. He turns into a cannonball and charges into the crowd. Just as he wants to set sail, he encounters a bloody pirate ship. Captain Jackman is incredibly arrogant. "Kid, join my crew." Luo Hou directly retorts, "Too weak, not interested," instantly igniting a powder keg. Pirates surround him with knives. One clueless guy shouts, "Didn't your parents teach you manners?" This hits Luo Hou's sore spot directly. His eyes turn red with killing intent. Muscles bulging all over, he crashes into the crowd like a cannonball. With a bang, screams erupt. What's even harsher is the system dings wildly. Strength 12, agility 17, stamina 20. These pirates are practically moving experience packs. The more Luo Hou fights, The stronger he becomes, his 2-meter-tall body rampaging through the crowd. It's like a game. The captain with observation Haki is stunned. This is no kid, clearly a fierce beast. He probably doesn't know. He has provoked someone who relies on absorbing attributes to cheat. The original text states, Luo Hou's gaze was filled with killing intent then, with his muscles working in harmony. He instantly erupted with a powerful force, his body charging like a cannonball into the pirate crowd. This is not a fight, it's clearly a one-sided crushing. I dare say, once he drains this group of pirates, his strength could directly jump to the rank of Navy Lieutenant Commander. In the next chapter, Jackman is about to unleash a big move. Are you ready to see how Luo Hou absorbs his observation Haki? With one punch, he explodes a pirate's head. Luo Hou has gone mad. 20 pirates instantly become experience packs. As soon as he makes a move, he explodes someone's head, brain matter splattering everywhere. The pirates are stunned. This isn't a kid, it's a monster. Luo Hou sneers. I want to take on 10. More than 20 pirates rush up, but he cuts through them like chopping vegetables. His fists move so fast they leave afterimages. One punch through the chest, crack the bones. 1 second for one. No dragging feet. As he gets into the groove, he lets out a strange laugh. Not bad for a treat. In the end, only the captain worth 9 million berries is left, scared to pee his pants, trying to go home and find his mom. He turns to run. Luo Hou releases his Conqueror's Haki. The dark red aura crushes him to his knees. Want to escape? Too late. The original text states, Lou's expression showed no signs of change, simply allowing his agility attribute to reach its peak. He strode forward without any evasion, wildly swinging his fists, striking the hearts of 7 or 8 pirates in quick succession like lightning before piercing through them. This isn't fighting, it's clearly a slaughterhouse, I dare say. If he drains this captain's observation Haki, Luo Hou could directly challenge a Navy colonel. In the next chapter, Jackman is about to unleash his devil fruit ability. Are you ready to see how Luo Hou takes both the fruit and Haki in one go? A single fight could directly elevate him to a Navy officer. Luo's prowess is so overwhelming that even the heavens would fear him. As Jackman slapped down, Luo's fists, dark as ink, collided with his. The system chimed loudly. Strength 200, agility 78, stamina 400. He directly absorbed both armament Haki and observation Haki. Jackman was stunned. This monster can get stronger the more he fights? Old thief. Help me train. Luo Hou unleashed his 3 types of Haki. His speed doubled compared to before. His fists slammed down on Jackman's temple like sandbags. With a crack, his bones shattered into fragments. But it wasn't over. He grabbed another person from the ground. And with another punch, they were left bloodied and lifeless. Attributes burst all over the ground. After absorbing them, he grew to 2 meters 7. His back muscles bulged into a demonic face. His stats were dazzlingly bright. Strength 1239. Agility 1001. Stamina 1863. Navy officer level. Just 1 day ago, he was an ordinary person, and now he has become a deity. The original text states, Host, Luo Hou strength, 1239 Navy headquarters officer level agility, 1001 Navy headquarters officer level stamina, 1863 Navy headquarters officer. Level Haki. Conqueror's Haki advanced observation, Haki beginner, armament Haki beginner. This isn't fighting, it's clearly leveling up by consuming experience. I dare say, the next to be absorbed will be someone from the Rocks Pirates. He could directly reach the Emperor level. In the next chapter, Hakanosu Island is just ahead. Are you ready to see how he walks through pirate paradise with ease? Kaido voluntarily offers himself as a training partner. Loh's eyes lit up. This is the future Yonko. Not long after the ship set sail, a formidable, horned brute jumped on board, grinning. Hey little bro, can I hitch a ride? Kaido, with a bounty of 910 million. Luo Hou was taken aback. Isn't this the future beast Kaido? Kaido hadn't even drunk a few bottles of rum before spilling his guts. I was sold to the Navy by the king and am constantly chased by admirals. Upon hearing this, Luo Hou saw an opportunity. With a smile, he said, Want to drink? Just agree to one condition, anything goes. Kaido patted his chest, completely unaware he had fallen into a trap. I want you to help me train. As soon as Luo Hou finished speaking, his Conqueror's Haki surged forward, his eyes fixated on the attribute balls falling from Kaido. Bigger than basketballs. This is a huge profit, Kaido still foolishly shouted. I'm from the Oni clan, am strong. Are you sure you want to train? Little did he know, this kid in front of him is an absorption monster. If he doesn't drain Kaido's Haki today, it would be a disservice to this free experience package. The original text states, the current Kaido is still very young, but since he can attract a bounty of 900 million from Navy headquarters, it naturally proves he is definitely Strong, this isn't a ride. It's clearly hiring a free coach, I dare say. By the time Luo Hou absorbs Kaido, even Navy admirals will have to give way. In the next chapter, prepare to see a clash of Conqueror's Haki. Are you ready to witness Kaido being absorbed to the point of questioning his life? Luo's Conqueror's Haki clashed with Kaido's, and he actually got stronger as they fought. Kaido was left dumbfounded. Kaido threw down his drink, unleashing his dark red Haki. My Conqueror's Haki is no joke. The two waves of energy collided, creating massive waves in the sea, flipping schools of fish. Even the dark clouds were torn apart. Luo's eyes widened. A fist-sized attribute ball dropped from above Kaido's head. The system went wild. Conqueror's Haki, 1233. 2,396. 3649. In just a few seconds, he caught up to Kaido. With a boom, he pushed back. Kaido was stunned. Conqueror's Haki can increase like this? Impossible. This guy is a future Yonko, and now he's being chased and absorbed by a nameless brat. Getting more difficult as he sweated profusely. Oh, Aro. What kind of monster are you? Luo Hou ignored him, absorbing wildly. His Haki value skyrocketed. Directly standing on the same level as Kaido. The original text states, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki and Luo's Conqueror's Haki are basically at the same level, with little difference between them. However, compared to Luo Hou, who just awakened his Conqueror's Haki less than 2 days ago, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is obviously much more proficient, smooth, and thicker. This isn't sparring, it's clearly on-site teaching, I dare say. If it continues like this, Kaido will start questioning his life. In the next chapter, prepare for a clash of armament Haki. Are you ready to see Luo Hou absorb Kaido to the point of becoming a drowned duck? Kaido swings a club, and Luo Hou not only doesn't dodge, but shouts, "Keep hitting?" Has he gone mad? As the clash of Conqueror's Haki just ended, Kaido lifted his kanabo. Let's see your armament Haki. The black, heavy club came crashing down. Luo Hou took it heated. With a loud bang, half of his chest turned bruised. He gritted his teeth in pain, yet shouted, "Awesome." Again, the system chimed loudly. Strength 4,999. Agility 3,601. Stamina 5,900. Armament Haki advanced acquired. Kaido was dumbfounded. This kid took a hit and got stronger like he had taken steroids. Are you not afraid of being beaten to death? Luo's eyes lit up, fixated on the attribute balls falling from Kaido. That ball was a size larger than before. Don't stop. Teacher Kaido, hit me harder. He was filled with energy. What's a bruise? Once he absorbs enough attributes. Even Navy admirals will have to step aside. The original text states, Kaido's kanabo, with immense strength, crashed on a Luo's arm protected by armament Haki, and the advanced armament Haki instantly invaded Luo's body, damaging countless muscle fibers along the chest, and leaving him with bruising on half of his chest. This isn't fighting, it's clearly a self-inflicted upgrade. I dare say, after a few more hits, Luo Hou could directly take down the 3 calamities. In the next chapter, Kaido unleashes his ultimate move. Are you ready to see how Luo Hou absorbs his big move as well? Luo Hou takes Kaido's ultimate move Hiden, directly absorbing it to 3 calamities level. This is outrageous. Kaido jumped up and unleashed his ultimate move, Rokushiki. Indra, Roronoa's fist wrapped in armament Haki. He punched straight ahead. With a bang, the pirate ship's keel broke into 3 pieces. Sparks flew everywhere. Kaido was completely stunned. This kid actually caught it? His Haki, which he had trained for over 10 years, was absorbed by him in just a few minutes to the same level. He even copied the moves. The system prompt kept ringing. Strength 11,599. Agility 9,361. Stamina 19361. The stats exploded directly. Strength 19,640. Agility 15,100. Stamina 32,000. At the level of the 3 calamities. Now, he could easily bully a Navy vice admiral. Kaido approached with a jug of wine. Roronoa, let's drink. He had no idea he was just providing free experience to someone else, and was happily drinking, completely unaware that Roronoa had already drained his resources. The original text states, Host, Roronoa's strength. 19,640 level of the 3 calamities agility. 15,100 level of the 3 calamities stamina. 32,000 level of the 3 calamities Haki. Conqueror's Haki advanced 5611 armament Haki advanced 6233 observation Haki advanced 7396. This is not training, it's clearly a crash course graduation. I dare say, if the next target is Whitebeard, Roronoa could directly achieve godhood on the spot. In the next chapter, the ship is sinking. Are you ready to see how they drift to the Rocks Pirates territory? Now, he is even fortunate to meet someone like Roronoa during their escape, who genuinely doesn't care about his identity or background. and even invites him to drink. Such luck certainly deserves to be celebrated well. Let's do it. But if you can't hold your liquor, you might as well sit at a table with the kindergarten kids. Hearing Kaido's invitation, Roronoa smiled. He truly appreciated this golden teacher's unreserved support for his growth, however. This was only in terms of strength. When it comes to drinking capacity, Roronoa believes he is second to none. After all, his drinking capacity could simply be indicated by raising a finger, which means he kept drinking. Oh my, how arrogant, Brother Law. If I can't drink, then there's no need for words. I'll just go sit at a table with the kids. Law's words directly provoked Kaido's competitive spirit. He had never lost to anyone in drinking, whether it was back in the military camp with teammates or pirates encountered on the run. They would only stop after he made them foam at the mouth from drinking. Cheers. Burp. Just like that. The two of them consumed all the rum stored in dozens of crates on the pirate ship, leaving nothing behind. Both of them fell asleep on the deck of the pirate ship under the influence of alcohol as night turned into morning. There was no lookout, no navigation, and certainly no one at the helm. The pirate ship drifted along the current, sailing in an unknown direction. The next day, a warm sea breeze brushed against Law's face, bringing a comforting sensation that made his pores relax. Damn, why does the rum in this pirate world hit harder than Qingdao beer? Could it be fake alcohol? After shaking his head to clear his mind a bit, Law began to assess the current position of the pirate ship. Unfortunately, the sea chart before him could no longer analyze the position of the ship. Where the hell is this? Is this still our country? Looking at the vast sea with no reference points, Law could only let the pirate ship continue sailing forward. Just then, Kaido, who had been sleeping, woke up. After patting his aching head, Kaido asked Law what their next goal was. Brother Law, where are we going now? If it's not too much trouble, let us find an island to ask for directions. I was just chased into the sea by the Navy and still want to join the Rocks Pirates. How about we join the Rocks Pirates together and become strong, Brother Law? With our talents, as long as we get into the Rocks Pirates, we could definitely become officers in the future. Kaido, whose mind was gradually clearing, looked eagerly at Law. At this moment, Kaido had already regarded Law as a close friend in his life. After all, in Kaido's life experiences, he had never met someone who treated him to drinks as generously as Law did. Typically, everyone who saw him as a special race would harbor some ill thoughts towards him. After all, what this world lacks the most is the group of special races. Each special race would be sold at a very high price in the auction house. Kaido had suffered a lot when he was young, being sold back and forth by humans and ultimately reduced to being cannon fodder in a country. Even though he became a hero of that country, the outcome still did not change. He was still to be sold to the world government as a subject for human experimentation. Overall, Kaido had never encountered a human like Law who didn't have any ulterior motives regarding his body. Don't worry, we are definitely going to the Rocks Pirates, but for now, the most important thing is to rob that thing in front of us. While steering the ship, Law pointed to the position of a standard Navy transport ship ahead. Oh my, a robbery? That is a great suggestion. I've been hiding from the Navy recently and don't have much money left. This is a perfect way to replenish. Kaido, who had been feeling a bit bored, suddenly became interested when he heard Law say they would go rob the Navy ship. Law appreciated Kaido's attitude towards spending money, as they both came from ordinary backgrounds. To some extent, spending money to buy things from civilians could also provide a sense of justification. Even if that money was obtained through robbery, it didn't seem matter. After all, the celestial dragons aren't considered human. Robbing celestial dragons isn't really a crime. Additionally, having some money on hand is very useful. After all, to get the latest news, one needs to buy newspapers, and purchasing newspapers requires paying the news birds a certain amount of money. If one forcibly takes the news birds' newspapers without paying, they would definitely be blacklisted and would never receive any newspapers again. The reason for this is that the current ruler of the news industry, Morgans, has yet to be born. Therefore, there are very few news birds throughout the pirate world, and the sources of information are very complicated, which is why people often carry cash when going to sea, just in case. Even for a sea overlord like Rocks, if he wanted to see a newspaper, he would still have to obediently take out gold coins from his pocket. Warning: this is a celestial gold transport ship from the world government. Unrelated vessels, please leave immediately. Warning: this is a celestial gold transport ship from the world government. Unrelated vessels, please leave immediately. Just as Law was maneuvering the already shaky pirate ship towards the celestial gold transport ship, the nearby Navy ships responsible for escorting it issued navigation warnings through loudspeakers. Although this era is one where pirate forces and the world government are in a standoff, generally speaking, no one dares to rob the celestial gold transport ship of the world government. This is because the Rocks pirates are currently in a state of evenly dividing the world with the world government. They have their sources of protection money. Normally, there wouldn't be much intense friction between the world government and the Rocks pirates, at least not before the God Valley incident. Damn, it's those hypocritical Navy men again, each one wearing a guise of justice while doing such things behind the scenes. It's just bullshit. Kaido stood up straight, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at the Navy's ships. In his eyes, the Navy, this so-called Army of Justice, is merely a private army raised exclusively for the Celestial Dragons. The Navy's justice can only protect those countries that exploit the sweat and blood of the lower-class civilians to pay for celestial gold and gain membership in the world government. Without that status, a country would be seen by the world government as a place without human rights. In a country without human rights, the Navy headquarters would naturally not care. In a country without protection, it is naturally a place where the Celestial Dragons can freely engage in their slaughter games. Moreover, when the Celestial Dragons partake in these inhumane, killing games, they are often accompanied by some naval officers for protection. The purpose of this is to prevent those without human rights from affecting the baseless slaughter of the esteemed Celestial Dragons. Therefore, whether the justice of the Navy in the pirate world is valid or not depends on individual behavior rather than the profession of being a Navy officer. Some Navy soldiers possess a sense of justice in their hearts, but this cannot directly link individual actions to the entire profession. One cannot say that those Navy officers who exclusively protect the Celestial Dragons deserve the title of justice, right? That would be too absurd. The Navy is just ordinary people. Justice or not still depends on the individual. However, those who are specifically responsible for escorting the Celestial Dragons to reap benefits do not have much to admire. Roronoa does not oppose Kaido's resentment towards the Navy. After all, when his parents were brutally killed by the Celestial Dragons, wasn't the Navy present? So why didn't the Navy's justice shine upon him? Oh, brother is right. Let us completely stir up this world together. Let's start with this celestial gold transport ship. The young Kaido revealed a sunny boyish smile and said excitedly. Although Kaido is still very young now, his character of always wanting chaos remains the same as when he became one of the 4 emperors decades later. His actions are filled with a straightforward style, only wanting to tear apart this dark world with force. Roronoa's gaze is calm, without words, only contemplating whether there are any world nobles among the CP members on the naval ship transporting celestial gold. Now, with his gradually growing strength, his hatred for the Celestial Dragons has only intensified. He even dreams at night of slaughtering and bloodily washing the entire Mariewa with his own hands. Although this is an unrealistic fantasy for now, Roronoa believes that it is definitely not far away. He is eager to progress. Due to the pirate ship being very close to the celestial gold transport ship, and since Roronoa did not heed the warnings from the naval ship, his pirate ship directly stopped the transport ship's journey with a violent collision. At this moment, Brigadier General Kuroti, who is specifically responsible for escorting the transport ship, stands on the deck of the naval ship, sweating profusely, trying to explain to the CP members on the transport ship about his inadequate escort. The members of these CP organizations exist as the strongest shield for the Celestial Dragons. Almost everyone who joins the CP organization is a genius among geniuses, each mastering more than 3 types of the Marines' 6 styles of combat techniques. Even within the highest leadership of the CP organization, there are powerful individuals who are no less than the strongest admirals of the Marine headquarters. However, before he could utter his prepared explanation, a man dressed in a black suit and wearing a ghost mask, who had been sitting steadily on the transport ship, stood up with a look of helplessness. He then jumped directly onto the deck of the pirate ship, where Luo and Kaido were. Faced with this situation, Luo could only retract his words in frustration. The other CP organization members responsible for accompanying them looked at these submissive Marines with disdain. The Marine headquarters and the CP organization, both violent organizations under the world government, have been in a state of mutual disdain for each other for hundreds of years. The people of the Marine headquarters believe they possess true justice in their hearts, and thus look down on the CP organization, which has degenerated into the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, the agents within the CP organization believe that these so-called just Marines are merely acting as hypocrites, claiming justice while serving the interests of the world government. Everyone is serving the world government. Where is the justice in that? If the Marines, who enjoy subsidies from the world government, truly believed in justice, they would have long since withdrawn from the government. How can they stand by and watch the Celestial Dragons massacre civilians while still shouting about justice? What kind of nonsense is that? After a series of rapid stomps in the air that produced explosive sounds, the CP0 member in the ghost mask, dressed in a well-fitted black suit, firmly landed on the deck of the pirate ship. "You mere pirates, do you even realize the heinous crimes you have committed?" he said. "The gold in the heavens is the most valued treasure of the gods. How dare you little pirates come to steal it? If you mess with the gods' time, even if you had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it." The gaze beneath the CP0 mask was narrow and filled with malice as his voice harshly reprimanded them. However, in the face of this scene, Luo and Kaido, who had not yet reacted, exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Is this CP0 a bit too confident? Isn't he just a typical average man? Or does he think that the person in front of him is the little pirate Jackman, which is why he dares to speak so confidently? Are the so-called gods you mentioned the celestial dragons? Do those things even deserve to be called gods? Upon hearing the identity of the so-called gods from CP0, Luo's calm emotions instantly turned into a surge of killing intent. Every time the words celestial dragons were mentioned, it felt like sharp knives were constantly cutting into his heart, causing immense pain. He desperately wanted to find a few celestial dragons to torture fiercely and vent the hatred inside him. However, the celestial dragons are a species with extremely high safety awareness, and generally, they only stay in the holy land of Mariewa, living off the fat of the land. Only a few with wilder hearts enjoy going out for a stroll. But now, killing the celestial dragons is not an option. However, taking out their lackeys first to gain an advantage is still possible. Before he finished speaking, in an instant, Luo's body seemed to teleport, leaving a blurred afterimage behind as he swiftly charged towards CP0. What? Such speed! Seeing these two pirates daring to strike first against him, a world government agent who is one person below the top and above thousands, this CP0 was furious and quickly reacted. He widened his stance slightly, bent his knees, and tensed all his muscles, a dark aura quickly covering every inch of his skin, revealing an incredibly confident demeanor in his gaze. "Iron block armament steel. D." Luo shouted fiercely, his fingers clenched into a fist, and thick, high-level armament Haki veins bulged on his arms, exuding terrifying power as they shattered the air with a loud bang, bringing an unimaginable force down towards CP0's forehead. Bang! Crack! A heavy, oppressive sound echoed. Luo's fist, infused with all his strength, struck fiercely at CP0's forehead, facing the immense power unleashed by the high-level armament Haki enveloping his fist. The CP0 member barely lasted less than a second before being struck, causing his skull to shatter and his face to collapse into his cranial cavity. Blood, brain tissue, and various life-sustaining substances were scattered all over the ground, accompanied by a small wave of attribute spheres. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 43 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 107 points of stamina. In the face of this gruesome scene, the other CP organization members standing on the sky transport ship felt their scalps go numb and cold sweat pouring down. Captain Nig was actually killed with a single punch. What kind of pirate is this? The flag on the pirate ship ISNT, even from a famous pirate crew. They watched helplessly as the only elite agent captain from the CP0 team was instantly killed. The remaining CP organization members could only look at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. Although on the surface, the CP organization members each had their own roles for such an extremely important matter as transporting gold from the sky, the government would still send a senior agent, specifically a member of CP0, to lead them. But now this CP0 member, Nig, who was supposed to act as their captain, was directly killed with a single punch, his entire head crushed, leading to his immediate demise. Doesn't this mean that this entire group of people has to die here? If they dare to kill even the CP0 members, let alone these lower-ranking CP members? Is Tian Shangjin still holding on? The remaining CP organization members had buzzing thoughts in their heads, constantly engaged in a storm of contemplation. As ordinary agents under the world government, they were not particularly loyal to the celestial dragons. At least, they definitely wouldn't be willing to go up and die for no reason. After all, going up would surely mean death, while jumping into the sea to escape might offer a way out. Oh, lo. That punch from Luo Hou seems to have the shadow of my Kaido's Thunderbagua. Kaido, who had been watching the battle from the side, was somewhat numb as he watched Luo Hou swing his fist and suddenly explode a person's head. He was no longer surprised by Luo Hou's ability to instantly learn other skills, which seemed outrageous. After all, compared to learning skills, the ability to directly replicate the intensity of Haki is even more monstrous, right? This kind of skill is just a drop in the bucket. Well, I did use the power technique of Thunderbagua. Your move is indeed impressive. Facing Kaido's insightful gaze, Luo Hou did not hide anything. He indeed learned the power techniques of Thunderbagua and the descending 3 worlds from Kaido. There was nothing to conceal. Let's go see what treasures are on that Tianshang gene transport ship. After casually wiping the blood off his hands, Luo Hou was the first to leap onto the transport ship where the CP organization members were. Kaido naturally followed closely behind, unwilling to fall behind. The two blocked the retreat of more than a dozen CP organization members from both sides. Now I ask, you answer. If you dare to conceal anything, you won't want to know what happens next. Looking at the CP organization members in front of him, who were so scared that their legs were trembling as if they were dancing the old Jackson dance, Luo Hou spoke in a calm and extremely cold tone. Vort by Vort. Sir, please ask. I guarantee to speak without reservation. This damn CP organization, I'm done with it. Although the more than a dozen CP organization members were terrified of Luo Hou's killing intent, thinking about the inhumane fate of those who betrayed the government, they could only forcibly suppress their inner tremors. However, under such high pressure, 3 or 4 CP organization members still stood up to disclose all the information they knew. Good. You 3 step aside for now. I'll question you after I finish this matter. Seeing that some CP organization members dared to step up under his intimidation, Luo Hou let out a cold laugh and then walked directly in front of the remaining crowd. People must pay the price for the choices they make. Since you chose to pledge loyalty to the world government, then please rest in peace. Before Luo Hou's voice fell, the more than 10 people in front of him were not foolish. They immediately stomped on the air and used one of the Marine 6 styles, moonwalk, to escape the Tianshang gene transport ship. But unfortunately, before their left foot could land after the right foot flew into the air, Luo Hou's originally black pupils instantly turned a deep red. The next moment, a thick Conqueror's Haki swept through every corner of the entire Tianshang military transport ship. The turbulent black lightning crackled and spread everywhere, almost instantly stunning the crowd, which was flying like locusts down to the ground. Damn, it's Conqueror's Haki. My body can't move anymore. Is this another guy preparing to become a king? It's over. Is it still too late to surrender? I also want to report. However, having already given these CP organization members a chance, Luo Hou naturally wouldn't say anything more. Leaving so many lives behind is useless. It's better to turn them all into attribute fragments. After clenching his fists and wrapping them with advanced armament Haki, Luo Hou directly called out names one by one, sweeping away all the lives in a neat manner, killing them all without exception. The scene was a river of blood, extremely brutal. These ordinary CP organization members didn't even have a chance to resist before they were taken away together. Luo Hou casually waved his hand, absorbing all the scattered attribute fragments on the ground into his body, and then walked directly in front of the 3 pale-faced individuals who were terrified. You are very lucky. I'm not a person who enjoys killing. Tell me, has any celestial dragon come out of the Holy Land recently? Or specifically, who is protecting them? The 3 terrified CP members knew that if they exposed the whereabouts of the celestial dragons, a government internal assassination order would surely follow. But damn it, they couldn't even survive now. So what was there to talk about in the future? After glancing at each other, the 3 of them made a firm decision and spoke without hesitation. My lord, we have received only one piece of information. The government is currently preparing for a major event, and many celestial dragons are out. However, most of them are operating in areas not far from the government and the Navy headquarters. The only group of celestial dragons that is relatively close to here is on Devil Island. They seem to be capturing powerful pirates to increase the number of slaves, and they're being protected by the Navy. As for the guarding forces, I only know that there are several vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. We ordinary CP organization members cannot gather intelligence on the admirals. The 3 spoke in unison, revealing all the information they knew. However, before they could finish it dark, sharp-spiked Wolfang Club was swung directly at their heads. Bang! With a crisp sound like a watermelon bursting, the 3 useless CP organization members were instantly turned into blood-spraying, quivering headless corpses by Kaido, who was standing nearby with the Wolfang Club. In the face of this situation, Luo Hou hesitated for a moment, taking out a nautical chart to check the location of Devil Island. It wasn't very far, but he wondered if there would be admirals from the Navy guarding it. Luo felt that with the strength of the 2 of them, there was no need to fear those admirals from the Navy. Besides, with Luo's monstrous learning speed, even if they encountered an admiral, he could still continue to enhance his Haki. After successfully turning the 3CP organization members into mush with a thunderbagua, Kaido said excitedly. Clearly, apart from Luo Hou, Kaido's chaotic personality also wanted to confront the so-called world aristocrats. In the past, he lacked the strength and opportunity to test them. But now, with Luo Hou by his side, he would definitely take action. Well, our next step is to go to Devil Island to see if there are celestial dragons there, and then head to the Rocks Pirates to directly join his cadres. Seeing that Kaido was so eager to find the celestial dragons, Luo Hou naturally couldn't fall behind. His only purpose for going to sea was to attack the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua, and strangle all the so-called world aristocrats. Otherwise, his life would be too suffocating. Let's see how valuable this batch of celestial gold is. Maybe there will be a devil fruit, a great treasure of the sea. After murmuring to himself, Luo Hou led the way into the ship's cabin. Based on his years of reading comics, he believed that the celestial dragon's gold transport ships must be carrying valuable treasures and hidden keys. There was even a great possibility that these celestial gold would contain famous swords ranked among the world's best and extremely rare devil fruits. Despite the frequent appearance of devil fruit users in anime, it was mostly a case of survivor bias. In the Alabasta arc, for example, a desert country with a population of tens of millions, there were only a handful of devil fruit users. Most of these users were brought in by Crocodile in his quest to dominate Alabasta. It could be said that having 10 users among those tens of millions would be considered a significant occurrence. Therefore, before the emergence of artificial devil fruits, these truly regarded treasures of the sea were extremely rare. Oh, if it's a devil fruit, I think the Zoan type is better. After all, no matter how powerful other abilities are, they ultimately have limits, and the one who can truly dominate is an individual's Haki. As long as the Haki is strong enough, even without the external force of a devil fruit, it wouldn't matter. But this excludes the Zoan type. Although the Zoan type is not as stunning as the Paramecia and Logia types, it can significantly enhance a person's physical strength, thereby increasing their Haki level. So I still suggest that if Luo wants to try devil fruit, he should choose the Zoan type. Upon hearing that Luo Hou actually had some thoughts about the devil fruits, Kaido immediately shared all his practical experiences with Luo Hou without any hesitation. In his view, Luo Hou could be considered one of the rare friends in his life. Since they were friends, he should share all the experiences he had gained. Well, you make a good point. But who can say that I can't use the abilities of multiple devil fruits? Luo Hou did not refute Kaido. After all, what he said was indeed not wrong. In the world of pirates, the most crucial power has never been physical skills, swordsmanship, or the abilities of devil fruits. As long as a person's Haki is strong enough, they are absolutely powerful. Just like the current Sea Overlord, Rocks Pirates Captain Roxd, Jibek, who is a living example. A man who has honed his Haki to the extreme can become a hegemon, suppressing an entire sea area. He can even organize a massive team to directly divide the world with a world government that has survived for hundreds of years. As Kaido remained stunned by the gaze of the devil fruit users, Law directly walked into the interior of the warship's cabin. The traditional wooden door of the warship creaked with a dull and grating sound. As soon as the door opened, Law was instantly dazzled by the pile of gold treasures in front of him, which resembled a mountain of gold. One shiny gold coin after another, along with exquisite jewelry made from combinations of gold and gemstones, immediately lifted his spirits. Seeing this scene, even someone with a fear of clusters would be cured on the spot by the sight of gold. This batch of heavenly gold was worth at least 2 billion berries, and it was surprising that Kaido was valued so highly in the eyes of that bastard king. Kaido grabbed some gold in front of him and casually tossed it around, but he fell into a peculiar mood. He had fallen from being a revered soldier hero of a nation to his current identity as a pirate because his king sold him directly to the world government to offset the gold required for becoming a member state of the world government. In other words, Kaido's worth was at least a significant portion of the gold treasure. However, the unfortunate part was that this value was the price at which he was sold, and it was hardly something to boast about. Being sold wasn't necessarily bad. At least he had gained freedom now. After slightly teasing Kaido's gloomy mood, Law directly collected all the piles of gold into his system backpack. Although this money wasn't particularly important, it was better for him to bear this burden than to let the celestial dragon squander it. It's like what Jack Ma said. He doesn't like money and is not interested in it at all. Rojo also doesn't like money, but he is inherently more fond of other people's money, especially the extravagant wealth of the celestial dragons, the world aristocrats. After packing all the gold in front of him, Rojo continued to walk towards the next hold of the transport ship. Normally, such a high protection fee like celestial gold could never be paid entirely in gold. Countries that have become members of the world government pay a portion of gold every year at the end of the year, along with other precious antiques, famous weapons, and in some rare cases, even some strange fruits they don't recognize, known as devil fruits, to serve as deductions. Gently opening the hold door in front of him, Luo Hou saw various swords and weapons arranged in the entire room. However, among these miscellaneous weapons, Luo Hou was more concerned about the glass display case placed in the center and the double-edged sword at the very top. Inside the glass display case was a strangely shaped fruit covered in wrinkles, looking like an inedible fruit. Oh, Luo Hou, I've seen this devil fruit before. It seems to be a paramecia type, the strength fruit. After eating it, the user can possess more than double the strength of an ordinary person. It's said that after awakening, one can even uproot a mountain easily. After a moment of hesitation, Kaido directly introduced the origin of this devil fruit. Luo Hou then smashed the glass with his fist, grabbing the wrinkled devil fruit into his hand. As his fingers lightly touched the surface of the devil fruit, a system prompt sounded in Luo Hou's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attributes of the paramecia, strength fruit. After successfully absorbing the attributes of the paramecia, strength fruit, Luo Hou looked at the disinterested Kaido beside him. This devil fruit is indeed a paramecia type, but since you only want to eat Zoan-type devil fruits, I'll keep it for now. Hearing this, Kaido waved his hand, indicating that he was indeed not interested in anything other than Zoan-type devil fruits. After all, Kaido is not like Luo Hou, who can absorb multiple abilities and become a freakish multi-fruit user. Therefore, the choice of devil fruit is very important to him. He must choose one that best fits his unique race's devilish power. Kaido's special racial talent is that of the Oni race, which naturally possesses extremely strong resilience and superhuman physical strength. If it weren't for these two racial talents, he would have long fallen on the battlefield of gunfire at a young age. It's precisely because of this unique physical strength that Kaido is so keen on Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. As long as a powerful Zoan-type devil fruit ability is implanted under his unique racial talent, then his physical strength will be maximally enhanced. Well, since that's the case, I see you probably don't need these swords and weapons anymore. Before his words fell, Luo Hou directly collected all the hundreds of various swords stored in the second hold. Although most of these swords are just ordinary blades and good blades of common quality, you don't refuse free gifts. Even though Luo Hou hasn't learned swordsmanship yet, who can guarantee that the Thunder Bagua can't be executed with swords? So-called attack skills are just a unique technique of exerting force. For example, a certain powerful and terrifying vice admiral from the Navy headquarters does just that. Every time he uses his iron fists, the strength and Haki differ, creating a new skill move. It's really cool. Soon, Luo Hou arrived at the last glass case in the hold, next to the devil fruit. After smashing the protective cover with a punch, he directly took out a double-edged sword with an ancient design and a snow-white blade, along with a manual beside it. Unranked blade. From a royal heirloom of the East Sea, the blade cuts through iron like mud, and its sharpness is observed to be no less than that of a great blade of grade 21. Looking at the manual in front of him, Luo Hou was somewhat surprised. According to his estimation, this double-edged sword had not been graded. However, based on the described property of cutting through iron like mud, it definitely wouldn't be much worse than the so-called Great Blade. At least, from Luo Hou's current strength perspective, this sword is absolutely sufficient. After gently swinging the slender double-edged sword in his hand a few times, an inexplicable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. The dream of wandering the world with a sword is something almost every man has fantasized about. From today on, your name will be Da. Luo Hou gazed at this very handy sharp sword in his hand and directly named it. After all, Confucius said, one should win people over with virtue. This means that if I talk about morality and you are unwilling to listen, then don't blame me for using virtue to win you over. This double-edged sword will definitely strike hard at the heads of the celestial dragons, making these damned beasts enjoy the experience of being slaughtered like pigs. Luo Hou secretly decided that he must capture more celestial dragons to sharpen his sword. They claim to be world aristocrats and constantly proclaim themselves as descendants of gods, right? Then let the blood of these gods nourish the blade. After hanging the sword at his waist, Luo Hou began to control the energy of the devil fruit that had suddenly appeared within him. This superhuman power fruit almost directly tripled his strength. This wave of enhancement can hardly be considered excessive. When the system first awakened and absorbed the basic attributes, Luo Hou had already contemplated that since the system could directly absorb attributes from living beings, it should also be able to directly absorb the ability attributes of devil fruits. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Luo Hou was able to directly copy and paste the attributes of this paramecia-type strength fruit with just a slight touch. And it did not affect the original abilities of the devil fruit at all. This ability is somewhat terrifying. After all, while Haki is hailed as the most important ability for a person in the pirate world, devil fruits are not to be underestimated. Some powerful devil fruit abilities can absolutely make someone of the same level even more formidable. Take the future pirate king, Gold, Roger, for example. Roger, as a typical representative among many Haki masters, never consumed a devil fruit. This man, who was already at the pinnacle of the world, could have his strength reach even higher levels if he were to consume a suitable devil fruit. For instance, Roger, who already suffers from various diseases, could greatly enhance his physical strength and stamina if he consumed a Zoan-type bat fruit with a vampire form. The inherent ability of the vampire fruit to restore youth and strength by consuming blood makes it difficult to imagine how outrageous Roger would be in this form. Perhaps if Roger had consumed a suitable devil fruit, his strength could rival that of Rox. Of course, this is only a comparison with Rox, who relies purely on Haki and physical skills. After all, a man who can be called the overlord of the sea is not someone who can be matched by just a bit of devil fruit ability. The defeat of the Rox pirates in the God Valley incident was entirely due to the fact that the pirate officers beneath them were all born kings with rebellious tendencies. If it weren't for the lack of unity among the crew, the world government would have had to send the Gorosei, who were said to hold the highest power in the world, to withstand the attack of the Rox pirates. Thinking of this, Roro began to look forward to joining the Rox pirates and absorbing all those divine devil fruit abilities for himself. After all, both the Flying Lion's float fruit and Charlotte Lean's soul fruit are rare and divine fruits. Moreover, in the upcoming God Valley incident, there are 6 unknown precious devil fruits, which Roro is also very covetous of. After all, his goal is to storm Mary Geos and execute all the celestial dragons. Without extremely strong power combined with the abilities of dozens of devil fruits, Roro might not be able to withstand the 800 years of foundation of the world government. They have been able to exist in this sea for hundreds of years, which surely means they possess sufficient strength. Even excluding the high-level powerhouses in the Navy headquarters and CP organizations, the world government still has the Gorosei, who are called the highest power in the world, as well as members of the Holy Knights who can store celestial dragons, a type of world aristocrat, without reporting them. Additionally, there is the terrifying M, whose true appearance and strength have never been shown in over 20 years of comic serialization, adding to the intimidation. Therefore, without sufficient strength as a trump card, Roro certainly won't be foolish enough to rush directly to the Holy Land to kill those pigs. The next goal is to head to Devil Island to see if he can find the celestial dragons and the highest admiral of the Navy headquarters to further enhance his basic attributes. Feeling the strong power transmitted from the power fruit within him, a hint of sharp, killing intent emerged in the depths of Roro's pupils. As long as he could elevate his basic qualities to the level of an admiral in the Navy headquarters, combined with various devil fruit abilities, Roro would have enough confidence to directly strangle those so-called world aristocrats, the celestial dragons, in front of the world government. At the same time that Roro was planning to go to Devil Island to kill a few celestial dragons for excitement, the Navy fleet responsible for escorting the celestial gold had already transmitted the news of its theft to the Holy Land of Mary Geos. At this moment, in a lavishly decorated room that looked quite expensive, 5 elderly men with dignified and serious expressions, exuding the aura of high-ranking individuals, looked grimly at the kneeling Navy Rear Admiral who had come to deliver the message. These 5 old men are the publicly acknowledged controllers of the world government, known as the highest power holders in the world. They represent the 5 elder stars of Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. As one of the few immortals within the world government, these 5 have served as the highest authorities for 8 consecutive terms. The highest power in the world not only represents their qualifications, but also signifies their strength. However, at this moment, the 5 old men looked extremely displeased as they stared at the kneeling naval vice admiral. Are you saying that the gold in the sky was seized by 2 pirates under the joint escort of you naval fools and those CP organization fools? Even within the CP organization, there is someone who betrayed the government and revealed the exact location of the celestial dragons to those 2 pirates? Among the 5 elder stars, the one with the youngest appearance and golden hair, Shepherd St. Peter, looked coldly at the naval officer kneeling on the ground, who did not even dare to lift his head to look at them. He is the elder star responsible for managing the CP organization within the world government. Now, the betrayal of his subordinate has undoubtedly dealt him a heavy blow in front of his colleagues. Such a melodramatic plot, even though he has lived for hundreds of years, still almost made his nose crooked from anger. This is not because the gold in the sky is so precious, nor because the devil fruit stored inside are so rare. These things are gone, and if necessary, we can directly impose a second round of heavenly gold on those countries this year to make up for it. The only thing that makes him angry is that there are traitors within the CP organization who have directly revealed the specific location information of the celestial dragons to the pirates. This is a very serious matter. Although ordinary celestial dragons are insignificant in front of the five elders, they still need to consider how terrifying the family powers behind those celestial dragons can be. If a celestial dragon were to die, the patriarchs of those families would surely curse them mercilessly. The thought of potentially facing those unreasonable compatriots, who seem like their brains are tied in knots with their intestines, gives St. Peter a splitting headache that overwhelms his nerves. The closest area to where the gold was robbed from the sky should be those guys, St. Nardobantania and St. Coralamas. Which admiral from the Navy is responsible for protecting them? Has the notification been properly communicated? Compared to St. Peter's anger, the relatively calm St. Topman Vacheli of the five elders analyzed the current situation with great composure. The lives of the celestial dragons absolutely cannot be lost at the hands of pirates. This concerns whether the dignity of the celestial dragons, which took 800 years to build, can be preserved. Moreover, the plan is about to be implemented. At this critical juncture, there must be no mistakes. Report to the five elders. Our Navy headquarters admiral responsible for escorting this time is Admiral Steelbone Kong. The Navy headquarters has already notified him to always pay attention to the safety of the world nobles. The vice admiral from the Navy who came to report the situation almost immediately pointed out the highest combat power dispatched by our Navy headquarters upon hearing the inquiry from the five elders. According to the world government's general order, the Navy headquarters can establish 3 highest combat power admirals to maintain government authority and carry out actions, such as collecting heavenly gold. During this period, the admirals from the Navy headquarters are Kongu, Zephyr, and Carp, who are all masters specializing in Haki. Although Carp among these 3 top admirals has never held any position and has never admitted to being an admiral, due to his powerful combat ability, both the Navy headquarters and the outside world have tacitly accepted Carp as the 3rd admiral of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, these 3 individuals, due to their specialization in Haki, all have code names based on their physical strength. Steelbone, Iron Fist, and Black Arm are all top-tier Haki users. As for Kongu, he is indeed among the top tier on the sea, and it is not a problem for him to protect the celestial dragons. If there are no other issues, he should be promoted to admiral after the next plan. That Netania fellow is already an old relic from the previous era. Ever since the last confrontation with Rox, his mental state has been rapidly declining. An admiral who has lost most of his fighting spirit is of no use to the government. Agreed. After exchanging glances, several of the 5 elders directly agreed with the idea of the mustached elder. In fact, it does not matter who serves as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. It is not that important to the world government. They just want to establish someone with a relatively high prestige in the Navy headquarters to facilitate their direction in commanding this sharp blade. Kongu is a very capable admiral, and his personal intellect is also very astute, making him the best choice. As for the other 2 admirals, that is another story. Black Arm Zephyr is still relatively young and has not been an admiral for long enough to be competent for this position. As for Iron Fist Carp, he is undoubtedly a thorn in the side, not to mention making him the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. He has not even held the position of an admiral in the Navy headquarters until now. By the way, who are those 2 pirates that seized the heavenly gold? Since some of your Navy managed to escape, they must have some understanding of the opponent, right? They definitely are not members of Rock's pirate crew. That fellow has not shown up for a while, as he seems to be plotting something. The 5 elders looked at the sweating vice admiral, hoping to find some answers in his eyes. To be honest, they personally did not want to believe that all the CP organization members were killed. Yet these Navy personnel could return to report the situation. If no one was sabotaging from within, it would indicate that the pirates who seized the heavenly gold had intricate connections with the Navy. Report to the 5 elders. The Navy escort ship had Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon on board. Those 2 pirates only took a glance at Major Dragon and did not pursue our Navy ship. Originally suspicious, the 5 elders' alertness was immediately heightened upon hearing the Vice Admiral's words. If there really is a pirate insider within the Navy headquarters, it poses a significant hidden danger for their upcoming plan. However, it is clear that it is not yet time to tear off the facade. So they only raised their inner vigilance and did not say much. Only 2 pirates could directly kill over a dozen CP organization members. one of whom is a CP0 with Haki training, said the long-bearded Marcus Maz Saint with disbelief. This era belongs to rocks. Besides the 4 seas of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, those low-level pirates, nearly all the powerful pirates in the Grand Line have already joined the Rock's pirate crew. In other words, the 2 pirates daring enough to take the great risk of seizing the heavenly gold are actually 2 unremarkable newcomers. Yes, the pirate who seized the heavenly gold has indeed not been recorded. However, the special race pirate next to him is an experimental subject that escaped from the Navy's laboratory. Moreover, both of these individuals are users of all 3 types of Haki, and we have also received news that they plan to join the Rock's pirate crew. After informing the 5 elders of all the information he knew, this vice admiral finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a world power for the first time, he could hardly breathe. It was too oppressive in this damn place. What? You idiot are saying that both of those pirates have all 3 types of Haki? And they directly said they want to join the Rock's pirate crew. Zambalin Naz Shuru, who was holding the original ghost cutter, exclaimed in panic upon hearing that these dangerous individuals wanted to join the Rock's pirate crew, instinctively reverting to his native language. According to the Navy soldiers who managed to escape, it is indeed true that those 2 criminals mentioned wanting to join the Rock's pirate crew. They are truly troublesome. The Rock's pirate crew is already challenging enough, and now they're going to have 2 awakened young geniuses with 3 types of Haki join them. Does this mean that this plan will have to be cancelled? The 5 elders, holding the demon's sword, had a grim expression, his right hand tightly gripping the scabbard, trembling continuously. Apart from their enormous pirate force that almost envelopes the entire Grand Line, what is more important is the several exceptionally gifted pirates under their banner. The one known as Whitebeard, with a bounty of 736 billion berries, is a user of all 3 types of Haki. The so-called Golden Lion Pirate Admiral, with a bounty of 887 billion, is a user of the float fruit and also possesses all 3 types of Haki. The one known as Big Mom, with a bounty of 910 million, is a user of the soul fruit and possesses all 3 types of Haki. Besides these 3 exceptionally powerful pirates, the Rock's pirate crew also includes Silver Axe and Wang Ji, who are equally comparable to the highest combat power admirals of the Navy headquarters. And now, there are actually 2 young bloods daring enough to seize the heavenly gold, wanting to join the Rock's pirate crew. This is simply bad news for the rule of the world government, like adding insult to injury. Since your Navy has received the news, it means that Rocks must have intelligence as well. We must make some decisions. That guy Rocks will definitely not let go of 2 young bloods with the 3 types of Haki. The old man with the mustache gazed deeply at the beautiful artificial gardens outside Mariewa. Although it is very irrational to be forced into direct conflict with the Rock pirates now, he cannot tolerate the addition of 2 freaks to the crew. Immediately, he issued an assembly order to the Navy headquarters and CP0 personnel. Head to Devil Island to support Kongu. If necessary, we can directly destroy the entire island. In any case, we must not allow these 2 heinous criminals to join the Rock's pirates. After glancing at a few colleagues nearby who remained silent, the old man with the mustache directly gave orders to the nearby Navy Rear Admiral. Yes, the Navy headquarters guarantees to complete the mission. The Rear Admiral, who received the new orders, had almost no time to hesitate before stepping out of the oppressive holy land of Mariewa. Since the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariewa, must be protected within the range of the Navy headquarters at Marine Ford, this Rear Admiral quickly brought the orders back to the Navy headquarters. At this time, Netania, who had not yet received the order from the world government to dismiss him from the position of admiral at the Navy headquarters, called Karp, Zifa, and Sengoku, who could be considered the high-level combat power in the Navy headquarters, into his office. These 3 individuals can be said to be among the strongest sailors in their naval headquarters. As for other sailors who can only rank around the Rear Admiral level, they don't even qualify to participate in this meeting. The Rock's pirates are not a joke of a malicious organization. If a Rear Admiral were to meddle, they would be chopped into bits like a rotten cucumber. Rather than letting them drag us down, it would be better to send elite sailors to support Kongu directly. The 5 elders have already issued an order that 2 young pirates who have awakened the 3-color Haki and seized the heavenly gold, causing extremely adverse effects, are to join the Rock's pirates. Now the government has ordered us to dispatch naval personnel to intercept those 2 villains. This mission involves the esteemed world nobility, the celestial dragons, so I hope everyone takes it seriously. There must be no mistakes. Netania spoke heavily, pressing on the torn wound on his chest as he addressed the few people in front of him. The three individuals before him are all powerful enough to contend with the cadres of the Rocks Pirates, but are not suitable candidates to execute this mission. Although Carp is exceptionally skilled in armament Haki, he has never held any respect for the world nobility. There is even a vague desire to beat up the celestial dragons. As for Zephyr and Sengoku, one has just recently succeeded in becoming the highest combat force after driving away the previous admiral, but lacks stable experience in battling great pirates. The other, Sengoku, tends to lean towards being an intellectual candidate for admiral, since they dared to seize the heavenly gold. Such young men should be included in our naval headquarters and cultivated well, as they could certainly become the new generation of naval admirals in the future. Zephyr picked up the printed intelligence paper in front of him, repeatedly studying the wanted poster photo printed on it, muttering to himself. At this moment, Zephyr still firmly trusts the justice of the naval headquarters in his heart, even though there are some extreme dark elements within the world government that make him very uncomfortable. He has no choice but to stand for his justice. What does the heavenly gold have to do with our naval headquarters? If it were Roger causing trouble, then it would be a different story, Carp said dismissively, as he turned his head and pulled out a pack of brand new Sunbay crackers from his pocket and began munching on them. In response, Marshal Netania could only let out a helpless sigh. He would like to scold Carp for being a jerk, but unfortunately, his Haki cannot compete with Carp's. That guy has always been a thorn in the side of the naval headquarters and has never followed his orders. Forget about that guy. You two choose who will be responsible for supporting Kongu. There are 3 celestial dragons present on Demon Island. If anything happens to these 3 celestial dragons, our naval headquarters military budget for the second half of the year will be in jeopardy. Netania looked at Zephyr and Sengoku, who were still sitting in the meeting room. Mr. Marshal, it seems that the identities of these 2 pirates are a bit different. The intelligence shows that they seem to have no malice towards our naval headquarters, Sengoku said, his expression unchanged as he browsed through all the intelligence regarding Roronoa Zoro and Kaido in his hands, then looked at Netania with some implication. According to internal naval intelligence, after Roronoa and Kaido seized the heavenly gold from the world government, they did not choose to attack the naval ships responsible for escorting them. Instead, they allowed the soldiers on the ships to return to the naval headquarters. The reason these 2 went to Demon Island to find the celestial dragons is entirely due to the significant barriers between them and the world government. According to the intelligence, Roronoa was originally an ordinary fisherman from a family that struggled at sea every day but became homeless due to the arrival of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons who came to the island engaged in indiscriminate shooting of civilians, causing extremely adverse effects. As for Kaido, his identity is that of a very outstanding heroic soldier within a nation, who fought on the front lines for his country but was betrayed and sold to the government due to the king's selfishness, thus being forced to become a pirate. Under normal circumstances, such individuals pose little threat to naval justice. However, if our naval headquarters issues a large-scale encirclement due to the celestial dragons, it will inevitably lead these 2 down an extreme path. At that time, even if Roronoa and Kaido attack the Navy, they will have no justification to blame them. After all, it is the Navy that brought this upon themselves. They kindly spared the lower-ranking naval soldiers, while the higher-ups must obey the orders of the world government to encircle others. Isn't that ingratitude? This doesn't need to be considered for now, disregarding the facts. They are, after all, pirates who seize the heavenly gold. As a justice-holding Navy, we must go and retrieve it. Marshal Netania looked at the hesitant Sengoku and Zephyr and directly issued his orders, leaving no time for them to hesitate before exiting the meeting room. At that moment, Carp, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you 2 are really fools. You can approach in order you don't want to execute like this? After hearing Carp's suggestion, Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged glances, their expressions as if a new world had been opened up to them. Fake fighting. Is there such a thing as fake fighting? With the naval headquarters meeting coming to an end, Roronoa, still floating in the Grand Line, also received letters delivered by the swooping albatross. In this era, Morgan's, that crazy private newspaper president, had not yet been born, and newsbirds naturally did not exist. Thus, most of the information in the world was edited and written by organizations under the world government. Due to the interests between governments, the authenticity of these current news articles is highly questionable. Oh ho ho, 100,000, 1 million, 1 billion. I, Kaido, have finally become a man with a bounty of 100 million berries. Ha ha ha. It turns out that targeting those damned celestial dragons can quickly accumulate a bounty and become a famous pirate. on the warship transporting the heavenly gold. Kaido operated the ship while holding a wanted poster belonging to himself, letting out a wild laugh. Although he was once a heroic soldier, since experiencing betrayal by his country, he has become obsessed with increasing his strength and obtaining a higher bounty to enhance his notoriety. The reason for this is that Kaido has a mad plan in his heart. He wants to form a gigantic pirate crew entirely composed of Zoan Devil Fruit users, using this crew to incite a world-class chaotic war. Not for anything else, but to take revenge for the waves of painful experiences he suffered in the government's laboratory, where he was forced to undergo blood and marrow extraction. At this moment, in contrast to Kaido's excitement on the island of Hachinos, a group of fierce-looking pirates were staring in shock at a brand new bounty notice in their hands. They never expected that besides the Rock's pirates, there would be such a strong, new generation of pirates daring to seize the celestial gold from the world government. Truly reckless. Is this for real? A rookie pirate's first bounty is 118 million berries? If I'm not mistaken, this bounty should belong to a pirate who just set sail not long ago, right? There's nothing impossible. Didn't Admiral Shiki say that this sea has never lacked geniuses? Back when Admiral Shiki was only 8 years old, he activated his Conqueror's Haki in an unprecedented manner. This rookie, while somewhat talented, is just average compared to the officers of the Rock's pirates. If I could also seize a celestial gold transport ship, perhaps I could take on a small officer role in the Rock's Pirates auxiliary team. Stop fucking talking nonsense. They seize the celestial gold because they have the strength to do so. What do you have? A little scrapper like you would just get your intestines pulled out by the CP organization if you tried to seize the celestial gold. That's right. Even though he appears to be a rookie pirate, he is still a strong individual who has awakened advanced armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. To reach such a level at this age is definitely abnormal. By the way, the person with horns next to this Rornois bounty seems to be Kaido from the Oni clan, who has also been causing quite a stir at sea recently. These two have actually teamed up. All this talk is useless. If only I could gain their strengths. I would be willing to indulge in eating, drinking, and gambling every day due to the inflation rate in the pirate world at this time not being as crazy as it later became with bounties in the billions. Rornois' first bounty of 100 million berries quickly attracted the attention of various pirates. In this era, pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries had basically all been recruited into the Rock's pirates. Moreover, with Kaido, a special race, and also a freak who has awakened the 3 types of Haki, appearing alongside him, every faction was worried about these two monsters joining the Rock's pirates and further strengthening that terrifying armed force. Inside Hachinos Island, compared to the rowdy pirates outside, this place was specifically for the officers of the Rock's pirates to rest. It was also the core base area of the Rock's pirates, featuring a variety of exquisite food and refreshing drinks, as well as services like SBA massages and foot baths. Gulalala, if you want a tip. Make sure to apply more pressure during the massage. I'm not like that stingy John. At this moment, a man with golden hair, a muscular build, standing at a towering 66 meters, and a white mustache that curved upward like a crescent moon was lounging comfortably in a chair, allowing a girl in leopard print shorts to freely massage his muscles. This tall man, who stands at a height of over 6 feet, is none other than the later infamous Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, who almost killed Blackbeard in the Marine headquarters, earning the title of the world's strongest man. At this moment, Whitebeard's preferences for the opposite sex remain unchanged. He only likes beautiful women who wear leopard print hot pants, exuding a wild beauty. However, his words made Miss Bakken, who was standing nearby with a beautiful face and smooth skin, put her hands on her hips in anger, her expression filled with irritation. Bakken could be considered one of the top pirates in the Rock's pirates. Despite her admiration for Whitebeard, she had meticulously dressed up day and night to attract him, but to no avail. It was only at this moment, seeing the satisfied expression on Whitebeard's face, that she realized he had a peculiar preference for leopard print underwear. Damn it, if she had to wear such clothes, it would be too embarrassing. After weighing her options, Bakken had no choice but to set aside her feelings for the time being. After all, trying to attract a man like Whitebeard wouldn't be successful overnight. Just then, the loud voices of the surrounding pirates grew louder, causing Whitebeard, who was planning to rest, to show a look of dissatisfaction. What are those brats outside making noise about? Is the world government attacking? Whitebeard propped himself up on the sofa, intending to stand up and check the situation. But before he could act, a tall figure with a head full of golden hair floated down from the sky nearby. Gahaha, Newgate, guess what I found? The man with an extremely strange laugh and golden hair effects, just like Whitebeard, is naturally one of the cadres of the Rock's pirates, known as Shiki the Golden Lion. What good can you possibly have? Don't tell me you want to split off and create some ridiculous Golden Lion pirates. Upon the arrival of this colleague, Whitebeard didn't even bother to open his eyelids. After all, he knows this guy too well. Ever since he joined the Rocks Pirates, this guy's been trying his best to persuade him to leave Rocks and establish a new pirate group to dominate the world. But unfortunately for him, Whitebeard is a man who values loyalty. Since he joined the Rocks Pirates, he naturally wouldn't betray them just because of someone else's conditions. That simply doesn't fit his character. Don't be so cold. Newgate, I just want to pull you in. Shiki said. So what else do you want? Hurry up and say it. Don't interrupt my good time with the leopard print girl. Whitebeard turned his head in displeasure and shot a glance at Shiki, who was always restless and jumping around. If Captain Rocks knew that he was constantly talking about leaving the Rocks Pirates with Lingling, Shiki would probably have 100 heads and still not be enough for Rocks to chop off. Haven't you seen today's newspaper? Recently, two remarkable newcomers have emerged on the seas. They are young, but already possess the power of the three colors and have all cultivated to a high level. If such talents could join my flying pirate fleet as cadres, the future would be limitless. Shiki excitedly introduced the information about the two new pirates, Luffy and Kaido. After hearing Shiki's introduction, Whitebeard naturally showed a shocked expression. After all, even among their cadre members, they might not have been much better than Luffy and Kaido at that age. If such a guy were to join the Rocks Pirates, there's no doubt that in the coming years, two more cadre members would definitely emerge. Gulalala, having a talent like that join your airship fleet would be a waste of talent. It's better to notify the captain and see what decision to make. After all, the world government and the Navy would never just stand by and let these two kids join the Rocks Pirates without any obstruction. Whitebeard ignored Shiki, who was shouting about wanting to recruit the two young kids into his fleet. In his view, it was best to inform Captain Rocks about such newcomers. After all, the larger the Rocks Pirates' influence became, the better his hometown, Sphinx Island, could be protected. Otherwise, just the hefty amount of heavenly gold paid to the world government every year would be enough to turn his hometown into a destitute island. What a boring guy. Captain Rocks wasn't thinking about going to war with the world government. My days are filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and gambling. Is this really living? Watching Newgate actually get up and go report to Captain Rocks, Shiki could only kneel on the ground, lamenting his fate. It's not entirely his fault. After all, the Rocks Pirates are now a large and powerful force. Besides the world government, there's no one who can match them. Thus, Shiki had spent years in the Rocks Pirates without experiencing a thrilling battle. In such a frustrating environment, he was naturally on the brink of madness. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly towards Captain Rocks, as he was a man who had truly mastered all three types of Haki to that legendary level. Even though their cadre members were all exceptionally talented masters, they still paled in comparison to that man. After going a bit crazy for a few seconds, Shiki quickly followed in Whitebeard's footsteps. He didn't want to let such a good opportunity for credit slip away to that guy Whitebeard. Everyone knows that Captain Rocks is the most generous captain. As long as someone has made a contribution to the Rocks Pirates, they will definitely be rewarded. Perhaps this time, they might even directly obtain the methods and techniques for mastering the ultimate Haki from Captain Rocks, since both of them are extremely powerful pirates. It took them less than 2 or 3 minutes to reach the skeleton room located in the very center of Hachino's. Knock, knock, knock. Without any hesitation, Whitebeard reached out and knocked on the tightly closed door. After a few seconds of silence in the oppressive room, a calm and somewhat hoarse voice came from within. Come in. After receiving the captain's command, Newgate and Shiki quickly turned the doorknob and walked in. You two have the leisure to come find me. You must want to talk about those two newcomers who stole the celestial gold from the world government, Rocks said, his calm gaze filled with a prophetic confidence. At this moment, Newgate and the Golden Lion were completely stunned. They hadn't even uttered a word, yet the captain already knew everything clearly. What's going on? Hey, Newgate, I heard that after the observation Haki is trained to its ultimate state, it will develop unique abilities. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and then reacted. Are you saying that the captain's observation Haki has gained new ability? But hasn't the captain's observation Haki already had the ability to foresee the future? Whitebeard looked somewhat bewildered at Rocks, who was sitting calmly in the chair. The shock this man experienced was simply too great. The realm between the two of them was simply not on the same level. Compared to Whitebeard, Shiki on the other side was somewhat incredulous, but ultimately did not doubt the captain. After all, it was extremely normal for Captain Rocks to possess any kind of ability. This was indeed the second ability derived from the ultimate state of observation Haki, the ability to read minds. Rocks did not hide his speculation about Whitebeard at all. Instead, He openly admitted that he had acquired the ability to read minds. This scene instantly sent chills down Shiki's spine, who had always wanted to break away from the crew. If the captain found out about this thought, wouldn't his head be chopped off? Just thinking about it made Shiki shudder all over. Although he complained about boredom all day, if his head were really chopped off, what would be the meaning of his life? He certainly couldn't become the first eunuch in the pirate world, right? Congratulations, Captain. Congratulations, Captain. My admiration for the captain is like the endless flow of the river. After a wave of worship and flattery, Rox merely waved his hand, signaling Shiki that there was no need for theatrics. He had never cared about his subordinates' thoughts of wanting to break away. After all, which of his subordinates was not a king who had awakened Conqueror's Haki? It was truly strange that such people would willingly be under someone else, as long as these crew members did not cause too much trouble. Rox generally did not want to interfere. Gulu. Does Captain Rox mean we need to go directly to pick up those 2 future crew members? Whitebeard laughed heartily, and he was very pleased with his captain's further strength. Well, it's a hassle for you, Newgate, to go by yourself. Shiki will stay behind. I have something to say. Rox nodded, indicating that Newgate could set off to pick up people at Devil Island right away. After watching the tall Whitebeard leave the room, Rox's gaze turned towards the now trembling Shiki, as if he had suddenly lost all emotional color. In the Grand Line, the Ross Sea, after drifting at sea for several days, Rorinoa and Kaido finally saw the area marked as Devil Island on the sea chart. Devil Island is a small island located in the Ross Sea area of the midsection of the Grand Line. The people on this island are almost all vicious and completely unrestrained by the Rox pirates, as well as pirates governed by the world government. Therefore, apart from the Navy, there are hardly any civilians or merchant ships that dare to approach this area. However, at this moment, Luffy and Kaido heading to Devil Island are certainly exceptions. On the deck of the warship, Luffy looked at the island ahead, where the blurry outline was gradually appearing, feeling the slight rocking of the ship. It must be said that Kaido is indeed a very good helmsman. With his rich experience, he knows how to deal with the harsh weather in the Grand Line. Looking at the bizarrely changing weather, it's no wonder that all the powerful pirates gather in the latter half of the Grand Line. The climate here is simply not a place where humans can stay. After several days and nights of boring sailing, Luffy is now eager to find a few celestial dragons and pierce their hearts with his great sword to make his mark. As for the celestial dragons, the possibility of encountering the highest-ranking Navy admiral nearby wouldn't stop Luffy now, as long as the opponent can't kill him in an instant. Luffy is absolutely confident that he can copy and paste all of the opponent's basic attributes, Haki attributes, and martial arts swordsmanship abilities onto himself within a few minutes. Standing on the deck of the warship, gazing at the still distant Devil Island and the Navy warships appearing faintly in the far-off port, Luffy directly opened his data panel to check the small improvements over the past few days. Although his strength has already surpassed Kaido's with the enhancement of the strength fruit, Kaido's basic attributes are still worth extracting. Although he can only maintain an improvement of 10 to 20 points per day, every little bit counts. The harder Kaido trains, the more basic attributes Luffy can absorb. It's all about mutual benefit. Host: Luffy age, 18 strength, 20,360, level of the 3 calamities, agility, 16,321, level of the 3 calamities, stamina, 39,002, level of the 3 calamities, Haki, Conqueror's Haki, advanced 56. 11. Armament Haki cover wrap, advanced 62, 33. Observation Haki, advanced 73, 96. Skills martial arts, thunder 8 trigrams, descend 3 worlds guide to hell. Fruit ability, Paramecia strength fruit. Looking at his current data, Luffy analyzed his strength level. Although he already possesses the Conqueror's Haki, an essential attack technique for the strong, he can currently only use the basic ability of Conqueror's Haki to deal with some small fry. It is well known that Conqueror's Haki, like Armament Haki, can develop 3 advanced usage techniques. However, unlike the covering, wrapping, and external release of Armament Haki, the techniques of ignoring defense, intimidating the mind, and killing with observation of Conqueror's Haki are much more advanced. Aside from the most basic intimidation of weaklings with unstable minds, the other 2 techniques can provide significant boosts in battle. However, Luffy currently cannot obtain such abilities. He can only hope that, after joining the Rox Pirates in the future, he might be able to acquire these advanced techniques from Rox. Since the warship transporting the Heavenly Gold is quite large and can only sail using wind power. Even though Luffy has already seen the island of Devil Island from a distance, it still took over an hour to reach the port. At this time, the port was densely packed with dozens of various pirate ships, all flying the Skull flag. Just from the sheer number of these pirate ships, one can tell how vast the number of pirates in the Devil Island region is, compared to these cheaply made and relatively simple pirate crews. The large luxury cruise ship located in the central position, coated entirely in gold powder and embedded with hundreds of gems, is Luffy's target for this trip to Devil Island. It is the exclusive travel equipment of the Celestial Dragons. On the mast of this luxury cruise ship, the flag flying is neither the world government's cross flag nor the Navy's seagull balance. They boldly treat all slaves as nothing and have made the emblem representing their celestial dragon identity, the tread of the heavenly dragon, into a flag that flies high atop the cruise ship. The hoof print of the celestial dragon is not only used to display the identity of world nobility, but more importantly, it serves as a mark for the celestial dragons to brand their slaves. Every person who catches the eye of a celestial dragon and ultimately becomes a slave will have their skin seared with a hot iron, leaving behind this mark. Here they are, the celestial dragons. After docking the transport ship at the port, Luo Hou's thoughts moved, and the advanced observation Haki within him instantly scanned a large area of the island. Through the information received by his Haki, Luo Hou clearly saw that the celestial dragons who came to Devil Island to select slaves had already reached the center of the island. He also particularly noticed a muscular marine standing next to the celestial dragons, sporting a trendy hairstyle and a chin adorned with 3 strands of beard. Sure enough, there was a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters escorting them, and it was Steel Bone Kong, the old superior of that guy Carp. After confirming the identity of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters he was about to face, Luo Hou directly retracted his observation Haki coverage. He had already clearly sensed that Kong had subtly cast his gaze in his direction. It was obvious that this wave of Haki had caught the attention of this powerful marine living in a non-night plot. However, Luo Hou's heart naturally could not waver in the slightest. His foundational strength had largely reached the level of the 3 calamities from the original storyline. Coupled with the double power boost from the superhuman strength fruit, it was almost impossible for a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters to eliminate him in a single blow. If they couldn't directly crush his skull and kill him on the spot, then Luo Hou could quickly elevate his strength to the level of a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters based on the massive foundational attributes dropped in this battle. Moreover, if he could absorb the opponent's combat techniques during this clash with Kong, it would definitely be a win-win situation, as long as he could match Kong in foundational strength. Then even if Luo Hou killed a celestial dragon in the street, no one would be able to punish him as an outlaw. After all, in the world of pirates, as long as one possesses the level of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, it is absolutely impossible to be killed, unless one truly goes overboard and challenges those 5 perverted old men and the unknown being I'm at the Holy Land Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government. After confirming the specific locations of the celestial dragons and the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Luo Hou immediately walked over, gripping the white sword at his waist. Killing a celestial dragon was something he had fantasized about countless times in his mind, whether it was from his previous life watching anime and feeling furious at this strange species, or the extreme hatred he now harbored towards their group. It had become the motivation for Luo Hou to strike. As for Kaido beside him, he was certainly not weak at all. As someone treated as experimental material by the world government, even worse than a slave who spent his days having blood and bone marrow drawn for testing, he undoubtedly harbored a significant grudge against the world government. So when he heard Luo Hou's plan to come to Devil Island to kill the celestial dragons, Kaido immediately patted his broad shoulders, indicating that he wanted a piece of the action. A crazy person like him would naturally not find it surprising that killing a celestial dragon would lead to being hunted by a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. After all, his current identity was that of a rare material, and Vice Admiral Zifa had been hunting him down before, hadn't he? If he hadn't fortuitously jumped into the sea and relied on his racial talents to dive into the deep sea, he might have been caught by Zifa back then. Just as Luo Hou walked steadily, his gaze filled with killing intent towards the location of the celestial dragons. A sea of pirates had already knelt down in the central street of Devil Island. These pirates were kneeling before a celestial dragon, who wore a transparent glass dome on his head and was dressed in what seemed to be a diving suit. Naturally, those who could wear such unique clothing in this world were the celestial dragons, who were recognized as the world's nobility. Of course, the reason these pirates chose to kneel was not out of fear of the so-called celestial dragons. It was merely because there stood a muscular vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, 3 Navy rear admirals, and a large number of CP organization agents dressed in black suits. If these people were not stationed here, then these lawless pirates, who even looked down on the Rocks pirates, could have directly torn off the heads of these celestial dragons and used them to make meat sauce for drinking. Just as all the pirates nervously watched the celestial dragon at the front row, who obviously had a more noble status, the latter suddenly let out a strange laugh, as if he were mad. So many lowly commoners. There are really so many lowly commoners here. I must choose the strongest lowly commoner to be my slave. The celestial dragon, known as Saint Naderbantania, let out a laugh and cruelly lashed the slave he was riding with a whip in his hand. Indeed, as a true world noble, the celestial dragon among celestial dragons, Saint Naderbantania would never allow his shoes to touch the filthy ground. Therefore, to display his superior status compared to the other celestial dragons accompanying him, he chose to ride a slave. Upon closer inspection, the slave he was sitting on was surprisingly a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs, a rather attractive female captain. She was a pirate captain with a bounty of over 30 million berries. Having just set sail not long ago, she was indeed a newcomer pirate worth paying attention to. Unfortunately, her news had just been broadcasted when she caught the attention of Saint Naderbantania. Thus, in the brief moment between the celestial dragon's parted lips, it took no more than a moment. This woman, who had just begun to make a name for herself, was immediately captured by countless agents and sent to the Holy Land of Mariewa when she attempted to join the Rocks Pirates as a female captain. The fate that awaited such a beautiful female pirate in the hands of the celestial dragons was completely unknown. However, judging by her torn and tattered dress that exposed large areas of her snow-white skin, with marks left behind, one could guess the malicious actions of the celestial dragons. Although the world government officially prohibits all celestial dragons from marrying outsiders, it does not specify that they cannot indulge in other races. As long as they are cautious while doing so, avoiding the risk of these lowly beings accidentally conceiving a divine bloodline, everything would be fine. Of course, frequent encounters with beauties from various races could lead to unintended consequences. The celestial dragons have their unique methods for handling such situations. Any woman who accidentally conceives a divine bloodline will be personally pushed into a fiery pit filled with charcoal and burned alive. According to their words, the bloodline of the gods must never be polluted. Only by throwing the pregnant woman into the fire pit until she turns to ash can the pollution of the divine bloodline be prevented. At that moment, Naderbantania suddenly waved to a group of CP organization members nearby. Upon seeing this, several men in crisp black suits, wearing sunglasses even on a gloomy day, immediately approached and knelt down in respect, awaiting orders. Bring me those lowly pirate scum. I want to test the latest stimulant I've developed. After receiving Naderbantania's command, these clearly high-ranking CP0 members quickly sprang into action. In just a few seconds, they subdued the mentioned pirates and threw them into a large pit that had already been dug in advance. Damn it, if it weren't for those Navy and CP organization members here, I would have twisted his head off to vent my anger. This celestial dragon wouldn't kill us all, would he? I should have just joined the Rocks Pirates as a small pirate. At least with that status, even the celestial dragons wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As they watched the celestial dragon effortlessly capture 7 or 8 strong pirates and throw them into the pit, chaos erupted at the scene. Everyone was tense, wondering who would be the next to be captured. However, they did not dare to think about resisting the celestial dragon because of the overwhelming pressure from the Navy Admiral Kongu, who stood silently like an iron tower nearby. Not to mention taking action, just a glance from the other side was enough to scare these pirates, whose bounties were only in the millions, into losing control. The next step is to strip these lowly beings of all their clothes. After glancing at the terrified pirates before him, Naderbantania clearly showed a perverse excitement. He took out a bottle of liquid that exuded a strong fishy odor and handed it to the nearby CP0. Throw this potion on them. I want to see if it can make these lowly beings willingly turn into a giant centipede. Upon hearing the celestial dragon's command, both the pirates kneeling on the ground and the calm-faced Kongu showed a look of shock on their faces. This celestial dragon actually plans to use a group of pirates to test his latest developed stimulant. What kind of twisted mentality does it take to come up with such tricks? The orientation of humans is generally very normal, with men and women pairing up, and only a very small number of people become those special combinations for various reasons. But this celestial dragon in front of me is clearly trying to forcibly combine several normal people into a monstrous entity through the effects of a drug. These pirates are at most just a bit brutal. Compared to this Naderbantania in front of me, they are several versions behind. This behavior is not only disgusting, but it has also directly caused extreme psychological discomfort. But alas, the one giving the order is a celestial dragon, right? Even though these CP0 agents feel a wave of nausea inside, they still have to force themselves to endure the discomfort and pour the potion over several pirates. As the potion gradually penetrates through the skin and into the nostrils of the pirates, a unique frenzy party begins. The pirates, who were initially very resistant, suddenly have their eyes become dazed and pale, and even their bodies begin to move with youthful energy. After a few minutes, under the gaze of countless Navy soldiers, the pirates who were forced to inhale the potion crawl with white eyes. Their sickly appearance truly resembles the terrifying monsters described by Nader. Yes. Bring me a few more pirates to throw in. I want to see a more perfect masterpiece. It seems that the perverse scene has directly touched some strange kink deep within the soul of Nader. After a fit of mad laughter, he issued another command, instructing the nearby CP organization members to continue capturing more pirates for experimentation. To this, even the Navy headquarters Admiral Kongu, who considers himself well-informed, could only sigh and turn his head away from the scene that had doubled the goosebumps all over his body. The selected pirates, with faces full of despair, honestly did not want to become part of this perversion. However, if they did not obey the Celestial Dragon's orders, they would only face death. Dignity is valuable, but life is even more precious. Rather than being directly killed by those damn CP0 lackeys, they might as well endure a bit and satisfy that Celestial Dragon's strange kink. Just seconds after the order was given, several more pirates were added to the already chaotic pit. The newly added pirates were initially very resistant, but as the pink potion began to enter their bodies, they lost their last bit of rationality and went completely wild. Seeing this scene, Nader continued to emit waves of excited laughter. Monsters have appeared. A giant centipede. It turns out that the potion developed by me is extremely useful. Next time, I'll try switching genders and see if other commoners can succeed as well. After satisfying his peculiar little kink, Nader gradually calmed down. At this moment, the wave of Navy rear admirals and ordinary soldiers brought by Admiral Kongu had long since become numb. Although killing pirates is our Navy's duty, isn't this behavior a bit too much? If the next order from a Celestial Dragon is to capture civilians for this so-called centipede experiment, will we continue to be accomplices in this evil? A group of rear admirals and Navy soldiers looked at Kongu, who had already turned his back and was silently smoking. Kongu, known as Steelbone in the Navy headquarters, is generally addressed as Admiral Steelbone or Admiral Calm. Yet at this moment, this so-called tough man showed a surprisingly weak side. He didn't even dare to look directly at the group of soulless pirates in the pit. Side, don't ask anymore. Upholding our inner justice, the world is dark, but if we, the Navy, choose to give up, then who can save this world? Most Celestial Dragons can still communicate. It's just that this one is a bit perverse. If you don't want to see it, just close your eyes and endure it for a bit, and it will pass. Kongu responded with a twisted expression to the other Navy soldiers who were also feeling quite disgusted. However, at the moment the cigarette, but in his hand, was about to burn out, Kongu's observation, Haki, suddenly sensed two powerful figures appearing behind him. After a moment of thought, he clearly understood that these were the two guys who had come to cause trouble for the Celestial Dragons. Although he was also very annoyed by the Celestial Dragons, the Navy headquarters still needed to rely on the world government to exert its justice. Many times, even if the orders are very wrong, he still has to comply. Just like this time, the highest authority in the world government, the Gora CI, personally gave him the order. Even if all the Navy dies, they must protect the lives of the world nobles at all costs, no matter how many people die. No matter what price must be paid, not a single hair of a Celestial Dragon can be harmed. However, just as Kongu personally intervened and swiftly dealt with the pirates Luffy and Kaido, the self-proclaimed noble Nader noticed something unusual. After glancing around, Nader saw that aside from the kneeling crowd, two men stood with their arms crossed, seemingly watching him perform a monkey show. This extremely abrupt scene instantly made Nader feel a tremendous insult. He is a Celestial Dragon. No, he is a Celestial Dragon of a higher caste, more noble than the ordinary Celestial Dragons. The status of an ordinary Celestial Dragon is already enough to make all other races kneel and prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to look up. Yet this Celestial Dragon among Celestial Dragons was actually disdained while out in public. Moreover, the mocking attitude on the other party's face made Nader feel increasingly uncomfortable. He could clearly sense that the two men across from him were mocking and ridiculing his actions. How dare someone stand before the great Nader? Where's the Navy? Where are the CP organization members? Hurry and bring those two lowly peasants to me. I want to turn them into oversized centipedes. After cursing the Navy and the nearby CP organization members with a twisted expression, Nadabontania immediately drew a precious golden pistol from his waist and aimed it at Roju's heart, firing several shots. However, after a series of gunfire, Nadabontania was somewhat surprised to see the bullets, made from golden shells, being firmly stopped by the muscles on Roju's chest. Even his specially modified golden pistol from the Navy Scientific Department couldn't inflict even a slight injury on Roju. Oh, it turns out to be a tough opponent. But no matter how strong you are, you must kneel before me today and sing your submission. Someone put some pressure on this lowly peasant. Realizing that he couldn't harm the man in front of him with his firearm, Nadabontania decisively retracted his pistol. As someone from one of the most powerful celestial dragon families in Mariewa, he certainly wouldn't be as foolish as other celestial dragons. Being a celestial dragon who has seen the world, he knows that there are some powerful beings on this sea who are not afraid of their celestial dragon privileges. For example, the Rocks Pirates, who are currently sharing the world with the world government, are one of them. Nadabontania can enjoy various privileges from world nobles in front of ordinary people, but only in front of the strong will he choose to take a step back. He does not consider those foolish guys who are constantly immersed in their divine identities to be his compatriots. However, although he would take a step back, it does not mean he is afraid of Roju at present. After all, being somewhat afraid of death by nature, he had brought the highest combat power from the Navy headquarters with him before this outing. This was to ensure that he could protect his noble life from being taken in case of any emergencies. It was not just a coincidence that he encountered the fierce-looking Rahu this time. Meanwhile, after Nadabontania's saint issued the order, a swarm of CP organization agents dressed in black suits rushed towards Rahu's position like a horde of angry hornets. However, at that moment, Rahu had already completed his transformation into a formidable being. Facing the oncoming guard dogs, Rahu merely unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and it erupted like thunder, instantly knocking out over 200 to 300 members of the camp organization on the spot. In light of this scene, even Nadabontania, a celestial dragon who had seen much in his life, was momentarily taken aback. He certainly understood how difficult it was to awaken the innate kingly ambition of Conqueror's Haki. Even among their family, only a few rare geniuses had managed to awaken the initial stage of Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, within their holy land of Mariewa, only the 5 elders, who held the highest power, could achieve the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, here before him stood a commoner who possessed Conqueror's Haki. Such a gap instantly made Nabang Tinya feel immense humiliation. Even someone from his divine race did not have the opportunity to awaken the Conqueror's Haki, while someone like Rahu, whom he regarded as merely a lowly commoner, could possess such a kingly ambition. How could he possibly endure this? Damn it, the members of these CP organizations are just too weak. Next time, I must have those old men assign CP0 agents to me, watching his subordinates. A bunch of useless fools being pressed to the ground in an instant. Nadabontania spat on the ground angrily. He then turned to the tall and serious-looking Kongu next to him. Hey, Kongu, what are you still looking at? He is insulting the great world nobles. I command you to go capture him immediately. I want him to be my lifelong slave. This is a slave with Conqueror's Haki. He will definitely make those guys in the Holy Land envious of me. However, at this moment, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kongu, had no time to deal with this noisy guy. Although on the surface, the admirals of the Navy headquarters are only responsible for maintaining the safety of the celestial dragons. At critical moments, Kongu still chooses to consider the bigger picture. Just like now, a pirate with high-level Conqueror's Haki is already significant enough for him to pay attention to. Although it is not uncommon for pirates with Conqueror's Haki in this era, those who can directly reach the advanced level are indeed quite rare. I understand. However, for the safety of Lord Bontania's life, I still advise you to leave here first. Otherwise, I won't be able to ensure your safety. Kongu looked seriously at the murderous-looking Luo and Kaido, who seemed ready to take action. Damn it, aren't you the top combat power of the Navy headquarters? Why do you need to be so cautious even when going after a lowly pirate? Seeing Kongu's serious expression, Nadabontania calmed down a bit. Although he wanted to throw a tantrum using his power as a clever celestial dragon, he knew this was not the time to assert himself. Since Kongu had said that staying here might pose a threat to his life, he certainly would not let his precious body be in danger here. The patriarch of their family, the old Labrador, once said that true courage is not about touching danger, but choosing to protect oneself at critical moments. Therefore, for the sake of his luxurious life for the next few decades, Nadabontania would not act like those foolish celestial dragons and throw a tantrum on the spot. However, to save face for his divine identity, he still scolded Kongu a few times with a displeased expression before choosing to leave. But how could Luo let him leave his sight so easily? Taking advantage of this damn celestial dragon not being out of his attack range, the armed Haki within Luo surged out instantly, wrapping around a nearby granite block that weighed about 1 or 2 tons. After taking aim, Luo suddenly pulled his right leg back, his muscles tightening like iron, and then aimed at the now blackened granite on the ground, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Since the massive granite block was fully covered with Luo's armed Haki, even with the immense force of the strike, it did not crack. Instead, under the impact of this powerful force, it transformed into a flaming meteor, instantly rushing towards the back of Nader Bontania's head. However, this blatant attack on a celestial dragon immediately drew the attention of the pirates kneeling on the ground, who dared not move. No way. This guy actually dares to attack a celestial dragon in front of an admiral of the Navy headquarters. That's a bit too bold, right? Does he think he's a member of the Rocks Pirates? If the celestial dragon gets hurt, he will definitely be hunted down by all 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Nothing is impossible. Haven't you heard that 2 young and crazy newcomers have appeared in the pirate world recently? Are you talking about those 2 who hijacked the world government's Sky Gold transport ship the day before yesterday and received a bounty of 100 million berries on their first appearance? Luo and Kaido? A group of pirates was both shocked by Luo's direct attack on the celestial dragon and began to analyze the situation on the scene. It must be said that wherever there are people gathered, there will always be some who are naturally well-informed. Some sharp-eyed pirates had already recognized that Luo was the newcomer in their pirate group, whose talent was comparable to that of the Rocks Pirates cadre. He looks like a very young kid, but is already a high-level user of the 3 Haki. Moreover, according to the rumors circulating within the world government, Luo also obtained a paramecia-type devil fruit during that hijacking of the Sky Gold transport ship. At such a young stage, he had already reached the high level of 3 Haki and acquired a perfect power fruit. Such talent combined with luck is enough to make 99 of pirates in the world envious of the separation of quality and substance. Do you really think he can kill a celestial dragon? If such a large piece of granite were to fall on a celestial dragon, even if it doesn't kill them, they would surely be left paralyzed, right? How is that possible? Can you please think carefully instead of letting your small brain get tied up? That Steelbone Kong doesn't eat vegetarian? He is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. That makes sense. After all, he is the top combat admiral of the Navy headquarters. Even if a subordinate of the Rocks Pirates came, they might not be sure they can take down Kong. In my opinion, this ungrateful young brat is very likely to be directly pressed to the ground and killed by a single punch from Kong, because a genius that hasn't matured is nothing at all. Not necessarily, right? After all, Law has already possessed advanced Conqueror's Haki at a young age. No matter how strong the admirals of the Navy headquarters are, they can't just kill someone with 1 punch, right? The pirates gathered at the scene were shocked by Law's brazen attack on the celestial dragon and began to discuss it. A bunch of weaklings who kneel on the ground in fear of the admirals of the Navy headquarters, when it comes to commenting on others, seem to transform into strategists. Spitting and arguing with eloquence. They look just like those keyboard warriors from the previous life, confidently manipulating from behind the internet. However, the situation at the scene indeed matched their speculations. Kong is, after all, a highly talented admiral of the Navy headquarters. If Law could really kill a celestial dragon in an instant in front of him, then the level of this admiral would truly be low enough to go down the drain. Facing Law's powerful kick that shot like a meteor, Kong's expression remained extremely calm. After casually tossing away a nearly burnt-out cigarette, but he suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a hawk, his 5 fingers gleaming with a dark light like sharp hooks. In an instant, he directly struck that massive piece of granite. The black claws collided with the giant stone. A loud rumble echoed across the scene. The granite, wrapped in advanced armed color Haki, was directly crushed into pieces on the spot, as if tofu met a hydraulic press, showing no ability to resist at all. It's no wonder that the strength of the Marine Headquarters Admiral is indeed impressive. Seeing his attack effortlessly resolved by this empty ancient being, Luo, who was somewhat surprised. After all, his current level of Haki is quite high, and having his attack dismissed so easily feels a bit disrespectful. However, regarding the situation, Luo, who could only express that it was just right. The stronger the power of this empty ancient being becomes, the more terrifying Luo Hou's strength will be after today. After all, he is a man capable of absorbing attributes, and as long as he can reach the same level as the basic attribute data of the empty ancient being, then Luo Hou can pretend to join the Rocks Pirates and wreak havoc in the upcoming Battle of God Valley. You are the Luo Hou who stole the heavenly gold from the world government the day before yesterday, right? It's truly inappropriate for someone so young to commit such a crime. The empty ancient being let out a slight sigh of regret as he looked at Luo Hou. Talented and skilled young people like this should join the Navy headquarters and contribute to the cause of justice. However, they have become detestable pirates for the sake of so-called golden wealth. It is evident. At this moment, Kongu, who has not yet understood the course of events, still believes that someone like Luo, who has chosen to commit the heinous act of robbing the world government's celestial star transport ships simply out of greed for gold and wealth. If he only knew about Luo Hou's tragic background, even if he was extremely desperate to defend the world government, he would still have to obediently remain silent. Luo Hou's past is filled with suffering. A harmonious and happy family was shattered just because of the celestial dragons. Crime? Let's just say it's as you said. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you something else. If nothing unexpected happens, all the celestial dragons on this island will die today. In response to Kongu's sigh, Luo Hou chose not to explain anything, only letting out a strange laugh. For him now, the process is no longer important. The only goal he has left in life is to kill all the noble celestial dragons inside Mariewa. These beastly things don't deserve to live in this world at all. These celestial dragons are as evil as the blood-sucking, marrow-draining Jews during World War II. They do not consider any race other than their own celestial dragon race as equals. On the contrary, those outsiders are merely lowly peasants for their entertainment, to be killed at will without any consequences. What an interesting young man. Although I have great respect for your thoughts. If you want to kill a celestial dragon in front of me, then go ahead and try. I'm not afraid to tell you that my 5 fingers are harder than steel. However, facing Luo Hou's shameless words, Kongu did not choose to mock. Instead, he directly assumed a fighting stance, his 5 fingers instantly bending like hooks, emitting a pitch-black glow. As Kongu took up a combat posture, large fundamental attribute orcs began to gather around him. Luo Hou appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already bursting with joy. This is the basic attribute level of an admiral in the Navy headquarters. If he can absorb all of it, then his strength will directly rise to the level of someone like Kongu. Moreover, this belongs to the level of admirals during the Rock Pirates era. In this era, if someone is recognized as the highest combat power admiral in the Navy headquarters, then they definitely have exceptional skills. Whether it's Steel Bone Kong, Iron Fist Carp, or Black Arm Zephyr, each of these admirals is undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse. The combat power of these 3 Marine admirals is completely different from that of the 3 admirals known as Dog, Chicken, and Monkey in the later generations. It can be said that if it were just a one-on-one duel, the admirals of this era could easily overpower or even defeat the likes of Dog, Chicken, and Monkey. Although Carp has never agreed to be promoted to Admiral of the Marine headquarters, both pirates and the Marine side absolutely recognize his strength as an admiral. However, the small pirates who could only kneel and watch on the side were completely shocked by Luo's confident expression. What the hell is this gentleness? Did I hear that right? This newcomer really wants to kill the celestial dragons, the world nobles, and is so audacious as to challenge Admiral Sengoku? Yes, you heard it right. This newcomer indeed said he wants to kill all the celestial dragons in front of Admiral Sengoku of the Marine headquarters. With such spirit, it's no wonder he can awaken the king-like Conqueror's Haki. As an ordinary small-time pirate, I can only scare kids with my one-eyed face for my entire life. How exciting. Our pirate rookie king is going to challenge the long-established Admiral Sengoku of the Marine headquarters. Anyone want to place bets? Odds of 1 to 300. First come, first served. While a group of pirates were shouting to place their bets, at the port of Devil Island, a tall man, standing at 666 centimeters and sporting a crescent-shaped mustache, appeared out of nowhere. Guru, is this the little brat Luo? Looks pretty good. Bring it on, Sengoku. Let me see what kind of strength the top admiral of the Marine headquarters really has. As Luo looked at Sengoku, whose 5 fingers were like iron under the overwhelming Haki, revealing a dangerous sharpness, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. If he wanted to kill all the celestial dragons and their lackeys on Devil Island today, he must first get past Sengoku. If it were purely based on hard power, Luo would absolutely not be able to defeat this guy who was about to be promoted to Marine Fleet Admiral. However, if he could quickly absorb the basic attributes during the battle and replicate the opponent's fighting techniques, then Luo could almost reach Sengoku's top-tier combat power in just a few minutes. After all, this guy is also the direct superior of Marine Hero Monkey D. Carp. If he could achieve such strength, then Luo could kill as many celestial dragons as he wanted. Even if the 5 elders of the world government tried their best to eliminate Luo, they would at least have to deploy all their admirals to do so. However, Luo's next goal is to directly join the Rocks Pirates and secure a basic position there. Once he joins the Rocks Pirates, no matter how angry the 5 elders get, they can only watch helplessly and dare not say a word. Because, no matter how you look at it, the Rocks Pirates are currently the giant pirate group capable of directly confronting all the forces under the world government. If they are not fully prepared, even the 5 elders would not dare to provoke the Tiger's Tail of Rocks. Moreover, once Luo reaches the combat power of a Marine Admiral, he would further increase the number of cadre members in the Rocks Pirates. However, faced with Luo's seemingly foolish words and actions, Sengoku was momentarily stunned. He, Sengoku, who has traversed the seas and the Grand Line for many years, had never seen such a bold newcomer. Whose subordinate is this? How dare he suggest a one-on-one duel with an old general who has been obsessed for so long? Isn't this just like an old man eating arsenic, tired of living? Are you sure you want to fight me? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just turn around and leave Devil Island right now. And I can pretend you never showed up. Kongu made one last effort. He really didn't want this young man to insist on killing a celestial dragon in front of him and end up being killed by him. As a Marine Admiral, he knows best that his duty is to protect these celestial dragons. To go against his own sense of justice for this reason is also true. If that kid Luo Hou killed a celestial dragon in the Sabati archipelago, or even some other islands, it wouldn't have much to do with him, Kongu. But so far, this stubborn kid insists on killing a celestial dragon right in front of him. Isn't this just a way to humiliate the Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Stop talking nonsense and take action. Today, it's either you die or I live. If you have the strength to stop me, those celestial dragons can go back. But if you, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, are just a facade without real strength, then I will string those 3 celestial dragons' heads together with a rope, hanging them at the bow of a ship like dried fish to use as bait. Luo Hou ignored Kongu's advice. The other party is like a Beijing roast duck delivered right to his doorstep, with such massive base attributes waiting to be absorbed. Nothing can allow Kongu to leave so easily. His brows furrowed slightly. He had already warned this young and impetuous brat many times. However, the other party seemed to completely disregard his intentions as an old man. In that case, he couldn't be blamed for using heavy-handed tactics, bullying the young. Facing the momentum that had gradually shifted from calm to fierce, Luo Hou did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately unleashed the Conqueror's Haki that lay dormant within him. Given his current strength, if Kongu were to directly unleash his full power with the first move being his ultimate technique, he could definitely be instantly defeated. So, although Luo Hou appeared calm on the surface, he was somewhat anxious inside. With a large amount of black lightning striking everything around them, the eyes of the old and the young locked onto each other. Luo Hou chose not to strike first. He merely tensed all his muscles, activating his armament Haki and observation Haki to the maximum extent to resist Steel Bone Kong's first wave of attack. Kongu, on the other hand, had no other thoughts. He just wanted this young and impetuous brat to witness the power of a strong man above this sea. Whoosh! After a sound that was almost inaudible, Luo Hou's eyes widened. In his perception through observation Haki, the figure of Kongu, who had originally stood like an iron tower, actually disappeared from sight. What the heck? Did the old man start off with his ultimate move? Before Luo Hou's words could finish, the air began to solidify, and suddenly a terrifying man over 3 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, appeared, looking like a silverback gorilla. Given the distance of less than 3 meters between the two, Luo Hou could clearly see the thick and powerful muscles on Kongu's forearm, which had been fully trained to a state of being shredded. This is the first time Luo Hou is facing a general-level combat power in this era. Kongu's 5 thick and powerful fingers curled into a beast-like state, simultaneously wrapping around the pitch-black armed color Haki. With his strong physique and speed combined with his robust finger joints, Kongu looked terrifyingly like a fly diving down from a great height, ready to hunt. Steel bone eagle claw fist. As he rapidly closed the distance to less than a few dozen centimeters in front of Luo Hou, Kongu suddenly raised his eagle claw, aiming for Luo Hou's shoulder. It was clear that Kongu's attack position still left some room, as he didn't aim directly for a vital point. However, that doesn't mean Kongu's attack could be easily taken. This old guy wouldn't just cripple my shoulder with one claw, right? I have to hold on. Facing the bone-scraping gale stirred up by Kongu's casual attack, Luo Hou didn't dare to be careless. He quickly tightened his fist, wrapping it in armed color Haki, then raised his arm high and swatted down at the incoming claws aimed at him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. This is Kaido's attack technique with his kanabo. According to Rojo's own understanding, Kaido's self-developed Thunderbagua is essentially not much different from the long-standing Tongbei Quan on Earth. Both rely on the powerful explosive force generated through muscle movements to attack. However, in the pirate world, using this technique requires not just muscle strength, but also the combination of armament Haki and even Conqueror's Haki, which can be considered a monstrous energy. The current Thunderbagua is merely the initial version created by Kaido. To reach the level that can truly help King Luffy overcome his addiction to becoming a king, both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki need to be cultivated to the highest level and fully wrapped around the weapon to be unleashed. Currently, Luo Hou possesses only Conqueror's Haki and has not yet mastered the advanced combat techniques of direct wrapping attacks. However, even with just the enhancement of armament Haki, this is undoubtedly a combat technique that can directly reach the world's top level in the future. Not to mention, the basic power is still there. Boom! A dull sound of physical collision occurred. Rojo's fist directly collided with Kongu's eagle claw technique. In almost an instant, Luo Hou was sent flying a good distance of several dozen meters. Along the way, he knocked several unfortunate pirates in half, leaving a trail of blood, before barely stopping his uncontrollable body. You see, I told you, although he is a very talented pirate, challenging the Navy's protection of the Grand Line with such recklessness is definitely self-inflicted suffering. They always say that young people shouldn't be too impetuous. If Steelbone Kong's claw directly hit his head, this little brat would at least have his skull shattered. Watching Luo Hou almost effortlessly being sent flying by Kongu's claw, the hearts of the pirates at the scene finally settled down. After all, they never held any hope for this young man. At this age, apart from that man, basically no one can defeat the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. However, at this moment, even though Luo Hou, who was sent flying by a single blow, had a twisted expression with a large bruise where he was hit and was faintly experiencing deep pain, he was still enjoying the pain, not for any other reason, but for the high attribute gains brought by that punch from Kongu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. The massive base attributes dropped after Kongu's punch almost instantly made Luo Hou feel a surge of power, in addition to the 3 main base attributes of strength, agility, and stamina. Luo Hou also additionally absorbed the Haki attributes and attack technique attribute spheres dropped by Kongu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing armament Haki attribute. Top level 1296. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation Haki attribute. Top level 1396. Hee. I feel the power. After rubbing his slightly numb and bruised arm, Rojo's complexion turned rosy and excited as he stood up straight again, looking at Steelbone Kong, who resembled a treasure boy. In terms of the strength of the Navy headquarters generals in this era, Kongu is indeed top tier. Without using all of his strength, just one punch directly doubled Rojo's base strength value. This excellent wool-pulling driver, Luo Hou, has become increasingly addicted. As long as he continues to endure a few more attacks from the opponent, his strength will directly match that of an admiral. In fact, due to Kong's already strong abilities, Luo Hou's combat power will even surpass that of several other admirals. However, during this round of being attacked, what surprised Luo was that Steelbone Kong actually does not possess Conqueror's Haki, which explains why he was able to ascend to the position of Commander-in-Chief at Mary Geos in the subsequent developments. The world government is absolutely unwilling to allow those with Conqueror's Haki, who are inherently resistant to obeying orders, to rise and take command of the military. For example, in the original work, after the Marineford War, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stepped down from his position, but Sengoku did not directly take over Steelbone Kong's position as Commander-in-Chief. This is also influenced by the unstable factor of the Conqueror's Haki that the warring states possess. Little brat, I just showed mercy to you. To be realistic, hurry and leave Devil's Island. The celestial dragons are not something you young kids can touch. Kongu looked irritably at Luo Hou, who was clearly not his match, yet still insisted on advancing. He knew that most people in the world would despise the celestial dragons. However, he had never encountered someone as persistent as Luo Hou, except for Rox, the captain of the Rox Pirates. Yet, in the face of Kongu's words, Luo Hou paid no heed. He simply slowly extended his middle finger, then revealed a mocking smile as he gestured towards Kongu. Upon seeing this highly provocative and mocking action from Luo Hou, Kongu's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and his face turned dark. He could no longer tolerate it. Today, he must let this little brat know why he is called Steel Bone Kong. Boom! In a flash, Kongu swiftly clenched his claws into a fist and performed a disappearing act once again. However, this time, Luo Hou, whose observation Haki had reached top-tier status, could barely keep up with Kongu's movements. Nevertheless, he still lacked a bit of speed to completely evade the other's attack. Steel Bone Heavy Fist. With a deep voice and tremendous force, Kongu unleashed a terrifying heavy punch with all his strength, mixed with his top-tier armament Haki that was nearing its limit. However, in the face of this scene, Luo Hou naturally did not want to be passive and be knocked back again. As he watched the fist, which was the size of a sandbag, approaching his head, Luo Hou immediately took a stance, his 5 fingers changing as he mimicked Kongu's previous Eagle Claw punch attack and swung up. Eagle Claw punch. The fists collided and the hard armament Haki clashed, sounding like cold steel, sharp and dull at the same time. Luo Hou exerted all his strength, enhanced by the superhuman strength fruit, to withstand Kongu's heavy punch. And the price he paid was merely retreating 2 or 3 steps. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 15 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing armament Haki attributes. Top tier, 96. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing observation Haki attributes. Top tier, 99. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing special attack technique, heavy fist, top tier. What? How is this possible? Your strength, little brat. Is it the awakening of a superhuman fruit? And what is with this action? Can you learn my Eagle Claw punch directly in the middle of battle? Kongu, shocked, looked at this young brat who had withstood his full power. And Luo Hou did not give Kongu any chance to react. His body flashed past, almost completely replicating the earlier disappearing speed. Enough with the nonsense. Let's go again. Luo Hou's excited voice rang out. From this moment on, their offense and defense had switched. Armament heavy fist. Seeing Kongu, who seemed a bit dazed and had not yet reacted, Luo Hou did not give him any time to dodge. At this moment, he only wanted to squeeze out the last bit of usefulness from this top combat power of the Navy headquarters. You! Bang! Before Kongu could finish a sentence, Luo Hou's suddenly flashing figure struck down, and a fist the size of a water tank slammed directly into Kongu's chest. The fist peak, shining with a deep dark light, erupted with the hard characteristics of armament Haki, producing a terrifying wave, sending Kongu flying over 20 meters. After this punch, a large wave of basic attribute values and unique Haki attribute orbs fell from Kongu once again. Come on, I want more power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing observation Haki attributes. Top tier, current progress, 43. 96. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing observation Haki attributes. Top tier, current progress, 77. 96. After a series of continuous attribute absorption notifications, Luo Hou felt his internal power swelling even more. At this moment, in terms of basic attributes and Haki, he was absolutely not weaker than any admiral in the Navy headquarters of this era. Moreover, under the special enhancement of the superhuman fruit, Luo Hou's personal strength would become even more terrifying. He could even overpower Emperor-level powerhouses without any doubt. Coughing slightly hoarsely and weakly amidst the swirling dust, Kongu no longer had the absolute confidence he had at the beginning. Luo Hou, who he had initially viewed as just a young, arrogant brat, was now standing on the same level as him. As one of the world's top powerhouses, Kongu could clearly sense that every time Luo Hou clashed with him, the force was visibly increasing at an alarming rate. What a terrifying physical talent this is. Even the one known as the Pirate King, Roxd. Zebek, could never have such a monstrous rate of improvement. Furthermore, this freak, Roronoa Zoro, was actually able to learn all the combat techniques that he had painstakingly developed over years of life and death battles directly in the midst of combat. Such a bizarre talent truly left him with an indescribable shock and deep fear. If such a terrifying enhancement could be obtained in just one battle, then in the future, who in the Navy headquarters or even the entire world government could stop this guy? Rayo? If such a person were to directly join the Rocks pirates, wouldn't that easily lead to the creation of another monster like Rocks D? Zebek? The mere thought of having two individuals of Rocks caliber in one pirate crew is already enough to take one's breath away. However, compared to the deeply contemplative Kong, the nearby Marine vice admirals and pirate minions were completely stunned and dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend why this rookie pirate, Rorinoa, had grown from being knocked away in one blow to a level that they would look up to for a lifetime in less than a few minutes. Did I see that wrong? That rookie knocked Steelbone Kong away? That's terrifying. He is the highest combat power representative of the Navy headquarters. I think we need to leave this island as soon as possible. If even Steelbone Kong can't stop Rorinoa, then the 3 celestial dragons are surely doomed today. And if 3 celestial dragons die on this island, it's obvious that the world government will directly erase this island from existence. Staying here is definitely a dead end. After a group of pirates exchanged glances, a few of the slightly more astute pirate captains decided to leave the Devil Island, which was already on the verge of annihilation. However, there were still some crazy individuals who chose to stay, wanting to personally witness the horrific event of the world nobles being slaughtered like fish. Not to mention, if they could capture the footage of the celestial dragons being publicly executed with a camera snail and save it for backup, then selling it would ensure that they would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. In this oppressive era, no one would refuse to spend 10,000 berries to witness the true spectacle of the world, the sight of nobles having their heads chopped off. This footage could even be passed down through generations until the end of time. What a terrifying young man. I can feel your power. It has more than tripled in this short 3 minutes. Are you intentionally hiding your strength? Or can you truly enhance your physique rapidly in battle? Gently wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Kong voiced a ridiculous thought that he himself was reluctant to believe. Unless this young man was truly hiding his strength from the beginning, otherwise his observation Haki would never be wrong. This young man has directly elevated his power to a level comparable to his own during the battle, and he has even reached a point where he is significantly stronger than before. If this Luo Hou has not concealed his strength and is genuinely rapidly enhancing his physical prowess during the fight, then such an extremely terrifying individual is undoubtedly a chaotic factor that cannot be ignored in the currently relatively stable world situation. Moreover, based on the opponent's statements from the beginning, it is clear that this person harbors the most extreme hatred for the world government. In other words, Luo Hou is a man even more dangerous than Roxy. Jibek, have you reacted so quickly? Unfortunately, it's still a bit too late. You no longer have any ability to stop me from killing those few pigs. Regarding Kong Gu's confusion, Luo Hou chose not to hide anything. After all, in his current state, anyone with a clear mind can easily uncover the truth. This rapidly rising state is absolutely transparent in the presence of the observation Haki. After hearing the answer given by Luo Hou, Kong Gu's already serious expression became even more rigid. Is it really like this? It seems that I, too, will ultimately become a remnant of the old era, although I have already sensed Luo Hou's strange nature quite clearly. Hearing the affirmative answer from the person involved still made Kong Gu's heart skip a beat. Such a crazy pirate is really too dangerous. It's even a situation that is completely beyond the control of a Marine headquarters admiral. This matter must be reported to the government, and it is up to the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, to make the decision. Remnants of the old era? You're not there yet. Today, I'm here to do 3 things. The first thing is to kill the celestial dragons. The second thing is also to kill the celestial dragons. And the third thing is still to kill the celestial dragons. Luo Hou looked at Steelbone Kong, who had realized something was wrong and was unwilling to continue fighting him, and smiled coldly. Kong Gu, as a Marine admiral, is generally still within a righteous sequence. At least, the other side didn't initially intend to directly kill him, a villain about to threaten the celestial dragons with a single punch. Luo Hou actually doesn't have much opinion about the Marines. As long as these guys who shout about justice all day don't stand against him, that's enough. If these Marines neglect true justice and instead follow the orders of the world government to interfere with his actions, then Luo Hou can only choose to strike hard and completely wipe out these hypocritical justices. Ha ha ha. As an admiral of the Marine headquarters, I naturally have my responsibilities. Since you want to kill the celestial dragons, then first get past me. After all, I really want to see what kind of power you, this crazy guy, will grow into. Facing Luo Hou's blatant intention to kill the celestial dragons, Kongu chose not to say much. As an admiral of the Marine headquarters, if he just stood aside and allowed Luo Hou to kill the celestial dragons, then he wouldn't be able to continue as an admiral. Even though he felt uncomfortable about the perverted celestial dragon race, the famous theorist, philosopher, and excellent Marine monkey D. Garp once said, when an actor encounters something they are unwilling to do, that is when their acting skills are at their peak. Therefore, even if Kongu knew that he couldn't stop this brat Luo Hou today, he still had to return with injuries to report to the world government. He couldn't just have a few minor injuries while all the celestial dragons were killed, right? In that case, even if he spoke until his mouth was dry, the 5 elders wouldn't believe him. Since you were so sincere in your words, then I will do as you wish. Before the words had even left his mouth, Luo Hou's figure vanished like a shooting star. At this moment, his speed had reached the top tier of this world. Coupled with the additional power boost from his super popular devil fruit, Luo Hou's speed had increased significantly. Overall, Luo Hou's basic attributes had completely surpassed Steelbone Kong under the influence of the devil fruit. Whoosh! A slight sound of breaking air appeared. Luo Hou's muscular body flashed to within a few centimeters in front of Kongu, and with a fierce motion, he unleashed a heavy punch glowing with a deep black light. Good. To be able to master my heavy punch so proficiently is indeed your skill. But that's not enough. Steel Bone. Seeing Luo Hou's heavy punch about to strike his nose, Kongu, in a split second, used his top-tier swordsmanship and Haki to catch the last trace of movement. He didn't choose to evade, but instead raised his right fist high, his arm muscles bulging tremendously, and the thick-armed Haki instantly coiled into a dark state. However, this time, the armed Haki was clearly different from before. Beneath that thick dark state, a hint of flowing pink energy began to emerge. At that moment, Kongu's momentum received a significant boost. It was as if the original him was just a heavy broadsword, adept at breaking through all methods with sheer force. But now this heavy chopping knife, under the enhancement of its own power, had become even sharper. Kongu's momentum soared wildly, directly compressing the air around Luo Hou, forming terrifying waves of energy one after another. He was completely focused, leaving no gaps as he unleashed all his dominance and strength to meet Luo Hou's attack. Heavy punch. Boom. The 2 fists, as big as sandbags, under the enhancement of top-tier armed color Haki, collided like thousands of kilograms of steel, producing a thunderous roar. The forces between them toward each other, clashing head-on. This was the highest level technique of armed color Haki. It allowed one's Haki to flow and cause internal damage to the enemy. A slight smile, reminiscent of a dragon king, appeared at the corner of Kongu's mouth. And then he directly pushed Luo Hou back a full 3 steps using his masterful Haki technique. But this wasn't over. After feeling the pain and retreating a few steps, a hint of pink appeared in the thick, dark-armed color Haki on Luo Hou's fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Observation Haki attribute. Top tier, current progress, 63. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Observation Haki attribute. Top tier, current progress, 87. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armed color Haki usage technique. Flowing, Sakura. After receiving Kongu's flowing Haki attack, Luo Hou successfully grasped this attack technique of his opponent. Flowing Haki specifically means transforming the Haki, which originally only covered the surface of the body to form hardened attacks, into a state as fluid as flowing water. This flowing armed color Haki can, to a certain extent, directly penetrate the internal structure of the target and then destroy the bodily tissues from within at their most vulnerable points. One impressive technique. With a slight movement of his body, Luo Hou unloaded the last of Kongu's strength and clenched his fist again. After witnessing this scene, Kongu was left speechless, completely shocked. You little brat, you actually managed to replicate my Haki usage technique. Kongu's eyes widened, seemingly still in disbelief. However, this shock only lasted a few seconds before he returned to normal. After all, This monster Luo, who could directly replicate not only his strength and speed, but also the attack techniques he had been obsessed with for so long. It seems that it's not too outrageous for him to directly absorb his own armament Haki usage techniques. After successfully mastering the highest level of armament Haki techniques, Luo Hou's figure suddenly disappeared again. However, this time, Kongu did not choose to counterattack. He simply stood calmly in place, allowing that fist the size of a sandbag to continuously enlarge in front of his pupils. Armament heavy punch. It was still that incredibly heavy punch. But this time Luo Hou was no longer limited to covering his fists with armament Haki. At this moment, he was able to flow his armament Haki like Kongu, invading the enemy's insides for maximum destruction. Under the influence of the superhuman-type fruit, Luo Hou's muscles began to swell, with veins popping out all over, covering every inch of his skin like thick green earthworms after the rain. Bang! Luo Hou threw a punch, accompanied by an intense sonic boom, hitting the center of Kongu's chest with a loud bang. The dark, flowing Haki surged into Kongu's body like a flood upon contact with his chest. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. The chest of Kongu, known as the Steel Bone, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, actually had a depression wound of 3 to 4 centimeters. Immediately after, the terrifying power generated by Luo Hou's devil fruit directly sent him flying dozens of meters away. This shocking scene almost instantly left the two forces of Navy and pirates, who were also engaged in battle, in a frozen state. Hey, is this for real? Admiral Steelbone Kong has a broken bone. That guy can really defeat a long-established top admiral of the Navy at this age. We're really done for if someone like him joins the Rocks Pirates. What can the Navy do to withstand them? However, compared to the astonished gazes of the Navy and pirates, the man not far from the battlefield, who had been standing still like a wooden post for about 7 or 8 minutes, showed an extremely appreciative expression. The man who has been silently watching from the side, neither speaking nor participating, is the white beard sent by Rocks from Ichino's island. The moment he landed on Devil Island, he sensed the intense battle between Luo Hou and Kongu through his own capacitive device. He witnessed Luo Hou being easily suppressed at first, gradually becoming more adept at countering. In just over 10 minutes, he was actually able to directly repel Kongu, a top admiral of the Navy headquarters. Such an outrageous and monstrous talent is simply something that even Whitebeard envies immensely. After all, even at this stage, it is not an easy task for him to defeat Kongu head-on. Both sides are strong fighters at the same level, and it would take at least 3 days to determine a victor. Moreover, what shocks Whitebeard even more about Luo Hou is his ability to directly learn others' combat techniques during battle. Such exceptional learning ability is something even the captain of the Rocks Pirates cannot achieve. Moreover, this Rob Lucci appears to be only around 18 years old. A barely adult kid has already reached such strength. This speed has completely surpassed their captain, Rocks D. Zebek. After all, while Rocks is indeed very impressive, he cannot be compared to someone like Luffy, who is incredibly outstanding. Thinking of this, Whitebeard did not waste any time and directly took a big step towards Luffy's side. He wanted to accomplish the task assigned to him by the captain, to recruit this exceptionally talented guy and the special race Kaido into their Rocks Pirates and cultivate them as cadres. At this moment, Luffy, who had successfully absorbed all of Kongu's basic attributes, naturally noticed the attention-grabbing man, Whitebeard, who stand at a height of 666. Edward Newgate never expected that you would come so quickly. Seeing this man, who is referred to as the world's strongest man in later generations, standing right in front of him, Luffy took a second glance. After all, the feeling of manga coming to life is indeed quite astonishing. Although Kaido is also a character with a very high appearance rate throughout the plot, he still falls short when compared to someone like Whitebeard, who is directly defined by Oda as the world's strongest man. In the entire One Piece anime, the most popular male character is undoubtedly Whitebeard. The title of the world's strongest man is not just for show. Haha, I didn't expect this little brat to recognize me. I am Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Upon discovering that the exceptionally talented Luffy could actually recognize him, Whitebeard let out a hearty, yet somewhat strange laugh. However, compared to Luffy's calm demeanor, Kongu and a group of Marine Vice Admirals did not have a luxury of time. Edward Newgate is a truly powerful and formidable pirate. As the captain of the 1st Division in the Rocks Pirates, his bounty has reached over 1 billion berries. Moreover, the sword in his hand, the recognized supreme great blade among the 12 supreme blades, that Songyun Xie, is played to perfection with terrifying power. Whitebeard's personal combat power is definitely among the very top of this sea. Kongu even believes that defeating such a guy is basically impossible. After all, besides his absolutely swordmaster level swordsmanship, what is even more terrifying is his innate monstrous strength. The famous philosopher and excellent marine, Monkey D. Garp, who once had the fortune to fight against Whitebeard, once said, "If I had to fight against a freak with a Kirin arm like Whitebeard, I would rather go back to the East Sea for a vacation. Our Captain Rox has high hopes for you. Come join our Rox Pirates." After glancing around and confirming that the Marine headquarters reinforcements were not arriving anytime soon, Whitebeard directly extended an invitation to Luffy to join the Rox Pirates. As someone who has also suffered at the hands of the world government, losing everything and ending up alone, Whitebeard can empathize with Luffy, who has almost the same experience. At this moment, he genuinely regards this young man in front of him as a partner, even a family member. After all, compared to all the fighting and killing, Whitebeard prefers to form a team bound by familial ties, but at his current age, he obviously hasn't reached that stage yet. So Whitebeard can only force himself to suppress his desire to take in a son. "General Kong, what should we do next? Should we charge and break through to escort the world nobles out of here? I think we should just step aside. These two guys are both freaks." "No, we can't retreat. For the justice of the Marines, I will definitely give my life." Just as a group of Marines were chattering about what the general should do next, a seemingly very stubborn Marine headquarters major suddenly drew his sword, shouting something about justice, and charged towards Whitebeard. Seeing this, even Kongu didn't have time to stop this fool, facing the battle power of both Luffy and Whitebeard. Even if he wanted to take action, he would have to think twice. But this guy is clearly someone who has been brainwashed by the justice of the world government. Sure enough, 3 seconds after the major charged, Whitebeard's tall figure suddenly drew out his large blade, Songyun Xie, and after a few flashy spins, he swept through the crowd with a fierce slash. There are almost no surprises at the scene. The brainwashed and utterly insane Rear Admiral of the Navy was directly decapitated by Whitebeard's massive blade, his head flying off and landing on the ground. The scene was nothing short of horrific, with blood splattering everywhere. Even the guy's body spun like a top, due to inertia, rotating 7 or 8 times before collapsing. "Gulalala. I'm here today just to follow the captain's orders and bring these two back to the Rox Pirates. If you don't want the lives of those sailors you brought to be lost, you better step aside," Whitebeard said, stepping on the still rolling head with his left leg and looking at Steelbone Kong with a smile. It was clear that a pirate like him could never be the good-natured person rumored. A person without enough ruthlessness could not even dream of becoming a famous pirate. Surviving in this dark era was already a delusion. Only those without brains would think that Whitebeard was someone who only wanted family and never wanted to fight or kill. It was obvious that if he didn't T-kill, how could he have a bounty of over 1 billion berry? However, Kong remained silent for a long time in the face of this scene. He then took out a fine navy cigar from the pocket of his naval coat, lit it, and began to smoke nonchalantly. "At this point, what more can I say? As long as you don't touch my sailors, you can take those two away if you want. No matter how strong your Rox Pirates are, the ones who should be worried are those old men in the world government, not me." While smoking the cigar and blowing out smoke, Kong silently stood up and walked to the side. It seemed he really intended to be a laid-back admiral. "Gulalala. You old men are quite perceptive." Whitebeard laughed heartily and planned to take Luffy and Kaido back to his pirate crew. However, at this moment, Luffy, who had not yet completed his objective, would naturally not leave directly. "Please wait a moment. I still have something to take care of." He came to Devil Island specifically to hunt down the Celestial Dragons. If he didn't T-kill the Celestial Dragons, then there would be no meaning to his trip here. "Gulalala, no problem. I'll keep an eye on this guy. You can operate with peace of mind," Kong replied. After saying this, Luffy flickered a few times and then directly chased after the luxury cruise ship that was heading out to sea. Whitebeard also kept his promise and stared at Kong. In response, Kong could only helplessly smoke his cigar and chose not to pay attention to Whitebeard. With a sudden burst of power in his calf muscles, Luffy moved like the Navy's 6 powers technique, stepping on the air as he pursued. In less than 2 to 3 minutes, Luffy's figure had already caught up to the deck of the luxury cruise ship where the Celestial Dragons were located. The CP members responsible for the safety and daily life of the Celestial Dragons immediately changed their expressions drastically. Although they were all specially selected tough agents from the CP0 organization to ensure the absolute safety of the more noble Celestial Dragons, it didn't mean they could defeat a monster like Luffy. He was a man who could crush even the so-called Steelbone Admiral into fractures. The kind of strength he possessed was beyond what they could withstand. However, as CP agents who had been completely brainwashed by the world government, even though they knew they could not match Luffy, they still loyally rushed out in a large group to surround him, leaving no gaps to harm the celestial dragons. Do you want to disrespect the great gods? You must get past us first. We are the CP0 agents. Among the crowd, each agent exuded a fierce aura, looking like they had taken many lives, continuously shouting to intimidate the enemy before them. But who was Luffy? At this moment, he was colder inside than those old workers who had been killing live fish for 30 years at the supermarket. Just a few celestial dragon guard dogs couldn't possibly withstand his killing intent. Let us all go together. He might not be able to kill us before he exhausts his strength. Among the crowd, a particularly clever agent suddenly realized that they had an absolute numerical advantage and might be able to exhaust their opponent as strength through sheer numbers to achieve victory. That's right. I'm the agent among agents. Can he really kill me in an instant? Let us go together. For the celestial gods. After a chaotic uproar, around 17 or 18 CP0 agents almost simultaneously drew their swords, aiming for Luffy's vital points and launching an attack. These agents are almost all strong individuals who have awakened their dual-color Haki. Each of them wields a blade wrapped in dark Haki, transforming it into a black sword. However, at this moment, Luo Hou is no longer the fisherman who stood like a pawn on the island. He is a true powerhouse with combat strength at the level of top generals in the world. He is on par with great pirates like Whitebeard and Goldlion, as well as top naval officers like Kong, Carp, and Zifa. A mere few CP0 agents don't even have a desire to engage him. But since the other side has initiated an attack, Luo Hou naturally has to fulfill his wish and send these agents to meet their god. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds erupted. The suits of the 10 or so CP0 agents in front of Luo Hou all exploded, blood splattering everywhere, turning the scene into a bloody spectacle in an instant. These CP0 agents rushing in had no chance to react as Luo Hou struck each one with a precise punch to the face. The scene was akin to a hydraulic press smashing watermelons, with dozens of heads exploding, headless corpses flying violently, all landing in the sea and dyeing the surface blood red. After casually swatting down a dozen flies, Luo Hou tore off his clothes, which had become tattered rags, and casually wiped the blood off his fists. Finally, with an extremely indifferent expression, he continued walking towards the rooms inside the cruise ship. After such a bloody battle, even the nearby CP0 agents, who still wanted to step forward to stop him, found that no one dared to move anymore. However, just as Luo Hou was about to push the door open and surge for the celestial dragons, a man wearing a ghost mask suddenly opened the door and walked out. Behind him followed about 7 or 8 men and women wearing different masks. Luo Hou's eyes narrowed slightly. This CP agent wearing a mask on their face is clearly a strong individual at the level of CP0 captain, similar to the so-called once-in-800-years genius Rob Lucci from later generations. Generally speaking, agents of this caliber wear specially made ghost masks to conceal their identities. Their strength is formidable, and even their Haki levels are usually at a high tier. They are specifically responsible for handling problems that ordinary CP agents cannot manage. However, at this moment, Luo Hou is solely focused on tearing off the celestial dragon's head and crushing it, having no interest in listening to any nonsense from this suddenly appeared CP captain. How dare a mere watchdog block the way? He will send him on his way. Luo Hou's expression was indifferent as he instantly teleported forward, transforming into a hawk. His fingers, like hooks, flashed with dark light, moving as fast as lightning, and directly reaching for the throat of the CP0 captain who was walking at the front and trying to show off. Armed eagle claw fist. The only sound on the scene was the painful crack of bones. The throat cartilage of this CP0 captain, resembling Rob Lucci, was violently ripped off by Rob Lu, blood gushing out like a hawk swooping down from the sky and shattering its prey, looking extremely horrifying. Such a bloody and violent scene was terrifying to the other distinguished captains of the CP0 agents, almost like a god descending. Damn, what kind of speed is this? Was there even time to cover with Haki before being killed outright? This guy just had a bounty of 100 million berries issued. How could he possess such strength? Is the intelligence wrong? A group of CP0 captains exchanged glances, their foreheads already drenched in cold sweat. But Rob Lu had no time to waste on villainous monologues. He simply continued to unleash a powerful punch. With a bang, it burst through the head that still showed some reaction, exploding instantly, red and white splattering everywhere. As this CP0 captain was killed on the spot, the remaining half of his body twitching like a fish head being chopped off. I'll give you 3 seconds. Go and bring a master here immediately. After 3 seconds, if I don't see a celestial dragon, then you all will die. After effortlessly dealing with the strongest captain among the CP0, Rob Liu coldly gazed at this organization that exclusively serves the celestial dragons. However, it was evident that his slight intention to let them live a few more minutes was ultimately in vain. These few team leaders, who have clearly been severely brainwashed, simply cannot tolerate any words that harm the celestial dragons. Before Luo could finish speaking, these 7 or 8 people instantly drew their steel knives, executing the Marine 6 styles and various killing techniques, charging towards him. In response, Luo could only go along with it. His fingers bent slightly, forming a claw-like posture, and the thick armament Haki flowed and covered every inch of his muscle fibers. In the next moment, his body flashed in place. Then he continuously swung his claw punches, with his 5 fingers resembling iron rods. With this, he struck the faces of these team leaders, and the terrifying power immediately knocked the cheekbones off 3 or 4 of them. At that moment, the CP0 team leaders, suffering such severe facial injuries, could not hold back their emotions, no matter how well-trained they were, and let out tragic, piercing screams. However, even with these screams, they could not bury the pain in Luo's heart. These CP agents who assist in tyranny are all weapons specifically designed to protect the celestial dragons. Even if they were to kill 101,000 or even 10,000, it would not affect their emotions at all. On the external deck of the cruise ship, after wasting a few seconds of time, all the CP organization members were crushed to death one by Rob Lucci. After eliminating all the external forces blocking his way, Rob Lucci's deep, devil-like voice echoed throughout the cruise ship. Let me guess, where has the great celestial dragon gone? In fact, through his observation Haki, Rob Lucci had already discovered the narrow room where the celestial dragons were hiding. It must be said that these celestial dragons were somewhat clever. At least they knew to hide in a corner of the bathroom to survive. But unfortunately, for celestial dragons like them who are utterly uneducated, they could not comprehend how precise the observation Haki, comparable to radar, truly is. With a bang, he kicked open the bathroom door made of gold. Rob Lucci directly grabbed the 3 celestial dragons who were squeezed together like Jurassic creatures. At that moment, even the immensely noble Saint Nader felt an uncomfortable sense of impending death emanating from Rob Lucci. Please, Pirate Lord, spare me. I am Saint Nader. As long as you spare me, our Nader family will absolutely treat you as the most esteemed guest. Please, I don't want to die. Unlike other celestial dragons with abnormal intelligence, Saint Nader, upon sensing the threat of death, was still able to instantly cast aside his dignity and choose to kneel on the ground, begging Rob Lucci to spare his life. However, compared to Nader, the 2 celestial dragons beside him lacked such awareness. They were shocked to see someone of a much higher status, Saint Nader, kneeling and weeping before Commoner. The 2 celestial dragons with walnut-sized brains couldn't comprehend the current situation at all. They stared wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what was happening before them. You filthy commoners. How dare you make Master Nader kneel on the ground? Where did that guy Kongu go? Hurry up and protect the master. However, before this mentally unstable celestial dragon could finish speaking, Luo Hou swiftly swiped the palm across, using no domineering aura at all. With sheer physical power beyond that of a general, he sent the noisy guy's head spinning 18 times before it fell to the ground with a thud. After successfully killing the first celestial dragon, Luo Hou felt a surge of bioelectricity within him, accompanied by waves of a peculiar numbness. It's like the breakthrough of a realm often described in novels, making one feel exhilarated. Ha! I didn't expect killing a celestial dragon to be such a thrilling thing. Luo Hou laughed heartily, completely transforming into that cheerful mood of vengeance. Although he had only killed 1 celestial dragon, he had at least taken the first step toward revenge. After killing this one, there were countless celestial dragons waiting for his blade. Luo Hou drew the double-edged sword hanging at his waist. Although he had never learned any sword techniques, he had seen enough pigs run, being a true Chinese, who hasn't wielded a straight, smooth wooden stick as a sword in their childhood. Not to mention, Luo Hou believed that his self-created childhood swordplay would be more than enough to deal with the celestial dragons. Adults kill them, just don't kill me. They are fools. And I am clever enough. If you spare me, I will use all the rights of the world's nobility to serve you. Seeing Luo Hou draw a blood-bright sword and begin to practice in front of him, Nader was nearly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his foolish compatriot being slapped down, and that image still lingered in his mind. Now, he had to face the sharp blade and the pain of being cut. The thought of his flesh being sliced open revealing deep muscle tissue and even internal organs. Sent chills and spasms through Nadabontania's heart. Realizing this, he quickly knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his noble head against the floor, pleading with Luo Hou for mercy. However, in a hurry, Luo Hou had no time to waste on extra words. After drawing his sword and practicing a bit, Luo Hou directly thrust the double-edged sword into Nadabontania's heart, rubbing it back and forth like slaughtering a pig. Blood splattered everywhere as the light in Nadabontania's pupils gradually faded. In his dying moments, a frenzied expression appeared in his gaze. You lowly commoner, the great God will not spare you. I await your arrival in heaven. You lowly commoner. After uttering his last unwilling words, Nadabontania closed his lifeless eyes. Having killed another celestial dragon, Luo Hou once again experienced that exhilarating sensation of bioelectricity coursing through his body. So exhilarating. This is the feeling. No wonder the world government emphasizes that the lives of the celestial dragons are the most precious. Killing these so-called divine beings is actually such a wonderful experience. Wiping the blood off the sword, Luo Hou turned and struck at the last celestial dragon, who had already wet himself in fear. It was time to join the Rocks Pirates. As long as he could absorb the fundamental attributes of a sea overlord like Rocks, perhaps he could deal a heavy blow to the world government during the God Valley War. After contemplating his next plan, Luo Hou began to walk toward Whitebeard, stepping through the air. This is the moonwalk in the Navy 6 style. It is a special technique of exertion that allows the human body to float and walk in the air through the reactive force generated by continuous stepping. This superb martial arts skill is a special ability that Rahu acquired after slaughtering countless CP organization agents, elevating it to a high level. Generally speaking, an agent of the CP organization or an admiral of the Navy headquarters would only specialize in 3 or 4 techniques of the 6 forms. However, after killing a large number of agents, Rahu absorbed all these advanced martial arts into his body as attributes. Additionally, he also absorbed the 6 forms experience from his battle with the Navy headquarters top combat power, Admiral Kongu. Therefore, at this moment, Rahu has reached the pinnacle of mastery in the Navy's 6 forms, including Iron Block, Finger Gun, Moonwalk, Gale Foot, and Shave. After continuously stepping on the air to fly for a moment, Rahu returned to the center of Devil Island. Whitebeard still stood like an iron tower in place, tightly gripping the Tsungyun cut, his gaze fiercely directed at the 3 figures standing opposite him. Ra's expression was slightly serious as he watched those 3 Marines, whose momentum was absolutely not weaker than Kongu's. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr, and the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the candidate Admiral Sengoku, along with Iron Fist Garp. Although on the surface only Zephyr is at the same level as Kongu, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, it does not mean that the 2 candidates for Admiral lack strength. After all, a Vice Admiral like Garp is not someone an average person can compete with. He simply does not want to be promoted to the rank of Admiral and is forced to protect the Celestial Dragons due to the restrictions of the world government. If there are pirates who treat Garp as just an ordinary Vice Admiral, they would probably end up with their heads smashed by that iron fist. However, at this moment, Garp's reputation is not as loud as it would be in later years, because the battle at God Valley has not yet erupted. Garp has not teamed up with Roger to defeat Roxy, Zebek, and earn the title of Hero Marine. Haha, you brat finally came back. If you were any slower, I would really have to fight these 3 guys. The originally furrowed brow of Whitebeard finally relaxed a bit after Roger returned. Although he is very confident, if he had to fight against 4 renowned Marines, Kongu, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, at the same time, he would clearly be beaten badly and lose face. You and Kaido go ahead. I'll hold them off. Whitebeard exuded an overwhelming aura, and as his words fell, a powerful Conqueror's Haki swept across the entire island. In an instant, all the ordinary pirates and Marines present were stunned, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. However, just as Whitebeard was about to take action, Roger raised his hand to signal him to stop. When Whitebeard felt a bit confused, Roger surprisingly pulled out a celestial dragon who had its hands and feet chopped off, resembling a human chimera. This was a backup plan he specially left after chasing and killing 2 celestial dragons at the beginning. With this absolute identity token, even the Marine headquarters admirals would have to weigh whether to continue pursuing them. Although Luo, who was very eager for the ultimate Conqueror's Haki on Carp, the pain coming from his shoulder forced him to choose to retreat for now. During the battle with Kongu, Luo, who was hit for the first time, causing a slight crack in the bone of his left arm. At this moment, if he stayed here and continued to challenge these people, he might very well lose his life due to severe injuries. Therefore, before killing the celestial dragons, Luo Hou uniquely left a trump card to avoid being pursued by reinforcement from the Marine headquarters, which could prove useful. Originally puzzled, Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter after seeing the celestial dragon in Luo Hou's hand. So that's how it is, you truly are something, Luo Hou. With the celestial dragon as a hostage, let's see if those Marines dare to pursue us. In this world, who doesn't know that the Marine headquarters exists solely to serve the celestial dragons? With the life of a celestial dragon in hand, commanding the Marine headquarters admirals would be a piece of cake. Thus, under the protection of the celestial dragon, Luo Hou Whitebeard and Kaido swaggered out of Demon Island in front of the 4 admiral-level combatants of the Marine headquarters. They then boarded the pirate ship brought by Whitebeard and headed towards Ichinos. As for Kongu, Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, their thoughts at this moment were unknown. The 4 stood quietly on the island, watching Luo Hou and Whitebeard's figures disappear over the sea. Just then, amidst the varying thoughts of everyone, Carp suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Kongu, I didn't expect you couldn't even protect a few trash celestial dragons. You're going to be scolded bloody by that Admiral Netania when you get back to the Marine headquarters. Ha! Carp had never cared for the celestial dragons since joining the Marine headquarters. Luo Hou's brazen killing of 2 celestial dragons and taking another as a hostage was simply to Carp's liking. At this moment, he just wanted to shout, well done. This crazy kid Luo Hou did what even Carp himself wouldn't dare to do. Simply amazing. However, just as Carp was about to continue his outrageous remarks, his good friend Sengoku suddenly slapped the back of his head. Carp, how many times have I told you? Don't say such things in public. Facing Sengoku's reprimand, Carp felt no dissatisfaction, merely glancing at the few remaining CP organization members nearby. He then activated his unique devil fruit ability. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Just pretend I never said that. Haha. Carp crossed his arms, showing no sign of apology, merely retracting his earlier words out of necessity. Overall, his ability to retract statements was indeed very useful, at least in the face of absolute power. The members of the CP organization dared not speak out and could only nod in agreement, indicating they hadn't heard that line. After tidying up the scene, Kongu and the others headed back to the Marine headquarters in the opposite direction of Whitebeard. In the conference room of the warship, Kongu looked seriously at the people present. Everyone, I have something very serious to discuss. After briefly recounting all his experiences from today, the moods of Zephyr, Sengoku, and even the carefree Carp darkened. They initially thought that Kongu couldn't protect the celestial dragons because of Whitebeard's interference. However, they never expected that Luo, who had actually managed to match or even injure Kongu with his own strength. This meant that the boy who had just appeared on the sea a few days ago could actually defeat the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, the admirals. Kongu's strength was well known to them. Not to mention anything else, not a single member of the Rocks Pirates could easily defeat him. Yet, Luo Hou had really done it. This kid had only been at sea for a few days, and he had already reached the strength of an admiral. Everyone looked at Kongu in disbelief, hoping he was just joking. Otherwise, if such a genius joined the Rocks Pirates, the impact would be absolutely earth-shattering. In other words, the Rocks Pirates might very well see the emergence of a true vice-captain. Luo Hou's talent was definitely not inferior to that of Rocks. In fact, it was clearly stronger than that monster Rocks. This is absolutely detrimental to their navy. That kid is quite strange. He seems to have the ability to rapidly enhance his strength, speed, and even stamina during battle. Moreover, his Haki level increased from a high stage to the top level in just 7 or 8 minutes, eventually matching mine completely. I believe he must possess some kind of devil fruit that allows him to absorb the abilities of others. Kongu carefully conveyed the seriousness of the situation to his comrades. Vort by Vort, does such a devil fruit ability really exist in this world? Can one rapidly increase their power while also absorbing the Haki levels of others? Sengoku looked at Kongu with some shock. This kind of thing is truly unimaginable. Even if he has lived for decades, he has never heard of such an outrageous incident. Even the Navy Headquarters Devil Fruit Encyclopedia has never recorded the appearance of such a powerful devil fruit ability. It is indeed true. That little brat is getting stronger every second right before my eyes. The Rocks Pirates are really going to establish a true vice-captain this time. How are we, the Navy, going to defend against such a terrifying organization in the future? Kongu's tone was somewhat serious. Roranoa's extremely bizarre ability indeed made him a bit anxious. However, deep down, Kongu never thought that Roranoa had done anything wrong. Just a moment ago, Zephyr and Sengoku had submitted an investigation report about Roranoa to him. After seeing Roranoa's life experience before he became a pirate, even Kongu couldn't hide his inner anger. Damn those celestial dragons for causing this. If it weren't for the celestial dragons, perhaps this exceptionally gifted young man should have joined the Navy headquarters and contributed to the cause of justice. But unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Such a person has already been completely offended by those pigs in the world government. Don't be so gloomy. No matter how strong the Rocks pirates are, there's still a headache for the old geezers of the Five Elders, right? We, the Navy, just need to do our own job well, don't we? Facing the somber mood of the crowd, Garp laughed dismissively. The others could only remain speechless, as they simply couldn't live with the carefree attitude like Garp. Let's go back to the headquarters first. This matter must be reported to Mariewa. The death of 3 celestial dragons, including the Nader family Nader Saint, at Roranoa's hands is too serious. Kongu sighed with a bit of headache. He didn't know how to explain to Marshal Netania from the government that 3 esteemed celestial dragons had died right under his protection. He was the main person responsible for this matter, while Garp and the others could only be considered as having insufficient follow-up support and bore no significant responsibility. Inside the Navy's warship, only Garp's cheerful laughter remained, alongside the sighs of the other high-ranking Navy officials. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the Navy headquarters stationed in Marineford. At this moment, Kongu, Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Admiral Tsuru, along with other top officials of the Navy headquarters, gathered again in Marshal Netania's office. Besides these high-ranking Navy officials, there were also about 30 or so mid-ranking vice admirals from the Navy headquarters present. Currently, most of the Navy personnel wore expressions of tension and fear. This was because they were about to face the Five Elders, who were known as the highest authorities of the world government and also the direct leaders of all the top Navy officials. The reason was that the Navy headquarters and the CP organization had failed to protect the 3 esteemed celestial dragons, resulting in their deaths outside the Holy Land. The oppressive atmosphere in the room made even the sound of the transponder snail ringing seem heavy. After a few minutes, the transponder snail placed in the center of the conference room, used for video calls, connected. The call projected an image from the extremely luxurious World Power Hall located in Mariewa. 4 elderly men with graying hair and beards, along with another middle-aged-looking member of the 5 Elders, appeared before everyone. As this scene unfolded, an aura resembling that of an absolute ruler permeated through the call, facing all present. Is this the sense of oppression from the highest power in the world? I can't even feel my own breath anymore. This is too imposing, right? There isn't even the slightest expression on their faces. The sound of difficult swallowing and heavy breathing circulated throughout the conference room. Due to the power of the 5 Elders, the vast majority of the Navy personnel in the headquarters were not qualified to meet them. This meant that over 90% of the vice admirals present in the conference room had never experienced the pressure that came from the highest authority in the world. The 5 Elders, who held the highest power in the world. True immortals. Almost everyone present, except for the admirals and the Navy Marshal, lacked the courage to meet the gaze of the 5 Elders. Marshal Netania, Nader Saint, and the other 2 celestial dragons have died. The Navy headquarters bears the highest responsibility in this matter. Now, tell us your reasons. I will only give you 3 minutes to argue your case. The gaze of the 5 Elders, transmitted through the video call, seemed to pin directly onto Netania's face. Although this Navy headquarters marshal was chosen by the 5 Elders from the government, it did not mean that they recognized him as their own. In this world, besides the celestial dragons within Mariewa, the 5 Elders regarded any person or even any race as nothing more than lowly and contemptible objects. This is nothing but confidence stemming from strength and foundation. Honorable 5 Elders, we, the Navy headquarters, have made the greatest efforts regarding the assassination of the celestial dragons. In this time, the involvement of cadres from the Rocks Pirates led to our Navy and CP organization being careless. Netania humbly explained the reasons for the Navy's inadequate protection to the 5 Elders. However, at this moment, the 5 Elders directly ignored Netania's mention of the involvement of the Rocks Pirates cadres and focused on the key inquiry. Careless? The identity of the celestial dragons is of utmost nobility. Can you simply brush it off with carelessness? Wasn't it your Navy headquarters Steel Bone Kong who was responsible for their close protection? Where are the others? Before the 5 Elders finished speaking, Kongu, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, stood up to respond. Honorable 5 Elders, the sequence of events is as follows. After expressing a bit of respect to the 5 Elders, Kongu began to recount everything that happened on Devil Island in detail. The 5 Elders listened calmly to Kongu's report, their expression serene, showing no signs of emotional change on their faces. However, when Kongu spoke about Roranoa's ability to rapidly enhance his strength and Haki during battle. As well as his ability to learn various combat techniques at an extremely fast pace, a look of suspicion appeared on the faces of the five elders. The ability to absorb power, Haki, and even learn others' combat techniques directly in battle. This kind of rhetoric sounds like it's just trying to fool people. However, this time the report is being delivered by Kongu, who is considered very honest by the five elders. If it were Carp, that big cannon, reporting instead, the five elders might have directly scolded him on the spot. If this matter is indeed true, then the situation is extremely serious. Such a talent, even Roxd Zebek, a genius not seen for 800 years, couldn't achieve. The five elders exchanged glances, their previously calm expressions transformed into a pale, almost constipated state. The last time they looked this bad was when they heard about Roxd Zebek forming the Rocks Pirates and openly killing 18 celestial dragons in Sabati Archipelago before leaving. And now, in this battle at sea, another talent has emerged, not weaker than Rocks, and even seemingly stronger, possessing a Paramecia-type devil fruit as a foundation, capable of rapidly enhancing strength, agility, and even the intensity of Haki during battle. They can also learn combat skills that others have spent years mastering directly through the fighting process. Currently, their strength has already reached the level of the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. How could such a combination of information and abilities come together in one person? The five elders felt a headache coming on as they pressed their temples. Although they were troubled, they could not show any signs of weakness in front of the Navy's FAAD. Their demeanor would greatly influence the military's authority. The Navy is already reluctant to obey the government due to the concept of justice. If these people find out that the world government is powerless against the Rocks Pirates, it would be strange if the Navy didn't rebel. Especially that Monkey D. Carp, who dares to eat donuts during meetings in front of them. The Marine soldier who possesses the Conqueror's Haki within the naval headquarters is definitely the most difficult character to deal with. Moreover, the key point is that Carp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, despite his young age, is also a formidable user of the three types of Haki. If nothing unexpected happens, once the world government shows any flaws or reveals weakness, these two father and son are definitely the biggest tumors. Just thinking about it gives the five elders a headache. They have lived for over 800 years, and according to historical precedent, every 100 years, a king rises. They're already used to this. However, the 800th year has just begun, and they are faced with the terrifying force of the Rocks Pirates. Moreover, within their ranks of justice, several admirals in the Navy headquarters have appeared who listen to orders but do not follow proclamations. Roranoa, a monster not weaker than Rocks, has become someone who harbors extreme resentment towards the world government due to some foolish celestial dragons, and has now joined the Rocks Pirates. The five elders can hardly imagine how serious an obstacle they will encounter from the Rocks Pirates in the upcoming human hunting competition held every 3 years. After all, the conflict between the world government and Rocks is not something that can be resolved quickly. Any slight disturbance on their side will surely provoke that guy Rocks to attack like a wild dog. Even if the celestial dragons are holding a birthday party on some island, Rocks would charge in and cut the cake in half with a knife. The current situation is extremely serious. Fortunately, the commander of the Knights of God within their government, Fagalan Garintz, has recently elevated his Haki level by another tier. This is good news. At least they now have someone who can barely resist that monster Rocks in a direct confrontation. To prepare the security personnel for the upcoming hunting competition, the five elders wave their hands, signaling the CP organization agents to prepare to cut off communication with the Navy headquarters. Today's meeting ends here. We have decided not to pursue the responsibility of the lack of protection by the Sky Ancient Guards. We hope your Navy will continue to develop vigorously and make greater contributions to the government's cause. After spouting some nice words, the five elders got up and left the meeting screen. Just as their words fell, before the Navy could clearly hear the signal from the transponder snail, the connection on the other end was cut off. The scene was left with a group of bewildered Navy soldiers. After the meeting signed by the world government, the Navy headquarters once again opened its internal pricing meeting. The reason is simple. The extremely dangerous terrorist Roranoa has completely switched sides to the Rocks Pirates. As the justice force in the world, the Navy headquarters at least needs to issue a bounty publicly. This is not only to show the determination and courage of the Navy to the citizens of the world government's member countries in pursuing serious criminals, but more importantly, to let everyone know the level of danger posed by this young new pirate. After a few days, due to the severe reputational impact caused by the last incident led by Roranoa on the world government, the Navy headquarters, under government orders, conducted a large-scale sweep of pirates across the 4 seas. This was to prove to the kings of the many member countries of the world government that the government's power is still sufficient to maintain world peace. However, pirates all over the world did not buy into this series of actions by the world government and the Navy headquarters. At this time, within the Great Rout, the various pirate teams under the Rocks Pirates were bustling with a series of rumors. Hey, brothers, have you heard? Our Rocks group is going to add a new cadre. I heard that this guy killed 3 celestial dragons directly on the island not long ago. The bounty set by the Navy headquarters for him seems to be 1.098 billion berries, right? Even his nickname is named after a demon. What a terrifying newcomer. Even those long-established cadres might not have such a bounty. By the way, didn't the Navy headquarters send their highest combat strength admirals to deal with the trouble after the celestial dragons were killed? Or is it that this new cadre can directly confront the Navy admirals one-on-one? The killing of celestial dragons must have involved the admiral from the Navy headquarters. My uncle's sister's brother's wife's husband was there on the scene. A total of 4 admirals came from the Navy headquarters. How is this possible? If the Navy really sent 4 admirals, how could the celestial dragons still be killed? If that's true, I would eat this transponder snail right now. TSK. The physical quality between people is fundamentally different, okay? The Navy headquarters indeed sent 4 admirals, but they arrived late. The celestial dragons had already been killed by the time they got there. What a terrifying newcomer. The first bounty was as high as 100 million berries, and now, just 2 or 3 days later, it has skyrocketed to 1 billion berries. How can the gap between people be compared? The gap between people and dogs is even greater. Throughout the countless islands and bars in the latter half of the Great Rout, wherever there are pirates, they are all discussing the legendary deeds of this new pirate Roronoa. Whether they're long-time old pirates or newcomers who have just become pirates, they are all deeply shocked by the feats accomplished by Roronoa. In just 3 days since showing up in front of the world, he has caused 2 major incidents. First, he seized the heavenly gold transport ship submitted by the member countries of the world government. Next, before the government could react, he ran to an island of celestial dragons and killed 3 world nobles right in front of the admirals of the Navy headquarters. This terrifying charisma has become a source of pride for many pirates. Compared to the discussions among ordinary pirates, on a pirate ship named the Golden Jackson, a man wearing a captain's hat, with nose hair even more exaggerated than his beard, is holding a brand new newspaper and is so excited that he can't contain himself. Hey Rayleigh, did you see this? What an interesting era. Besides rocks, there's actually someone else who could be this crazy and reckless. Shall we go meet this newcomer together? What do you think? The men on the Golden Jackson pirate ship are not ordinary pirates, but rather the future ones who will reach the final island of the world and become universally recognized as the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger. However, at this moment, they have not yet completed their voyage and are still on an adventurous journey, casually searching for the historical road signs. Of course, even if Roger were to find 4 road signs, he still cannot become the Pirate King. After all, above him stands a figure known as the Sea Overlord, Rox D. Zebek. As long as Rox is alive, GOLD, Roger will never become the Pirate King. Stop talking nonsense, Roger. That so-called demon, Roronoa Zoro, is now a member of the Rocks Pirates. Our identity is not that of the Rocks Pirates. If we go directly, we will easily be seen as provocateurs. At this moment, Rayleigh, who was drinking rum nearby, was shocked to hear this stubborn captain actually suggest going to the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates to confront Zoro, causing him to choke and spray the refreshing drink everywhere. Who doesn't he know that the Rocks Pirates are the absolute overlords of the entire Grand Line? When they were invited to join the Rocks Pirates, their captain Roger had decisively refused. Now, to propose going to their headquarters to challenge one of their officers is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Oh, what are you doing, Rayleigh? We're just friendly sparring and exchanging ideas. How can that be considered provocation? Roger dismissed Rayleigh's rebuttal and became even more determined to go and seek out Zoro for a duel. He has a particular fondness for those who dare to act recklessly against the world government. This fearless personality is simply carved from the same mold as his brother, Gol di Roger. After all, he set off from EC and openly slaughtered a few celestial dragons before escaping to the latter half of the Grand Line at the Sabaody Archipelago. If one wants to become a legendary pirate, it's hard to claim that title without having a few lives of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, on their hands. After a few minutes of intense argument, Rayleigh and the crew ultimately couldn't go against Roger's thoughts as the captain and were forced to change course towards the base of the Rocks Pirates, Hakanosu Island. Compared to Roger's excitement, Rayleigh was filled with unease. As one of the few remaining brains in the team, He had to consider what kind of commotion would arise when the Roger pirates reached the Rocks pirates' base. After all, when the Rocks pirates came to invite Roger, this guy had directly dislocated one of their arms. What a despicable fellow. That guy must have burned down my house in the East Sea. Is his goal to trick me into joining him as a pirate? Rayleigh grumbled as he looked at Roger, who had snatched away his bottle. He seriously suspected that the retirement life he was supposed to have was interrupted by this Roger. However, it was too late to say anything now. He had followed this man through hardships to the final stretch of the Grand Line. Unless something unexpected happened, Rayleigh was quite looking forward to being one of those who witness history. But who can say for sure about history? For pirates like them, they might be singing and dancing today and lose their heads tomorrow. After all, this is a dangerous era. The world government is not that simple. Meanwhile, in contrast to Rayleigh's gloomy mood, Luffy and Kaido, under Whitebeard's leadership, had already arrived at the base of the Rocks Pirates, Hakanosu Island. This is the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, known to the world as a place that can directly confront the world government. As the significantly large and noticeable pirate officer, Whitebeard stepped down from the pirate ship. The scattered little minions at the scene also stopped their work and looked over. This is our Rocks Pirates 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate. I heard from my neighbor, Uncle Air, that Captain Whitebeard came out this time on Captain Rock's orders to invite that rookie pirate known as the Demon over. Is that true? That rookie, who is under 18 years old and has a bounty of up to 1 billion berries, has joined our Rocks Pirates? So, I see him. That guy next to Captain Whitebeard. He is the one called the Demon by the Navy headquarters, Trafalgar Law. I heard that this rookie is about to be promoted to a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. But I wonder if that is just a rumor. It's definitely not a rumor. A newcomer with such strong power who has directly made a deadly enemy of the world government. Captain Rocks will definitely promote him to a cadre of the team. How frightening. So, the number of cadres in our Rocks Pirates will increase from 6 to 7. In that case, the world government will have to shout about sanctioning us in the news again. As Law listened to the noisy discussions of the chattering pirates, he increasingly felt a surge of unpleasant emotions. These guys are just as chatty as the middle-aged ants at the village entrance, who spend their days gossiping about how others have fewer chickens or more pigs. As they continue their chatter, this group of people even starts discussing the background and identity of the newcomer, Luo Hou. Watching these little gossipers, Luo Hou's originally black pupils instantly turned a deep red, like blood. Then, a wave of dark red energy instantly spread out from where he stood, rapidly extending to a radius of several hundred meters. Thump, thump. It was as if the sound of a heart racing under pressure echoed around every pirate who was laughing and chatting. In the next moment, the pirates who had been babbling about Luo Hou's background suddenly rolled their eyes back, turning into a murky white. Even foam began to uncontrollably bubble from the corners of their mouths as their bodies reacted. In less than 3 seconds, Luo Hou, using his advanced Conqueror's Haki, knocked out all the thousands of pirates present, except for a few with strong willpower who retained some awareness. Almost all looked utterly miserable. After all, high-level Conqueror's Haki is already very powerful for these ordinary pirates. If it reached the top level, it could even shatter their consciousness, leaving them completely brain-dead. However, Luo Hou was here to join the Rocks Pirates. Teaching these reckless little pirates a lesson isn't a problem, but a large-scale massacre would have serious consequences. After all, he hasn't been approved to join the crew yet. Teaching these kids a lesson is fine. After all, a newcomer needs to establish authority. Whitebeard had no complaints about Luo Hou's actions to intimidate the little pirates. On the contrary, he fully supported him. Seeing a group of ordinary pirates nearly foaming at the mouth, Luo Hou also retracted his Conqueror's Haki. Just then, he noticed 2 children, about 8 or 9 years old, standing firm against the impact of his Conqueror's Haki. Interesting. Luo Hou looked curiously at these 2 children, whose demeanor seemed quite extraordinary, especially the one with sharp eyes like an eagle, who had a wooden knife hanging from his waist. This little guy looked a bit like the Mihawk who started from the manga and fought his way to the New World. Luo Hou thought to himself as he observed the expressionless child. These 2 kids were left behind by Captain Rocks by chance. One is named Jorakarl Mihawk, and the other seems to be called Crocodile. Both of them are highly valued by the captain. Whitebeard recalled the names of these 2 little brats while stroking his still, smooth, golden hair. In his memory, Captain Rocks seemed to have personally guided Mihawk's swordsmanship training. However, Captain Rocks was currently very busy and didn't have much time to mentor these 2 kids. After hearing Whitebeard's introduction, Luo Hou was momentarily stunned. He initially thought they were just 2 exceptionally talented kids, but it seems it's not that simple. When reading the manga, Some fans speculated that Mihawk and Crocodile, both Shichibukai, had once been part of the Rocks Pirates. However, shortly after they joined as kids, the Rocks Pirates were taken down by the Navy headquarters and the world government, which is why they hadn't mentioned it much. Understanding this also explains why they are so proud among the Shichibukai. After all, who wouldn't be proud to have been an intern in such a massive organization like the Rocks Pirates? In that era of great voyages, Kaido, who was also an intern, reached the 4 Emperors level. So, these two kids do have impressive talent and can be nurtured further. Following Whitebeard's words, Luo Hou also praised the two of them. At their age, being able to withstand his Conqueror's Haki is definitely a sign of great talent. As long as they develop well, they could at least achieve the Emperor level in the future. Let's go. We should meet Captain Rocks. After I drop you off, I still want to go have a drink. After a brief pause, Whitebeard continued walking towards the skull-shaped room. At that moment, several terrifying figures appeared on a nearby road. Ha, it's Newgate returning. Let me guess, this little guy isn't the pirate newcomer you brought back, is he? He doesn't look like much. You must have gotten drunk and brought back the wrong person. The figures walking over are indeed the remaining pirate officers from the Rocks Pirates, excluding Whitebeard. These people are Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe Hobarot, Captain Wang Ji, and a slightly short Captain John, whose voice is unpleasant like a drake's croak. He is indeed Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the captains of the Rocks Pirates. This guy feels a bit sour inside because Whitebeard has obtained the title of the First Division Captain, which is why he makes a sarcastic remark about Whitebeard. Mamam is still so young, has awakened the 3 types of Haki, and looks quite good. How could he possibly have gotten the wrong person? With such a talented little guy, if he could meet with me honestly and work out together for a few days, it's possible that my division could have another extremely talented crew member. At this moment, her figure hasn't deformed from having too many children. Her waist still boasts an endless flat line. Moreover, her bust is definitely above D cup. Charlotte Lingling smiled shyly and said, in her mind, aside from her family, she can't trust anyone else. Therefore, Charlotte Lingling has always aimed to give birth to numerous exceptionally gifted children to establish a team bonded by blood ties. So far, she has already given birth to 7 or 8 children, although these children haven't shown much talent yet. Charlotte Lingling believes that as long as she persistently finds partners with stronger bloodline talents for in-depth interactions, she will definitely be able to give birth to a child even more powerful than him. For instance, the person standing in front of her, Rob Lucci, is a very good target. He has achieved the combat strength of a Marine Headquarters Admiral at a young age, has awakened Conqueror's Haki, and most importantly, Charlotte Lingling is very satisfied with his looks. After all, the men she has interacted with over the years have hardly been talented, and their looks are quite average. If it weren't for Whitebeard, Shiki, and other team officers not giving her the time of day, Charlotte Lingling might have directly sought to play with these teammates. However, before Charlotte Lingling could finish her thought, the towering figure of Whitebeard blocked Rob Lucci's path, giving her not the slightest chance. Kuhahaha, Lingling, you should look for another man. Rob Lucci is part of my Whitebeard family. I can't let you harm him. The other division captains nearby revealed knowing smiles simultaneously. They all understood what Whitebeard's actions meant. Wasn't he just expressing disdain for Lingling being an industry person? Although Charlotte Lingling is currently well-proportioned and quite beautiful, given their status. What kind of woman could they not find? For a woman who has been with even a small pirate like the Rocks Pirates, it would be somewhat embarrassing for these division captains to also get involved with her. Moreover, who could guarantee that engaging with such a woman wouldn't lead to some unwanted diseases? So under such circumstances, even though Charlotte Lingling poses and flirts all day, she still can't entice these division captains. Although Rob Lucci hasn't delved deeply into these matters, he has seen enough to know what's going on. Just from watching the anime for a bit, one can tell how crazy Charlotte Lingling is by the number of children in the pirate crew she formed. It's almost a daily and nightly routine of continuously making babies. Perhaps it's even a group activity, seeing who has the best luck to pass on their bloodline. So when Luo Hou finally reacted, he instinctively distanced himself from Charlotte Lingling, fearing that he might get entangled if he wasn't careful. The second one is a younger version of Charlotte Lingling. Just as Charlotte was about to explode in anger at Whitebeard, Shiki next to her cheerfully interrupted the conversation. Haha, Luo Hou, right? I've heard that Captain Rocks is planning to promote you to the same level as us, a division commander who can recruit soldiers on your own. But I look around and can't see what strength you have to be on par with me. At this moment, the Golden Lion's legs were not broken, and his towering height of over 3 meters exuded an incredibly strong presence right in front of Luo Hou. However, it was clear that Luo Hou would not be overwhelmed by this guy's aura. After all, he had learned all the top-tier skills of the Marine Headquarters' strongest admiral, Steelbone Kong, and at the very least, he could fight the Golden Lion to a standstill without any issues. Moreover, during the fight, Luo Hou could absorb Shiki's superior attributes to further enhance his own power, especially the existence of the godlike devil fruit ability, the paramecia type float fruit. On the opponent made Luo Hou's heart race. Thinking of this, Luo Hou immediately began to provoke the long-famous pirate, the Golden Lion, without holding back. If you can't tell, then let's see whose fist is harder. Come over for a one-on-one. Have you ever seen a dead man? Do you think I'm joking with you? As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Lion displayed the true dignity of a strong person. Facing Luo Hou's blatant provocation, he immediately drew out his two sharp blades. The Great Sword Mach and the Cherry Blossom 10. Ha ha ha, young and impetuous. Let me teach you a lesson so you know what a true pirate is. Just as the Golden Lion was ready to attack, John suddenly looked at Whitebeard, who was standing still without any action. Newgate, I heard that this newcomer, Luo Hou, defeated the Marine Headquarters' strongest admiral, Kong, before coming to Hakanosu, right? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard did not deny it. He laughed heartily and confirmed it. He had remained silent just to watch Shiki, this arrogant guy, fall into the pit. The thought of having fought for so long without being able to take down a newcomer made him inexplicably happy. Indeed, Luo Hou's talent is much stronger than ours. He can grow rapidly in battle and even learn Kong's Eagle Claw Fist and Steelbone Heavy Punch. Whitebeard spoke truthfully about what he had witnessed. However, it was obvious that the surrounding division commanders absolutely did not believe such an outrageous introduction. After all, everyone had worked hard to develop their own unique skills. How could they be so easily learned? And it wasn't even a hands-on teaching. They could only comprehend it through battle. Even their captain, Rox D. Jibek, couldn't do that. Ha ha, Newgate, you old thief, don't think you can fool me. You want to see me back down from a newcomer, right? I won't let you have your way. To learn my moves in battle? If you really can, I'll eat these two swords right here. Faced with Newgate's bluffing expression, Shiki rolled his eyes and immediately concluded that Newgate was trying to deceive him. If he backed down here today, his reputation as the Golden Lion would truly become a joke. Moreover, how could something like learning an opponent's ultimate move in battle even happen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kid, don't say I'm bullying the weak. If you can last a full 100 rounds under my dual sword technique, then I'll acknowledge that you have an equal standing with us. Otherwise, you should obediently start as an intern. Facing the Golden Lion's serious words, Luo Hou had no intention of backing down. He was in desperate need of swordsmanship, a high-range attack method. Although the Eagle Claw Fist and Steelbone Heavy Punch he learned from Kong were powerful, they were ultimately just single-target attacks. The only area attack he could currently perform was releasing Conqueror's Haki to cause dizziness. Bring it on. Don't bother with the formalities. I'll call you senior out of politeness. But really, you're just a chicken neck. Seeing that he was about to have the opportunity to absorb the skills and attributes from the Golden Lion, Luo Hou immediately began to unleash Bai Chi's ultimate move, Full Taunt, dealing with an opponent with the dignity of a strong man. The best method was to rub that dignity into the ground. Only then could he better absorb all of the opponent's attribute, orbs, to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Hou's words fell, the Golden Lion's previously cheerful expression instantly darkened. Even the smooth forehead of the Golden Lion suddenly sprouted two thick veins. The various behaviors displayed by this proud lion, who has been arrogant for half his life, clearly indicate that he is about to explode with anger. You're looking for death. For decades since setting sail, the Golden Lion has been respected by others, and no one has ever dared to defy him. Until today, he saw this mere child, still wet behind the ears, daring to humiliate him in front of so many colleagues. The uncontrollable body of Shiki slowly floated up, and a reckless cold smile crept across his lips. The wild sea breeze brushed against his cheeks and golden hair, and the two large blades in his hands, made of the wood from the 21st labor class, glinted with a dazzling cold light. His eyes were fixed on the Rayo in front of him, with a hint of madness already appearing in his gaze. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, letting out a slight sound of confusion. From his understanding of this crazy guy, the Golden Lion, it seemed that he was genuinely angry because of a single remark. After glancing at the other party for a moment, Whitebeard lightly coughed twice to signal Rayo to be cautious. After all, the Golden Lion is one of the most powerful pirates on this sea. Although Rayo has already set a record by repelling the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters, he still needs to be careful and not be careless. Overall, however, Whitebeard wasn't too worried. He had watched the battle between Rayo and Kongu from beginning to end. Just the ability to quickly adapt and enhance his own strength during battle was enough to make him invincible. Produce. Being able to learn top-notch skills from others while fighting is a clear sign of a monstrous talent. So even though the Golden Lion seemed ready to erupt, Whitebeard still didn't feel anxious. He even began to prepare, wanting to see the shocked expression on the Golden Lion's face after all his skills had been learned away. Ha ha ha. Let me see what kind of strength you have that allows you to be so arrogant at this age. With a sinister laugh, the Golden Lion's aura suddenly surged. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a small island about the size of 10 football fields was directly drawn over by his devil fruit ability. After confirming the location for their duel, the Golden Lion flipped his palm, and then he instantly seemed to lose gravity, rapidly flying up to the island in the air. Reo, of course, was unwilling to back down. Although he wouldn't fly up like the Golden Lion, he had learned the Marine 6 styles from the Navy headquarters and CP organization, allowing him to jump up using his left foot stepping on his right foot. The flying posture might be a bit awkward, but at least he could get up there. As the two figures ran to the floating island, the remaining spectators, including Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, naturally jumped onto the island, eager to watch the battle. After all, almost no one besides Whitebeard had ever witnessed Reo's terrifying talent. They were all curious to see if this ability to instantly learn others' skills truly existed. If Reo really had such capabilities, then it was time for them to consider what kind of benefits they should offer to befriend this young powerhouse. People eventually grow old, and their era was nearly over. The future would undoubtedly belong to the newcomers. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of some of the top players on the sea, Reo and Shiki stood facing each other on the relatively flat area of the island, beginning the silent showdown before the battle of strong fighters. Oh no, or rather, it was a clash of the quality and intensity of their Conqueror's Haki. Buzz. After a faint sound, the originally black pupils of Reo and Shiki instantly turned blood red. The chaotic Haki began to be released from both of them, and then, like two powerful currents colliding, a dense black lightning of Haki emerged. The scene was almost as if two newly formed typhoons were confronting each other, crazily leaning towards each other. The aura was continuously strengthening. The output intensity of both their Conqueror's Haki was also on the rise. It was as if two vast storms were descending, neither side giving way. If an ordinary person were to be caught in the crossfire of these two Haki clashes, they would undoubtedly be stunned on the spot by the overwhelming pressure, perhaps even brain dead. However, unfortunately for them, all those present to watch were awakened conquerors of the sea. Even though the clash of their Haki produced immense pressure and intimidation, it had no effect on the spectators. In fact, the only thing that happened was that their hair blew back in the wind generated by the clash. Yet below the island, there was still a large group of ordinary pirates just waking up on Hakanosu Island. These guys have just opened their confused eyes, wanting to see if this chaotic world is still turning. In the next moment, they are once again shattered by the overwhelming presence that washes down from above, plunging their awakened souls back into slumber. This time, the two little brats, Mihawk and Crocodile, who had been smugly holding up against the Conqueror's Haki, simultaneously rolled their eyes back and fainted, frothing at the mouth. Before they passed out, both had a difficult expression while murmuring something. Damn Conqueror's Haki! Ha ha ha! Kid, your Conqueror's Haki isn't heavy enough, and your spirit isn't strong enough. As the intensity of both sides' Conqueror's Haki continued to increase, the Golden Lion could clearly feel the decline of the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Reo. As one of the few top-tier powerhouses on the sea, these people, once they awaken Conqueror's Haki, all start from a top-level tier. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki is universally recognized as a type of Haki that cannot be cultivated through external forces. It can only become more solid through the growth of one's own spirit. However, a person's spirit is basically predetermined at birth, making any further breakthroughs extremely difficult. Therefore, the level of Conqueror's Haki tends to remain the same for decades after its initial awakening. Although Reo's Haki is merely at an advanced stage, it is undeniable that the Golden Lion has internally acknowledged this young man. At least, knowing that his Conqueror's Haki cannot match his own. Reo still dares to confront him head-on, a courage not possessed by ordinary pirates. Of course, what the Golden Lion doesn't know is that at this moment, Reo's heart is blooming with joy, while clashing Conqueror's Haki with the Golden Lion. The prompt sounds of the system absorbing Conqueror's Haki attribute balls are ringing continuously in his mind. His Haki is constantly strengthening. He is now close to the top level. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attribute. Advanced 61. 96. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attribute. Advanced 78. 79. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attribute. Advanced 90. 15. Ryoa's eyes are fixed on the golden lion, who is being sent flying in midair, his gaze bursting with a spark of excitement that is even more insane and perverse. He wants to progress so badly. This golden lion is simply the perfect nourishment. Moreover, the opponent possesses the ability of the Superman-type float fruit, which can be considered an exceptional divine fruit. Today, he cannot escape. Luo Hou secretly planned in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Advanced 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top tier 11. 33. Just as Luo Hou's plan was finalized, the system's notification of absorbing the Conqueror's Haki sounded again. At that moment, Luo Hou's entire body suddenly shook, and a refreshing sensation appeared in his mind. His Conqueror's Haki reached a top-tier level thanks to the generous gift from the Golden Lion. Additionally, since the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki was at a top-tier level but had room for improvement, Luo Hou's Conqueror's Haki was still in a phase of slow growth. Thus, the Conqueror's Haki that had been suppressed by the Golden Lion and almost forced back into his body suddenly surged with power. In a flash, he directly contended for dominance with the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, it was subtly evident that the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki could no longer maintain its excellent suppression over him. However, the Golden Lion was clearly not an ordinary opponent. The moment he realized that Luo Hou's Conqueror's Haki was strengthening, he understood that his own Conqueror's Haki had actually aided this brat Luo Hou's Haki. Having lived for most of his life, he could almost say it was the first time he encountered such a terrifying event. He even began to suspect that his Conqueror's Haki had been terrifyingly absorbed by Luo Hou. Otherwise, why would the quality of the opponent's Conqueror's Haki increase so rapidly? However, after thinking it over, the Golden Lion still could not find a reasonable answer. After all, if Luo Hou could absorb Haki, then the Haki energy on him should have diminished. Yet, the reality was that his Conqueror's Haki showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was only Luo Hou's Conqueror's Haki that was continuously strengthening, forming a counterattack against him. The Golden Lion carefully observed Luo Hou's movements through his observation Haki, hoping to gain the answers he sought through Luo Hou's eyes. Unfortunately, at that moment, Luo Hou's eyes were filled only with greed. He was desperately absorbing the last remnants of the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki attribute to replenish himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top tier 41. 77. Suddenly, no more dark red Conqueror's Haki attribute spheres dropped from the Golden Lion. Luo Hou also received the last notification from the system. His Conqueror's Haki was fixed at a progress of top tier 41. 77. This is the greatest progress that the Golden Lion can achieve. The opponent has been completely drained and can no longer unleash any of the Conqueror's Haki attributes. Luo Hou effortlessly controlled his Conqueror's Haki and, taking advantage of the moment when the Golden Lion had not yet reacted, suddenly increased his power. He immediately sent the opponent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This extremely bizarre and outrageous scene left the nearby pirate officers, who were watching together, dumbfounded, standing still in shock. The likes of Charlotte Lin, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji appeared as if their expressions had been frozen in place, maintaining a state of astonishment. Even Whitebeard, who had long been aware of Rojo's talent, couldn't help but open his mouth wide and widen his eyes in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, turning to stone. He only knew that Rojo would rapidly become stronger during battles. However, he never expected that such a talent would directly involve the realm of Haki. As everyone knows, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. Otherwise, with their talents, reaching the ultimate level of Conqueror's Haki like Captain Rock's would have been achievable. Yet now, this extremely absurd and bizarre scene was happening right before their eyes. Rojo had truly enhanced his Conqueror's Haki in the midst of battle, and just a moment ago, he had blasted Golden Lion away. Who is Golden Lion? He was the second ranked in terms of Conqueror's Haki among the pirate officers of the Rocks Pirates. Even Whitebeard, the captain of the First Division, had slightly inferior Conqueror's Haki compared to Golden Lion. It could be said that in the entire Rocks Pirates, apart from Rocks D. Zebek, no one could surpass him in terms of Conqueror's Haki. And now, Golden Lion had actually been blasted away by Rojo, this newcomer, in a clash of Conqueror's Haki. Hey, is this for real? Has the advanced stage of Conqueror's Haki been elevated to the top level in just 1 minute? This guy, Golden Lion, can't be trying to fool us, right? How could his Conqueror's Haki be inferior to that of a newcomer? One absurdly powerful talent. It seems that before long, our Rocks Pirates will be adding a new vice captain position. In contrast to the crowd of onlookers who were questioning reality, Whitebeard felt no jealousy towards Rojo's freakish talent. He was always this way, a man of integrity. Upon learning that Rojo's background was almost as tragic as his own, Whitebeard had already made up his mind to treat this kid as his own brother. Now seeing his little brother defeating the usually arrogant Golden Lion in terms of Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard felt like he could pop open champagne to celebrate this wonderful scene. Shiki had been too arrogant lately. Letting a newcomer take him down would do him some good. After the intense shock, everyone gradually came back to their senses. For this newcomer who could rapidly enhance his strength, they silently resolved not to become enemies with him. They even thought it best to avoid any contact, just to prevent their own unique skills from being directly learned by Luo Hou. Just as Whitebeard had said, one must leave a way out. They were all gathered in the Rocks Pirates for various interests. Otherwise, with their top-tier Conqueror's Haki, how could they possibly be subordinate to anyone? They were all kings in their own domains. However, at this moment, in contrast to the reactions of the onlookers, Golden Lion had yet to regain his senses. Luo Hou had truly used his Conqueror's Haki in battle, raising his Conqueror's Haki to the same level as Golden Lion's. Damn it, what on earth did this guy eat to grow up? What kind of freakish talent is this? Golden Lion muttered to himself while lying on the ground. Slowly regaining his composure, he awkwardly got up, accepting the fact that he couldn't match Luo Hou, this newcomer, in terms of Conqueror's Haki. But he didn't think he had lost just like that. He still had his unparalleled swordsmanship as a dual-wielding swordsman. He still had high-level attack techniques entwined with Conqueror's Haki. Plus, the enhancement from his superhuman float fruit ability. Golden Lion was determined that he would not lose today. At the very least, he would not allow himself to lose to a newcomer. Because in his view, talent is ultimately just talent. Skills like swordsmanship and techniques entwined with Conqueror's Haki require long periods or even years of practice to master. As for devil fruits, a person can only eat one in their lifetime. This was common knowledge. There is no way all his hidden treasures could be absorbed by this Luo Hou. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After tidying up his somewhat disheveled appearance, Golden Lion regained his arrogant demeanor. Next, he planned to use his various flashy techniques to impress Luo Hou, this newcomer. Ha ha ha. One interesting guy. I admit your talent is indeed strong, but that's where it ends. Next, I will show you what true dual-wielding swordsman power looks like. Golden Lion laughed maniacally and forcefully explained, as his aura suddenly surged again. His body, under the influence of the devil fruit power, shot up to a height of 70 or 80 meters, transforming into a small golden dot in the sky. He raised his two famous swords, Moku Kazu and Sakura Shirchi, high, with his brilliant golden hair dancing wildly in the high-altitude wind. Gripping the hilts of Moku Kazu and Sakura Shirchi tightly, Golden Lion's arm muscles instantly tensed. The muscle memory from years of sword training allowed him to swiftly execute a series of high-difficulty sword techniques. Lioness Might, Wave Slash, Swish. The moment the sword fell, the upper cloud layer was instantly cleaved into massive chasms centered around Golden Lion, causing the sea of clouds to churn. The overwhelming golden sword energy seemed capable of cutting through everything in the world, descending towards Luo Hou from above. Bring it on. Rojo's heart raced with excitement. Although he consciously felt the power of the wave slash swung by Golden Lion was formidable, it was of no use. Soon it would be his. As long as he couldn't be defeated in one blow, no matter how strong the ultimate move, it would be directly absorbed by him. After exerting all his strength to unleash the wave slash, Golden Lion casually wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He always had an ominous feeling, but he could never quite put his finger on why. Damn it, that guy Golden Lion's dual-wielding swordsmanship has actually gotten stronger again. Could he have secretly gone to learn from Captain Rocks again? Compared to the excitement of Kurohige, the other captains present were somewhat shocked as they watched the slash unleashed by the Golden Lion, which tore the sky apart, creating two sword chi that spread for several kilometers. At that moment, even Whitebeard felt an unsettling sense that his position as the captain of the First Division was somewhat unstable. Although on the surface, the Golden Lion's combat power was definitely not as strong as his. The difference in combat power between the two was akin to the later struggle for the position of admiral between Aokiji and Akainu after the Marineford War. They were very close in strength, but the gap was not significant. However, that bastard golden lion had the power of a devil fruit backing him up. Just like how Akainu's magma fruit naturally countered Akiji's ice fruit. Just based on the ability to fly alone, Whitebeard had no way to deal with him. The golden lion flying in the air was as terrifying as a green-headed fly wandering around in a toilet. Just imagine, an enemy whose strength is not much weaker than yours, and he can attack you with sword chi from a position you can't reach. Such an enemy is truly a terrifying presence. Ignoring the shock felt by everyone, Luo Hou greedily stared at the golden sword energy that was getting closer. As long as his body could make contact with this sword energy, he would directly become an unparalleled dual-wielding sword master. Even in terms of swordsmanship, he would not be inferior to the golden lion. Luo Hou's figure stepped out a web of spider silk, then suddenly leaped up, rushing towards the golden sword energy like a cannonball ignited by a fuse. Due to a series of intense battles with the top Admiral Kongu of the Navy headquarters and absorbing a significant amount of power attributes, Luo Hou's body had now reached an astonishing height of over 3 meters. Coupled with being in combat, his muscles were fully tensed and swollen. With thick veins twisting and bulging, his entire body was filled with an indescribable, terrifying ferocity. A thick, dark aura gathered in his palm and then spread to his arms. Top-level armed color Haki. Steel Bone's heavy fist. Boom! Before everyone could react, Luo Hou suddenly unleashed Kongu's most proud move, heavy fist. A fist the size of a sandbag, entirely black like it was forged from steel, slammed into the center of the golden sword energy shot by the golden lion. The fist and sword collided, wearing each other down and erupting a shower of sparks. The dark Haki flowed continuously from his palm, eroding into the sword energy, creating terrifying fluctuations. Zizizizi. The dark-armed color Haki flowed into the sword energy's interior, starting massive destruction. Due to insufficient afterforce, the golden sword energy emitted by the golden lion lasted only a few seconds before Luo Hou transformed his punch into a claw, using the sharp movements of the eagle claw fist bestowed by Kongu to directly crush it into a shattered golden light. At the moment this golden light shattered, various experiences accumulated by the golden lion over decades of practicing the dual-wielding swordsmanship surfaced in Luo Hou's mind, along with the eagle claw fist and steel bone's heavy fist. It belonged to the same tier of swordsmanship lion's might sword wave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the swordsmanship attributes of the dual-wielding sword master. Current progress, top level, 56. 91. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special swordsmanship combat technique, Lion's Might Sword Wave. Top level 100. The process of absorbing this special ultimate move's attributes seems complex, but in reality, it is quite simple. As long as there is physical contact with the opponent's attack, one can directly decompose the opponent's most proficient combat experience and thus replicate such an ultimate move. After Luo Hou absorbed the swordsmanship attributes of the dual-wielding sword master from the golden lion, who was floating in midair, clearly felt an extremely unusual aura. His sensitive observation, Haki, sensed a similar aura emanating from Luo Hou. It was a unique perception that only exists among swordsmen. This guy can't really. How is that possible? Just by touching my swordsmanship. He comprehended the dual-wielding swordsmanship. The golden lion looked at Luo Hou, whose sword master aura was becoming increasingly solid and smooth, in disbelief. This newcomer has truly replicated his dual-wielding swordsmanship. Moreover, he has directly crossed from being a swordsman to a great swordsman, reaching the level of a top-tier great swordsman out of nothing. It's really monstrous. In a clash of Conqueror's Haki, his aura has directly strengthened. Now, after shattering his slashing wave, he has grasped his dual-wielding swordsmanship. The golden lion is somewhat on the verge of tears, questioning his life. He wonders if his decades of hard work have ultimately turned into a joke. Is the talent divide between people really determined from the moment of birth? He has worked hard for over 10 years to achieve this top-level dual-wielding great swordsman status. And now, this bastard Roronoa has learned it all at once. No wonder that Whitebeard has never stopped smiling. It turns out he was already prepared to watch his joke. Damn it, if he can't take down Roronoa today, how will he survive in the Rocks Pirates in the future? A once famous great pirate now has to bow down to a newcomer who just joined, and he was the one who proposed a one-on-one duel. Now he really feels like he's in a difficult position. If he continues to fight hard, all his ultimate sword techniques will be learned by Roronoa. If he directly surrenders, he would lose all face. Not to mention the relentless laughter from Newgate and the other captains. Just the discussions from the small pirates below would be enough to make him miserable. At this moment, having truly witnessed Roranoa's terrifyingly abnormal talent, he also felt a slight inclination to cooperate with Roranoa. After all, the few captain-level great pirates joining the Rock's pirates are not just because of Rock's strength. They rely more on operating independently within this terrifying power. If one day Rock's falls, these people will definitely scatter and form their own forces. A king with Conqueror's Haki would never be willing to submit to others. After all, there's an old saying, a true man, living between heaven and earth, cannot remain in obscurity for long. Ordinary people have such thoughts. What more can be said for those of them with a natural kingly aura? Now, Roranoa's terrifying talent has already been recognized by the Golden Lion. If such a person were willing to team up with him to form a new pirate crew, it was clear that this would be a powerful force that was absolutely not weaker than the Rock's pirates. Thinking of this, the Golden Lion no longer held back on his swordsmanship, which he had immersed himself in for decades, and decided on the spot to give these external items to the monster Luo Hou. He thought of it as an early investment. Ha ha ha. Your talent is truly terrifying and unprecedented. I, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, am not a stingy person. Since you have the talent to learn ultimate moves at a glance, take everything I have. Floating in the sky, the Golden Lion revealed a self-satisfied smile as he looked at Luo Hou and laughed. On the other side, Luo Hou, upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, naturally would not refuse. Although he did not understand why the Golden Lion was so generous. As a representative of contemporary college students, Luo Hou felt that when someone offers something, he should take it. If they don't offer, he would personally ask if they could give it. So, thank you, Boss Shiki, for your gift. Since you were so generous, why not throw in the technique of Conqueror's Haki as well? Luo Hou stepped on the moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 styles, and tried to float in the air at the same level as the Golden Lion. After all, he had not yet absorbed the properties of the float fruit's ability. Ha ha ha. Conqueror's Haki, huh? What a greedy little brat. Let's see if you can handle it. Upon hearing Luo Hou's greedy words, the Golden Lion sneered, and with 2 large blades in hand, he began to swing them through the air as fast as lightning. The force grew heavier and the speed increased. As the Golden Lion's arms swung down, countless sword energies, no less formidable than the previous Golden Slash, densely sprang forth. After about 3 to 4 seconds, the small island was almost completely filled with shining golden sword energies. Anyone lacking sufficient ability who was in the center of this encirclement would undoubtedly be reduced to minced meat by the sword energies. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion's voice was high and spirited, like a lion in its prime. The overwhelming sword energies he unleashed swept across every person on the island in an instant. This indiscriminate attack method instantly provoked extreme dissatisfaction from Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. They were just there to watch the battle. And they didn't expect to be dragged into the attacks of that bastard Gold Lion. Ha ha ha. This is the sword technique I improved from the Lioness Might. By rapidly swinging the blade, I can directly generate a sword net that can surround enemies over a wide area. If you can learn it directly with your talent, then consider it a gift from me. The Gold Lion laughed loudly, completely disregarding Newgate and the others who were cursing and clearing the sword energy beside him. At the same time, violent black and red lightning began to emerge from the blades of the famous swords Moku and Sakura, looking terrifying as if the blades were dragging a series of lightning snakes. This is his Conqueror's Haki Wrap attack. The Golden Lion is waiting. And if Rob Lucci can really learn his Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley again, then he will directly use the Conqueror's Haki to attack his opponent. Using the Conqueror's Haki Wrap attack, although it will allow Rob Lucci, this monster, to directly learn this Haki technique at this moment. The Golden Lion has already considered all of this as his early investment. Of course, the cunning Golden Lion has more than just this idea. In addition to wanting to invest in the newcomer Rob Lucci through the Conqueror's Haki Wrap, he is even more concerned about using the Conqueror's Haki to attack from a distance. He wants to directly knock the disrespectful Rob Lucci away with a single blow, so he can regain some face as a great pirate. However, at this moment, Rob Lucci is silently drawing the white double-edged sword that he has slung at his waist. The grade of this double-edged sword has been appraised, and it is roughly at the quality level of a large saber of 21 craftsmanship. It's not particularly good, but it's barely usable. Facing the sword energy flying through the air and rapidly approaching, Luo Hou tightly gripped the sword with both hands. At this moment, the power fruit erupted, and thick blue veins began to bulge and spread across Luo Hou's arms, looking terrifying like worms. Luo Hou felt the dual sword flow, swordsmanship attributes memory from deep within his mind. In the next second, Luo Hou struck a pose similar to that of the Golden Lion and swung the double-edged sword. Due to not having two swords, Luo Hou only swung one sword. But this swing was clearly about twice as powerful as that of the Golden Lion. Whoosh! A terrifying white sword energy shot up from the ground. The sword energy Luo Hou unleashed was almost identical to the Golden Lion's cutting wave. Moreover, the sheer force of this sword energy could even be said to sweep across everything in its path. It directly shattered the Golden Lion's multitude of flying slashes. Then it continued to fly away from the sky island at high speed. It split the white clouds above into two. The range of the sword energy cut extended over 200 kilometers before finally stopping. That damn guy. He actually learned my cutting wave. And he wields it even better than I do. Although the Golden Lion in the air had somewhat anticipated this. He couldn't help but be left in a daze after witnessing the sword energy unleashed by Luo Hou. Furthermore, the fact that he used only one blade to produce an even more powerful sword energy felt like salt being rubbed into his wounds. And then being stabbed with devilishly hot peppers. It was terrifying. Aside from the Golden Lion's stunned expression, the other captain-level pirates present were also deeply shocked. Originally, the ability to rapidly elevate their ranks through the clash of Conqueror's Haki was enough to astonish them. Now this newcomer, Luo Hou, had directly replicated the Golden Lion's proud ultimate move. Mama, Newgate, don't hold me back. This exceptionally talented young man is exactly what I need. If it's not convenient, just give me a choice. Money or people, just give me a condition. I really can't hold back any longer. Compared to the shock of the others, Charlotte Linlin clearly had deeper thoughts at this moment. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who had been standing quietly, cast a glance and was too lazy to pay attention to Charlotte Linlin, who was practically like a breeding pig. Damn it, just a while ago, I had just dealt with a few pregnancies, and I still haven't recovered from that. Yet now, he wants to find someone to have children for him. Moreover, that damn Charlotte Linlin has set her sights on his family member, Ro. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Right now, even if he were to be beaten to death on the street, he would never allow Charlotte Linlin to harm his family. In this world, as long as there is enough force, what kind of beautiful women can't one find? Besides, who knows if that guy, Charlotte Linlin, carries some special viruses or something? Lingling, if you don't carry a mirror with you. Just take a piss to use as a mirror and see what kind of woman Ro could attract with his talent. If you hadn't given birth to so many sons and said such things, I might have considered it for him. But now your status doesn't match Ro's talent. Whitebeard directly launched a passionate verbal attack without any politeness. From his tough character over the years, he would absolutely not give any face to anyone he disdained. Even if the other party's strength was very strong, it would be the same. After all, while Whitebeard's big sword does not cut the weak, it certainly does not include Charlotte Linlin, that steel balloon. Do you think Ro will also learn the Golden Lion's 1,000 cuts? Even with a terrifying talent. It can't be that perverse, right? That's an advanced sword technique of the chopper. Not necessarily. This newcomer has rapidly improved his Conqueror's Haki from the start, and now has directly learned the chopper in just a few minutes. I believe he might have already mastered the Golden Lion's sword techniques, except for Charlotte Linlin, who has been sulking because of Whitebeard. The other captains of the scene were still very curious and discussing Ro's terrifying talent in instantly learning the Golden Lion's ultimate moves. Although each of them, who could become a pirate officer in the Rocks Pirates, was a top-notch genius, they knew their own affairs. Compared to their talents, Ro was the real monster. After all, every great pirate has one or two unique combat techniques or ultimate moves. But Ro's talent, which allows him to directly learn ultimate moves that others have spent decades understanding, is indeed too powerful. If this newcomer learns all the ultimate moves of the several captains, one can imagine what kind of monster would emerge in the Rocks Pirates. Everyone is selfish. They would resolutely avoid any conflict with Ro until they obtained enough benefits to prevent their own ultimate techniques from being learned by others. However, among them, Whitebeard was contemplating what ultimate techniques he could teach Ro. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with any answers. Whitebeard suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have any special ultimate moves. He reached such a high status as a great pirate, solely relying on his innate monstrous strength and a supreme weapon like the Great Knife to defeat a host of pirates and become an officer in the Rocks Pirates. After a brainstorming session, Whitebeard began to consider whether he needed to develop a special ultimate move for himself. After all, everyone has one, and it was indeed a bit embarrassing for him not to have one. Besides, if he kept relying on brute strength to fight, it wouldn't have the bearing of a great pirate. On the other side, Ro, who had just received the system prompt and absorbed the ultimate move attributes, did not hide the fact that he could now use the lion's might, thousand cuts. His current goal was the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the two famous swords of the Golden Lion. As long as the Golden Lion could use Conqueror's Haki to slash at him, he would be able to directly absorb this advanced Haki usage technique. At that time, he would truly step into the realm of a great pirate, although he could also find Whitebeard to learn the Conqueror's Haki wrapping. The Golden Lion had already come to him, so Ro was just being polite. After all, he had already gained enough benefits from the Golden Lion. Adding another Conqueror's Haki wrapping wasn't too much. After recalling the specific operational techniques of the Lion's Might, thousand cuts that had already been imprinted in his mind, Ro quickly drew his sword from his waist. Then, without hesitation, he swiftly swung it in front of all the gazes focused on him, immediately unleashing a dense wave of white sword energy. As expected, Ro had indeed learned the Golden Lion's Might. Thousand cuts. Moreover, the sword energy he unleashed this time was clearly faster and stronger than the Golden Lion's thousand cuts. The dense white sword energy, after swiftly soaring into the sky, completely tore the already split white clouds into a chaotic, fish scale-like pattern. The Golden Lion, flying high in the sky, was the most direct witness to Luo Hou's use of the thousand cuts sword technique. At this moment, although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already filled with waves of shock. This bastard Luo Hou not only managed to learn his sword technique, but could also unleash sword energy faster and stronger than he could. It was simply outrageous. However, as a recognized, true, great pirate, the Golden Lion still possessed a certain level of fortitude. Despite feeling a twinge of envy, he ultimately chose to let Luo Hou learn all of his ultimate moves. After a moment of inner calm, sizzling sounds erupted. A black-red lightning, resembling boiling liquid, took on a web-like form and instantly covered the area around the Golden Lion's body. This is a special state that can only be achieved when the Conqueror's Haki is pushed to its extreme. The Golden Lion wants to use this move to regain all the face he lost before, even if this technique of Conqueror's Haki may be completely learned by Luo Hou. He does not care. He looked towards Luo Hou's position. Ha ha ha. Damn Luo Hou. This is the Conqueror's Haki entanglement. As long as you can hold on, then I will acknowledge that you have the qualifications to be the captain of the Rocks Pirates' 2nd Division. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Then, without further ado, he raised his dual swords, filled with Conqueror's Haki, and viciously slashed towards Luo Hou. Naturally, Luo Hou was more than happy to receive the Golden Lion's gift. At this moment, he could definitely not be instantly killed by anyone, and those who couldn't kill him would only become the nutrients for his growth, making him even more extremely powerful. Facing the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki entangled attack, Luo Hou was excited but did not let his guard down. After all, this was an attack technique that was said to be essential for standing in the ranks of the sea. If he wasn't careful, he could be seriously injured by a single strike, given his current physique. Luo Hou's expression became serious. His fingers clenched into a fist, and the power fruit began to activate. Thick blue veins started to emerge on his body, and his muscles became extremely tense. Meanwhile, the thick armament Haki within him was also climbing up fiercely. Steel bone heavy fist. With a loud shout, Luo Hou punched out. Boom! The fists clashed. But because of the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki entanglement, neither side made contact, only engaging in a struggle from a distance. In less than 3 seconds of stalemate, Luo Hou was directly sent flying by the Conqueror's Haki entangled around the Golden Lion, feeling dizzy and disoriented as he flew backward. At this moment, Luo Hou felt a sweetness in his mouth and quickly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his figure flying out like a cannonball, directly causing the entire small sky island to explode into pieces. At this point, he finally understood just how great the gap was between knowing how to use Conqueror's Haki entanglement and not knowing how to use it. The famous pirate King Luffy was truly not joking when he was smashed into his dream by Kaido. However, Luo Hou did not regret confronting the Golden Lion with this blow, because at this moment, he already felt a clear sense of control over the Conqueror's Haki deep within his mind, as if it were an extension of his own will. Moreover, a new power from the devil fruit began to spread and circulate throughout his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the advanced combat technique Conqueror's Haki Entanglement 100, top level, after being struck by the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki entangled sword. which buried him deeply into the ground for over 10 meters and almost shattered the small sky island. Luo Hou successfully absorbed the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki entanglement attack technique, as well as the god-level paramecia float fruit ability. Conqueror's Haki entanglement is an advanced attack technique that top-tier powers must possess on the sea. Basically, without the Conqueror's Haki entanglement attack, one cannot be considered a top-tier expert. And the paramecia float fruit goes without saying. It is an extremely powerful fruit. Aside from the Golden Lion's personal strength being exceptionally strong, he also relied heavily on this highly mobile fruit ability to secure his position as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Rocks Pirates. After all, there are actually quite a few sea pirates of the Golden Lion's caliber. Whether it's John, Wang Ji, or Charlotte Linlin, they're all capable of confronting him directly. However, after obtaining this float fruit, the Golden Lion can easily remain undefeated. As long as he wants, there is no one in this world who can fly faster than him. Of course, if he were to face a certain glowing, lecherous new recruit in the Navy who had just joined the Navy headquarters, it might be a different story. After quietly waiting for the waves of pain in his body to gradually subside, Luo Hou slowly floated out from the large pit created by the explosion. After experiencing the series of battles, the new shirt he had just put on was completely torn into pieces, exposing his body, which was chiseled like finely crafted steel muscles. Feeling the devilish power within him that was completely different from the power fruit, Luo Hou indulged in the feeling of losing gravity and being able to control his body to float forward at will. Luo Hou calmly twisted his somewhat stiff neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Then he raised his head and looked at the Golden Lion in the sky. At that moment, a strange red glow replaced Luo Hou's originally black pupils, making it look filled with violence and bloodshed. A reckless curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is a special manifestation that only occurs when using Conqueror's Haki with the advanced technique. From today on, Rahu has officially stepped into the realm of being called a great pirate in the era of rocks. Indeed, he can directly comprehend the Conqueror's Haki. The Golden Lion stared in disbelief at Rahu, whose pupils had completely turned deep red, and a storm began to rise in his heart. At this moment, the nearby captains had not yet noticed Rahu's floating posture, which was the same as the Golden Lion's. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of Rahu instantly mastering Conqueror's Haki and the advanced technique, with his powerful punch enhanced by Conqueror's Haki. Even the strongest admirals of the Navy headquarters would probably not be able to withstand it. Rahu tightly clenched his right fist, instantly unleashing a terrifying force. With the veins on his arm writhing as if they were dark, greenish worms just crawling out of the mud after the rain. This is the highest muscle strength that can be exhibited when the power of the fruit of strength is pushed to its limit. But that's not all. After all the muscles in his body reach their peak operation, Luo Hou's red pupils begin to glow even more vibrantly, and long strands of black Conqueror's Haki lightning start to recklessly strike the ground in all directions. As this Conqueror's Haki transforms into energy that wraps around his right fist, Luo Hou feels a power capable of destroying everything in the world grasped in his hands. Unlike the previous pure armament Haki and muscle strength, the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki emphasizes avoiding contact with the enemy's body while still being able to inflict fatal damage directly. In other words, if one hasn't mastered the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki, unless the opponent holds back, it's almost impossible to defeat them solely with armament Haki, because you have no chance to make contact with them. But the enemy can strike you directly? Mama, such monstrous talent. No, what does this bastard want to do? Damn it, he wants to test the power of Conqueror's Haki wrapping on this sky island. The group of squad leaders, who were still in shock, changed their expressions drastically and jumped away when they saw Luo Hou punch towards the small sky island beneath them. As is well known, the range of Conqueror's Haki attacks is extremely wide. If one accidentally makes contact, it's easy to be hit by a sudden attack, causing severe injury. Therefore, at this moment, even though they are all top pirates, they dare not take the risk and can only choose to jump back to Hakanosu Island and watch what happens. Luo Hou, however, cannot care about that. He only wants to unleash the terrifying power within him. Haki wrap, heavy punch, boom. Before the words fell, Luo Hou's fist, wrapped in dual-colored Haki and infused with boundless muscle strength, directly struck the center of the sky island. The terrifying black and red Conqueror's Haki formed a glowing energy at the center of his fist that seemed capable of destroying everything. This is true power. Celestial dragons. Wait for me to let you die. Ha ha ha. Luo Hou grinned wildly. Then, using his last bit of strength, directly infused the Conqueror's Haki and flowing armament Haki into the interior of the Sky Island. At that moment, the air seemed to be suspended for a few seconds. But this was merely the calm before the storm. As the Haki energy left Luo Hou's body, its terrifying destructive power was fully unleashed. A thunderous roar erupted, as if high-energy explosives had detonated. In an instant, this medium-sized Sky Island, which wasn't very large, was blown to pieces by Luo Hou's Haki energy, turning into rubble. After the island shattered, it was as if an invisible force swept through the void. Above the Sky Island, the clouds that had already been reduced to a fish-scale state were completely cleared away. It was as if a mushroom cloud explosion appeared in the high sky, revealing an extremely clean blue sky without any obstructions. After shattering the Sky Island with one punch, Luo Hou's figure slowly floated down to Hakanosu Island. At this moment, Whitebeard and others who had already jumped onto Hakanosu Island gasped in awe at the dazzling scene that looked like fireworks exploding. This newcomer, Luo Hou, not only instantly learned the attack technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki, but with the power of the Fruit of Strength and the destructive assistance of Armament Haki. His range of damage and destructive power far exceeded that of any of them. Perhaps, at this stage in the entire Rocks Pirates, only Captain Rocks could match Luo Hou in a one-on-one fight. Whitebeard and Shiki should also have the strength to fight, but they would definitely not win against Luo Hou. At most, it would be a draw. As for the remaining John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and others, they would have no chance to fight back at all. Luo Hou's power level had already reached a point just below that of Captain Rocks. Everyone looked at Luo Hou floating in the sky in silence. Meanwhile, the pirate minions who had just regained consciousness from the shock of Conqueror's Haki revealed a series of expressions of envy, jealousy, shock, fear, and submission. After seeing Luo Hou's pose of shattering the Sky Island and the other squad leader stunt expressions, they clearly realized that the Rocks Pirates were really about to gain another squad leader. The next moment, when they noticed that Luo Hou was actually floating in midair at the same height as Captain Shiki, they fell into shock once again. Hey, Captain Luo Hou can also use the float fruit ability to float like Captain Shiki? Yes, it seems that this was never the case before. No, I remember the bounty notice issued by the Navy headquarters said that Captain Luo Hou ate a paramecia-type fruit of strength. How could he possibly have the same ability as the float fruit? Moreover, Captain Shiki is still alive, so the float fruit ability cannot be reborn and then directly eaten again. I have an unrealistic thought that Captain Luo Hou might be a legendary double fruit user. Is that true? A double fruit user? How is that possible? I've never heard of it before. At this moment, Mihawk and Crocodile, who had also just woken up from the ground, were equally shocked, looking at Luo Hou, who seemed like a god floating in the sky. And beside them, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin also noticed this bizarre scene without exception. After spending so many years with Captain Shiki, they were very certain that the devil fruit ability Luo Hou was using at this moment was indeed Captain Shiki's float fruit. But what puzzled them was that Captain Shiki was still floating beside them. So where did Luo Hou's float fruit ability come from? Could it be that besides being able to learn their ultimate moves, Luo Hou can also learn others' devil fruit abilities as well? In this case, such a talent is more than terrifying, is truly terrifying. This is simply like aliens coming to their world and killing indiscriminately. La 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 la. Truly worthy of being recognized as family by Whitebeard. Such a terrifying talent is really enviable. When it comes to Reo having the talent for the Fruit of Power, Whitebeard was only shocked for less than 3 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Compared to the few nearby companions who were so envious and jealous that they could almost ascend to the heavens, he was genuinely happy for Reo's talent. Faced with the waves of astonished exclamations from the pirate minions, Reo had no intention of paying any attention. At this moment, with his personal strength having basically reached the top-tier level, he was only thinking about quickly participating in the so-called Feast of the Gods Valley Battle. As one of the few super battles in the pirate world, the Gods Valley Battle would definitely gather countless celestial dragons. As long as he could find an opportunity in the Gods Valley Battle, then Reo could wield the Sword of Virtue and slaughter those who are even worse than pigs, completely venting the hatred that had been pinned up for so long. Although he had already killed 3 celestial dragons on Devil's Island before joining the Rocks Pirates, that was merely an appetizer. The lives of 3 foolish celestial dragons were simply not enough to repay the debt. Reo just wanted to go completely insane in a great battle, to lose his humanity and eliminate all the bastards that stand in the way of his hatred. Open the data panel. Host, Reo Age, 18 strength, 119777, peak emperor level. Agility, 108810, peak emperor level. Stamina, 159900, peak emperor level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, top 56. 11. Armament Haki, top 62. 33. Observation Haki, top 73. 96. Physical skills. Lion's Might Thousand Cuts Valley, Lion's Might Slash Wave, Eagle Claw Fist, Steel Bone Heavy Fist. Thunder 8 trigrams, Descent of the Three Realms to Hell. Fruit abilities, Paramecia Power Fruit, Paramecia Float Fruit. He was no longer that fisherman standing like a minion in front of the village, looking at his currently extremely luxurious data panel. Reo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In less than a month since going to sea, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a true great pirate, a top-tier powerhouse equivalent to the peak of the Four Emperors level, and in some aspects even surpassing the Four Emperors. But at this moment, Reo did not lose his sanity just because of his sudden surge in strength. Before officially declaring war on the world government, Reo planned to continue enhancing his weaknesses. He didn't seek to become overwhelmingly strong. Just reaching Rock's level would be fine. After all, based on the over 1,000 episodes of anime Reo had watched, even someone as formidable as Rock's was directly crushed by the world government in the God's Valley. For the sake of his own life safety, Reo felt it necessary to continue enhancing his strength. If it was currently difficult to find someone strong enough to acquire attribute orbs in strength, agility, and stamina, then he would shift his focus to devil fruits. As for the 3 types of Haki, which were extremely necessary, he could only see if there was an opportunity to challenge Captain Rock's one-on-one. After all, judging by the Haki levels of Whitebeard and Shiki, the captains of the 1st and 2nd divisions, they definitely did not have extra Haki attributes to drop for him to absorb. Where could he find suitable devil fruit abilities to absorb? After using the float fruit to control his body and slowly descend to the ground, Reo pondered the most suitable devil fruit abilities for himself as he walked towards Whitebeard and Kaido. At this moment, when Kaido looked at Reo, his eyes were practically filled with starry admiration. Originally, he greatly admired Reo's formidable talent, but now, after seeing Reo dare to confront the big pirate Shiki without losing ground, he was even more filled with respect. Perhaps I could take some time to visit Sky Island and see that godly devil fruit that is even above the legendary level. After gathering with several division captains, a flash of inspiration struck Reo's mind as he suddenly recalled the strongest natural type devil fruit, the rumble fruit. This devil fruit not only possesses the fastest speed in the world, but also boasts the highest and most ferocious attack power with lightning. In the original story, the rumble fruit was consumed by a long-eared thief named Enel. That guy even developed a series of extremely powerful attack methods based on the rumble fruit. However, due to Oda's classic plot-induced deaths, even though Enel had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, he still fell to Luffy's Gomu no techniques. But this does not mean that the rumble fruit is weak. If one could find such a devil fruit on Skypiea, it would greatly enhance their strength. After all, Luffy's individual attack power is already very strong. If he could add the lightning effects of the rumble fruit, it would be like the super paralysis effect of a powerful ring, with each punch delivering immense attack power while also paralyzing the opponent with electroshocks. The enhancement to strength would be significant. Moreover, aside from speed and attack, the rumble fruit can greatly strengthen the range of observation Haki. In the original story, although Enel's observation Haki was not outstanding, he could still cover dozens of Sky Islands directly with the electromagnetic sensing triggered by the rumble fruit. Luffy couldn't even imagine how vast his top-tier observation Haki's monitoring range would be if he were to gain the abilities of the rumble fruit. At that time, even if he stood in East Blue activating his observation Haki, he might be able to monitor what color underwear the pirate Empress Boa Hancock is wearing in the comm belt. The more Luffy thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. After all, according to Oda's introduction in the SBS, the rumble fruit has not appeared in the Blue Sea for hundreds of years. If the Blue Sea has no rumble fruit, then it is highly likely that this devil fruit will appear in the White Sea or the White Sea region of Skypiea. However, just as Luffy made up his mind to go to Skypiea before the battle at God Valley, a tall man about 4 to 5 meters high was unexpectedly leaning against the entrance of the skull room in the core area of Hakanosu Island, not far from a group of division captains. Upon noticing the man leaning at the door, the cheers of the pirate underlings instantly stopped. Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked at the man who exuded Conqueror's Haki at all times. The one who established the Rocks Pirates and openly took away 1/3 of the territory from the world government. Rox D. Zebek, you're the pirate who killed 3 celestial dragons, Luffy? Realizing that his appearance had broken the festive atmosphere, Rox felt a rare moment of awkwardness. However, as someone who had watched the battle in its entirety and had a direct understanding of Luffy's terrifying talent, he felt very pleased to have such a newcomer join his team. The ability to rapidly increase power and Haki level during battle and directly learn the opponent's special moves is a monstrous talent that even made this sea overlord feel a bit embarrassed. Rox even vaguely sensed that Luffy would soon replace him as the new sea overlord. However, as a man of great ambition, he wouldn't worry about such trivial matters. The purpose of Rox D. Zebek's existence was to overthrow the world government, which had ruled this world for 800 years. Now, with the addition of a newcomer like Luffy with such a terrifying talent, the distance to overthrow the world government and truly rule this world was no longer far away. Although Rox understood that the division captains under him had almost zero sense of belonging to the Rox Pirates, as someone with absolute power, he wouldn't care about the loyalty of his subordinates. As of now, since he established the Rox Pirates, no one had ever dared to betray him, because betrayal in the Rox Pirates absolutely means death. Even those so-called great pirates were not exempt from his blade. A pirate newcomer? Identity doesn't matter. I just want to kill all the celestial dragons. Faced with the inquiry from Rox, Luffy pondered for a moment and acknowledged his current pirate identity. After all, in this world, anyone who engages in actions that are detrimental to the world government is recognized as a pirate. This means that one does not necessarily have to kill, burn, or loot to be a pirate. Often, it is beyond one's control. Otherwise, how could so many people have wanted to overthrow the world government over the past few hundred years? The existence of the celestial dragons is the root of chaos in the world. Their human hunting competition held every 3 years is enough to prove this evil. According to the world government's regulations, anyone who is not part of the world government will have their civilians recognized as abnormal individuals. The explanation of these abnormal beings largely indicates that there are no real humans in this country, according to the world government. The celestial dragons, as the aristocrats of the world, can freely kill these abnormal beings. The experiences of Rox and Whitebeard were just like this. It's truly interesting that this guy wants to kill all the celestial dragons. After hearing Rob Lucci's thoughts, Rox also revealed a wicked smile. Rob Lucci's ideals align very well with him. He wants to completely overthrow the world government and rule the world. What Rob Lucci desires is to kill all the celestial dragons. The two can be said to be completely of the same foul breed. Moreover, Rob Lucci's personal talent is far more terrifying than that of this so-called pirate king. At a young age, his strength has already advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the ranks of true great pirates. This terrifying talent, even if he hasn't achieved it for 3 years. Overall, as long as there are such crazy and perverted crew members joining the Rox Pirates, it will definitely be a huge boost for him. In that case, the captain hereby announces, Luo Hou will be the captain of the 7th Division of our Rox Pirates. He will also have the right to freely form his own new pirate crew. Rox's slightly hoarse voice spread through the transponder snail to Hachinos and all the pirate islands affiliated with the Rox Pirates. This horrifying and explosive information immediately caused a stir. As everyone knows, there are actually quite a few notorious pirates in the Rox Pirates crew. To become a true pirate officer, one must not only meet the basic strength requirements, but also pass the assessments of several other division captains. The fact that this newcomer, Luo Hou, was personally announced by Rox as the captain of the 7th Division and granted the right to establish the 7th Division pirate crew naturally proves his strength and status. My goodness, who would have thought this newcomer could jump straight to the position of 7th Division captain? It's truly terrifying. At this point, how can anyone still dare to call Captain Luo Hou a newcomer? It's simply reckless. I've heard from people in the Navy headquarters that Captain Luo Hou is a cruel and ruthless pirate who kills without blinking and even enjoys eating the heads of his enemies raw. I'm really envious. I've been in the Rox Pirates for so many years without any notable status. And yet this newcomer has become the 7th Division captain in less than a day. I wonder what the requirements are to join the 7th Division. The benefits of this newly formed division must be excellent. After a brief period of shock and envy, a large group of pirates in the Rox Pirates crew began to inquire about the specific requirements to join the 7th Division. However, since Luo Hou has just become the captain of the 7th Division, he naturally hasn't released any information yet. But even if Luo Hou sets specific requirements for pirates to join his crew, these can only be described as the trash of trash pirates, and naturally, they have no qualifications to join Luo Hou's crew. Luo Hou becoming the captain of the 7th Division should not be disputed, right? If any captain doubts his strength, they can challenge him now, and I will personally serve as the judge between you. After sending out the message, Rox cast a domineering glance around at several division captains, including Whitebeard and Shiki. The opinions of others did not matter. However, the feelings of these old cadres who had followed him for many years still needed to be taken care of. However, what Rox did not expect was that these division captains, who were usually chaotic, unified their opinions and chose to remain silent upon hearing his inquiry. There was not a single objection, or rather, apart from Shiki and Whitebeard, the other captains did not dare to voice any opinions. After all, they still vividly remembered Luo Hou crushing a medium-sized sky island with a single punch infused with Conqueror's Haki. Who would dare to provoke someone with such a terrifying talent? It was already good enough that John and the others were pleading with Luo Hou not to come after them. Kulalala. I have no objections to Luo Hou becoming the captain of the 7th Division. Captain Rox. Ha ha ha. I have no objections either. But this kid actually managed to replicate my float fruit. It's simply unreasonable. Mama. Although it's a bit regrettable that I can't have a proper exchange with Brother Luo Hou for now, I have no objections. We also have no objections. Having Brother Luo Hou as the captain of the 7th Division brings us glory. Yes. Please take good care of us fellow brothers in the future, Captain Luo Hou. Seeing that both Shiki and Whitebeard, the captains of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, had no objections, the remaining John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others naturally did not dare to say much. They even realized that Luo Hou's talent would eventually surpass Captain Rox, and they all had some thoughts of trying to win him over. Especially Charlotte Lingling, who was now slender and had a pure and beautiful face, frequently cast flirtatious glances, subtly showcasing her privacy in front of Luo Hou. According to Charlotte Lingling's speculation, as long as she could stimulate and communicate with a talented young man like Luo Hou, she would definitely have the opportunity to give birth to one or more exceptionally gifted children. The talents of these children, possessing the excellent genes of both of them, would likely surpass her greatest masterpiece so far, Charlotte Katakuri, her 2nd son. However, Luo Hou naturally would not set his sights on Charlotte Lingling. Although she was indeed impeccable in terms of figure and beauty at this time, Luo Hou himself was inherently a man with a complex, rather than one who would simply shout about the legacy of the warlords and the thoughts among them. Very well, since that's the case from today onwards, Luo Hou will be the captain of our Rox Pirates 7th Division. Seeing that these captains who usually fought and played around were so united today and had no objections, Rox was very satisfied. He looked at Luo Hou and began to introduce the rules of the Rox Pirates he had established. Luo Hou naturally perked up and listened attentively. The so-called rules were mostly about the distribution of power. As a division captain of the Rox Pirates, Luo Hou had the right to form his own pirate crew. He could also choose his own crew members from all the pirate crews under the Rox Pirates, and he could even select crew members directly from other division captains' fleets. Of course, to take people from other captains, one must rely on strength or benefits. For example, if one could defeat Shiki, then taking people from his flying battleship fleet would be no problem at all. Or one could offer their body to have a deep and shallow exchange with Charlotte Lingling until she became pregnant, and then they could take people from her crew. As for John and Wang Ji, it was even simpler. One only needed to throw money at the other until they agreed, while the other could directly beat them into submission. As for Whitebeard, he did not form his own pirate crew due to personal reasons. The reason was that at this time, Whitebeard was still struggling with whether he should adopt a son or not. Whether to build a pirate crew as a father was a specific situation of the Rox Pirates, and you can learn about the remaining matters slowly. Recently, do not wander too far. Our Rox Pirates are about to have a major operation near the West Sea. After quickly introducing the basic rules of the Rox Pirates, Rox's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot before anyone could react. Seeing the scene, Luo Hou was dumbfounded. He originally thought that with so many powerful attributes absorbed, he would at least be able to see Rox's movements clearly with his high agility. But the reality was not the case. It was clear that Rox was no longer comparable to a mere Emperor-level figure. He was at least a level above that. Kulalala, you haven't learned about Captain Rox's abilities yet, have you? Captain Rox recently ate the Paramecia-type teleportation fruit, and now he is a teleporting man with a very fast explosive speed that ordinary people absolutely cannot keep up with. Whitebeard laughed at the bewildered Luo Hou and carefully explained the reason for Rox's sudden disappearance. Teleportation fruit? Luo Hou looked at Whitebeard in surprise. He truly had not learned about this aspect. According to Luo Hou's experience from watching anime, Rox should have obtained the ability of the dark fruit during the battle at God Valley. But it seemed that was not the case, or rather, Rox was a monster just like Blackbeard, capable of eating 2 devil fruit abilities. No wonder the other party didn't show any unusual expression when they saw him possessing both the power fruit and the float fruit. After all, it turns out that others can also have the ability of dual or even multiple devil fruits. That's right, Captain Rock's teleportation fruit has already been cultivated to the awakened stage. And the captain naturally has 2 hearts, allowing him to accommodate 2 devil fruits. After looking around cautiously, Whitebeard chose to carefully introduce this piece of gossip to Luo Hou. After all, things like walls have ears happen quite often. Their rocks pirates have insiders within the Navy. The Navy headquarters and CP also have the ability to infiltrate the rocks pirates, and if they accidentally expose their trump card, they could easily suffer a setback in the upcoming actions. I see. Thank you, Newgate. After hearing the piece of gossip shared by Whitebeard, Luo Hou politely thanked him. The still very young Whitebeard happily patted Luo Hou's shoulder, saying something like, "Just be cool, buddy. Next, you should form your own team. If you need anything, feel free to come to me for help." Seeing that there was nothing else for him to assist with, Whitebeard reminded Luo Hou that it was time to establish his own pirate crew while heading towards his own Leopard Prince spa. Just as Whitebeard's tall figure had just left, a group of eager young pirates quickly surrounded Luo Hou, wanting to be the first to join the newly added 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. They had already gathered all the intel. Captain Luo Hou of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates was a fierce individual who had seized a gold transport ship from the world government. Besides the assurance of the captain's strength, joining such a team would definitely be full of benefits, and there would be no shortage of money to spend. However, in many cases, it was more because the other division leaders looked down on these small-time pirates, which is why they were so eager to join Luo Hou's team. "Captain Luo Hou, please let me join your team. I have wandered for half my life without meeting a true leader. Captain, I'm a Zoan type, dog fruit, ordinary type, gray wolf form user. With my addition, the 7th Division will surely develop brilliantly. Captain Luo Hou, I am a Zoan type, human fruit, ordinary type, intangible form user. I can absolutely control my body with precision, ensuring that I won't hold back the 7th Division." Luo Hou looked somewhat numb as he gazed at the ordinary pirates surrounding him tightly. One by one, aside from a few members that are still somewhat acceptable, the rest are mostly useless members. Otherwise, they would have long been snatched away by other squad captains. How could it still be his turn? Especially that guy with the animal type, human fruit in the commoner form. What is the use of this devil fruit ability? Aside from turning into an ordinary person, what else is it good for? Of course, if this devil fruit could be eaten by a sea king, it might actually create a crew member of a royal level. After all, this devil fruit was later eaten by Tony Chopper, who had a bounty of 50 berries, and he could directly confront the 4 emperors. Although these ordinary little pirates are indeed looked down upon a bit. However, after careful consideration, Law chose to select about 30 or 40 strong-looking individuals who could work, as well as a dozen beautiful female pirates who could cook and also be pleasing to the eye, to join his crew. After all, even if these people don't have much strength, they can still help with chores in his team. He can't possibly do everything himself, like cleaning and cooking. Now that he has become a pirate officer in the Rocks Pirates, he must recruit vigorously to make himself more relaxed and become a hands-off manager. About 70 or 80 strong men, along with 30 or 40 female pirates, couldn't help but jump up in excitement upon realizing they had truly been selected to join the 7th Division. Who doesn't know about the terrifying talent level of Captain Luo Hou of the 7th Division? He is the man who, just the day after joining the crew at a young age, defeated the captain of the 2nd Division, the great pirate Golden Lion. Following such a young and powerful captain not only promises a rise to fame, but at the very least ensures a life without worries. This is almost equivalent to being accepted into the civil service of a developed region without an exam. It can truly be said that the future is promising. Meanwhile, those pirates who didn't have the opportunity to join were all beating their chests and sighing in frustration. They initially thought that the 7th Division would be as difficult to enter as the previous teams, so they didn't even hold out hope to participate. They never expected that the 7th Division would so easily accept dozens of people. Moreover, apart from the few attractive female pirates, most of them had little strength to speak of. However, at this point, these pirates could only shed tears of envy and jealousy, because the 7th Division really only recruited 100 members and then stopped accepting anyone. It must be said that sometimes luck is indeed more important than choice. However, just when everyone thought the recruitment for the 7th Division had ended in such a hasty manner, a tall man, about 4 to 5 meters tall, with a body covered in solid muscles like granite, forcefully opened his large hands to part the crowd, creating a huge gap as he rushed to Luo Hou's front. Luo Hou looked up and saw that the person before him was none other than the young Kaido, who had encountered him at sea, robbed the heavenly gold along the way, and charged onto the Devil Island to kill the celestial dragons. Brother Luo, I want to join the 7th Division too. Starting as an intern in the Rocks Pirates is such a waste of time. I'd rather hang out with you. After all, I, Kaido, have also followed you through thick and thin and even robbed the world government's heavenly gold together. Isn't it reasonable for the 7th Division to leave a spot for me? Kaido's massive body of 4 to 5 meters didn't reflect his fierce demeanor. Instead, he looked amusingly like a fan asking an idol for an autograph. Luo Hou was also very surprised. He originally thought that after Kaido joined him on Haki, he would directly become an intern in the Rocks Pirates according to the original plot, and continue on until the Rocks Pirates were completely disbanded after the God Valley incident. But Luo Hou never expected that Kaido would actually want to come to his 7th Division to be a crew member. This is indeed a somewhat unexpected surprise. After all, Kaido is a highly talented member of a special race. He is one of the 4 emperors of the sea who will dominate the new world in the future. The addition of such a terrifyingly powerful and rapidly advancing crew member to his 7th Division naturally brings many benefits. Of course, no problem. Since you are unwilling to start as an intern, then just come directly to my ship as a combatant. Luo Hou did not reject Kaido's idea, but directly brought him into his team as a combatant. The nearby figures, including Gold Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, Wang Ji, and John, who had not walked far, were all enviously drooling at this scene. Although they did not understand that Kaido would later become a dominant sea emperor in the storyline as great pirates, they naturally had sharp eyes and could tell that Kaido's talent was not something an ordinary person could compare to. After all, how could someone who had already mastered all 3 types of Haki to an advanced level at such a young age be simple? In other words, isn't Kaido now just a weaker version of Luo Hou? Upon first seeing Kaido, they had all taken turns approaching this young member of the Oni clan, trying to forcibly recruit him into their divisions for training. Unfortunately, each one of them was ruthlessly rejected by Kaido. Even Captain Rocks personally invited Kaido, hoping to have him become an intern in the Rocks Pirates, but he did not receive Kaido's consent. Initially, everyone thought Kaido was an ambitious individual wanting to form a division like them in the future. But unexpectedly, this guy now seemed so familiar with Luo Hou and even wanted to forcibly join the other S division as a combatant. However, it was not their fault for not understanding the situation, as Whitebeard was only responsible for bringing people back to Haki. Whitebeard certainly couldn't be bothered to explain the details of the relationship between Luo Hou and Kaido to this group of ruffians. A newly established team had just welcomed such a high-quality crew member with mastery of all 3 types of Haki. This kind of wealth delivered right to the door even made the likes of Golden Lion and others shed tears of envy. After bringing Kaido under his command, just as Luo was preparing to head to the Rocks Pirates' dedicated shipyard to claim a pirate ship of his own, several young figures suddenly darted in front of him. Captain Luo, please allow me to join the 7th Division. I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Add me too. I want to join the 7th Division. The figures that rushed over with Kaido were exactly the 2 people that Luo had seen from the beginning, Dracul Mihawk and Crocodile. Although these 2 boys are not very old, one can tell from each other's determined eyes that they are definitely 2 exceptionally talented kids. Naturally, Luo Hou did not choose to refuse these 2 little ones, but directly included them in his team. After all, these 2 will become the world's #1 swordsman and the MVP of the Marineford War in the future. Luo Hou himself wants more stable and continuous output, and to kill the celestial dragons, he naturally needs a group of little brothers to attract those miscellaneous Navy and CP organizations. Although these 2 kids are indeed a bit too young at the moment, age in the pirate world cannot be viewed in the same way as ordinary people. Wasn't the 8-year-old Barrett sweeping the battlefield and killing enemies as easily as slaughtering dogs? It's infuriating. Why do these young kids choose to join Luo Hou's 7th Division? Is it because our established captains are not well known enough? Watching the 2 young people, who even Captain Rocks praised highly, being absorbed into the 7th Division. Figures like the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji were almost envious to the point of wanting to isolate themselves. Their team indeed has many famous pirates, and several of them even have bounties over 100 million. But when it comes to talent, there really aren't too many who can compare. Previously, they had a keen eye and unanimously invited Kaido and Mihawk to cultivate them well. However, Kaido was unwilling to join their team as an intern. Mihawk and Crocodile also declined the invitations from the captains, saying they were still considering. After officially forming his 7th Division, Luo Hou took his crew to attend the banquet organized by the Rocks Pirates specifically for their 7th Division. At this banquet, almost all the delicacies that could be found in the world gathered together. Even the specialties from Fishman Island under the sea could be served directly on the table for a grand feast. The crew members who successfully joined the 7th Division opened their mouths wide and wolfed down food they had never eaten before, loudly praising it as the captain's gift while eating. This is a special banquet of the Rocks Pirates that has been ongoing for many years. Each new captain of the pirate crew, upon successfully forming their own crew, directly uses the vast wealth accumulated by the Rocks Pirates over the years to hold a grand banquet, inviting everyone. During this banquet, while Luffy is savoring the rare, noble tribute wine, the beautiful Charlotte Linlin, with her stunning figure and prominent waistline, takes this opportunity to walk right up to Luffy, attempting to seduce him and change his mind. However, even though Luffy is indeed captivated by her perfect figure, he still resolutely rejects the powerful female pirate Charlotte Linlin, thanks to his strong willpower. The reason is simple. Luffy is unwilling to let himself, a promising young man, be entangled with someone like her. He has strength, looks, and he is the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. Under such conditions, what more could he possibly lack? His status within the nations protected by the Rocks Pirates means that countless princesses would be chasing after him like fans. He has no time to pay attention to a mere Charlotte. After forcefully driving Charlotte Linlin away, Luffy turns to Kaido, who is simultaneously chugging down a dozen bottles of rum, and warns him meaningfully not to be tempted by that female thief Charlotte Linlin. Although the manga reveals that Kaido has definitely not had any involvement with Charlotte Linlin, Luffy has tried various methods but still cannot erase that terrible anime from his mind. He never expected that Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Luffy could actually form a manga of their own. To prevent such a glitch from happening within his team, Luffy can only sternly warn Kaido and the other young crew members not to associate with that Charlotte Linlin. After all, in this pirate world, it's hard to find a Charlotte with 2 legs, but there are plenty of beautiful women around. After warning his crew, the banquet once again falls into a festive atmosphere, continuing for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally ends. The next morning, Luffy stands in front of a medium-sized pirate ship, gathering about 100 crew members, preparing to set sail for Sky Island. In this era, countless pirates naturally yearn for and are willing to believe in the existence of Sky Island. In other words, everyone in this Rocks era is a pirate with dreams. Upon hearing Captain Luffy's command to head to Sky Island, the crew members cheer with excitement and begin to busily prepare. Each person in this group has a clear division of labor, with many being experienced old sailors. However, now that Luffy possesses the power of the float fruit, he naturally does not need to sail like ordinary pirates by relying on ocean currents and wind. After ordering all crew members to be ready, Luffy extends his palm lightly and places it on the brand new pirate ship. The moment his palm touches the deck, a strange energy from the devil fruit begins to rapidly transmit throughout the entire ship. Soon, a special anti-gravity effect starts to emerge. The pirate ship, under the control of Ryoa's thoughts and gestures, began to shoot rapidly into the sky. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, it had already reached an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Make sure to head towards the location of Gaia Island on the sea chart. With the increasingly skilled control of the flying pirate ship thanks to the devil fruit abilities, Ryo directly ordered the female pirate acting as the navigator. Following her proficient guidance, the crew moved forward at a speed reminiscent of a spacecraft. In fact, there are many sky islands in the entire pirate world. Almost every special area in the sky has a small, unknown sky island. The reason Ryo insisted on heading to the Gaia Island region was simply because the thunder fruit was likely to appear there. According to the plot introduced in the manga, the thunder fruit had been absent from a blue sea for hundreds of years. Therefore, the only places where it could possibly appear now were the White Sea or the White Sea region. The lucky Annie, who had eaten the thunder fruit, was originally just a little kid brought up from the blue sea to the Sky Island. After suffering humiliation and abuse in the Sky Island region, he fortuitously stole the thunder fruit from the altar offerings of a small sky island called Burka. After gaining such godlike powers, the darkness within Annie was completely unleashed. Having endured torment and abuse, he made all the Sky Islanders his targets for revenge. After destroying all the Sky Islanders in his hometown, Annie, whose hatred had diminished significantly, went to Appiato and, using the abilities of the natural type Thunderfruit, posed as a false god. However, all of this is no longer important. The Thunderfruit will surely end up in Ryoa's hands. As for whether he will return the properties of the Thunderfruit after absorbing it, that would depend on his mood. rather than leaving the devil fruit for others. It would be better to take it away and leave it for his talented crew to use. Although doing this would certainly make Annie suffer for a few more years. Reo is not a saint and doesn't care about such things. If necessary, he could send someone to bring Annie back from the Blue Sea later, to train him and develop his Haki. However, all of this is ultimately a matter for the future, and who can say for sure? Perhaps in the next battle of God Valley, Reo might end up disappearing completely in the ocean alongside Rocks, the son of this era. After all, the dangers present in the Battle of God Valley are indeed unknown. Reo is even unsure whether the 5 elders representing world power participated in the battle or whether the so-called leader of the God Knights was the one who caused Rock's fatal damage. After flying at high speeds for about half a month in the air, Reo slowly raised his palm, making a pushing motion to control the power of the float fruit and gradually reduce the speed of the pirate ship. At this point, based on the sea chart's indications and his memories of the Gaia Island area, Reo confirmed that his team had indeed arrived at Gaia Island, which had always been a gathering place for pirates. Although it was no longer the crazy era of great pirates, the number of pirates was still not particularly sparse. After controlling the pirate ship to descend slowly until it docked at the port area of Gaia Island, Reo led his crew off the ship to obtain the necessary supplies for their journey to the Sky Island, based on the necessary items prepared by the Straw Hat crew when they went to the Sky Island. The most basic requirement to go to the Sky Island was to prepare a guide bird called the Nanny bird. Due to environmental magnetic fields and racial factors, the Nanny bird appears somewhat bulky, and its expression is very dull. The only purpose of this bird is to point south like a needle. Although Roa has been trying hard to keep a low profile to avoid attracting the attention of the Navy headquarters and the world government, and to avoid trouble, he ultimately underestimated the influence of the Rock's Pirates flag on ordinary pirates in the area. Before Roa could give any orders, the pirates on Gaia Island had already gathered in front of him, waiting for instructions. Although these pirates did not belong to the Rock's Pirates, it was clear that the Rock's Pirates, as a terrifying force ruling this era, still garnered the support of many pirates. With the help of these ordinary pirates, Roa quickly gathered all the necessary supplies for the journey to the Sky Island, including the crucial Southbird and various drinks and grilled meat that Kaido would need along the way. Thanks to the floating flight ability granted by the float fruit, Roa did not have to wait for the so-called knock-up stream to set off. After the supplies were replenished, Roa immediately led his fleet to fly rapidly in a nearly vertical direction toward the high sky. With ample physical output, Roa took less than half an hour to control the pirate crew to a region composed of dense white clouds and numerous small sky islands. Here is the area known as the White Sea, which is the closest to Qinghai, with an altitude of about 7,000 meters. The air there is relatively thin, and first-time visitors to the Sky Island may experience discomfort, commonly referred to as altitude sickness. In the White Sea region, one can already faintly see a large number of small sky islands. The White Sea can generally be accessed from the summit of the western heavens or the soaring sea current, and one can return from the eastern end of the clouds. Above the White Sea is the White Sea, which Luffy and others have reached, containing a country known as the Sanctuary, which is the divine realm where Enel resides. The White Sea is approximately 10,000 meters above the Grand Line. It is home to Angel Island, God Island, Appiato, and other small islands. After the pirate ship suddenly powered upward, Reo and others broke through a sea of clouds and officially entered the White Sea region. Although they had already learned about it in the manga, Reo was still shocked when he first encountered this extraordinary area. When the pirate ship broke through the ocean-like clouds, it created splashes similar to waves, just like in the Grand Line. What a delightful journey. The Sky Islands recorded in Worldand the Great Talker's storybook truly exist. The air here is noticeably thinner, and practicing swordsmanship in this place would certainly help one better understand the breathing technique that Captain Rocks mentioned. Like Reo, the crew members of his 7th Division were also visiting a place that only existed in storybooks for the first time. At that moment, even Kaido, who was naturally only interested in fighting and drinking, showed a hint of interest and came to the deck with a bottle to admire the beauty of the Sky Islands. Just as Reo was about to activate his observation Haki to find the route to the Divine Realm, this seemingly useless group of crew members had extremely sharp eyes and noticed a waterfall in the distance, flowing upwards into the sky, obscured by white clouds. My goodness, how is this possible? The water here is actually flowing upwards. This is unscientific. It feels so fake. I feel like I'm dreaming. Captain Luo Hou is truly a godlike man. I declare that the 7th Division is the most amazing team in the Rocks Pirates. And Captain Luo Hou is the most amazing captain. Besides us, who else can ascend to the heavens? Watching the female pirates and crew members exclaiming in excitement, Luo Hou naturally noticed the reverse-flowing waterfall to the west. If nothing unexpected happens, that direction should be the entrance to the kingdom of God. In Luo Hou's memory, when Luffy and the others arrived at the entrance to this kingdom of God, they were once scammed by an old woman, pretending that nothing had happened. As soon as the woman turned to leave, she took out her walkie-talkie and began to report to the authorities. From such a scenario, it's easy to see that one must not show mercy to those who lack martial ethics and morality, because no one knows if these old folks will suddenly turn on the young ones. Under the shocked gazes of Kaido, Mihawk, Crocodile, and a host of pirates, the pirate ship quickly approached the white waterfall. As the ship drew near, the clouds that obscured the view gradually dispersed. Before everyone appeared a massive golden gate, sharply defined like a multi-pointed star, shimmering in the sunlight. Luo Hou estimated that this thing was likely made of 99K pure gold. Above this golden gate hung a plaque resembling a nameplate, boldly inscribed with the characters Heaven's Gate, so many black mosquitoes. Behind this gate was the reverse waterfall leading to the kingdom of God. Just as Luo Hou was about to control the pirate ship to continue floating upwards and directly glide over the waterfall towards the White Sea, suddenly, from a small house next to the Golden Gate, a squad of armored soldiers wielding long spears rushed out. Their faces were filled with seriousness and anger, as if they harbored extreme hatred for outsiders. Their bodies trembled slightly, like a powder keg ignited by an invisible rage about to explode. Damn sea dwellers! Get back to where you belong immediately. The kingdom of God does not welcome you plunderers. As soon as these Sky Island soldiers appeared, they noticed that there were no unique wing symbols of their people behind Luo Hou and Kaido. From this alone, it was enough to conclude that these people were from the greedy sea below, the Qinghai people, now under the leadership of the merciful god Conqueror. They are steadily repelling the Qinghai people who attempt to seize their divine island, Appiato. After years of fighting and casualties as soldiers of the Sky Island, they naturally do not welcome any human from other races, especially Kaido, who has strange horns growing on his head, was mercilessly spat upon and cursed by a group of soldiers. The 7th Division crew members, who had just arrived, were almost all drawing their swords and ready to slash at the faces of these Sky Island soldiers on the spot after being directly spat on by these natives. Among them, Kaido was especially furious. Although he was a member of a special race, in the end, he only had 2 horn-like protrusions. After all, wasn't he still human? Initially, Kaido felt quite pleased when he saw the beautiful scenery of the Sky Island. However, as the soldiers of the Sky Island continued to insult him, his good mood vanished instantly. After enduring a few minutes of insults, Kaido's inner rage reached a volcanic eruption level, with bulging veins on his forehead, making him look extremely ferocious. Roronoa, I really want to kill these bastards. Kaido drew out his steel spike club, which was 3 to 4 meters long, and looked at Roronoa with a chilling tone. Although he wanted nothing more than to smash these ignorant Sky Islanders into pieces, he had to wait for his captain, Roronoa, to give the word, leaving him to struggle with his impulses. At that moment, Roronoa, with an expressionless gaze, simply waved his hand, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the Sky Islanders. They're just some Jews. It wouldn't matter if they were all wiped out. As Roronoa's calm words fell, a cold smile instantly appeared on Kaido's face. The atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point in an instant. In such an environment, the group of Sky Island soldiers clearly weren't fools. Once they realized that those who could come to their Sky Island were undoubtedly powerful adventurers, the soldier captain, Holland, quickly grabbed the communication device at his waist to relay a message to their so-called god, Conqueror. Oh ho 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 ho. How interesting, Kaido said with a smile, gently stroking his spike club that gleamed coldly. I've fought for many years, killing countless enemies on the battlefield of the Vodka Kingdom, even daring to smash the heads of world government personnel. But for so many years, no one has dared to insult me like you wing guys. So, do you really want to die? As soon as Kaido finished speaking, his massive body, nearly 4 to 5 meters tall, moved with lightning speed, appearing in front of the group of Sky Island soldiers in an instant. Then, the giant black spike club directly crashed down with overwhelming force, creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Upon seeing this, the soldier Captain Holland's face turned pale, and he felt Kaido's immense shadow engulfing him completely. As one of the elite soldiers of the Sky Island, he couldn't even discern the direction of Kaido's attack. Bang! A club hit. Holland could only let out a chilling scream as an immense force surged from his skull, almost instantly spreading throughout his entire body. In the next moment, Holland's entire body exploded like a red brick under a hydraulic press, turning into a mist of blood, with bones and flesh splattering everywhere. Standing in front of Kaido was naturally drenched in the blood of his foe. He wiped the sweet-smelling blood off his face and casually flicked it away, feeling a bit more at ease. As a member of a special race in this world, Kaido hated it most when others insulted him for the two horns on his head. And these detestable Sky Island soldiers dared to insult him so directly. They deserve to die. Captain Holland. That bastard with the weird horns killed Captain Holland. We must report to God Conqueror for revenge. You're right. We must have the great God punish this monster. Watching Holland being smashed to pieces right in front of them, the group of Sky Island soldiers cursed as they hurriedly fled backward. From their conversations, it seemed they were indeed going to find their God Conqueror to teach Kaido a lesson. However, before these soldiers could escape even 10 meters, Kaido's massive body had already chased in front of them, waiting. What a group of heartless bastards. If you had said a few good words, I might have spared you. To dare insult me when death is imminent. Oh ho ho, now you all have to die. Bang 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 bang. Kaido gripped his spiked club tightly and swung it with great force, smashing the heads of the Sky Island soldiers like bowling pins, creating a scene of blood splattering and a horrific sight. However, Roronoa saw nothing wrong with this bloody scene. After all, these so-called Sky Island soldiers were just some ungrateful squid people. The Sky Island, throughout its hundreds or even thousands of years of history, had never had the divine island of Appiato. This is why Roronoa referred to these Sky Islanders as Jews. Appiato originally belonged to the island plate of Gaia, which was thrust up to 10,000 meters above the sea by an unprecedented massive upwelling current hundreds of years ago, becoming part of the divine kingdom and was named Appiato by the Sky Islanders. The most precious resource for Sky Islanders, who lived above 10,000 meters, was never golden treasures or rare gems. It was the soil beneath their feet that could nourish everything and grow food. The soil in the Sky Island was a very scarce resource, which the Sky Islanders called precious BS. Only those who possessed enough BAS could have a sufficient chance of survival on the Sky Island. About 400 years ago, during a storm, a massive upwelling current from the sea directly thrust a large part of Gaia Island's plate above sea level to 10,000 meters in the White Sea, forming the current divine kingdom along with numerous small Sky Islands. Having lived in the sky and seen little of the world, the Sky Islanders had never encountered such a situation. The vast land contained countless precious BS, and just this island thrust up was already more than the total sum of all their small Sky Islands combined. This is no different from directly throwing a pure gold island in front of a poor person, filled with a sense of magic. Since that day, countless Sky Islanders began to rush into the divine island they named Appiato to survive. At first, everyone was extremely joyful and cheered on this land. But after a few days, the Sky Islanders discovered that there were actually other species existing on this divinely granted land. The indigenous people of Qinghai, who had always lived on Appiato, were also very willing to accept the Sky Islanders upon seeing real inhabitants. After all, in the eyes of the Qinghai people, the so-called BAS of the Sky Islanders was nothing but ordinary soil, not precious at all. After that, the two clearly different-looking human groups, the Sky Islanders and the Qinghai people, began to live together and even produced many mixed-blood offspring due to intermarriage. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The ongoing joy did not last long. After a long period of interaction, the Sky Islanders discovered that the indigenous people of Qinghai on Appiato were not very powerful. In fact, few could withstand the attacks from various shellfish, which were specialties of the Sky Islands. Therefore, the god of the Sky Island, with a change of mind, issued an order to all soldiers on the Sky Island to expel the Qinghai natives. Naturally, the Qinghai natives could not accept this betrayal from the Sky Island side. Thus, the friendly coexistence that lasted less than a few years quickly turned into a bloody war. Both races lost thousands of lives in the struggle for land. However, since the Sky Islanders were made up of countless small islands, they far outnumbered the Qinghai people on Appiato. After nearly 400 years of bloody slaughter, the Qinghai people on Appiato were nearly wiped out by the Sky Island soldiers. The remaining Qinghai people on Appiato had long changed their ethnic name due to historical reasons, now calling themselves the Sandia people. The Sandia people have been engaged in guerrilla attacks against the Sky Island soldiers almost every day to reclaim what originally belonged to them. The Appiato. There are various skirmishes and battles almost every day between the two sides. This is why the group of Sky Island soldiers guarding the gate would directly curse upon seeing the obviously Qinghai-looking figures of Luo Hou and Kaido. Luo Hou refers to these Sky Islanders as Jews purely because of their generations of Sky Island gods over the past 400 years and their ungrateful actions. They chose to turn against their benefactors in order to claim more land for themselves. What is this behavior that is not the current event of the Kasaya extermination? Fortunately, after the death of the fourth-generation deity on the Sky Island, the more sensible Conqueror took over the position of the deity. Having a deep understanding of the hundreds of years of history of the Sky Island, Conqueror dedicated his life to resolving the hatred between the two races. Unfortunately, both sides have been fighting for over 400 years. This deep-seated hatred is no longer something that a so-called god of the empty island can resolve alone. Once the venting is done, come back. The place we are heading to is the White Sea, 3,000 meters above the White Sea, where the empty island is located. After seeing that Kaido had killed all the loudmouths, Luo raised his hand to control the pirate ship to continue flying upwards. I must say, the ability of the floating fruit from the Golden Lion is indeed a very useful god-tier power. With this floating fruit, Luo doesn't even need to take the special express shrimp to reach the top of the empty island. Of course, before setting off to the White Sea, Luo also pulled that gigantic paradise gate made of gold into his system space for later use. Although wealth has little significance to him with his current strength. As a true earthling, Luo couldn't help but pack it away when he saw such a glittering object. Meanwhile, as everyone boarded the floating pirate ship and continued to ascend. On the island of the gods, Appiato, within a palace that was entirely snow-white and intricately carved with unique cultural cloud sculptures from the empty island, sat a middle-aged man in iron armor, holding a spear on the throne. He was watching the real-time images transmitted by the monitoring shell that oversees the entire empty island. He witnessed the process of his soldiers from the empty island confronting Kaido, only to see them all killed in an instant. Another powerful adventurer has arrived at the empty island. I hope they are not here to cause trouble. After murmuring a few words in a low tone, Conqueror stepped out of his palace. Although he desperately wanted to end the hatred between the empty islanders and the Shandians in his generation, being one of the empty islanders chosen as a deity by his people, had to consider the interests of the empty islanders. This means that personally, Conqueror was very willing to reconcile and coexist with the Shandians on Appiato. However, the hundreds of years of conflict left him feeling deeply powerless. Just as Conqueror was preparing to meet with Luo and the others, an empty island soldier suddenly approached him to report something. Why did it have to be at this time? Fine, let's resolve it nearby first. After listening to the soldier's report, Conqueror furrowed his brows and hurriedly returned to his palace to retrieve his sharp spear before following the soldier outside. As Conqueror, fully armed, moved out to provide support. On the other side, as the glaring sunlight grew increasingly intense, Luo and the others finally approached the true area of the empty island. Boom! With a loud bang, the pirate ship surged upward under Luo's control and smoothly docked on the cloud sea. The first thing that caught their eye was still the gigantic vines and numerous small islands intertwined with white clouds, resembling the scenes from the anime. However, the lively images of countless children from the empty island playing around were nowhere to be seen. Luo's observation Haki flickered slightly, and soon he found the place where the crowd was gathered. Hey, Captain, it looks like they're fighting. Shouldn't our 7th Division join the fun? Help out? Those with wings should be the empty islanders mentioned in the story, right? But why are the ones fighting them not winged? After receiving Luo's order, the crew rushed over to observe the battle. As members of the Rocks Pirates, they were already accustomed to bloodshed. Thus, for a moment, they started enthusiastically commenting on the fighting techniques of both sides. Due to time constraints and the urgency to find the Thunder Fruit, Luo didn't waste time on excessive communication. He directly brought Kaido to the vicinity of the crowd. The next moment, a suffocating heartbeat-like thud reverberated. Luo unleashed his top-tier Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, a powerful dark red pressure wave surged from Luo's body. In less than a second, it caused all the fighting Shandians and empty islanders to turn pale and collapse to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Luo walked steadily to the center of the ongoing conflict. Since this was merely a warning, Luo's Conqueror's Haki was imbued with a sense of intimidation, without releasing its full power. Otherwise, given the physical condition of these small Karami, they would likely remain unconscious for days or even become vegetative under the influence of Luo's Conqueror's Haki. After a while, the leaders of both sides who had been knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki gradually regained consciousness. After exchanging glances, They chose to gather their subordinates and cease fighting. Conqueror seized this opportunity to step directly in front of Luo Hou. Out of respect for the strong, Conqueror lowered his head and deeply bowed to Luo Hou. "Sir, my name is Conqueror. I am the god of this empty island. May I represent all the people of the empty island to express our highest respect to you." After his words fell, Conqueror did not raise his body for a long time, waiting for Luo Hou's response. Get up," Luo Hou said in a flat tone, devoid of any emotion. Although he had no particular fondness for the empty islanders, he was currently in a position of power, so there was no need to display any lesser emotions. Upon hearing Luo Hou's indifferent words, Conqueror's heart tightened. Though Luo Hou did not say much, he clearly sensed an unusual dislike in the other's tone. Gritting his teeth, Conqueror knelt down, choosing to lower his status to the lowest point. At this moment, he no longer cared about his so-called divine identity. He just wanted to completely resolve the hatred between the empty islanders and the Shandians in his generation. On the other side, the Shandian leader quickly reacted to this scene, realizing that it was an excellent opportunity. Luo Hou and his companions were clearly people from the Blue Sea. If they could seize this opportunity, perhaps they could take back the ownership of Appiato with Luo Hou and the others' help. Thus, the leader of the Shandians also knelt down on the ground. Although it was extremely unbecoming for a leader to kneel before an outsider in front of his own people, they could not care less at this moment. Luo Hou and the others were clearly powerful beings whose strength far surpassed theirs, and making any resistance at this time would be irrational. "Captain from Qinghai, please take some time to mediate the hatred between the Sky Island people and the Shandians. As the current deity of the Sky Island, I am willing to completely dissolve the hatred between the two groups in this generation." Ganfu e knelt down hiavili, looking at Luo Hou with a pleading expression. Meanwhile, the Shandian chieftain, also kneeling, revealed a look of disdain upon hearing Ganfu's words. What was the reason for the enduring hatred between their two groups for hundreds of years? Wasn't it just about that piece of land? If these Sky Islanders truly wanted to return Appiato, how could they cling to each other so tightly? Wasn't Ganfu just pretending to seek peace for both groups while refusing to return their land? It was simply hypocritical to the extreme. "My lord, don't listen to these damned Sky Islanders. They are nothing but crocodile tears. These guys forcibly occupy our land, kill our compatriots, and drive us out of our homeland. Now, they even dare to speak of reconciliation. My lord, please, on behalf of our shared origin in Qinghai, help us." The Shandian chieftain was clearly a very shrewd person. Seeing Ganfu start to cry and play the victim, he hurriedly chose to join in the tears. Luo Hou rubbed his temples, feeling a headache from the sight of the two kneeling before him. He hated dealing with such matters the most. To completely resolve the centuries-old hatred between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders, it could only be settled through killing. Even if he forcibly made the two groups coexist through military power, they would eventually end up fighting again due to some trigger. Just as Luo Hou was feeling troubled, Crocodile, that little brat, suddenly rushed over. "Captain Luo Hou, I have a plan. Since both sides are unwilling to reconcile, why not just occupy the entire area of the Sky Island? It would be our 7th Division's territory. Let the two groups fight as they wish. The captain only needs to control the overall situation." Luo Hou looked at the young crocodile, whose words displayed a certain boldness. At that moment, he realized that this future warlord, Sir Crocodile, was indeed a unique talent nurtured from a young age. It's no wonder that Crocodile's subsequent plan to conquer the underworld would directly cover such a large desert country like Alabasta. "You make a good point." Rahu patted the still young crocodile and praised his theory. "What this little guy said does make some sense. Although his strength is very powerful, forcibly intervening in the racial hatred of others is indeed an extremely irrational behavior. Even if on the surface these two groups choose to coexist out of fear of his military power, they will definitely be cursing him behind his back. This thankless task should never be done. It would be better to directly follow the opinion of that little devil crocodile and declare all the Sky Islands as my territory. As for the various tribes within my territory, they can fight as they please. After all, both sides have been at odds for hundreds of years. A few more years of my rule won't make a difference." With this in mind, Luo Hou raised his hand and allowed the Shandians and Conqueror to stand up first. There was no need to continue kneeling. "You two have heard it. From today on, this area of Sky Islands, as well as that so-called divine territory of Paya, will be under my control. These lands no longer belong to either side's conflict. In other words, they no longer belong to anyone. As for how you two will continue to fight from now on, that is your own business," Luo Hou announced while looking around at the gathered Shandians and Sky Islanders. After Luo Hou finished speaking, Conqueror and the Shandian chief's pupils contracted slightly. They had thought they could use Luo Hou's hand to completely resolve the territorial dispute. But they never expected that Luo Hou would choose to directly occupy all the territory of both sides. In this way, if they continue to fight, won't all be in vain? The Shandians could barely accept such news. After all, they don't have much land to begin with. On the other hand, the group of soldiers and civilians from Sky Island found it hard to accept such a relocation. The reason they were so forcefully trying to drive the Shandians to extinction was to compete for Appiato, right? Now, not only could they not obtain Appiato, but their ancestral home, Angel Island, was also going to be completely occupied by that detestable Qinghai person, Ryo. Just thinking about the land they fought so hard for over generations being invaded like this made a group of young people from Sky Island begin to scowl and curse loudly. Isolated from the world, they were completely unaware of the gap between people, which at times was even 1,000,000 times greater than the gap between humans and dogs. They foolishly believed that their numbers gave them an advantage and wanted to drive out Kaido, Mihawk, and others just like they did with the Shandians. Damn Qinghai people. Who do you think you are? This is territory that our ancestors fought for with blood. Do you think you can occupy it all just with a word? Don't think that we Sky Islanders are easy to bully. You may be powerful, but our spears are not without their strengths. Brothers, kill. Drive all these damn guys down to that cursed sea below. After cursing for a while, someone among the Sky Islanders who was good at exploiting the dissatisfaction of the crowd began to guide their emotions, raising a spear and preparing to launch an attack. This can be considered a scene-seeking death, a terrifying sight that almost made Confronting's heart stop. But he had no time to pacify his people. It takes commendable courage for the weak to draw their swords against the stronger. However, it is not a wise move for an ant to show its sharp fangs to an elephant. Luo Hou slowly drew his sword. He did not intend to kill, but these squid people were truly insatiable. Slash wave, he softly uttered the name of his sword technique, and then with a horizontal cut, in an instant, a blinding white sword light swept out. This flying slash, only capable of being unleashed by a great swordsman, effortlessly sliced through hundreds of rebellious airborne island soldiers. In just a moment, 500 or 600 heads, still spewing blood, rolled down to the ground. The sword in Luo Hou's hand dripped blood continuously, showcasing its bloody sharpness. Now, who else wants to cause trouble? If you have any objections, don't hold back, just stand up and tell me. After shaking off the blood on his long sword, Luo Hou looked indifferently at the crowd around him. At this moment, in the vast area of the Sky Island, countless heads gathered, yet not a single sound was made. Everyone had their mouths wide open, taking in a few breaths of cold air, and even a few timid individuals had collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The crowd could hardly believe the scene before them. They could not comprehend that there were such powerful humans in this world. In an instant, hundreds of their elite Sky Island soldiers had their heads severed. Confronting was horrified and knelt down again. My lord, we Sky Islanders are willing to accept mediation. From today, Angel Island and Appiato will all belong to you. I only ask that you spare my people. Confronting pleaded hoarsely to Luo Hou. Luo Hou looked towards the Sandia people. The leader of the Sandia people quickly expressed, we are also willing to accept, compared to the relatively large population of the Sky Islanders. The remaining members of the Sandia people were few. If a powerhouse like Luo Hou turned his sights on their tribe, the Sandia people would likely face complete annihilation today. Very good. I am glad you can see the situation clearly, Luo Hou said calmly, showing no psychological burden from having killed hundreds of squid people. Lord Leader, can we Sandia people return to our homeland Appiato today? The golden bell of our homeland has not rung for many years. The chief of the Sandia people looked at Luo Hou with a pleading expression. The reason the Sandia people had been chasing and fighting the Sky Islanders for over 400 years was to reclaim their land and ring the golden bell left by their ancestors. However, countless tribesmen had struggled for hundreds of years and still had not succeeded. The current god of Sky Island, Confronting, seems to be making great efforts to promote harmonious coexistence between the two races. However, he understands very well that Confronting will never give up such a vast piece of land as Appiato. They simply want to lure the Shandians out under the guise of harmony. Perhaps, under Confronting's leadership, there will be an opportunity for peaceful coexistence this time. But who can guarantee that the next god of Sky Island will not attempt to exterminate them again? The tears of crocodiles have happened once before, and the Shandians do not want to experience it again. To reclaim their homeland, they can only rely on their own strength to fight back, or find a new, suitable ally for support. It is clear that this time, Rahu and others represent the best opportunity for the Shandians to return to their homeland and ring the golden bell. What you want to do is none of my business. However, before ringing the golden bell, I hope you find this place. Rahu received a storybook describing the Sky Island from a female pirate, and then pointed to the altar of Baika mentioned in the book. According to the information conveyed in the anime, Enel consumed the natural type rumble fruit at this location and then killed his enemies, destroying Baika. The Baika that eventually led him to Angel Island to claim godhood should be that small island in the southeast, right? I remember there is indeed an altar there, made from the gold plundered by those detestable Sky Islanders. The leader of the Shandians stared at the two characters Baika in the book, and after pondering for a few seconds, he recalled the location of the area. The entire Sky Island region is a special climatic area formed by the gathering of Angel Island, Appiato, and various large and small sky islands within a radius of several hundred miles. Baika is no exception. It is just a very inconspicuous small sky island. In fact, the Sky Islanders living there may be very few. Under the specific guidance of the Shandian leader, Rahu immediately activated the ability of the float fruit, controlling his body to fly rapidly towards the southeast. As for Kaido and others, after stabilizing the situation, they began to wander around the unique alcoholic beverages and specialties of the Sky Island. Many crew members, in order to enhance their combat abilities, directly purchased various shells in the shops of the Sky Island, such as impact shells and flame shells, which are extremely powerful. Of course, whenever this flame shell is mentioned, many people start to bring up the criticism of the natural type burn fruit, saying that whether it's human or ghost, everyone can play with fire, and basically, there's hardly anyone in the New World who cannot handle fire. In short, the burn fruit is not worth a dog's attention. On the other hand, after flying a high speed for about 7 or 8 minutes, Ra's observation, Haki gradually detected a vague golden building resembling a pyramid. If nothing goes wrong, this building should be the altar on Baika that the Shandian leader mentioned. The style of this altar is different from the new era houses on other floating islands. It resembles a miniature pyramid. However, this pyramid altar is entirely made of gold, which has lost some of its original luster over the years due to exposure to the air. Yet, it possesses a sense of ancient solemnity. And the carved patterns of the floating islands on this altar are also extremely old. After confirming the target, Rahu quickly controlled his body and flew for a few seconds before standing on the soil of Baika. At this moment, the islanders living on the island looked at Rahu with curious eyes. Several islanders, acting like security guards, tightly held weapons and remained vigilant against outsiders. Just then, a baby's crying could be heard from the altar nearby, followed by a woman's soothing song. Rahu ignored the security personnel outside and strode directly into the altar. What came into view was a woman from the floating island, about 40 or 50 years old, with wings growing from her back. She was carefully nurturing and soothing a baby that appeared to be less than a year old. Upon closer inspection, Rahu recognized that this baby was the god Enel, who would eventually destroy Baika. Emma, please stop protecting this damned freak. Just look at his ears. They are not normal. That's right. This long-eared baby was brought over from the Qinghai side. He is not one of our floating islanders. Burn him, burn him. Throw him into the flames of the altar and burn him. As a woman named Emma carefully hummed a lullaby to soothe the baby, the men nearby could no longer tolerate the scene. Enel's long ears and the absence of the unique wings of the floating islanders made it impossible for them to accept such a freak. Chief Emma, please. He is just a baby, not a freak. I want to take care of him. I promise you, once he grows up, I will personally expel him from Baika. If we let go now, he will definitely die outside. Upon hearing the chief of Baika and the surrounding people's insistence on abandoning Enel or throwing him into the altar's flames to burn him, Emma's fragile maternal love was instantly shattered. She wanted to plead with the chief and others. Please, just let me take care of this child. Just as Emma was making her last desperate effort, Rahu, who had appeared in front of the altar at some point, spoke up. He is from our Qinghai. I will take him back to Qinghai. Rahu looked at the kneeling Emma and slowly said. Although Enel was just a baby now, Rahu greatly valued his talent. With Enel's talent and the ability to develop fruit powers, such a person would definitely be at the emperor level by the time the plot reached its later stages. Who do you think you are? This guy is obviously a freak, and he must be thrown into the altar to be burned. When did the affairs of Baika Island become something an outsider like you could intervene in? Or do you want to be thrown into the altar with this long-eared freak? Among the onlookers from Baika Island, a young man with a fierce expression and a strong physique shouted loudly. Emma looked up and realized it was the chief of Baika's son, the man who would inherit the island's rule in the future. Just as Emma was about to turn around and plead with him again, Rahu's body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the fierce-looking young man. With a swift motion, a terrifying force erupted, instantly ripping the young man's head off. The blood sprayed wildly, and even a long spine hung from the severed head. After casually tossing the young man's head into the altar's blazing flames, Rahu calmly asked, "Is there anyone else who has objections? Do you all want to kill a baby? If you dare say another word, I will kill everyone on this island." After wiping the blood off his hand on the altar's wall, Rahu slowly took the now drowsy baby from Emma's arms. At that moment, the chief of Baika finally reacted, realizing that this suddenly appeared stranger had killed his only child and thrown him into the altar to be burned. On this small island of Baika, it had always been just him and his son working together to guard and burn others in the name of sacrifice to maintain their meager prestige. But this suddenly appearing man was strong enough to kill his son without any chance of resistance. He was shaken and stood up, his eyes filled with rage as he rushed towards Rahu, vowing to avenge his son. Seeing this scene, Rahu naturally didn't bother talking. He tightened his 5 fingers into a fist and directly smashed it into the chief's face. The terrifying force transmitted through, and with a loud pop, the chief's body exploded on the spot, instantly turning into a pile of flesh. The ruthless patriarch, if he continues to stay here, will inevitably kill more people. Especially Emma, who wants to protect the baby, will become their primary target. Killing them could even earn him a good reputation, which is what the old Buddhists saying about killing to save means, Rahu thought to himself. At his current psychological state, killing is nothing more than a casual act for him. As long as it doesn't greatly violate his inner moral standards, it basically won't create any ripples at all. This child will be entrusted to me for care in the future. Oh, by the way, your information isn't very up to date here. The entire empty island is now my territory. Someone will come to inform you in a few days. From now on, this woman will be the new chief of your Baika island, Luo Hou lightly said, looking at the group of Baika citizens who were already frightened and pale. His only purpose for doing this was to ensure that Emma, who possessed a selfless maternal love, will be spared from being targeted by others after his departure. Once he confirmed that everyone had heard his command, Luo Hou began to survey the layout of the altar. After clearing away various unknown statues made entirely of gold, Luo Hou's gaze fell on a statue in the center, which had 3 pairs of golden wings. This statue was in a posture of extending its hands forward, as if offering something. In the palms of this statue was a fruit that was entirely golden and had lightning-like patterns spreading throughout its surface. Thunder fruit. So it really is here in Baika. This trip wasn't in vain after all. Luo Hou quickly moved and jumped into the hands of the golden statue, grabbing this extremely hard-to-detect golden fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully absorbed the attributes of the nature type Thunder Fruit 100. The system's notification rang out. At the same time the notification sounded, Luo Hou felt a surge of violent and powerful lightning energy instantly flooding into his body, making him feel tingly and even activating his muscles, resulting in a slight increase in strength. A dragon king-like smile curled at the corners of Luo Hou's mouth. As everyone knows, the Thunder Fruit is hailed as the strongest of all nature-type Devil Fruit abilities. It not only possesses the speed of light, but also carries the most powerful natural element in terms of attack. Luo Hou's fingers slightly spread apart, and as the electricity surged, a fine deep blue current began to crackle around his fingertips, resembling a vivid lightning dragon filled with an inexplicable majesty. With a crackling sound as the current surged, the 2 corpses that Luo Hou had struck down were instantly turned to charred ashes by the high temperature brought by the lightning. Sorry for getting your altar stained with the blood of these 2. You can clean up their ashes if you wish, Luo Hou said calmly. Unbeknownst to him, his robust body had already grown to about 3-4 meters tall. With a smile, he walked out of the temple of Baika Island. This trip to the empty island could be considered a complete success. Not only had he claimed the entire area of the empty island as his territory, but he had also successfully acquired a god-level nature-type devil fruit. Moreover, because Enel was currently just a baby, Luo Hou had selfishly decided to take him back to Qinghai as well. This guy, although he hasn't shown much combat talent in the storyline, that's only because Enel has never been exposed to Haki, which is a completely different knowledge system. Just from the fact that he developed Thunderclap and his devil fruit ability has directly reached the level of awakening. It's enough to prove that this long-eared baby is definitely a gifted individual with such a talent mechanism. If he is later taught by someone like Teacher K who has profound insights into Haki, he will undoubtedly become a strong contender for the Emperor level in the future. It's time to return. In this battle of God Valley, all the celestial dragons must die. With his power having gained another boost, Roranoa's tone was cold and filled with boundless killing intent. In fact, although he had already killed 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island, this small number couldn't possibly fill the hatred in Roranoa's heart. This is a blood feud that has led to the destruction of families. Only by waging a true extermination war against the 20 celestial dragon families can it be completely quelled. Perhaps, aside from the Nefertali family that has already left the Holy Land and no longer identifies as celestial dragons, they might have a chance to escape this massacre. A loud rumble of thunder suddenly erupted. Rheo's powerful and vigorous body instantly transformed into a violent ball of lightning, flashing towards Angel Island in the astonished eyes of the islanders of Baiko Island. In the blink of an eye, Rheo's figure had vanished, leaving behind only the smell of burnt air. If it weren't for the burning corpses and the altar proving that what just happened was not an illusion, everyone might still find it hard to believe that there had truly welcomed a terrifying ruler. However, relatively speaking, although the residents of Baiko Island were very fearful of Rheo as a ruler, at least the clan leader, who had relied on his son's strong physique to oppress the people and forcibly plunder others for food, was dead, life still held great hope. During Rheo's absence, Kaido took the opportunity to exchange various supplies brought from the Qinghai with the residents of the for almost all types of alcohol. Under the influence of Kaido these days, the young Mihawk and Crocodile, who are still just kids, have clearly developed a drinking habit. However, compared to Kaido, who drinks without restraint, both Mihawk and Crocodile prefer sweeter red wine. A flash of lightning passed, and Luo Hou returned to the pirate ship assigned to him by the Rocks Pirates for the 7th Division. Originally, it would take 7 to 8 minutes to fly from Angel Island to Baiko Island using the powers of the Float fruit. But now, with the lightspeed drive of the Thunder fruit, Luo Hou can make the round trip in just over a minute. After summoning a few young, beautiful, well-proportioned female pirates who looked even more impressive than Nami, Luo Hou casually handed over a baby to them for care. I can't guarantee everything, but I can at least ensure the basic food supply here. After all, he didn't gather these 30 or so female pirates just to feed them. Besides daily cooking, taking care of a baby is definitely more than enough. Just then, a persistent ringing from a transponder snail sounded. Kaido, who was drinking wildly, answered the call. Luo Hou, it's Captain Rocks on the line. On Hachino's island in the second half of the Grand Line, the strong sea winds blew fiercely, making the flag of the Rocks Pirates, which was high above the island, flutter. At this moment, all members of this notorious pirate crew, known for their violence, had gathered in the Skull Room on Hachino's island. 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate. 2nd Division Captain, Silver Lion Shiki. 3rd Division Captain, Charlotte Linlin, along with Silver Axe, Wang Ji, John, and others. They all quietly waited in the conference room for something. Haha, what does Captain Rocks want us all gathered here for at such a tense time? Is he planning a full-scale attack on the world government? After a moment of silence, the more restless Silver Lion couldn't help but mumble. That's impossible, right? Although our Rocks Pirates have some strength, the captain shouldn't be that overconfident. What a bunch of fools. Don't you know next week is the Celestial Dragon's human hunting plan that happens every 3 years? Captain John, who was the most informed among the division leaders, proposed his guess while playing with a gold coin in his hand. It was clear that John's explosive information immediately caught the attention of Whitebeard, Silver Lion, and others. The Celestial Dragon's plan to hunt humans every 3 years is a plan that makes countless commoners from non-world government affiliated countries panic. In this plan, the Celestial Dragons personally select a non-world government affiliated country and then lead troops to carry out indiscriminate slaughter. The plan only stops when the citizens of that country are completely wiped out. During this period, regardless of age, gender, or disability, everyone will be mercilessly killed. One could even say that in this hunting plan, even a worm that dares to show its head would be split in half. Hiss, hearing you say that, I feel like I'm not a pirate anymore. Since it's a hunting plan initiated by the Celestial Dragons, the Navy will definitely come to escort, right? How can those Navy soldiers dare to call themselves the embodiment of justice under such an evil hunting plan? After listening to John's introduction, Silver Lion scratched his still abundant golden hair and suddenly felt that his identity as a pirate was somewhat laughable in front of the Celestial Dragons. Although he had gone from an unknown small pirate to someone who had killed countless people, compared to the level of the Celestial Dragons, who could directly annihilate a country, he felt like a mere fly. Moreover, if what John said was true, according to the Celestial Dragon's habit of exterminating a country every 3 years, the number of people killed by the world government since its establishment over 800 years ago would be unimaginable. Just as everyone was in shock, the door to the conference room suddenly opened, and Rocks, with a height of over 4 meters, almost instantly teleported to the main seat in the conference room. Is everyone here? I've gathered all of you captains today because a major operation is about to begin. Rox, with bloodshot eyes, glanced around at the captains present and said with barely concealed excitement, "Where's Luo Hou? Didn't I call him? Why hasn't he returned yet? I remember he said he was almost there on the phone." Just as Rox was about to announce his action plan, he suddenly noticed that Luo Hou, who should have appeared in the newly added 7th chair, was not present. "Captain Rox, you can announce the plan directly. When Luo Hou returns, I can just inform him." Whitebeard quickly interjected to ease the tension in the meeting. At that moment, a pirate ship slowly descended in the waters of the port on the outskirts of Achinos. It was the ship of the 7th Division led by Luo Hou. After the ship of the 7th Division came to a halt, a dazzling flash of lightning accompanied by a thunderous roar shot out. In less than 30 seconds, Luo Hou flew into the conference room and sat upright in his 7th chair. "Kikik, Captain Rox, I got delayed on the way and arrived a little late." Before Luo Hou finished speaking, all the captains of the Rox pirates looked at him in shock. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. Just moments after Captain Rox mentioned someone was missing, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared before their eyes, and Luo Hou miraculously showed up in his chair. Based on their years of battle experience, they quickly realized that Luo Hou must have gained a new devil fruit ability, and if they were not mistaken, it was the Thunder fruit, which is said to be the most powerful among the Logia-type fruits. However, what puzzled everyone was where Luo Hou had found this devil fruit. The Thunder fruit had been considered legendary in these seas and had not appeared for hundreds of years. Moreover, hadn't this guy already possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type fruit and the float fruit of Silver Lion? Where did this divine Thunder fruit come from? Everyone looked somewhat numb at the position where Luo Hou was seated. For an ordinary person, being fortunate enough to obtain a devil fruit is already an immense stroke of luck. This guy is something else, directly teaming up with 3 perfectly capable devil fruits. The Thunder fruit, right? It really is a very good devil fruit ability. Just as Rox was about to announce his plan, he recognized this long-lost devil fruit with the sudden appearance of Roronoa Zoro, who came in with sparks flying. Once in his plans, the Thunder fruit was supposed to be his second devil fruit ability. However, he had searched for it tirelessly without success and had to give up. He never expected that one of his captains would have the fortune to acquire the Thunder fruit ability. But Rox didn't have much of an opinion on this. After all, in this world, what ultimately matters is still the strength and skill of Haki. The strength of Haki is divided into 4 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Above the top tier, there exists a kind of ultimate Haki that 99 of people cannot reach. As long as all 3 types of Haki are cultivated to the ultimate level, then even without a devil fruit ability, one would be invincible. Devil fruits are merely tools for assistance. Getting back to the point, I have gathered you captains here for this reason. Looking at Shiki, John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Lin, who were all in a state of shock, Rox could only helplessly tap the table to redirect everyone's attention. Then, he pointed to the map on the conference table. Clearly displayed was an island located in the West Sea region, God Valley Island, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Almost all the warships from various marine branches had been requisitioned to this side. The purpose was to prepare the most powerful escort operation during the upcoming period when the world nobles would be collectively going out. According to the Marine headquarters experience over the years, whenever the celestial dragons go out, the Rox pirates would definitely move like flies drawn to rotten meat. Given this year's situation, the Rox pirates' action would be even more significant. The reason is that yet another devil, who looks down on the celestial dragons, has joined the Rox pirates. The already terrifying strength of the Rox pirates has now added a 7th division. This has caused a significant tilt in the already somewhat unbalanced power dynamics over the sea. Besides the giant vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, countless officers of all ranks flocked into the vast conference room of the Navy headquarters, waiting for the arrival of Fleet Admiral Netanya. Sitting in the first 3 rows of the conference room were the currently most popular figures in the Navy, the Steelbone Admiral, who has a very rich background and sufficient strength, but chose not to be promoted to Admiral, the Iron Fist Vice Admiral Karp, and the youngest among all admirals, the newly promoted Black Arm Admiral Zifa. These 3 individuals are regarded as the strongest Navy officers of this generation. Although Garp is a vice admiral mingling among admirals, no Navy officer finds it inappropriate. Garp simply does not wish to be promoted to admiral. In terms of strength, Garp is almost on par with Kong and may even surpass him. Besides these 3 admirals, the candidate Admiral Sengoku and others, such as the user of the Wash fruit and Admiral Tsuru, are also waiting in the conference room. Tsuru, Garp, and Sengoku are comrades who joined the Navy at the same time. Having grown from ordinary sailors in the Navy training camp to become the renowned Iron Triangle of the Navy, Tsuru is one of the contemporary candidate admirals due to her insightful strategic planning, combined with her observation haki and outstanding sniping abilities. These 5 individuals can almost be said to be the most powerful group within the naval headquarters. However, so far, the naval headquarters still lacks 1 admiral position and 1 candidate admiral position. Although the Navy has always wanted to recruit strong individuals from the military forces of various world government member countries, the rapid growth of the Rocks pirates in recent years has inadvertently affected people's willingness to join the Navy. After all, with the dark forces growing so powerful, who would dare to easily join the Navy during this time? Isn't this just like how the National Army was established in 1949? Carp, hasn't Marshal Netanyahu always wanted to promote you to general? This is the highest combat position in the Navy headquarters, yet you actually refused it. Just as everyone was suppressing their emotions, waiting for the meeting to start, Carp, the most carefree among the crowd, directly grabbed a bag of snacks and began munching on them. This extremely erratic behavior does not resemble that of a Navy maintaining justice at all. Everyone has long been accustomed to it, and no one cares. Perhaps no one even dares to care. Standing behind Carp is a tall, thin teenager wearing a dark blue Navy long-sleeve jacket. This young man's name is Kazan. He was originally an ordinary Marine in the South Sea Navy branch. Due to his exceptional talent during training, he was recommended by the Navy branch, and his military career has been remarkably smooth. As of now, he is still just a teenager, but has already become a colonel in the Navy headquarters and joined under the command of Vice Admiral Garp. Furthermore, sometime before Kazan, the Navy branch in the North Sea also recommended 2 exceptionally talented young individuals who could be considered monster-level prodigies. These 2 young men are ordinary sailors from Beihai, named Sakazuki and Borisolino. Currently, Sakazuki is training under Vice Admiral Crew, who also serves as the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Borisolino is training under the candidate Admiral Fujitora at the Navy headquarters. These 3 young people are hailed as the new generation of monster-level Navy in the training grounds of the Navy headquarters. Even the current Admiral of the Navy headquarters is interested in finding a vacant Admiral-level power to systematically train and cultivate these 3 young individuals. However, due to the extremely tense situation at present, this plan has to be put on hold for the time being. Kazan. The reason I refuse to become an Admiral is simply that I want to be a bit freer. If you want freedom, you don't need such great power. By the way, do you want to eat some sunbae? Upon hearing Kazan's inquiry, Garp explained his reasons with a smile. In the Navy, who doesn't know that Garp absolutely detests the celestial dragons? If he were to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he would have to personally serve the celestial dragons. This is 10 times more painful for Garp than being executed. Just the thought of having to wait for orders in front of those celestial dragons makes Garp's muscular body tremble uncontrollably. This was simply the most terrifying thing in the world for him. After receiving Garp's explanation, Kazan clearly fell into his own thoughts. For him, who was still in the stage of burning justice, it was difficult to sort out the relationship between the Navy's justice and the world government's justice. However, Sakazuki, who was nearby, glanced at Garp with a hint of interest. Although he didn't have much fondness for Garp, who had no military discipline, it was undeniable that Garp made a lot of sense. His father had once been an officer in the North Sea Navy branch. Influenced by his father, Sakazuki naturally harbored extreme disdain for the false justice of the Navy headquarters. In fact, a few years ago, when he had just become a Marine, he had sworn an oath that when he became the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he would definitely go to the world government headquarters to confront those in power. However, that ideal was still far from his reach at the moment, just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Several figures wearing black patterned masks and white cloaks had gathered at the entrance of the conference room without anyone noticing. Among them was Admiral Netania of the Navy headquarters, who hurriedly walked into the conference room to convene a meeting. After a couple of light coughs and clearing his throat, Admiral Netania looked at the gathered Marines. In a few days, it would be time for the world government's triennial human hunting operation, and the target this time was the Island of God Valley located in the West Sea. The 5 elders have urgently communicated, demanding that our Navy headquarters immediately assemble forces to guard God Valley. We must ensure the hunting plan proceeds normally. Admiral's words drew frowns from the self-proclaimed just Marines. Although everyone was well aware that the Navy's justice was not pure justice, if they were really to maintain such an evil plan of hunting humans under the guise of justice, what difference would there be between them and pirates? At once, the conference room was filled with boos. Faced with this situation, Admiral Netania naturally realized that the group of Marine officers under him was no longer as resolutely supportive of the world government as before. The increasingly powerful Navy headquarters always had its own considerations when faced with such unjust choices. In other words, this generation of Navy headquarters officers felt that they had gained enough strength to want to fly solo. However, Admiral Netania did not intend to pay attention to these dissenting Marine officers. The most important force in ruling the world remained the top-tier combat power. As long as the Admiral-level combat power did not defect, it was sufficient. The lower-ranking Marines were merely cannon fodder. And having combat power at the Admiral level already indicated the Navy's current position within the world government. Once they lost the financial support of the world government, the various mechanisms of the Navy headquarters would almost certainly collapse within a year. Because the Navy, which controlled the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, incurred an enormous daily military expenditure. Without the financial support of the world government, the Navy headquarters could not afford the salaries, allowances, and benefits of so many Marines. They could even struggle to maintain essential projects like ship repairs and military disability compensation. Therefore, Admiral Netania did not care about the opinions of the so-called Marine officers below the rank of Rear Admiral, because it simply did not matter. Quiet down. If you don't want to be Marines anymore, you can leave right now. Hand in your forms, and I'll sign and stamp them immediately. Maintaining justice is not an easy task. God Valley is just a non-member state that has not joined the government. Such extraterritorial countries are not recognized by the government. They are simply a bunch of barbaric people gathered together. This action by the government is merely a preemptive decision to prevent these evildoers from turning to piracy in the future. After angrily reprimanding them, Admiral Netania began to announce the upcoming task arrangements. Kongu, Karp, Zifa, and Sengoku would each lead 10 warships to form a demon-slaying order and immediately head to God Valley. Vice Admiral Tsuru and I, along with the CP organization governor, will head to the mission location in advance to deploy military supplies. This time's action plan. In addition to ensuring the hunting plan proceeds normally, we also need to deliver a heavy blow to that lawless Rocks pirates. Admiral Netania announced the commands in a hoarse and deep voice. According to the information disclosed by the CP organization, the 5 elders, who hold the world's highest power, have made the necessary preparations. At a critical moment in the battle, the 5 elders would also appear to eliminate Rox D. Zebek. After arranging a series of other officers' tasks in the following minutes, Admiral Netania hurriedly left the conference room with Vice Admiral Tsuru. At this moment, the masked figures waiting outside the conference room silently moved their hands through the air. The next moment, the masked man actually opened a portal in the air that seemed to lead to another world. After a group of people lined up to enter, the portal slowly disappeared. This group of people, including Marshal Netanya, completely vanished before the eyes of dozens of Navy headquarters officers. Even observation Haki couldn't sense any trace of them. The Paramecia-type door fruit. I never expected that the CP organization would actually obtain such a strategic devil fruit ability, Sengoku murmured among the Navy officers. This type of devil fruit, which can transport a large number of combatants across spatial barriers directly to their destination, is an invaluable treasure for any organization. Just imagine, if the Navy headquarters could have a gate fruit user suddenly bring the highest combat power, an admiral, to the battlefield while capturing a notorious pirate. That would be an unimaginable horror for any pirate crew. Who can withstand a surprise attack from the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters in the middle of battle? The CP organization is more closely monitored by the Gora CEI compared to our Navy headquarters, so it's not surprising if they have any special devil fruit abilities. Seeing Sengoku's thoughtful demeanor, Kong extended his broad, calloused hand and patted the other person's shoulder. Although our actions this time are not just, we must still obey the government's orders to preserve the Navy's existence. After finishing his words, Kong walked out of the conference room with his vigorous steps. Subsequently, Garp and Zephyr also did not linger and began to mobilize their respective fleets. The remaining Navy headquarters officers exchanged glances, looking at the serious expressions of the admirals representing the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. For a moment, the feeling of an impending storm weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This time, the Navy headquarters is mobilizing against an enemy unlike any they have faced before. The Rocks Pirates, a pirate organization that can stand against the world government. In fact, their enormous scale of power can no longer be described simply as a pirate crew. Will many people die this time? Who knows? But all of this is the fault of the Celestial Dragons. If it weren't for their ridiculous human hunting plan, our Navy wouldn't need to confront the Rocks Pirates head-on. I'm really nervous. Can I, as a Rear Admiral, handle this situation? What if I become cannon fodder as soon as I step on the battlefield? Maybe. Who can say? In this battle, or rather, War would be a more appropriate term. I can't shake the feeling that the real culprits are elsewhere. A group of naval officers murmured to each other, and then began to gather their forces to head towards the West Sea. At the back half of the Grand Line, at Haki Island, the captains of the 7 divisions of the Rocks Pirates, along with other crew members affiliated with the Rocks Pirate Group, have all arrived at the port area of Haki. Due to Captain Rocks issuing a death order, nearly everyone on Haki Island is mobilized today. In the years since the formation of the Rocks Pirates, there has hardly been a day with such a tense atmosphere. Because on these seas, almost no enemy can match the Rocks Pirates. Only this time will involve a battle with the Navy headquarters and the world government. The Celestial Dragons hold their human hunting event every 3 years. When the time comes, the Celestial Dragons gathered in their holy land of Mariehua will definitely mobilize to carry out their annihilation operation in God Valley. It's easy to imagine how terrifying the defensive forces arranged for God Valley will be. At the port of Haki, the captains are as follows. 1st Division Captain, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. 2nd Division Captain, Gold Lion Shiki. 3rd Division Captain, Charlotte Linlin. Along with the remaining members, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and the 7th Division Captain, Rob Lucci, have all gathered. The identities, statuses, and strengths of these 7 individuals can be said to overshadow any organization in the world. Even the organization known as the most violent on the seas, the Navy headquarters, does not dare to easily provoke them. Luo Hou's gaze slightly focused on the few crew members of the Rocks Pirates who were beside Whitebeard and the others. The most eye-catching was the one wearing fishnet stockings, casually sitting on Whitebeard's shoulder with her plump thighs, Miss Bakken. Bakken is an ordinary crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Due to her unique scientific talent, she is also the only scientist in the Rocks Pirates. Besides her, there are 2 other beautiful women within the Rocks Pirates. The intelligence officer and navigator, Shaki. The fighter, Girolioza. These 2 are the former and current empresses of the daughter country in the doldrums. According to the whispers exchanged secretly between Whitebeard and Rahu, Rahu often looks at the so-called empress, Gloria Osa, with some surprise. Whitebeard said this woman originally only wanted to live peacefully on Daughter Island. However, after meeting Captain Rocks, she fell deeply in love, chasing after him until she joined the Rocks Pirates. Unfortunately, even in the face of such seductive beauty, Captain Rocks remains as unyielding as a rock, focused on his ambitions. His feelings for Empress Gloria Osa are at most a fleeting interest. Nevertheless, Gloria Osa is still deeply immersed in love, unable to extricate herself. Meanwhile, there are at least 100 other pirate captains from outside the Rocks Pirates who are also eager to make a move. These people are all great pirates active in the latter part of the Grand Line, and almost every captain has a bounty exceeding 1 billion. However, although these pirate captains are already powerful enough, they still pale in comparison to the 7 captains of the division, including Kizaru, those who do not reach the admiral level. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters have no chance of becoming a division captain. There are only 2 ways to become a division captain of the Rocks Pirates. The first is to defeat an admiral in combat. The second is to randomly challenge a division captain. If victorious, one can establish the next division and gain power, fame, status, and wealth. These 2 conditions, regardless of which one, are almost hell-level challenges. Even since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, no other captain from the side crews has ever completed these 2 challenges, except for the recently emerged Rayo. Rayo is the only man who has directly repelled the 2nd Division captain, the Golden Lion, and so young, one can imagine the monstrous talent he possesses. Time passes second by second, and soon the warm sun, which was originally at sea level, has risen high into the sky, turning into a blazing sun. At this moment, Rox's figure suddenly flashed by like a ghost. Everyone is here. Then let's prepare to set off. After counting that Rayo and all the other division captains have arrived, Rox's gaze turned to the Golden Lion. Even before Whitebeard went to invite Rayo to join the Rocks Pirates, he had already informed the Golden Lion to use the float fruit to control all the side pirate crews. When Rox had left the Golden Lion alone in the room, he almost scared him to death. The 2 big men faced each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. However, just as the Golden Lion raised his hand to float nearly 300 pirate ships to a height of about 1,000 meters, Rayo, along with the unique electromagnetic waves of the Thunder fruit, suddenly sensed a pirate crew flying a long-nosed skull flag approaching Hakinosu. Roger is here. Rayo looked at the gradually appearing blurry silhouette of the Oro Jackson in the distance. On the bow of that pirate ship stood a man with a muscular and well-defined build, wearing a straw hat. GOLD. Roger. a pirate rookie who has only recently risen to fame in the second half of the Grand Line. Because nearly everyone in his crew has a bounty over 200 million and did not accept the invitation to join the Rocks Pirates, they have drawn much attention. As soon as Reo finished speaking, the other division captains also noticed the arrival of Roger's crew. Rocks raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the sea. He couldn't understand what this guy, who belongs to the same D lineage as him but has always been unwilling to ally with him, was planning to do in Hakanosu. Ha ha, Captain Rocks. Is that Roger coming to find you at this time? I fought with that Roger. He's quite a formidable guy. Of course, if he wants to compare himself to you, Captain, he definitely falls far short. The Golden Lion, with a hint of interest, stood with his hands on his hips, floating about 3 to 4 meters off the ground, waiting for Roger's crew. Maybe he has come to find me. But I hope he has not coming to seek his own death. Rocks gripped the blood-stained black blade at his waist, infused with Haki. This is a top-tier blade belonging to the Supreme Great Knife series. Due to the countless lives it has taken, a bloody and eerie aura still lingers around this blade. Upon closer inspection, it is even more terrifying than those so-called demon blades. Rocks is ready if Roger dares to say anything to dissuade him from starting a war. He will definitely take the head of this fellow clan member to offer to the blade. Amidst the waiting of the various captains, the Roger pirates soon arrived at the port of Hakanosu Island. Ha ha, Roger, not caring about Dana, couldn't help but laugh when he saw his long-lost rival set foot on the island. Roger naturally responded cheerfully to Shiki. Aside from Roger's carefree demeanor, Rayleigh beside him looked slightly serious. Just having landed on Hakanosu, he had already seen dozens of pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. It's worth noting that a pirate with a bounty over 100 million could already serve as an elite crew member in Roger's crew. However, such high-quality pirates in the Rocks Pirates could only be regarded as inconspicuous sub-captains. Moreover, the Rocks Pirates infrastructure on Hakanosu was nothing short of complete, especially the hundreds of pirate ships floating in mid-air, which looked absolutely imposing. The members of the Roger Pirates seemed like country bumpkins entering the city, looking around in awe and gasping in amazement. Compared to a world-class pirate organization like the Rocks Pirates, the Roger Pirates felt like tiny ants. Although Roger's strength was also exceptional within the Rocks Pirates, he could only be compared to those captain-level pirates. It's truly terrifying. Rayleigh secretly warned himself. He didn't understand why that bastard Roger insisted on coming to Hakanosu to meet some rookie pirate. But since they were here, he, as the first mate, had to be fully prepared to lead the entire crew away again. After all, relying on that bastard Roger was definitely not an option. Such a captain was the most unreliable guy. However, just as Rayleigh was on guard against every captain of the Rocks Pirates, his sharp gaze suddenly landed on a young woman dressed in a pink bra, paired with tight hot pants and sporting short hair. This is the informant of the Rocks Pirates. Shaki. Rayleigh gasped in surprise, and at that moment, seeing her face, he felt as if he had fallen in love, despite her mature demeanor. Meanwhile, Shaki, who had been waiting with her arms crossed, noticed Rayleigh's awkward expression. Looking at his golden hair, muscular physique, and uniquely marked beard, Shaki suddenly made a move that even she found inexplicable. She threw a flirtatious glance at Rayleigh. Their youthful gazes locked onto each other, and naturally, Roger also noticed the unusual interaction between the two. According to rumors among fans, Shaki betrayed the Rocks Pirates because she fell in love with Rayleigh. The two could be said to have fallen in love at first sight. Subsequently, under Rayleigh's influence, Shaki directly joined the Roger Pirates. And after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, the two retired together on Sabaody Archipelago, living a shameless life. However, it seemed that everything had slightly changed because Roger had joined the Rocks Pirates ahead of time. At this time, the Roger Pirates should be on their way to God Valley as well. Yet, they have recklessly arrived at the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Hachinos. Could it be that this guy really isn't afraid? Rocks might take drastic action. Luo Hou pondered this unprecedented scenario in his mind. However, all of this was merely a small episode. Compared to these romantic entanglements, Luo Hou was more eager to rush to God Valley and start killing, smashing the heads of the celestial dragons, tearing them off one by one. At this moment, Rocks happened to cast his gaze towards Luo Hou. I'll go negotiate first. If that doesn't work, I'll just take care of them. The God Valley plan cannot be disrupted. After meeting Rock's gaze, Luo Hou strode directly to Roger's front. For Luo Hou, he actually held no good feelings toward Roger. In the original storyline, if it weren't for Roger and his meddling crew suddenly barging into God Valley and teaming up with the Navy to besiege Rocks, perhaps the Rocks Pirates would never have faced defeat during that era. It could be said that everything was due to Roger that the world government became an unchallenged maritime overlord. Then this guy brazenly initiated the so-called Great Pirate Era, allowing a bunch of ignorant and incompetent little pirates to flood into the Grand Line, burning, killing, and plundering. And yet a large group of people still maintained his image as the Pirate King? It's simply ridiculous. Although the world under the rule of the Rocks Pirates might not have been that great for the people, at least Rocks wouldn't act like the Celestial Dragons, a crazed and perverted species that exterminates an entire nation every 3 years. A nation contains many infants and women. While the Rocks Pirates appear to be a group of ruthless pirates on the surface, in this regard, they were absolutely not as bad as the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, relatively speaking, the protection fees collected from the islands under the Rocks Pirates' protection were far below the standards of the Celestial Dragons. According to Luo Hou's understanding, those countries affiliated with the world government had long wanted to withdraw from the alliance during this period. However, the Rocks Pirates were unwilling to accept and protect them, leading to their continued suffering while handing over huge amounts of wealth for the Celestial Dragons to squander. Gol di Roger, why are you here at Hitchinos instead of going on your great journey in the Grand Line? Don't you want to go to that final island to uncover the so-called truth of the 100 years? Luo Hou slowly spoke to Roger, who stood barely reaching the upper thigh of Whitebeard. Ahahaha. It is the guidance of fate that has brought me to meet you, Luo Hou. Though I know it sounds strange, my intuition has never been wrong. You're going to God Valley this time, right? Our Roger pirates want to join the battle as well. Let us turn this chaotic world upside down together. Roger revealed his signature smile and loudly declared that the Roger pirates also wanted to join the Rocks pirates in the battle at God Valley. Everyone was taken aback. Even Rocks, who had prepared to take Roger's head, glanced over slightly. After Roger expressed his desire to join the battle, the imposing aura he exuded became evident. Countless notorious pirate captains with bounties in the hundreds of millions were in awe. This is the new king, Gold, Roger. His domineering presence is already on par with Captain Whitebeard and Captain Shiki. What kind of connection does he have with our 7th Division captain, Luo Hou? They seem to be quite familiar with each other. Moreover, their first mate Silver's Rayleigh and the 3rd in command Jabba. Both of their auras are not inferior to our Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and Captain John. If these guys join our team, what can the Navy do to compete with us? The crowd buzzed, discussing Roger's loud proclamations. Luo Hou, slightly surprised, took another look at Roger. The main storyline seemed to have subtly shifted due to his arrival. Originally, Roger should have been the one to stop the Rocks Pirates from joining the battle. Now, he has instead chosen to head to God Valley with the Rocks Pirates. However, Luo Hou did not dwell on this situation too much. The arrival of the Roger Pirates was just right. The more hands they had to resist the world government, the better it would be for him to take the opportunity to kill the Celestial Dragons. Since they want to join the battle, let us do it together. A slight smile appeared on Luo Hou's lips as he casually raised his hand to touch the Roger Pirates' ship, the Golden Jackson. At the moment his finger touched it, the Golden Jackson seemed to lose gravity, instantly creating a wave and floating into the air. Ahaha! Thank you, Mr. Luo Hou. Roger laughed heartily, drawing his sword, Ace, and pointing it to the sky as he looked at his crew, excitedly shouting, Set sail? Brothers, let us turn the world upside down together. With the Roger Pirates officially deciding to participate in the battle at God Valley, Rocks wasted no time. After lightly giving an order to act, the massive pirate ship, the Sword of the Jibek, made entirely of atom wood and as hard as iron, quickly rose to about 3,000 meters before heading straight for the West Sea. As the Sword of the Jibek moved, the remaining dozens of pirate ships naturally followed suit. Under the blazing sun, a dense array of black dots belonged to the Rocks Pirates. The mass of the ships flew the unique skull flag of the Rocks Pirates, flapping in the sea breeze. The unified action of such a massive pirate force can almost be said to be enough to wipe out any faction, no matter which pirate group it is. Even those from the Marine headquarters will be terrified by the horrific scale of the Rocks Pirates, wishing they could sprout 8 legs to flee. Inside the conference room of the ship, Sword of Jibek. At this moment, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others have all gathered together. As for Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others who arrived later, they sat beside Luo Hou. Kuaha! It has been a while since I fought that guy Carp. Newgate, he's just a cannon, and as long as I fly, he won't be able to do anything to me. Mamma, I just hope this time I can catch a man with better talent. Inside the conference room, the various captains were thinking differently, all longing for the impending Grand War. Since the Rocks Pirates rose to power, they had almost no opportunities to exert themselves. In this world, Aside from the world government and the Marine headquarters, no faction could stop their advance. Ahahaha, really, see? I told you I was right. This is the guidance of will. To participate in such a crazy war, there's no regret in dying. Seeing the gathering of these strong individuals, Roger also felt a surge of excitement. Although he didn't like to engage in any ruling movements, he was still willing to help if the target was the oppressive world government. But all of this was because of Luo Hou. If it weren't for the turmoil that broke out a few months ago, perhaps Roger wouldn't have come to Hakanosu to meet Luo Hou, but would have gone directly to God Valley to intervene. Later, due to a lack of common ground, he ended up clashing with Rocks, and under the influence of the trends of the times, unexpectedly teamed up with Carp to destroy the Rocks pirates. Enough with that, Roger. You always say that, but you never think it through. While drinking in silence, Rayleigh couldn't help but slam a bottle over Roger's head upon hearing his irresponsible words. However, despite Rayleigh's words, it was clear from his expression and the frequent glances toward Shaki that it wouldn't be so easy to drive him away now. These two people are completely like turtles, looking at green beans, mutually attracted to each other. Luo Hou looked at the gathered Emperor-level powerhouses and said nothing. He only knew that in this battle of the Valley of the Gods, there would be hundreds or even thousands of celestial dragons appearing. Just thinking about the scene of him wielding his knife to kill hundreds of celestial dragons and then using his freshly polished black leather shoes to stomp on their skulls made Luo Hou's heart tremble with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Hou appeared to be normal on the surface, everyone would surely think he had gone mad. As the ability of the float fruit allowed for high-speed flight, the surrounding air currents created a sound like a wailing ghost. At this moment, while gazing affectionately at Rayleigh and occasionally checking the sea chart, Shaki reminded, "Everyone, please pay attention. We're almost at the Valley of the Gods. The island with the high-altitude mountains ahead is the Valley of the Gods." As soon as Shaki's words fell, the group that had been drinking heavily instantly sobered up. They had been flying rapidly in the sky for 2 to 3 days, and during this time, everyone's anticipation had reached its peak. Now, upon hearing that they were about to reach the Valley of the Gods, they could barely contain their excitement. "Brothers, follow my orders. As soon as the pirate ship lands on the sea, we will launch a full-scale attack and rush in at the fastest speed. The mere forces of the world government cannot stop us. As long as we finish this battle, we will feast and drink at the Holy Land Mary Geos tomorrow." As the outline of the Valley of the Gods emerged, Rox waved his hand and directly grabbed the transponder snail in his hand, issuing orders to the captains of the hundreds of pirate ships. The ship that the captains were on, the Sword of Jybek, also rushed towards the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed. At the outskirts of the Valley of the Gods, dense Navy soldiers and CP organization agents also noticed the swarm of pirate ships in the sky at the same time. Upon seeing this terrifying military force gather, the lookout Navy soldiers and CP agents were instantly frightened pale. They knew this war would be brutal, but they never expected the Rocks pirates to move out in full force. "All units, please pay attention. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The Rocks pirates are really coming." In a tense and excited mood, the lookout officers quickly grabbed their transponder snails and repeatedly transmitted the signal. The responsible Navy officer quickly sounded the alarm for the entire island. In an instant, the entire Valley of the Gods was filled with the harsh and oppressive sound of alarms. At the same time, in a room located in the central part of the Valley of the Gods, a young man dressed in a black shirt with an extremely peculiar red crescent-shaped hairstyle raised his head with a calm expression. What a hassle. The continuous alarm sounds forcibly increased everyone's heart rate. "I just joined the Navy not long ago, and I'm already going to participate in such a level of war. It's really scary. I've heard that the captains and the Rocks pirates are all like monsters." At this moment, the 3 Navy recruits, hailed as the most likely candidates to succeed the future admiral positions, stood together, quietly hiding behind veterans like Carp, Kong, and Zifa, discussing the impending arrival of the Rocks pirates. At this time, they were still too young to realize what kind of power the Rocks pirates truly represented. In their limited understanding, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters was already something that few could surpass in this world. And indeed, the current 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters could confront the strongest 3 captains of the Rocks pirates head-on. "Oof, they're just a bunch of scum. The power of justice will definitely destroy them," said Akainu, who stood at the front, looking disdainfully at the dense pirate fleet in the sky. Based on his understanding at that moment, with all the combat power of the Navy headquarters deployed, along with the combat power of the CP organization's agents, the entire Valley of the Gods was absolutely a fortress-level defense. As long as the Rocks pirates dared to come, they would definitely not be able to retreat unscathed. However, Before his words could finish, the Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was responsible for guiding his training, quietly reminded him, "Don't underestimate the Rocks Pirates, Kaido. This is the most terrifying pirate organization in the world. Their strength is even enough to destroy our Navy headquarters." With long light blue hair tied in a ponytail, Tsuru, who looked extremely young and beautiful, had a worried expression on her face. To be honest, Tsuru did not believe they could win this war. The Rocks Pirates were just too strong. Moreover, due to the nature of this war being an unjust war, the morale within the Navy was not very united. Although 3 of the highest combat power CP governors had come to restrain the opponent, who could guarantee that the Rocks Pirates did not have other external support? It should be noted that in this era belonging to the Rocks Pirates, those wandering pirates were all well known. One Sword Style Great Sword Master Bartholomew Kuma, founder of the 8 Treasures Navy, Great Pirate Pepper, World Destroyer Bondewald. These powerful pirates all vanished when the Rocks Pirates launched their full-scale attack. If these people really barged in randomly after the war began, it's hard to imagine the enormous losses the Navy headquarters would suffer. The Sea Overlord Rocks D. Zebek, Whitebeard, Shiki, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, the 6 captains of the major divisions, plus the newly formed 7th Division led by Law. What is the Rocks Pirates up to? With this scale? Even charging in a Mariewa wouldn't be excessive, right? Among the crowd, the Admiral Sora noticed the 7 ships representing the Rocks Pirates at the forefront and gasped. The 7 top division commanders, plus the Overlord Rocks himself, the world's strongest pirate crew, is all here. The adults' hunting plan must not be interrupted. Even if our Navy headquarters has to pay the price of all lives, we must stop them. But everyone need not worry. The 5 elders have sent the latest news. They will arrive at God Valley at the critical moment of the battle. At the Navy headquarters, standing next to the current 3 admirals, is the Fleet Admiral, Netania. Fleet Admiral Netania has held the rank for over a decade, before the Rocks Pirates became famous. Netania swept through various pirates with the power of the Paramecia Diamond Fruit, establishing great achievements and rising to the rank of Admiral. Later, he made remarkable contributions in various battles and ultimately succeeded to the position of Fleet Admiral. Just as Netania was about to continue motivating the Navy soldiers' combat morale, the Golden Lion suddenly charged out from the sword of Zebek. The Golden Lion raised his right hand and waved his finger forward. A massive island reef, composed entirely of hard rocks, was directly pushed over. This guy, is he going to? The strategist Sengoku, who has already reached the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy, was stunned and his pupils contracted upon seeing the lion's actions, staring at the reef that nearly covered half of God Valley Island. If this massive reef were dropped from above, its power would definitely cause over 80% damage to the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. Without time to think, he quickly activated his Buddha fruit, transforming into a towering golden Buddha resembling a mountain. Following Sengoku's actions, Sora and Carp also activated their powerful Haki, keeping a close watch on the reef in the sky. If the Golden Lion really dropped something like that, they would have to use their strongest power to smash it and prevent major losses to the lower-ranking soldiers. The 2nd Division captain of the Rocks Pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki. Before joining the Rocks Pirates, he was known as the Flying Pirate Admiral, a notorious pirate who has long controlled multiple floating islands. Is this the strength of the 2nd Division captain of the Rocks? He can actually control such a large island. Yo, Sakazuki, the Flying Pirate Golden Lion Shiki. He really is like a monster. In the crowd, Borisolino looked anxiously at the reef hanging above like a cover of darkness. At that moment, his eyes widened and a golden light radiated from his body. As a new recruit who just joined the Navy not long ago, he did not want to sacrifice himself on this battlefield lacking justice. Borisolino silently vowed that if things went even slightly wrong, he would definitely make a dazzling escape. This can't possibly do anything. Haha, this luxurious gift is for you all. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, then suddenly pushed forward, releasing his control and allowing the hard island reef to crash down vertically. Gopu, I'm going to catch this island. You and Admiral Kong find a way to break it a little. Otherwise, if this thing crashes into God Valley, our Marine headquarters soldiers will be completely wiped out. Transforming into the Golden Buddha, Sengoku's voice resonated like a giant bell as he looked up at the sky, raising his 2 golden arms as if to push forward. Beside him, Borisolino's legs also erupted with even more dazzling golden light, ready to flee at any moment. Just as everyone was tense with emotions, a terrifying deep red sword energy suddenly slashed out from the central position inside God Valley. The roaring sword energy, upon contact with the island reef, moved at incredible speed, slicing through the entire island reef as if it were in an uninhabited realm, cutting it in half. Just as everyone was shocked at who could unleash such powerful sword energy, that streak of sword energy did not disappear. Instead, it twisted and transformed into a red orb emitting strange energy. At that moment, the already split massive island reef was directly shattered into fine particles by the energy. The scene was suddenly filled with swirling dust and the sound of people coughing violently. At that time, the golden lion, flying high in the sky, abruptly stopped smiling. He looked in disbelief as his proud island-throwing attack was so easily destroyed by an unknown enemy. Meanwhile, Rox, who had just stepped out of the cabin, also noticed the deep red sword energy. It seems that a master from the world government has arrived, and I see an unfamiliar devil fruit ability. Rox murmured calmly to himself. Then his aura began to surge, and his Conqueror's Haki became terrifyingly oppressive, like an abyss. The entire atmosphere at the scene became incredibly heavy, as if everyone could hear the sound of their own blood flowing in their constantly beating hearts. The once clear skies of God Valley suddenly seemed to plunge into severe stormy weather. Dark clouds gathered. The calm sea surface also unexpectedly stirred up huge and violent waves, with rumbling thunder continuously tearing through the dark clouds above. After a few seconds at the scene, under the terrifying release of Rox's Conqueror's Haki, over 50 to 60,000 elite Marines stationed on the outskirts instantly collapsed. Even worse, some fell into a deep coma with no will to resist and could not awaken. Damn, how can this guy's Conqueror's Haki be so strong? It's even stronger than it was a few years ago. Marshal Netania's face was extremely grim as he watched rows of elite Marine soldiers and CP organization agents fall down without any means to help. He did not possess Conqueror's Haki. In fact, within the entire Marine headquarters, only Kong, Carp, and Sengoku had Conqueror's Haki. There was too little Conqueror's Haki, or rather, almost none of their people could awaken it. They had enough willpower to reach this level of strength, but they lacked a certain kind of spirit, that kind of fearless, awe-inspiring presence. This guy hopes that the internal guards of the government can hold up. Sengoku was somewhat dumbfounded, feeling the exceptionally powerful Conqueror's Haki emanating from Rox. The momentum of this force was like a storm that could block out the sun, wildly howling and unmatched by anyone. However, after all, Sengoku was one of the few possessors of Conqueror's Haki in the Marine headquarters. He had to do something. Who? After taking a heavy, deep breath, Kong, Sengoku, and Garp all unleashed their Conqueror's Haki and charged towards Rox. However, no matter how desperately the three released their Conqueror's Haki, the best result they could achieve was just to slightly level the playing field against Rox. Could it be? When did Rox's Conqueror's Haki actually break through to that level? Ultimate Conqueror's Haki. It really exists. Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he was shocked as he looked at Rox, who was releasing Conqueror's Haki from such a long distance, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. He found it hard to imagine how powerful Rox's Conqueror's Haki would be if it had reached the ultimate level. Based on past experience, to deal with Rox's Conqueror's Haki, two top-tier fighters with the highest Conqueror's Haki were enough. But now, with him, Admiral Kong, and Garp all together releasing their Haki, they could only barely maintain their ground, always on the brink of being instantly overwhelmed. Rox was too strong. You cannot stop me anymore. From today on, the Rox Pirate Group will become the team that rules the world. Gold Lion, let our men launch the attack. Kill them all. As Rox's brutal voice echoed through the sky, Sengoku and Garp's Conqueror's Haki was instantly completely dispersed. Only Kong was left, but he was also quickly overwhelmed and sent flying to the side. At this moment of opportunity, Gold Lion did not hesitate to quickly extend his finger, lightly directing, and hundreds of pirate ships fell from the sky. They crashed on the beach of God Valley Island. This sudden action directly caused over 1,000 Navy soldiers to be crushed into a pulp under the heavy pirate ships, instantly killed in droves. But this was not the end. After these pirate ships dropped from the sky, wave after wave of pirates jumped out of the cabins like a dense swarm of ants. The Navy and the pirates clashed fiercely. As swords clashed, blood splattered everywhere, and the entire God Valley was surrounded by pirates. Even though the number of pirates in the Rox Pirates was not as large as the combined total of the Navy headquarters and CP agents, the atmosphere on the scene was such that once the fighting spirit was ignited, even a smaller number could not affect the determination of everyone to fight. The densely packed crowds of both sides collided, instantly sparking a fierce battle. Brothers, for justice. The Rox Pirates will surely be destroyed here. That's right, kill these damn pirates. If we, the Navy retreat, then there will be no justice in this world. The CP organization looks down on us, and the pirates want to join in. Then let's fight. We will forge the glory that belongs to our Navy. A Navy officer, seemingly a devil fruit user, shouted frantically into a loudspeaker, directly igniting the wild fighting spirit within the hearts of countless demoralized Navy soldiers. In an instant, the cries shook the heavens. The Navy and the members of the Rocks pirates fought fiercely together, fingers, severed arms, and broken legs flying everywhere, creating an extremely shocking scene. However, even in the face of such a situation, many Navy and CP powerhouses chose not to intervene, because their purpose was merely to block the captain of the Rocks pirates. If they intervened, and the Rocks pirates also rushed in to join the melee, then the final casualties would only be greater. This kind of non-contractual agreement can also be considered a tacit understanding between strong individuals. Navy, it's not too late to abandon your position now. As long as I successfully set foot on the holy land of the celestial dragons, your Navy can still fight for justice. Although your actions this time are not just. Ha ha. After gaining a significant advantage for his team with his Conqueror's Haki, Rocks charged towards the center of God Valley Island. Damn it, Rocks. What do you take our Navy for? Justice will not be reduced to the help of pirates. You are too arrogant. Do you really think there's no one who can stop you? Just as Rocks appeared on the land of God Valley with incredible speed, like teleportation. As the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Netania immediately took a stance, his whole body wrapped in diamond, radiating a hard glow, firmly blocking the way. Oh, Netania, just a defeated general, dares to come out and embarrass himself? Seeing the man blocking his path, Rocks recalled the Marine Headquarters Admiral he had encountered before. At that time, this ignorant guy had been severely injured in the heart by him with a single sword strike, but now it seemed that after such a long period of recuperation, this guy's injuries should have healed quite well. I was too careless before. Not piercing your heart with one blow was my mistake. If I catch you again this time, you will definitely die. Rocks looked at Netania, who was wrapped in the power of the diamond fruit, every inch of his skin covered. A disdainful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A guy who has already lost the will to resist against him is not worth a second glance. Damn bastard. Steel Bone Kong, come help me. It takes 2 people to stop this guy. Before the government's reinforcements arrive, I must risk my life for justice to hold this guy here. Admiral Netania gazed deeply. He directly summoned Kong to his side, both of them preparing to confront Rocks together. Ha ha ha, justice? Is what you Navy are doing today justice? To create boundless slaughter for the celestial dragons. This is killing an entire island of civilians. I, Rocks, wouldn't he dare do such a thing. Truly shameless. For every minute you delay me, countless civilians die indirectly at your Navy's hands. 1 or 2 of you are merely the dogs of the world government, the evil hounds of the celestial dragons. And you dare to talk about justice? Rocks chuckled frivolously, his aura surging dramatically. Netania felt a sense of urgency looking at Rock's disdainful face. He never imagined this guy would be such a loudmouth. If he keeps talking like this, even if their high-level combat power remains unaffected, the soldiers below wouldn't think so. After all, this is inherently an unjust war. As the Admiral of Marine Headquarters, he must stop this sharp-tongued guy. Without hesitation, Netania acted directly with Steelbone Kong, launching an attack from both sides. Bang, 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 bang. Facing the circular attack from both sides, Rocks acted swiftly, raising his hands as a wave of dark. Reddish-armed Haki flashed, directly catching the powerful punches from both men. His armed Haki had also reached the ultimate level. Kong was horrified, but there was no way to back down. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. The chaotic battle between the 3 of them was incredibly intense. Every punch and every kick represented the highest standard of combat awareness. This is a battle between the top-tier powerhouses above the sea, where every clash of dominance causes immense destruction. The 2 sides exchanged blows back and forth, engaging in hundreds of rounds in an instant. Within a few kilometers, the originally dense Navy and pirates were instantly cleared out by the shockwaves generated from the frenzied battle of 3 individuals, turning the area into a mist of blood. Under this terrifying confrontation, the hard rocky ground of God Valley Island cracked open, creating massive fissures that stretched for several kilometers. Although Rocks was clearly outnumbered, he showed no signs of losing ground. Suddenly, Netania seemed to see something different and shouted, "Rocks has shown a flaw." Diamond impact. Although Steelbone Kong didn't understand where the flaw was, he didn't hesitate. In an instant, he wrapped his fist with Conqueror's Haki. Steelbone heavy punch. Bang bang. After 2 muffled sounds of collision, Netania, clad in a diamond suit, was sent flying by Rock's knife wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. The hard diamond chest plate was even cut open, leaving a huge gash several centimeters long, deep enough to see the pulsating organs inside. As for Steelbone Kong, who had also come to attack, he was blocked by Rock's left hand, firmly withstanding his Conqueror's Haki-wrapped heavy punch. It did create quite a shockwave. However, the damage was not severe. Just as Steelbone Kong was about to continue his assault, Rock swiftly raised a leg and suddenly kicked towards his groin. Sensing this moment with observation Haki, Steelbone Kong's expression changed, and he quickly turned to dodge. But it was too late. Rock's right leg, wrapped in dual-colored Haki, viciously kicked him, sending him flying over 1,000 meters. Captain Rock's strength truly is monstrous. With that kick, Steelbone Kong was indeed sent flying. Meanwhile, John Wangji and Silver Axe, who had yet to take action, watched Rock's invincible in battle with admiration. The three of them were arguably the weakest members of Rock's pirate crew. Even a newly joined captain of the 7th Division, Luo Hou, was stronger than them. In this terrifying era, the strength of pirates was generally formidable. However, it seemed that the strength of the Navy headquarters admirals had also been somewhat enhanced. Both sides appear to be in a strange state of being controlled. As long as the pirates grew stronger, the level of the Navy headquarters admirals would rise sharply. Occasionally, even phenomena like Conqueror's Haki, which seemingly shouldn't belong to the Navy, would appear. Yet, as everyone stared blankly at Rocks, holding his own against two opponents, the newcomer Luo Hou stood dumbfounded on the deck of the Jaibeck sword, shocked at his system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, 46. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, 73. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, 100. Just as Rocks unleashed his terrifying Conqueror's Haki and a shockwave hit, Luo Hou directly absorbed a large wave of Conqueror's Haki attributes from Rocks. With Rock's indirect assistance, Rojo's Conqueror's Haki had reached an astonishing level of 100. With just one more step, he could achieve the true ultimate Haki like Rocks. Feeling the surge of Conqueror's Haki within him, which had doubled in strength, Luo Hou was even more excited. Now, his destructive power had increased threefold. However, upon receiving this notification, Luo Hou immediately stood behind Rocks, wanting to absorb more of the Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, no more attributes of Conqueror's Haki dropped from Rocks. Even the basic attributes of strength, agility, and stamina had become scarce. It seemed that to fully absorb Rock's attributes, he would have to engage in a real fight with him. Luo Hou was planning to challenge Rocks directly after the God Valley battle. As long as his 3 types of Haki could all reach Rock's level, combined with countless devil fruit abilities, he would be invincible. By then, even if he treated the celestial dragons like dogs, it wouldn't be a problem. Steelbone Admiral, are you alright? Medical team, hurry over here. Sengoku, who had shed his devil fruit abilities and returned to his human form, rushed over to help Steelbone Kong, who was lying on the ground. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. Steelbone Kong stood up with a somewhat pale face. Rock's strength was truly overwhelming. It required 3 people to hold him back. After confirming there were no further issues, Sengoku joined the battlefield, forming a triangular formation with Admiral Netania and Steelbone Kong, surrounding Rocks in the center. However, just as the 3 were about to launch an attack, a deep laughter echoed. Sengoku was suddenly taken aback. It's Whitebeard. The next moment, Whitebeard, towering at 666 centimeters like a monstrous figure, jumped beside Rocks, officially joining the battle. Kuaha! Sengoku, how many times have you been defeated by me today? I can't remember, but it should be over 10 times by now, right? Whitebeard, gripping his great sword, looked at the distressed Sengoku with an excited smile. Although he had yet to unleash the full power of his Paramecia Devil Fruit, without the constraints of any Devil Fruit abilities, Whitebeard could better unleash his Haki. After teasing Sengoku, who had repeatedly lost to him, Whitebeard's arm muscles tensed, veins bulging. The great sword, surrounded by Haki like ink, was infused with violent energy from Conqueror's Haki, and after a moment of brewing, it was swung down quickly and fiercely toward Sengoku's head. The condensed Haki and Conqueror's Haki energy exploded like a nuclear bomb, crashing down before Sengoku. Don't be too arrogant, Newgate. Today I'll show you how you lose. Sengoku shouted with a voice like thunder, stepping forward as his body transformed into a giant Buddha, causing the ground to crack. All his strength gathered, and he shone with golden light. Buddha's light impact. Boom! Whitebeard's great sword, wrapped in Haki and Conqueror's Haki, struck down on Sengoku's Buddha's light. The 2 sides refused to give in, exerting their strength against each other until the suppressed energy finally exploded. Sengoku's face turned red as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure flying backward like a rocket. Although Whitebeard only took a few steps back, his expression was also very uncomfortable, and he faintly had a mouthful of bright red blood in his mouth. However, he chose not to spit it out. Instead, he calmly cleared his throat and swallowed it down. Then he smiled and looked at Sengoku, who was returning to his normal form in the distance. Kulalalala, your level hasn't improved much, Sengoku. You should go back and sing a birthday song for the Navy, you know, the kind where you clap and I clap. Facing Whitebeard, who was still mocking him, Sengoku's forehead instantly bulged with veins. As he moved his palm, the dark-armed color Haki flowed continuously, and his pupils changed from black to a bright red. This is the visible state of the Conqueror's Haki entangling attack. Newgate, I will not coexist with you. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, Whitebeard naturally acted swiftly. Without a word, he raised his blade and struck. Both of them possessed top-tier Conqueror's Haki. There is a slight gap, but not much distance is created. Boom! The Guandao collided violently with Sengoku's palm, enhanced by the Conqueror's Haki. A massive mushroom cloud mixed with the ravaging Conqueror's lightning surged into the sky. The air seemed to become a bit heavier. The two equally powerful figures at the Emperor level were engaged in a fierce battle, creating a scene that was almost hellish for the nearby Marines and pirates who were fighting. Even the Marines who were 3 or 4 kilometers away were directly affected by the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki, their eyes rolling back as their bodies collapsed helplessly. Lion's might, wave slash. Just as Whitebeard and Sengoku were locked in a fierce struggle, the golden lion floating in the air directly confronted Carp, who was idly standing by and even showing signs of impatience. The golden lion swung his sword down in a powerful arc, unleashing a sword aura that radiated with extreme sharpness towards Carp. Hey, golden lion, you really are an unruly guy. Carp, who had initially wanted to remain idle for a while, was forced to engage and swung his iron fist to shatter the sword aura with great force. However, the golden lion, relying on his ability to fly, had no intention of backing down. Instead, he continuously swung his blade, unleashing wave after wave of slashes. In response, Carp could only passively take the hits, both sides exchanging blows in a chaotic manner, with sword energy rippling outwards, severing the arms, thighs, and even waists of a large number of people around them. Ha, Carp, sorry, but being able to fly makes me unbeatable. The golden lion, flying in the sky, sheathed his 2 famous swords, Moku Kagu and Sakura J, and then laughed maniacally from his elevated position. However, at that moment, Carp suddenly pressed his finger joints, producing a series of cracking sounds. After moving all his joints, the flow of armament Haki appeared. Carp's pupils instantly turned bright red. Let us try this move, Golden Lion. With a loud bang, Carp laughed excitedly, stomping down on the hard ground and unleashing a terrifying upward force to the countless Marine soldiers surrounding him. The figure draped in a white justice coat looked like an unstoppable hero, soaring into the air. In almost an instant, he closed in on the golden lion high above. His 5 strong fingers quickly spread open, and before the golden lion could even react, Carp reached out and grabbed his face. The speed, akin to a flash, instantly froze the proud expression of the golden lion, who had thought highly of himself. However, at this moment, he could no longer escape from Carp, who was like a stubborn and tough piece of toffee. Ziz! The explosive black-red Conqueror's Haki lightning splashed crazily against Carp's fist, making it seem from afar as if Carp was dragging a terrifying bolt of thunder. Iron fist. Under the sea. Descend. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, as if a mountain had collapsed. The second squad captain of the Rocks Pirates, known to the world as the Sky Pirate Admiral, Shiki the Golden Lion, was heavily thrown down by Carp from midair to the ground of God Valley. The scattered dust and shattered ground, resembling a spider's web, all proved the power of Carp's iron fist. The scene stirred up waves of air like the collapse of heaven and earth, washing over countless pirates and Navy personnel present. Ha, Carp, I'm going to kill you. The Golden Lion roared with a somewhat sharp throat, first leaping out from the pit created by the impact, then swiftly drawing his sword and charging towards Carp's landing spot. At the moment he charged forward, a thick layer of armament Haki appeared. The black-red Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his double blades. The famous swords of the Great Knife 21 series, Sakura, Ten, and Mikage, under the backdrop of his golden hair, transformed into the fierce and domineering fangs of a lion, exuding a sharp, cold gleam. Seeing the disheveled and murderous golden lion before him, Carp's expression also turned serious. The reason he could swiftly gain the upper hand in the recent battle and swat this flying fly down was entirely because his opponent was careless and did not dodge. Otherwise, relying solely on the movement speed of the float fruit, Carp did not believe he could catch the Golden Lion off guard. Even considering the Golden Lion's strength, if he wanted to escape in this world, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to catch up to him. Even if a few who had consumed special devil fruits were fortunate enough to match the Golden Lion's speed, they would still be unable to defeat him. In short, he was an extremely troublesome fellow. Carp clenched his fists, adopting a boxing stance, with the black-red Conqueror's Haki wrapping around his hands. His black pupils turned blood-red due to the Haki's aura. Then, the two locked eyes and charged towards each other with an unimaginable speed and extreme sense of oppression. A punch and a sword strike were the most powerful attacks in the world. The two sides exchanged blows, and the collision of the hard armament Haki erupted into a shower of sparks, while the clash of Conqueror's Haki caused the surrounding sea to tremble. On the other side, the Marine Headquarters General, Zifa, who was also prepared, saw that Carp and the Golden Lion were momentarily unable to determine a victor, and he quickly rushed over to provide support. However, the Rocks Pirates had more than just Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Although these captains usually were all arrogant and unwilling to interact with each other, the current situation was during a war. No matter what, they had to finish this battle first. Mama. Zephyr, do you think I don't exist? You seem to be doing quite well. As long as you are willing to submit and become my 21st husband to let my next child inherit the genes of a strong person, I might just let you go. As Zifa was about to charge in to disrupt the Golden Lion situation, Charlotte Linlin quickly rushed over on Zeus. Along the way, her tall and slender figure wielded Napoleon and directly beheaded dozens of elite Navy soldiers. Even the naval officers at the brigadier level were easily killed on the spot. As she approached the battlefield, a hint of madness and greed flashed in Charlotte Linlin's beautiful eyes. After her words fell, her gaze was tightly fixed on a certain spot under Zifa. Charlotte Linlin, you already have 21 husbands. Are you still not satisfied? You're actually eyeing me. How unfortunate. If you had asked earlier, perhaps I would have agreed. But now, I am a married man, so I can't play around. Zifa teased Charlotte Linlin with a relaxed expression, completely unconcerned about her identity as the captain of the Rocks Pirates' third squad. Undeniably, Charlotte Linlin's strength and talent were indeed formidable. However, Zifa was not weak either. When he was 14, to become a hero in people's hearts, he chose to join the Navy. At 18, he participated in his first battle and earned his first medal. At 28, he successfully rose from a private to a corporal and learned the complete set of Navy 6, gaining fame in the headquarters. By 34, he had already become an expert in armament Haki, able to use armament Haki hardening, thus rising to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters and earning the title Black Arm. At 38, which is this year, he was once again promoted due to his mastery of armament Haki, reaching the rank of Admiral as defined by the Navy headquarters, and was exceptionally nominated as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the rare title Zifa currently held made him the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy headquarters. Even facing a monster like Charlotte Linlin, this prodigy still had his pride, although he might lose his winning edge due to not having the Conqueror's Haki wrapped in his attacks. Zifa believed that it would be completely fine to block Charlotte Linlin for a while with his strength. Mama, what does it matter if you're married? As long as you are willing, we can enjoy family happiness together tonight. Seeing what seemed to be an opportunity, Charlotte Linlin's desire in her eyes surged even higher. At this moment, she had already fantasized about, after a night of madness, directly obtaining the powerful genes of Zifa, the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, thus giving birth to a truly unparalleled child. Come on, don't you want to experience what my body feels like? As Charlotte Linlin spoke, she began to showcase her graceful figure and the beautiful shape outlined by her tight jeans. She freely spread her arms, causing the waves in front of her to sway with this bold movement. As long as you agree to my conditions, after we go over tonight, the two exceptional genes will combine. We will surely give birth to the strongest being on this sea. With our bloodlines complementing each other, our child will naturally surpass the current ocean overlord, Rocks. At that time, you won't have to continue being a useless Navy officer in the naval headquarters. Just come over and help me create more children. In just a few years, when these children grow up, they will directly form a terrifying force united by family bloodlines. And these children will also establish a truly huge nation that encompasses all races in the world. I've already planned the name of this country, Wanhua, a huge kingdom without oppression, without violence, truly achieving freedom, equality, and harmonious coexistence. While revealing her long legs, Charlotte Linlin passionately introduced her dream to Zephyr, who was in front of her. However, at this moment, Zephyr's expression was... It was evident that even though Zephyr considered himself a well-informed middle-aged man in his 30s, he was still quite shocked by Charlotte Linlin's words. He was already in his 50s. Could he still keep having children? This is too scary. Even if he really wanted to, his body wouldn't allow it. Not to mention Charlotte Lingling's undisguised, lustful gaze and her reckless body movements that seemed to want to execute him on the spot, which made Zephyr shudder internally. It's better to forget it. Your body is more suited to find those young people. Although their strength isn't much. They have energy and are really willing to put it to use on you. After calming his emotions a bit, Zephyr hurriedly waved his hand, rejecting Charlotte Lingling's shameless invitation once again. However, at this moment, Charlotte Lingling, who had already made up her mind, was not so easy to shake off. The look she gave Zephyr was already at a level where it could strip him of his clothes and reveal his strong, muscular physique. In fact, due to her overly heightened emotions, Charlotte Lingling even felt her body becoming more frenzied. Mama, refusing is useless. Just obediently submit to me. Mama. Charlotte Lingling's young body laughed out loud, her figure emerging from the thunderclouds, her right hand holding a knife, and her left hand tightly gripping her Zeus thundercloud. In the next moment, a sky full of purple lightning spread across Zephyr's vision like divine punishment, making it daunting to behold. But that was not the end. Accompanied by the rampant thunder, Charlotte Lingling waved her hand again, causing a cloud resembling the scorching sun to descend from the sky. Prometheus, the fire of heaven. Good mother. As Prometheus, who shares the same name as the sun god, after receiving Charlotte Lingling's command, unleashed a terrifying temperature akin to the sun's descent upon Zephyr. Under the illumination of this temperature, any Navy soldier who couldn't dodge in time would be instantly turned into a dried corpse. Even the pirates engaged in battle would also be scorched due to Charlotte Lingling's reckless release. The thundercloud Zeus, sun god Prometheus, and Napoleon. The three homies transformed from the soul fruit, were Charlotte Lingling's strongest means. One could say she was using every trick in the book to capture Zephyr back to Hakanosu and squeeze the life out of him. Damn, such a troublesome devil fruit ability. Wrapped in thunder and flames, Zephyr's expression was serious as he constantly jumped and used shave to evade attacks. From time to time, he had to find a way to kick away Navy soldiers who couldn't escape the flames to avoid being consumed by the fire. Mama, at this point, are you still thinking about saving these ordinary Navy soldiers? It seems you really want to go back with me to relieve some of that excess energy. Watching Zephyr in front of her, who could clearly dodge attacks but was burned by flames because he was trying to save Navy soldiers, Charlotte Lingling revealed an even more excited smile. She raised her hand and tightly gripped the large knife Napoleon, which had a human face. Her pupils turned red. Conqueror's Haki appeared. Taking advantage of the moment Zephyr was busy, she swung the long knife fiercely and chopped down. But, as the representative of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, a man who served as an admiral at the same time as the monsters Carp and Kong, Zephyr was not so easily taken down. The large knife wrapped in both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki was directly caught in midair by Zephyr's thick armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. The dark red Conqueror's Haki surged, shattering the ground into pieces, and the collision between the two also generated a series of powerful shockwaves sweeping around. Your mastery of armament Haki is still lacking. You're too reliant on your devil fruit ability. Zephyr's expression remained calm. The thick muscles on his wrists were tightly wrapped in deep black Haki, and unlike others, Zephyr had trained his wrist muscles exceptionally well. As blood filled and expanded the muscles, they became incredibly strong, like Popeye. After letting out a furious roar, Zephyr quickly exerted force, sending Charlotte Lingling back several steps. Although Zephyr did not have the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki as a master of armament Haki, his combat power was absolutely not inferior to Charlotte Lingling. In fact, during the battle, Zephyr could clearly sense that Charlotte Lingling's use of Haki and combat techniques were actually quite unskilled. It was completely chaotic, just random slashing. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, even if he spent all day waiting at the Navy headquarters for missions, completely ignoring the outside world, he would still hear about Charlotte Lingling, the third captain of the Rocks Pirates, getting married and having a baby again and again, with such frequent pregnancies and childbirths. How could one possibly train hard and master the use of Haki? However, just as Zephyr was preparing to pursue further, Charlotte Linlin, who had just stepped back a few paces, suddenly turned around and swung her sword. Elbaf's Spear Kingdom. The next moment, a sword chi that Zephyr had never seen in decades one that could be called the largest in the world, erupted. Moreover, this sword chi was incredibly fast and had an extensive range. In an instant, it directly claimed the lives of thousands of pirates and Navy soldiers. The scene was almost a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with blood splattering everywhere. The battlefield within a few kilometers was almost instantly cleared. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates, showing fear in their faces, fled in all directions, wanting to escape from Charlotte Linlin, the terrifying pirate queen. However, as they fled, bursts of pure white soul power suddenly erupted from the tops of their heads. In just a few seconds, hundreds of lives instantly aged into wrinkled forms. Clearly, this was one of Charlotte Linlin's paramecia-type soul fruit abilities. It allowed her to absorb lifespans from enemies affected by fear to replenish her own physical consumption and significantly increase her strength. After witnessing the terrifying losses inflicted on the Navy soldiers by this massive sword chi, Zephyr clenched his fists and stepped forward. A thick layer of armament Haki instantly enveloped his body, turning him into a pitch-black figure. "I am Black Arm Zephyr." After a furious roar, Zephyr swung his fist forward with great force. With a loud bang, he directly countered Charlotte Linlin's terrifying attack using his hardened armament Haki. After a fierce struggle for several minutes, he tore apart the massive sword chi. In order to better protect the Navy soldiers around him, Zephyr chose not to hold back any longer, but charged forward with great momentum to clash violently with the seemingly frenzied Charlotte Linlin. In contrast to the intense battles unfolding among the three captains, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin. On the other side, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, who had just been dragged into the mud by the aftermath of the battle, were similarly held back by three masked men. The three men wearing patterned masks had unclear faces, each tall and slender with well-defined muscles, exuding an aura that clearly indicated they were not to be trifled with. Based on their attire, John and the others realized they had encountered another powerful CP agent organization under the world government, specifically tasked with carrying out assassination missions. The strong configurations of these CP organizations are basically at a level comparable to that of the admirals at the Navy headquarters, all led by three top-tier governors. At present, the world government has almost dispatched all of its visible high-level combat power. However, even with these forces, they still cannot stop the onslaught of the Rock Pirates. Because, in this Battle of God Valley, the Roger Pirates still have three high-level combat powers that have not yet made an appearance. Alala, Commander Tsu. We have the advantage in this battle. Due to the combat power not yet being fully developed, it's impossible to gain benefits amidst the battles of so many strong fighters. Therefore, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borisolino were directly dragged by Commander Tsuru to the rear to observe and learn. How terrifying! The captains of the Rocks Pirates are simply like monsters. Faced with the indifferent attitude of these three young ones, Commander Tsuru could only sigh helplessly. It's not their fault. After all, they have limited experience. And it's normal not to see through the battlefield. In this battle of God's Valley, the Rocks Pirates have inexplicably stirred up such a storm, almost mobilizing their entire force without leaving any room to spare. Now, their Navy headquarters has dispatched all of its high-level combat power, and only with the cooperation of the three governors from the CP organization can they barely withstand the first wave of the enemy's attack. It's important to note that the Rocks Pirates have allied with the recently infamous Roger Pirates this time. The Roger Pirates have not one, but two powerful members with bounties exceeding 700 million berries. Moreover, the captain of the Roger Pirates, GOLD, Roger, is an extremely tough character. It is said that this pirate, who hails from the East Blue, just like Vice Admiral Garp, possesses combat power that rivals any of the highest combatants in the Navy headquarters today. If this team were to launch an attack while their Navy headquarters and the CP organization were weakly defending against the governor's return, Admiral Crane's pupils almost instantly contracted. She couldn't even imagine the consequences of failing this war. Moreover, she hadn't forgotten that there was still a captain from the Rocks Pirates who had not appeared yet. The captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates, the Demon Rayo, a terrifying newcomer whose first bounty reached a staggering 100 million berries. After slaughtering 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island, he was directly given a bounty of 1 billion berries by the world government. Don't underestimate them. We currently have no advantage at all. While reprimanding the 3 exceptionally gifted recruits, Admiral Crane chose to continue contacting the Den Den Mushi to request the world government to send some reinforcements. Because she knew that if the Roger Pirates chose to intervene in the battlefield at this moment of intense change, the Navy headquarters, along with the CP organization and their tens of thousands of personnel, could very likely be annihilated on this island. Moreover, if Reo, the captain of the 7th Division, a man who dares to kill celestial dragons like a demon, were to seize the opportunity to join in, then the remaining vice admirals of the Navy headquarters and the generally weak CP0 agents would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Admiral Crane, who had already conducted thorough investigations into Reo's background, would not believe that such a man, with nothing to lose, would choose to spare the Navy and CP organization at this moment, since the Navy headquarters had already chosen to participate in this unjust war. They had to be prepared for death. Soon, the sound of the din-din mushy dialing appeared. A busy tone rang out, but no one answered the din-din mushy signal. A hint of panic began to seep through the cold sweat on Admiral Crane's youthful yet beautiful face. The din-din mushy had dialed many times without anyone answering. Furthermore, she sensed through her exceptional observation Haki that the Roger pirates were beginning to mobilize. And that demon Reo, he had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 21. 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 14. 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 77. 546 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attribute of armament Haki. Top tier, current progress, 89. 93. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attribute of observation Haki. Top tier, current progress, 97. 16. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attribute of Conqueror's Haki. Top tier, current progress, 100. At this moment, Reo, who had transformed into lightning and was constantly moving between the various powerful beings and the battlefield of rocks, was absorbing wave after wave of basic attributes and Haki attributes. It can be said that, except for the Conqueror's Haki, which had already reached its maximum level and did not gain any additional enhancement, all remaining attributes were rapidly increasing. The dense sound of prompts is simply the most wonderful music in the world. Every sound represents the continuous rise of one's power, agility, stamina, and the level of the 3-color Haki. In this perverse era, the true royal level 3-color Haki should all be at the top tier and simultaneously mastered advanced application techniques. As Luo Hou feels the power continuously erupting, he excitedly continues to roam and absorb the dropped attributes. Although there is currently no such term as Sea Emperor in the entire world, Luo Hou, as a comic fan who has traveled through time, can naturally make a clearer comparison. The combat power of the 3 admirals in this era, Carp, Kongu, and Zifa, is absolutely comparable to that of the Sea Emperor. Therefore, they can be referred to as royal level. As for the 3 admirals in the Great Pirate era, that's another story. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 931 points of power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 476 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 999 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the armament Haki attribute. Top tier, current progress, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the observation Haki attribute. Top tier, current progress, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top tier, current progress, 100. Transforming into lightning. After absorbing a portion of attributes amidst the aftermath of battles between various powerful figures, Luo Hou's mastery of the 3-color Haki has directly reached the top level. Moreover, the improvement ratio that can be gained from the 3 basic attributes of power, agility, and stamina is gradually decreasing. Under such circumstances, if he wants to continue to break through, he can only seek stronger opponents. Only through direct confrontation can he absorb more powerful attributes. Alternatively, he can also absorb all the attribute balls dropped from enemies of the same level after killing them, which is also a good method to break through limits. Just as Luo, who was preparing to select suitable candidates for a sneak attack, 9 imposing figures unexpectedly appeared on the main road in the center of God Valley. And behind these 9 people, there was a dense crowd wearing bubble helmets and resembling divers. The Knights of God? How the celestial dragons finally appeared? It seems they can't hold back their curiosity, Luo, who said with no hint of retreat in his tone, while looking at the impressive figures appearing in the distance. Before deciding to participate in the Battle of God Valley, he already knew that the Knights of God, including the leader, had all 9 members stationed in God Valley in advance. Their purpose was to protect the more than one. 000 celestial dragons who came to participate in the human hunting competition to win devil fruits in place of their families. As these figures got closer, Luo Hou's excitement grew stronger, and the grip on his sword tightened. He had desperately gathered so many powerful attributes. Wasn't he just to fiercely kill the celestial dragons at this moment? Now the time has come. He must deliver a heavy blow to the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of the title of demon. 7th Division members, clear out the surrounding Navy scum for me. Hunt down the celestial dragons. After shouting on the spot, Luo Hou charged forward, followed by hundreds of elite pirates wielding machetes of all sizes. Luo Hou took the lead and dashed into the crowd of Navy soldiers ahead, swinging his great sword several times in succession, cutting through the air. The white sword energy that erupted was almost like a no-man's land, clean and neat, instantly severing the 70 or 80 elite Navy soldiers in front of him. The scene was brutally horrific, with blood and guts slowly spilling out, splattering everywhere. That was close. If I hadn't dodged quickly just now, this sword would have definitely chopped off half my head. The strength of these captain-level pirates and the Rocks pirates is truly terrifying. They are not comparable to ordinary people. We're the admirals. Only the highest combat power of our Navy headquarters, the admirals, can stop him. Watching Luo Hou cut down 70 or 80 lives in the blink of an eye, the nearby Navy soldiers, who were lucky enough not to be affected by the sword energy, turned pale and cried out in fear, blood and urine flowing. Only those in the center of the battlefield knew how cruel this war was. The survival time of Navy officers of the same level was almost identical to theirs. They were completely relying on luck to survive, with no chance of resistance at all. Wave slash. Luo Hou's tone was calm, but his actions were not slow. In an instant, he swung his sword again. At this moment, his proficiency in swordsmanship was no weaker than that of the Golden Lion. As a top-tier, dual-wielding swordsman, the flying palm strikes Luo Hou unleashed to cut down these so-called elite Navy soldiers were as easy as slaughtering chickens. In the next moment, the Navy soldiers who had just survived thought they had escaped death. This time, luck was not on their side. Under the swift and fierce sword energy, the crowd didn't even have time to utter their last words before half of their heads were sliced off. The speed at which people fell to the ground was reminiscent of the zombies in a WeChat minigame, where clearing out a large area happens instantly after watching an ad to collect secret items. In less than a minute, the number of Navy soldiers killed by Luo Hou had already reached 300 to 400. The extreme speed of the slashing has even caused the distant crane to furrow her brows in shock while overseeing the battle. Although Kaido among the crowd is still very young, as a talented young member of the Oni tribe, he has already mastered the advanced stages of all 3 types of Haki. And as for the Navy headquarters, who have been using him for blood extraction and human experiments, Kaido's strikes are not light. Orurururu. Brothers, follow Captain Law and kill all these bastard Marines, since they want to be the dogs of the celestial dragons. Then let them enjoy the pleasure of being killed and eaten. After smashing several Marine soldiers with his club, splattering their brains everywhere, Kaido's desire for slaughter surged, and he charged into the crowd, spinning with his club like a tornado, sending waves of Marines and CP agents flying. Under the influence of his flowing armament Haki, almost every attack Kaido made left the Marines below the light paralyzed on the ground, wailing in agony. If they were accidentally hit in a fatal spot, their heads would undoubtedly explode on the spot. Kill, 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 thunder, bagua. With growing excitement, Kaido decided not to hold back any longer and charged directly into a group of Marines, swinging his iron club down to the ground. Boom! The flowing Haki caused significant internal damage deep beneath the earth. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters suddenly collapsed, revealing countless cracks resembling a spider web. Rocks flew, and a violent shockwave lifted the wide justice capes. It was the rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy headquarters who stepped up to resist Kaido. Countless fists, infused with a dark glow, desperately pushed against Kaido's assault. Then, everyone combined their strength and pushed Kaido back several steps. Don't underestimate the Navy. You're too arrogant. Kaido, don't think you can run wild just because you escaped from the lab. You'll be caught again sooner or later. The Navy officers looked at the retreating Kaido with disdain, mocking him. However, before their triumphant expressions could settle, Kaido, who had been knocked back, stepped forward again and instantly charged back to the original spot, leaping high into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters, and raised his kanabo to strike down. At that moment, Kaido's originally dark pupils showed signs of turning bright red. Dragon Twister. Indignation of the Fallen. Kaido roared in fury, his killing intent soaring. gritting his teeth as he gripped the black spiked kanabo, his bulging muscles showing immense power. In the instant he fell, the ground for several kilometers around was instantly smashed into a massive depression 3 to 4 stories deep. I'm Kaido. Take back your hypocritical faces. I will never be taken by you scum for experiments again. After unleashing this devastating, wide-ranging attack, Kaido landed in the pit, panting heavily, leaning on his kanabo to barely support his body. Meanwhile, the Navy officers who had mocked Kaido were already reduced to a bloody pulp. The pieces of flesh were wrapped in their once pristine white justice capes. How terrifying. Did he learn the technique of armament Haki in the midst of battle? They really are like monsters. Oh my, Crane, this pirate named Kaido seems to have a deep hatred for our Navy, said Vice Admiral Tsuru, as the 3 new recruits beside her each displayed their unique characteristics. Akainu surveyed the chaotic battlefield in silence. Kizaru maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, saying it was quite scary, yet remained firmly planted in place. As for Akiji, who was already covered in a layer of ice, he fell into deep thought, contemplating whether the Navy's justice had any meaning on this battlefield. Standing in the pit, Kaido was gasping for breath, feeling like a floating weed. That last powerful move took a considerable toll on him. The reason was that it was the first time he had learned to use the technique of armament Haki, and he and T controlled the amount carefully, resulting in his body being drained and unable to adapt. However, even though Kaido was now panting like a bull, not a single Navy officer dared to provoke him. Armament Haki. This guy definitely has the potential to become a great pirate. Countless Navy soldiers and CP members looked at the blood-soaked, hulking Kaido in shock, murmuring to themselves. Not far from Kaido, Law also noticed this scene. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Kaido's terrifying and unique talent as the future king of the seas. To learn armament Haki directly in battle. This is no less than Monkey D, Luffy's protagonist level. However, Law didn't have time to focus on these matters right now. His only goal was those celestial dragons in the distance who had already started to set up their little benches to watch the show. Do they think they can safely watch the slaughter between lowly pirates and the Navy just because they have the protection of the God Knights? They must feel the weight of a bag of rice. After casually swinging his sword and killing over 200 blocking Marines and CP agents, Law pressed forward once again. At this moment, it was clear that there was a hint of panic in Admiral Tsuru's eyes. Her sharp sixth sense had already detected that Rob Lucci was targeting the celestial dragons in the distance. And now, among the entire Marine headquarters and the CP organization's agents, she was the only one left with any fighting capability. Although she had always been referred to as part of the Marine headquarters Iron Triangle alongside Sengoku and Garp, only Tsuru herself knew that she was not a natural-born combat beast like Garp. Her Haki was more inclined towards observation Haki, and she was not outstanding in terms of combat ability. Damn it, the Knights of God, who only knew how to protect the celestial dragons, had no intention of making a move at all. Admiral Tsuru stiffly turned her head to look at the side of the celestial dragons, where the 9 members of the Knights of God remained as steady as ever. These guys are quite selfish. Even though they can see their Navy headquarters and CP organization continuously collapsing, they still refuse to provide support. Do they really think that the lives of the celestial dragons are worth more than those of ordinary Navy soldiers? The more Chief Advisor he thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes almost shooting out flames. She watched as that evil ghost, Rob Lucci, continued to wield his blade, killing dozens of Navy soldiers in an instant. She could no longer sit still. Rob Lucci, do you really have no sense of right and wrong? These Navy soldiers have no deep grudge against you, so why carry out such lethal attacks? They are also flesh and blood individuals with families. Show some mercy. Killing these Navy soldiers brings you no benefit, does it? Chief Advisor, he lowered her tone, wanting to plead with Rob Lucci to spare the Navy soldiers and stop the killing. Until now, on the entire battlefield of God Valley, the total number of people killed by all the captains of the Rocks Pirates combined is still less than the number killed by Rob Lucci alone. In this short period of time, at least more than 3,000 Navy soldiers have tragically lost their lives at the hands of this evil demon. What a bloody number this is. However, the reality is not as the Advisor Crane imagined. Roronoa did not stop his attack because of his words. Instead, he continued to wield his flying slash, cutting down another wave of fresh red, just like harvesting chives. Whether they were ordinary Navy soldiers, generals, or agents from the CP organization, anyone who dared to stand in his way would be directly cut down, dying on the spot, with absolutely no mercy. They also have flesh and blood, families, but unfortunately, I seem to have lost mine. Can you guess why? Roranoa's cold and violent laughter sounded incredibly eerie under the thunderous climate. His voice, although very plain, seemed like the whispers of a devil from the apocalypse, sending chills down people's spines. Everyone felt an extreme cold. Listen to me. The ones who killed your families are not our Navy. This has nothing to do with them. You really killed the wrong people. Before Crane's words could finish, boom. Suddenly, thunder roared. Raindrops started to fall from the sky, pattering down, lightly brushing against the countless blood on the battlefield. Killed the wrong people? I don't think so. If I really wanted to deal with your Navy, when we were seizing the heavenly gold from the world government, how would those Navy ships have had the chance to run back to your headquarters? Isn't all of this self-inflicted on your part? I just want to kill my way to the celestial dragons. And it's you Navy that has been as annoying as flies. Everyone thinks I love to fight and kill. As long as you dare to give the order for these garbage Navy to clear the way, wouldn't I not kill them? Roranoa said coldly while once again swinging his sword, killing hundreds of Navy soldiers and CP agents, the warm blood flying to the tips of his hair, then condensing and dripping again. At this point, Roranoa no longer considered himself a good person. The only meaning of his existence in this world at this moment was revenge. Anyone who dared to stand in front of him would be killed, whether they were good or bad, whether they were just or unjust. As long as they dared to obstruct his revenge against the celestial dragons, they would all be cut down. Crane looked at Roranoa, who was once again swinging his sword to kill Navy soldiers, with an extremely awkward expression, remaining silent for a long time. Clearly, Roranoa's words left him unable to respond. Indeed, ever since charging onto the battlefield, Roranoa had not deliberately pursued the Navy soldiers. The Navy he killed were merely forced to come forward to encircle him due to the orders of the world government. However, even after realizing the reality, Crane still had no way to issue orders for the Navy soldiers to stop attacking Roranoa. She simply did not have that qualification. The world government clearly wanted to use their numerous Navy and those agents from the CP organization to consume the stamina of the captains in the Rocks Pirates. Even if it could only deplete a little, it would still be very worthwhile. Only after these captain-level pirates had consumed most of their stamina would it be time for the world government to take action. How many lives would be needed to fill this process? 5,000? 10,000? Or would it take 100,000 lives as the price? This is completely unimportant to the world government, because aside from the celestial dragons, all other races in the world are merely expendable to them. If the Navy is gone, they can continue to recruit and re-establish the Navy headquarters. The agents of CP who die can be retrained. But once the Rocks Pirates are defeated, it will truly be over. It seems I must cleanse your twisted evil within. Watching helplessly as hundreds of Navy soldiers fall before her, their bodies hacked into pieces. Rear Admiral Crane can no longer care about her identity as the mastermind behind the scenes. She wants to personally rush forward to stop that monster, Rob Lucci. Even though she knows very well that without the strength of Garp or Zephyr, she has no chance of dealing with someone like Rob Lucci, who has already been named the captain of the 7th Division. But the current situation leaves her no time for further thought. If she doesn't act, the structure of the Navy headquarters will be directly slaughtered to the point of collapse. In this war, the Rocks Pirates have no chance of victory. The only thing Admiral Tsuru needs to consider is how to minimize the losses for our Navy headquarters during this conflict. At this moment, the 3 new Navy recruits standing behind Admiral Tsuru immediately reached out to block the enemy as soon as they sensed this trend. Admiral Tsuru is a precious flower in our Navy headquarters. Let us handle this. Yes, all 3 of us are Logia-type devil fruit users. And we are also known as monsters in the Navy training camp. Kazan and Borsellino were the first to express their intentions and were ready to rush forward to intercept Rob Lucci. Beside them, Sakazuki didn't speak, but the boiling magma dripping from his fists revealed his thoughts. Admiral Tsuru, don't hesitate any longer. Even if this war is not just, we still need to stop him to better uphold justice in the future. Seeing Admiral Tsuru still hesitating, Sakazuki quickly urged. Although the 3 of them had just joined the Navy headquarters and became recruits not long ago, each of them possessed excellent physical talents and were all Logia-type devil fruit users, making them key candidates for training. According to the current fleet admiral, Admiral Netania, as soon as the situation on the sea stabilizes, a high-ranking admiral from the Navy headquarters will be directly appointed to establish a Navy officer training school and personally guide their training. Even a list of names has been drafted, with the slightly older Sakazuki and Borsellino arranged for the first batch. Kazan, due to his lack of experience and need for training, was scheduled for a later batch. The fact that they received such attention and generous allowances just after joining the Navy made the three recruits feel an unparalleled sense of importance. Thus, their young hearts were fueled by the burning blood of justice. Even Borsellino, who was naturally slippery, only spoke without retreating this time. Compared to the other destructive captains of the Rock's pirates, Rob Lucci's displayed combat was not particularly impressive. He was merely killing off one Navy soldier after another. The strongest opponent he had encountered along the way was just a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Although Rob Lucci was likely very powerful, at least he did not tear apart large areas of land like those veteran captains. Therefore, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino still believe that with their Logia-type devil fruit abilities, they could delay Rob Lucci for a while. Since you three insist on going, I can only advise you to be careful and absolutely avoid direct confrontation. The division commanders of the Rock's pirates are all formidable fighters. Just buy me a minute. I will request reinforcements from the world government. Admiral Tsuru earnestly instructed the three monster-level recruits. If nothing unexpected happens, these three recruits will be able to take over the position of the highest-ranking admiral in the Navy headquarters in the future. If it weren't for the necessity of the situation, Admiral Tsuru would really not want to let these three recruits take such risks. However, she was the only one who could go before the Knights of God to request support. Ordinary sailors had no right to meet members of the Knights. The three of them, having mastered and applied the Navy's 6 styles, quickly dashed through the air to stand before Rob Lucci. Facing the blood-soaked Rob Lucci, who was drenched in the blood of Navy soldiers, Borsellino's expression tightened as he swallowed hard. The heroic spirit he had just shown as a new recruit had already vanished. Sakazuki, you go first, I'll cover you. In response to Borsellino's words, Sakazuki said nothing more, taking a serious step forward, with the temperature of the magma wrapped around his fists intensifying. Let's all go together. After all, he's the division commander of the Rock's pirates. After some discussion, the three monster-level Navy recruits finally lined up and chose their respective directions, standing directly opposite Rob Lucci. The Navy soldiers watching this scene gasped in shock. What is this? 3 monsters who graduated from the Navy recruit training camp in less than a week. That's right. My aunt is a food server in the recruit training camp. These 3 are recognized as the strongest new recruits in the Navy, and all 3 of them are very powerful Logia-type devil fruit users. If nothing unexpected happens, the position of the highest-ranking admiral in the Navy headquarters will likely fall to them. The Navy soldiers and officers, already terrified by Rob Lucci and the 7th Division pirates, recognized the identities of Sakazuki and the others upon seeing their serious expressions. The 3 standing directly in front of Rob Lucci were the 3 monster recruits who had recently gained immense fame in the Navy headquarters. It is said that these 3 recruits, after less than a week of systematic training, could already defeat rear admirals and even vice admirals of the Navy headquarters in direct combat. This strength is simply terrifying. The justice of the Navy cannot be desecrated. We have decided to stop you here, the evil ghost law. Alala, you are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. How scary. You are the notorious evil ghost pirate, almost like a monster. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan are all exuding powerful abilities, magma dripping, ice forming, and lasers flashing, looking quite formidable. If it weren't for the fact that these 3 are still quite young at this moment, it would have definitely been an impressive presence. Otherwise, they would surely be on the level of admirals. Green chicken, red dog, yellow monkey? Just the 3 of you new recruits dare to stand in front of me? If you want to fight me, you should at least bring someone of the caliber of Carp or Sengoku, right? Sending you 3 chickens, dogs, and monkeys is just ridiculous. Law, who was originally enjoying the fight, became a bit serious when he sensed 3 threats appearing in front of him. However, when he saw that what stood in front of him were merely young recruits, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Undeniably, these 3 will have some strength in the future, but right now they're just a bunch of small fry. Even if these 3 guys all reach their peak levels in the future, they will only be admirals of the Navy headquarters in the era of great pirates. In the era of the Rock's pirates, which admiral wasn't capable of guarding a territory, the gap in strength between the admirals of the 2 eras cannot be understated. In the Battle of Honeycomb Island, although Carp, the Navy hero who has been praised for hundreds of levels, ended up being beaten to the ground, he truly displayed the style of the old era at that time. With one iron fist, half of Honeycomb Island cracked open. So-called strong characters like Pizarro, the Big Drunk, and Reigns Hiyori were all just trash that could be taken down with a single punch. As for the strongest combat power in the Blackbeard pirates, The former Navy Admiral Akiji, he was also left battered and bruised after a single underwater hit. If it weren't for the need to protect that garbage Kobe, Carp could have easily taken on the Blackbeard crew by himself. In other words, Law completely disregarded these three guys. Besides their devil fruit abilities being somewhat decent, they hardly had any other merits. Using top-tier observation Haki, Law quickly scanned the three seemingly formidable recruits in front of him. He disdainfully said, "You annoying guys. Don't get too arrogant. Even as new recruits, you can still have your heads kicked off like balls. Justice cannot be desecrated. Even if we can't defeat you, the three of us can still hold you back." Looking at Law's disdainful and contemptuous expression, the three emotionally underdeveloped recruits were undoubtedly provoked. Among them, Sakazuki, whose temper was the most explosive, directly raised his fist full of magma and charged toward Law. Great fire blast, with his right fist clenched. Sakazuki rushed forward and suddenly swung his fist. In that instant, the scorching magma fist shot out in the direction Sakazuki swung, aiming directly at Law's head. "Dangerous, Sakazuki." Vice Admiral Crane said we only need to use our devil fruit abilities to hold him back. We can't win in a direct confrontation. How scary. Sakazuki-chan is still as impulsive as when he was in the North Sea. What a reckless and foolish move. According to the original plan of the three, they were supposed to use their devil fruit abilities from a distance to destroy the pirates of the 7th Division and use that to block Law. But unexpectedly, they completely forgot that Sakazuki is such an impulsive guy. Law only slightly provoked him, and Sakazuki couldn't hold back and charged in with his magma fist. After all, he is the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. This level of pirate is simply not something these three rookies can handle. If Sakazuki is this close, he will definitely be captured or even killed. In this critical moment, Borsalino and Kazan no longer hesitated, transforming into ice and light to rush towards Roa. Ice Blade. They quickly formed a triangular formation, surrounding Roa completely. Kazan was the first to conjure a sharp ice blade that exuded a chilling aura. Just the cold air emanating from it was enough to make those around feel a shiver. Meanwhile, Borsalino, who arrived first, appeared directly behind Roa, raising his long leg and unleashing a flash of golden light. The closer you get, the more terrifying the captain of the Rocks Pirates 7th Division becomes. I wonder if you have ever experienced the feeling of being kicked at the speed of light. On the surface, he seems the most cowardly. But upon seeing Sakazuki in danger, Borsalino was the first to charge forward. Both of them had risen through the ranks from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters, and they could be considered hometown buddies among the same batch of recruits. Now, he is a young man, full of youthful passion. After consuming the natural type Pika Pika no Mi, Borsalino had never faced any setbacks, and he couldn't stand Roa's disdainful expression. In an instant, magma, ice blades, and a lightning-fast kick appeared right in front of Roa. Each of the three unleashed powerful moves from their devil fruit abilities. Such an attack, even some generals within the Navy headquarters might not be able to withstand it head-on, but unfortunately, they are facing Rob Lucci, who has now gathered the powers of the Fruit of Strength, the Float Fruit, and the most powerful Thunder Fruit, with 3 devil fruit abilities. Although your actions are quite laughable, since you are in my way, prepare to die. As soon as the words fell, Rob's pupils turned red. His right hand tightly gripped the blood-stained sword of D, and then the power fruit erupted, his wrist muscles tensed, and veins instantly covered his entire right arm. The dark Haki condensed, and the black-red Conqueror's Haki emerged. He swung forward with a fierce slash. Lion's Might, Wave Slash, wrapped in armament Haki. The dual-colored Conqueror's Haki flew forward in an instant and effortlessly cut through all the skills and moves of Akainu and Akiji. With a loud rumble, under the terrifying destructive power of the dual-colored Haki, Akiji's ice sword shattered into countless pieces, and Akainu's magma fists, which were continuously fired, also exploded, shattered by the sword's energy. But this is not the end. The entwined dual-colored sword energy, after destroying the natural abilities unleashed by the two individuals, relentlessly slashed at their waists. Kazan, caught off guard, and Sakazuki's expressions changed drastically, fear overwhelming them as a sense of death almost instantly enveloped their bodies. The two sunk down, firmly planted their stances, and anxiously awaited Ryo's attack. In the next moment, the sharp sword energy mercilessly struck. In an instant, Sakazuki and Kuzan were sent flying hundreds of meters, with more than half of their waist severed. The broken area revealed shattered internal organs and writhing intestines desperately trying to seal the wounds. After severely injuring the two with a single strike, Ryo turned slowly to look at Borsalino, who was about to kick down. The speed between the natural Logia fruit and the thunder fruit was almost identical. However, Reo, being far more powerful, surpassed Borsalino in speed. At this moment, Borsalino, still high in the air with his leg raised, witnessed a terrifying scene. Known for his speed, he saw Reo quickly clench his fist while revealing a sinister smile. How terrifying! Borsalino's face turned pale in shock. The next moment, Reo, with his arms wrapped in armament and Conqueror's Haki, struck Borsalino's kicking calf with a speed that was like a thunderclap. With one punch, he sent him flying towards the other two new recruits. Crack! The chaotic scene was almost filled with the faint sound of cracking. Borsalino's face twisted in agony, his long legs thrashing and struggling to evade. But after swinging around in place, he found that his legs had been twisted into a bizarre angle without him realizing it. Reo's punching speed was several times faster than his light-speed kick. How is this possible? His speed can't be faster than mine. I'm a Logia fruit user. Borsalino, filled with shock, dragged his shattered right leg as he tried to retreat. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Kazan were also in disbelief. The three of them, known as monstrous recruits, had fully unleashed their attacks, yet they were easily countered by Reo in just a few punches and kicks. If it weren't for their mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and their earlier elemental transformation, this reckless attack could have led to their deaths on this island. Damn it, didn't this guy just set sail less than half a year ago? Why is there such a huge gap? Is the difference in talent between people really this vast? We VE worked so hard, yet we're only qualified to see such a genius in God Valley. As they retreated with their severely injured bodies, the trio was profoundly shaken, setting aside their pride as geniuses of the Navy headquarters. It was only at this moment that they truly understood that the gap between people can sometimes be even greater than that between dogs. In the Navy headquarters training camp, the three of them were unstoppable, setting one record after another as monstrous recruits. However, even as such monstrous recruits arrived at God Valley, a battleground filled with experts, they still couldn't stand their ground. They were even almost killed by a single sword strike. Damn it, Lord Gehring, if you don't intervene to end this war, the Navy headquarters will truly be annihilated. You've seen it. Relying solely on the 3 governors from the Navy headquarters and CP organization cannot stop the Rocks pirates. Even if you don't want to participate in this war, you must think of the many celestial dragons, right? What will happen to the world nobles on the island if the Rocks pirates win the war? Watching as the 3 talented Navy recruits were so easily injured by Reo, unable to last even 3 seconds, Advisor Crane was almost instantly drenched in cold sweat. The Roger pirates had already landed on the island. At this moment, if Rahu chooses to rush over to support Rocks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the natural system magma fruit ability attribute 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the natural system frozen fruit ability attribute 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the natural system sparkling fruit ability attribute 100. After casually closing the system's notification messages, Rahu picked up his double-edged sword and prepared to chase after the 3 Navy rookies, Chicken, Dog, and Monkey. These 3 guys are currently just naval recruits, but they will definitely become the lackeys and guards of the celestial dragons in the future. Anyone who dares to protect such a disgusting race as the celestial dragons must be executed without hesitation by Luo Hou. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly erupted. Luo Hou transformed into a burst of explosive lightning, rapidly closing in on the 3 naval recruits, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. In almost an instant, Luo Hou's murderous figure appeared right in front of the 3. With a sharp blade in hand, he was about to directly chop off the first head. It's over. They had just joined the Navy and were about to sacrifice themselves for justice. There was no time to dodge this sword. The 3 of them, pale and devoid of any color, tightly closed their eyes, choosing not to witness the final scene before their death. The next moment, a figure clad in bright red swiftly flashed by, raising a blood-dripping rapier to directly intercept Luo Hou's decapitating strike. The terrified merchant quickly opened his eyes to assess the situation. It was the government's reinforcements. We're saved. It was truly terrifying. They almost died. Seizing this perfect opportunity, the 3 hurriedly grabbed Borsalino's severed leg and escaped together under his speed. Luo Hou felt a bit disappointed that he didn't behead Sakazuki and the others with one strike. It seemed that these 3 future highest combat powers of the Navy were indeed exceptionally lucky. Otherwise, the mysterious man in front of him wouldn't have personally appeared to rescue them. Slowly retracting his blade, Luo Hou studied the man with red hair, styled in a crescent shape in front of him. Figalan Jilansheng, you, someone like you, would actually come to save a few naval recruits? Oh, you actually know my name? However, I have no obligation to answer a lowly commoner like you, and your status is not worthy of hearing it. Jilansheng slightly raised his head in surprise to glance at Luo Hou. He rarely ventured outside and usually stayed within the Holy Land on the Red Earth continent, so he had absolutely no information about his own reputation outside. However, he did not expect that he would encounter a commoner who recognized him so soon after stepping out. This is indeed surprising to him. However, before he could finish his words, an extremely sharp killing intent had already locked onto every inch of his skin. I remember that you so-called Knights of God should also belong to the despicable race of the celestial dragons, right? It's really a disgusting attitude passed down for hundreds of years. Luo Hou's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, killing intent. Since this guy is a celestial dragon, he has already made it onto his list of targets. Garland, dressed in a black jacket, immediately showed an angry expression upon hearing Luo Hou's disdainful words about the world's nobility, and he shouted loudly, "What are you? The world's nobility is not something you commoners can comment on." However, as soon as Garland finished speaking, Luo Hou's muscles, under the enhancement of the power fruit, became tense and bulged, with thick veins popping up all over his body, exuding a terrifying aura that reached its peak. At this moment, Luo Hou, who had already grown to a height of 370 centimeters, looked down at Garland, who was much shorter, barely less than 2 meters tall, as if he were looking at a tiny shrimp. Since the opponent is a celestial dragon, then killing him is the only option. Seeing Luo Hou's transformation, Garland revealed a cruel smile, his gaze fixed on Luo Hou, his tone cold. "What a commoner. The momentum is good, but I wonder how strong you really are." In the next moment, Garland's body instantly vanished. His speed was astonishing. When he reappeared, he was already emitting an extremely sharp sword aura, with his western sword glowing with a strange red light, directly slashing towards Luo Hou. The western sword radiated a chilling brilliance, clearly not an ordinary item, at least of the grade of the supreme great knife 12 bow. In that instant, the sharp sword energy that was birthed from the blade sounded like a gale, making an astonishing noise. With the dual sword style of a great swordsman already in place, Luo Hou naturally did not react slowly. The moment the opponent drew his sword, Luo Hou had already devised a countermeasure, leaping high into the air to deliver a mighty chop, infused with the violent aura of the Conqueror's Haki, directly unleashing a massive and fierce wave of energy. The two did not collide directly. Instead, due to the Haki's entanglement and attack, they were clashing in the air with the quality of the Conqueror's Haki. Countless black lightning bolts, as thick as arms, continuously spread out around them, striking the ground and creating deep pits the size of heads. Luo Hou exerted all his strength, his muscles bursting to the extreme as he desperately pressed his double-bladed sword downward. Under the influence of the power fruit, Luo Hou was steadily gaining the upper hand, until he completely forced the opponent into an awkward position. Moreover, during the battle, Luo Hou was continuously absorbing the three-dimensional attributes that fell from Garland. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1991 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1432 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 10,012 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the one-sword style Great Swordsman attribute. 100 ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Superhuman Destruction fruit ability. 100 feeling Luo Hou's power seemingly strengthening every moment. At this moment, beads of cold sweat appeared on Galansheng's forehead. He initially thought that the person in front of him, Luo Hou, was just a brash lowlife. However, only after the first wave of confrontation did he deeply realize that this man was far from harmless. The killing intent in Luo Hou's eyes was laid bare, showing no signs of concealment. Moreover, it seemed that his strength could really grow stronger, just as the information suggested. Damn it, at such a young age, he already possesses such innate talent and power. If this kind of person is left unchecked, it will pose a tremendous threat to the government's future rule. It seems I cannot let you live. Gritting his teeth, Galansheng suddenly withdrew his sword and jumped back out of attack range, shouting in a slightly panicked manner. After his words fell, suddenly, two men appeared beside him, acting like bodyguards. Both of the suddenly appearing men were dressed uniformly, cloaked in black capes. Clearly, these two guys were also members of the 9 Divine Knights. However, just when Luo Hou thought he would face a fierce battle like rocks, he suddenly saw 3 members of the Roger Pirates charging in. "Ah, Luo Hou, I'm here to lend you a hand. You want to kill the celestial dragons, right? Then let us, the Roger Pirates, deal with these guys. I can already smell the beast-like aura." Roger laughed excitedly as he charged forward, followed by the helpless Rayleigh and Jabba, cutting down dozens of Marines along the way, before reaching Galanshung. He raised his sword high. A flash of dark light passed as Roger wielded his sword with one hand, surrounded by black-red lightning, spinning 180 degrees, and swiftly and ruthlessly slashing down. God S avoidance. Kong Shami. Although Roger did not recognize who Galanshung was, he saw that Luo Hou was already their ally in the Roger Pirates. Friends need to help each other, and for Roger, that meant he had to step in. Facing Roger's strike, Galanshung's pupils shrank almost instantly, and cold sweat began to pour. In the reflection of his pupils, the Conqueror's Haki contained in Roger's strike had even surpassed the top tier, reaching the ultimate level, while his own Conqueror's Haki was merely at the top level. It was well known that the power increase from each level of Haki could decisively determine the outcome of a battle. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over Galanshung's mind. He had no time to react further and quickly used his reflexes to counter with his own Conqueror's Haki. Both sides were not at the level of great swordsmen, and the only gap was that Roger's Conqueror's Haki was slightly stronger. However, with such a slight difference, it was practically impossible to take down Galanshung directly. At this moment, Luo Hou was still standing in place. Unfortunately, at this moment, Luo Hou was not focused on anyone else. He slightly turned his gaze to the hundreds or thousands of celestial dragons who were already surrounded by numerous CP organization agents, attempting to evacuate from the Valley of the Gods. It turned out that after Galanshung made his move to assist, he had directly issued an order for the CP organization agents to evacuate the celestial dragons from the Valley of the Gods first. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 members of the Divine Knights had also joined the central battlefield, caught in a quagmire and unable to retreat due to the interference from the Rocks Pirates. Want to escape? Luo Hou snorted coldly, directly abandoning the idea of intervening in the battle between the Roger Pirates and Galanshung. Then, he transformed into a booming flash of thunder, charging towards the group of celestial dragons. "Quick, take me out of this hellhole. Where are the Marines? Did they all die? How could this lowlife get through?" Seeing Luo Hou, a ruthless pirate, charging towards them, the celestial dragons were instantly horrified. Right now, they were without the protection of the Divine Knights. Galanshung had taken 3 away, and the other 6 had joined the front lines against the Rock Pirates. Unable to disengage, currently, the only ones left to protect them were a group of CP organization agents in black suits, looking impressive but lacking any real power. First, protect the celestial dragons. If the gods' representatives are harmed, it will be a disgrace to our CP organization. A dense crowd of CP9 and CP0 agents surrounded the celestial dragons tightly. In the eyes of these people, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for even a slim chance of survival for the celestial dragons. Damn it, the government spends so much money every year to support these Marines and these useless agents. Hurry up and charge in. Block that bastard, you idiots. Do you think there's any chance we could capture such a powerful guy and make him a slave for our Mei family? If only the 5 elders were here, they would definitely be able to capture this guy. Most of the celestial dragons, representing their families in the competition, are quite clever. Only a small handful of obviously dim-witted ones, facing death, still think they can use the power of the 5 elders to capture Luo Hou, the captain of the 7th Division, as a slave. Ha ha ha. All of you must die. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Luo Hou, transformed into thunder, was simply not something these ordinary CP organization agents could stop. Once he reached the vicinity of the celestial dragons, Luo Hou roared angrily, his Conqueror's Haki overwhelming enough to make over 90 of the agents' legs go weak and lose their fighting ability. He then swung his sword dozens of times, unleashing the famous move of the Golden Lion, Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Instantly, dozens of brilliant golden crescent-shaped sword energies swept through the air, completely enveloping the large crowd in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh. The sword energies sliced through flesh, emitting a series of nauseating sounds, and in less than 15 minutes, the sword energies swept past, raising a continuous chorus of screams. Countless limbs and debris flew through the air, and several hundred figures were directly bisected, exposing their bright red innards and half-bodies struggling to crawl forward. In an instant, Luo Hou's sword energies had slaughtered over 2,000 lives, creating a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with blood flowing like a river, presenting a terrifying and hellish sight. Among these over 2,000 corpses, there were even hundreds of celestial dragons among the guards. And the one responsible for this horrifying scene, Luo Hou, was currently emitting a frenzied, eerie, and slightly deranged laugh. Ha ha ha. Too weak, too weak. With this little power, you think you can protect your celestial dragons? Then let me see how many lives you have to cut down. Luo Hou raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. With a booming sound, the ground instantly, like spring water, the scorching magma erupted from the cracks, directly surrounding the path of the remaining 3,000 people. Countless agents from the CP organization turned pale, constantly retreating from the onslaught of the magma. But in the next moment, the magma seemingly transformed into jade, directly coalescing into terrifying monstrous beasts that quickly lunged at the crowd like magma hounds. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A waft of meaty fragrance filled the air. Hundreds of CP organization agents, who had to sacrifice themselves to protect the celestial dragons, were directly engulfed by the magma hounds, whose bodies radiated intense heat. In an instant, the physical bodies of these agents turned to char, burning fiercely, their screams echoing in despair. Under the devouring of these magma hellhounds, more than 1,000 agents soon died on the scene. At this moment, around 600 celestial dragons, surrounded in the very center of the lava lake, were all twisted in expression and completely mad, desperately wanting to escape for their lives. However, the scorching lava left everyone with no time to spare, and they dared not make any movements, only able to scream hoarsely in place. "We're the Navy. Hurry up and come. Do you want to watch the great god burn to death? I will definitely report you useless ones to the 5 elders, and the Navy will chop off all your heads and feed them to the dogs." Whoa, this guy is truly a demon. It was him who killed Nader Bontanya a few months ago when he went out. Are we also going to die? For the first time, I deeply felt the horror of watching hundreds of my celestial dragon compatriots die before my eyes. Among the remaining celestial dragons, several female celestial dragons couldn't help but cry out loud in fear. Hee, don't cry. The last thing I want to see is girls crying, Rahu sneered. And almost at the same time, his body erupted with a violent thunder, appearing in front of the celestial dragon girl in an instant. A hand wrapped in dual-colored Haki directly covering her delicate little head. Bow! The extremely fortunate celestial dragon girl, handpicked by Rob Lucci, didn't even have time to react before experiencing extreme pain from above her head. Her delicate body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the lava lake. Zzz. The expensive custom outfit of the celestial dragon girl was immediately burned by the high temperature of the lava, and large areas of her skin were scorched, leaving her in a horrific state. Just a few seconds later, her once beautiful large eyes were burned into char, and half of her cheeks' flesh dissolved into blackened bone powder. Keek. So what if they're celestial dragons? I've already killed hundreds of them. Under the effect of the lava fruit, Rob Lucci's entire body was covered in hot red lava, continuously spewing out intense heat as he walked towards the remaining hundreds of celestial dragons. At this moment, Rob Lucci, who was becoming increasingly addicted to killing, could not stop his actions. Once high and mighty celestial dragons, in his eyes now, they were nothing more than lambs or even pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Hey, is this for real? Over 600 celestial dragons were killed all at once. Who can stop that crazy guy? Is he really willing to throw his life away? If so many celestial dragons die at once, who will take the responsibility when the world government blames us? We must think of a way to stop him. If we can save the remaining celestial dragons, maybe we can redeem ourselves. Watching thousands of lives being easily taken away, the remaining CP agents and nearby Navy soldiers gasped in shock. At this moment, the intense changes on the battlefield made them deeply realize what kind of upheaval the world government would face after the war. The Navy headquarters and the CP organization would definitely bear a huge responsibility. Hundreds of lives of world nobles. Usually, if even one celestial dragon is accidentally injured, the world government would be furious. Not to mention the current situation where they're ruthlessly crushed and slaughtered like chickens and ducks, even roasted. You bastards. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. I want to return to Mary Geos. I never want to be in these damned places again. It's over. I'm really going to die this time. This demon isn't joking. He really dares to kill us, as a member of the world nobility. Is there really nothing in this world that he fears? Doesn't the Navy headquarters have 3 top-tier admirals? Where are they? Can't one of them come over to protect us? And what about the Knights of God? They always act so high and mighty, claiming to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons. Where are they now? Ah, run. That guy's coming again. As Rob Lucci, the god of death, approached once more, the surviving celestial dragon from the first wave of attacks all collapsed, their legs giving way beneath them. A group of gluttonous individuals was making a terrible racket, their cries sounding as hoarse and unpleasant as pigs. At that moment, Crane, who had returned to the front to observe the battlefield situation, suddenly sensed something and turned to look back at the situation behind her. But that sudden flash of intuition left her in a state of panic, standing frozen in place like a statue. If Carp and Sengoku, the two comrades who had enlisted at the same time as her, had seen her remarkable expression at that moment, they would surely have been astonished. The usually calm and composed Crane had unexpectedly shown such a panicked reaction. This is simply alarmist. This is really bad. Didn't Galen Saint send people to protect the celestial dragons? Why were they suddenly killed in the rear? What is going on? Hundreds of celestial dragons were actually cut in half and thrown on the ground? And those thousands of CP organization agents who were maintaining order nearby are all dead too? Chief Advisor, he couldn't believe it as he muttered to himself. He couldn't accept that among the pile of corpses in front of him, there were countless bodies of celestial dragons. Usually, when a celestial dragon gets a minor injury, the elders would call the Navy headquarters to hold them accountable. Now, over half of the more than 1,000 world nobles who came out to the Valley of the Gods are dead. If such a huge black pot were to be dropped, no one in their Navy headquarters could withstand it. And as the brilliant expression appeared on Chief Crane's face, it was as if a chain reaction occurred on the scene. Everyone glanced back, witnessing the terrifying scene of him slashing down hundreds of CP agents with his sword, followed by cutting down over 100 celestial dragons. The first major change came from the battlefield on Rock's side. At this moment, facing Navy Headquarters Marshal Netanya, the highest combat power Admiral Steelbone Kong, and a member of the God Knights who rushed over for support, forming a 3-on-1 situation. Damn it, what happened behind? Why would a pirate of Roranoa's caliber run over to the celestial dragon's side? Kong, you hold back, Rocks. Hurry over to support the celestial dragons. Navy Headquarters Marshal Netanya frantically ordered Steelbone Kong to leave the battlefield and rescue the celestial dragons. However, before his words could finish, Rock's voice filled with murderous intent murmured, "Who do you think I am? To face off against me, Rocks, and still have the mood to turn around and look at others? I see you really want to die, Netanya." In the midst of the fierce 3-on-1 battle, Rocks seized the moment when Navy Headquarters Marshal Netanya was distracted. Overlord's kill. After murmuring in a deep tone, Rocks unleashed the special application of his Conqueror's Haki, directly blocking Netanya's observation Haki. In that instant, Netanya felt as if he had lost all perception, becoming blind and frozen in place, at a loss. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, then observation Haki is the nerve's sensing ability. In a duel between experts, once one loses the sensing capability of observation Haki, it is no different from an ordinary person losing their sight. Watching Rocks raise his sword high with an aura of murder, Netanya's body trembled uncontrollably. The feeling before this death was so suffocating that it nearly choked him. In the sky, the occasional lightning that cut through the thick dark clouds illuminated Rock's defiant, arrogant, domineering, and even emotionless face. In the final reflection of Marshal Netanya's pupils, Rock swung a supreme blade, dragging the Conqueror's Haki lightning, rapidly magnifying in front of him at an astonishing speed. What to do? There's really no escape. That damn guy can actually block observation Haki. Could it be that Rocks is really the only overlord in 800 years to end the world government? As Marshal Netanya faced imminent death, a series of monologues flashed crazily through his mind. Under such a thrilling scene, images began to appear before him like a marquee. All memories started to rewind from the day he became conscious. At a young age, he joined the Navy, becoming a soldier who fought for justice. Then came decades of a mundane life, until one day he obtained the diamond fruit, which could be said to make his defenses invincible. With the power of the devil fruit and his unique talent for hard work, Netanya's military career soared. From being a top admiral at naval headquarters to the position of marshal he held for decades. But now all these memories were about to end. The blade wielded by Rocks. He could not stop it, perhaps due to his age. He failed to react quickly enough to dodge the blade. During the moment his observation Haki was blocked. Thud! After a heavy sigh from within, Netanya, unable to dodge in time, was directly slashed by Rocks at the throat. The blade pierced through his neck, severing every delicate blood vessel and nerve inside. Warm blood sprayed out like a small fountain, splattering everywhere and even staining Rock's cold-blooded face. In the next moment, Marshal Netanya's heavy diamond body crashed to the ground, creating a shocking, deep pit. As the dust settled, this once commanding admiral of the naval headquarters for decades, now stripped of his diamond body, died in battle. Marshal. Damn it. What on earth happened behind? What happened to the celestial dragons? No, I absolutely cannot be distracted anymore. If someone like Rox finds an opportunity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Watching Marshal Netania's head being severed by Rox right before his eyes, Kongu's eyes widened in shock. His large pupils seemed ready to pop out. His breathing became hurried, and his heart began to race as if it were about to explode. His body trembled involuntarily. His legs weakened, almost unable to stand. His mind went blank, thoughts completely chaotic, not knowing how to respond to what was happening before him. He could only stand there dumbfounded, his gaze blank and helpless, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Kongu clearly understood that something terrifying must have happened behind the Valley of Gods. Otherwise, Marshal Netania would never have made such a low-level mistake in battle. Haha, are you still going to struggle? Steelbone Kong, your marshal is already dead. As long as you Navy surrender and lay down your arms. Then after the new government is established, you can still carry out your justice. If you continue to resist, then today's Valley of Gods will be the burial ground for your hundreds of thousands of Navy. Rox, who had just struck at Marshal Netania's head, could already sense victory was within reach. With only Steelbone Kong and a member of the Divine Knight Corps, he could not be held back for long. After his words fell, Rox suddenly moved, the power of his superhuman-type teleportation fruit unleashing an astonishing speed, instantly rushing in front of Steelbone Kong. Wielding armed Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and dual-colored Haki, he struck down with a fast and fierce blow. Kongu also formed his fist without retreating, ready to counter. Steelbone Heavy Fist. Bang! A violent explosion occurred. Before their fists and blade even made contact, they were already in a fierce struggle. The clash of Conqueror's Haki between the two generated endless shockwaves that swept the surroundings, with countless dust clouds filling the air. Damn it! Without the marshal's direct resistance, he dared not entangle with Rox too much. With all his strength, he barely managed to push Rox back a few steps. But the panic in Kongu's heart began to rise. Marshal Netania was a superhuman-type diamond fruit user. When using his devil fruit powers, he would cover his entire body with an incredibly hard diamond, combined with the wrapping of armed Haki. Such terrifying defense. Even Rox would feel an immense headache. However, due to a huge oversight from behind, Marshal Netania became distracted during the battle and was struck down by Rox, severing his entire neck and resulting in fatal injuries on spot. Originally, with Marshal Netania and a member of the Knights of God, they had the advantage of a 3-on-1 situation, which could have provided them with some upper hand against Rox, the Sea Overlord. But now the situation has completely reversed. Kongu is just a Marine Admiral. Even with an additional member of the Knights of God, it is simply not enough to stop Rox. Without the highly defensive Marshal Netania to absorb the damage in front, they will inevitably be defeated. They could even be killed on the spot by Rox, the Overlord. In the same manner, such a man may be resistant to anyone except for the highest power in the world. Meanwhile, as a huge mistake occurred on Kongu's side, not far away, Sengoku and others also faced similar setbacks like the wheels of history. Navy, you block Whitebeard. I must return to the rear for rescue. The member of the Knights of God, who had rushed over to support Sengoku, turned his head with an extremely grim expression to look back. However, just as he stood up to rush out of the battlefield to stop Rob Lucci, who was using a long knife to string together several celestial dragons, Whitebeard Halberd came crashing down, cutting off his escape route. Kula-la-la-la. That guy is my family. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to stop Rob Lucci. Whitebeard, covered in blood and sporting several bruises from the combined attacks of Sengoku and the Knights of God, shouted with great momentum. Although Whitebeard was indeed having a hard time fighting two opponents by himself at that moment, it was still not enough to take him down in a short time. The member of the Knights of God, whose path was blocked by Whitebeard's slash, glared angrily at him. Damn commoners, you will eventually be completely destroyed by the government's power. Just wait for your death. The knight's face twisted as he yelled hoarsely at Whitebeard. But unfortunately, his rant had no effect on Whitebeard's expression at all. The man showed not even a hint of emotional change. Only Sengoku, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to glance at the battlefield in the distance where a strong smell of blood was faintly wafting. What on earth happened over there? Why would even a high-ranking admiral like Marshal Netania be distracted? It was this uncontrollable curiosity that led Sengoku to take a quick look, and soon, his previously steadfast heart was engulfed by a wave of shocking emotions like a flood. the captain of the Rocks Pirates 7th Division. The evil spirit Rob Lucci was crazily slaughtering the celestial dragons in the back. With every sword strike from Rob Lucci, at least a dozen heads and bodies of those known as world nobles, the forbidden ones of the divine race, were chopped into several pieces. Even the nearby CP agents, rushing in frantically to stop this evil spirit, had no effect whatsoever. Rob Lucci had gone mad. Each time a few hundred high-ranking CP agents gathered to rush in for rescue, they would be instantly slaughtered by Rob Lucci's flying slash. The scene was filled with blood and gore, with dismembered bodies and severed limbs. Originally, there were over 1,000 members from 19 celestial dragon families participating in this human hunting plan. Now only a few dozen remained. And it seemed that these remaining celestial dragons would not last a minute before being completely killed. This scene is just too terrifying. Sengoku was shocked beyond belief and didn't know what to say. His mind was a complete mess. Usually, if even a single celestial dragon gets hurt, the Gorosei would call to scold the Navy for their inadequate protection. And now, if the Gorosei knew about this scene where Luffy was killing celestial dragons like slaughtering chickens and ducks, it's hard to imagine how pale the faces of those 5 so-called highest authorities in the world would turn. Come on, Sengoku, you're fighting against me, and you dare to take a moment to look at those trash celestial dragons? Don't get too cocky. With a towering height of 666 centimeters, Whitebeard stood like an iron tower, blocking all retreat paths between Sengoku and the members of the God Knights. Seizing the moment when the God Knights were worried and Sengoku turned to observe the battlefield, Whitebeard easily took advantage of the gap between the two. Damn it, why did I turn back to look at the celestial dragons? Sengoku, still in shock, suddenly felt a tremor in his body upon hearing Whitebeard's distinctive laughter and murmurs near his ear. With no time to react further, he quickly activated the powers of his Zoan-type devil fruit, the Buddha form, emitting an immense golden light, attempting to withstand Whitebeard's attack. Useless. Show me your blade. With a proud smile, Whitebeard raised his large blade high, intercepting Sengoku and the knight's path, lifting his veined wrist and fiercely bringing down the blade. Light of the Buddha! A voice as solemn as a great bell echoed from within Sengoku, who had transformed into the golden Buddha. In an instant, the towering Buddha body erupted with a brilliant golden light, maximizing its defense. But it was all in vain. At this moment, Whitebeard's blade was already enveloped in a dark, powerful black aura and storm. Conqueror's Haki entangled. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and the immense light of the Buddha unleashed by Sengoku instantly exploded. Shoo! Whitebeard's large blade swept across the massive golden Buddha, shattering all of its golden light. Sengoku, suddenly receiving such a severe injury, turned pale, coughed up blood, and was sent flying, his body battered and torn. The Navy's justice cloak he wore was also tattered, fluttering in the wind. Wow! The intense pain from his body made Sengoku unable to maintain the consumption of his devil fruit powers, directly reverting to his human form and spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, with his devil fruit powers rendered useless. Sengoku's face turned extremely pale as he looked at the nearby God Knights member, who was still indifferent and trying to break through Whitebeard's defense to provide support. Damn it! What a piece of junk! Clearly, he turned his head back to look at the battlefield situation, and this bastard didn't even think to stop Whitebeard. He just watched him get knocked down by Whitebeard's blade. Who can work with teammates like this? Logically speaking, with his strength, even in a one-on-one with a top pirate like Whitebeard, it should at least take more than 3 days of all-out fighting to determine a clear winner. But after having such a good teammate from the government, he felt secure enough to turn around and look at the celestial dragons. And what happened? He turned his head back for less than 3 seconds and was caught off guard by Whitebeard's massive sword strike right to his chest. Now he is seriously injured, and the member of the Divine Knights is out of the fight. With their pathetic coordination, resisting Whitebeard is just a dream. Clash. That hit was not easy, Sengoku. Seeing his blade cut a huge, deep gash in Sengoku's chest, Whitebeard couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He could clearly feel that after the strike, Sengoku had definitely lost over 40% of his combat power, in a state where even his devil fruit ability couldn't be maintained. It wouldn't be long before he could defeat Sengoku and secure his 11th consecutive victory. Meanwhile, the battle for the other side, with the Golden Lion fighting fiercely against Garp, was not so easy. The Golden Lion, due to his initial arrogant mindset, was caught off guard by Garp, who leaped from the sky. After a slap that felt like swatting a fly, the Golden Lion was subjected to Garp's relentless pressure. Under Garp's iron fists, The Golden Lion couldn't even take to the skies to regain aerial superiority for some wear-down tactics. It's worth noting that compared to Garp, he was actually weaker by 3 or 4 points. His confidence in mocking Garp was solely because he could control the airspace for consumption. But now he felt as if he were stuck to a sticky plaster, unable to move, forced to block Garp's attacks. Moreover, Garp was just a hot-headed fool. While other Navy forces were distracted and shocked by the casualties among the Celestial Dragons, he didn't care about the Celestial Dragons' lives at all, just relentlessly swinging his fists, unleashing set after set of Haki-infused attacks. Adding to that, the member of the Divine Knights nearby was also desperately trying to kill him and escape the battlefield. The pressure on the Golden Lion was immense. As for the 3 underperforming captains, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, they faced the same fate as the Golden Lion, being overwhelmed by the 3 incoming members of the Knight S Order, barely able to catch their breath. Originally, with their combined strength, they could still manage an advantage against the highest-ranking governor of the CP organization. But after that red-haired leader of the Divine Knights launched into action, 3 more members arrived specifically to surround and attack them. Brothers, hold on a little longer, as long as we wait for Luo Hou to kill all those damned celestial dragons. We can drive all those so-called gods from the Holy Land to the bottom of the sea. Then we will become true gods. Ahaha. After swinging his sword and sending Steelbone flying dozens of meters, Rock's domineering voice echoed throughout the Valley of the Gods. At this moment, the situation in the Valley of the Gods had only been going on for less than 3 hours, and the decline of the world government was already evident. As long as Luo Hou killed the celestial dragons and returned to the battlefield, the balance of victory in the Valley of the Gods would completely tilt towards the Rock's pirates. Winning this crucial battle would mean that the next war organized by Luo Hou Jibek would directly target the Holy Land of the Celestial Dragons, Mariehua. Once the Navy headquarters and all the elite forces of the CP organization were wiped out, only an empty shell would remain at Mariehua. The throne of the King of the World was already emerging. Compared to other captains who were struggling in fierce battles, Luo Hou's side appeared much easier. Currently, the main forces of the world government had all been firmly restrained by the captain-level members of the Rock's pirates. On the entire battlefield, there was no one who could stop him from slaughtering the celestial dragons. As for those so-called elite Navy soldiers and high-ranking CP agents, they were nothing but lowly scum. Easy to kill. For every 1,000 that came, he could kill 1,000. After charging in with 10,000, 1,000 heads would roll. The more that charged in, the more that died. There's no one who could withstand even a single punch or sword strike. Luo Hou's current combat power had long surpassed the level of a king. Although his 3 types of Haki were all still at the peak stage and had not yet broken through to the ultimate level, let us not forget that Luo Hou possessed the attributes of 6 devil fruit abilities. The strength fruit could grant him more than double the strength compared to opponents of the same level. The float fruit allowed him to directly have overwhelming aerial control. As for the remaining 4 nature-type devil fruit abilities, the rumble fruit, magma fruit, light fruit, and ice fruit, they provided him with huge advantages in speed, control, and penetrating attack power. Even without the enhancement of ultimate Haki, with these incredibly powerful devil fruit abilities, Luo Hou was very confident he could take down strong opponents of the same level. Soon, under Luo Hou's bloody slaughter, the more than 1,000 celestial dragons who had come to participate in the human hunting competition were reduced to just one last one remaining. The scene was filled with mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and flowing magma, with broken bodies and countless charred celestial dragons everywhere. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am a celestial dragon. As long as you let me go, I can make the government fulfill all your wishes. I'm a celestial dragon, the noblest race in the world, a true god. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can promise you anything. Please, make a condition. Power, fame, status, money, beautiful women. I can offer all of it. The remaining celestial dragon looked horrified and desperate, unable to believe that, as descendants of the great creators, they would be slaughtered by mortals like this. The scene was too shocking. As world nobles, they were being treated like pigs and dogs. Even worse than pigs and dogs. He turned to look at the surrounding sea of corpses, feeling lost and not knowing where to run. Boom. A terrifying thunderclap sounded. Luo Hou's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The pure white sword of virtue, which had almost killed over 10,000, suddenly pierced through his body, going straight through his chest and out his back. This is the last celestial dragon. So Roranoa does not intend to let him die easily like before. Under the sharp blade, the The celestial dragon's exclusive clothing, which symbolizes noble status, cannot withstand the cutting and is pierced through. The celestial dragon, unable to do anything, can only open his mouth and let out an extremely painful scream. The next moment, the magma in Roronoa's hand begins to flow, directly pouring into the internal organs through the celestial dragon's chest. The last celestial dragon's body emits the aroma of barbecued meat as the magma burns fiercely inside, turning him into a pile of ashes in just a short time. After erasing this last celestial dragon, Roronoa gazes at his seemingly perfect data panel, murmuring to himself. Although he may not yet be able to fight 3 royal-level opponents like the Freak Rocks with his extraordinary talent, he should at least be able to remain undefeated. Moreover, it seems that the enhancement gained from killing enemies directly is even faster than absorbing the attributes of strong opponents. Roronoa calmly looks at the data in front of him, which has already exceeded the limits. He just killed at least 10,000 people on the side of the Valley of Gods. Most of them are CP organization agents and elite soldiers from the Navy trying to rush in to rescue the celestial dragons. Although these little Karamis are extremely weak in strength, after their death, they can forcibly condense a property sphere the size of a dust particle. This means that for every enemy killed, Luo Hou can forcibly absorb a bit of 3-dimensional attributes. In simple terms, as long as Luo Hou is willing to kill, he will become stronger the more he kills. In just these few minutes, Luo Hou has at least increased his original values by around 10,000 points in strength, agility, and stamina. This speed is much faster than a clash with a strong opponent. After all, at this moment, Luo Hou's strength is already at the very top tier above the sea. Even fighting against powerful figures like Whitebeard and Gold Lion wouldn't yield such a significant improvement in a short time. If he wants to continue to grow stronger quickly, he must seize the heads of those from the world government. Host, Luo Hou age, 18 strength, dominant level, agility, dominant level, stamina, dominant level, Haki, Conqueror's Haki, top 100, armament Haki, top 100, observation Haki, top 100, martial arts skills, Lion's Might 1000 Cuts Valley, Lion's Might Wave Slash, Eagle Claw Fist, Steel Bone Heavy Fist, Thunder 8 trigrams. The next target is those damned Knights of God. Luo Hou feels the overwhelming power surging within him, exuding a chilling, killing intent. In this battle of God's Valley, he slaughtered a total of 10,000 lives on the side of the world government. The sky of God's Valley is still drizzling with cold, piercing rain. The pea-sized raindrops slowly washed away the clotted blood scabs on Luo Hou's body, directly revealing his steel-like, muscular physique. On this accumulation of muscle, one could vaguely see the blue veins resembling azure dragons that were exposed due to low body fat. At this moment, the murderous aura emanating from Luo Hou was so intense that it could almost be solidified into something terrifying. He was a top-tier powerhouse who had surpassed the Emperor level of the Rocks era and possessed multiple devil fruit abilities. This was what true strength meant for a man. A man without power was no different from trash. Luo Hou's tone was grim, and his face revealed a murderous intent. His powerful body immediately erupted with bursts of thunder and lightning, ready to charge toward Whitebeard, who was in a relatively easier battle situation, to select weaker opponents to eliminate. However, just as Luo Hou was about to act, a commotion filled with joy, sorrow, pain, and fear suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the battlefield in God Valley. Luo Hou glanced back slightly and quickly recognized the source of the commotion. It was indeed the noise created by the slaves imprisoned by the celestial dragons during the battle in the God Valley, as they attempted to escape. If there are no accidents, these slaves will basically be slaughtered by the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, due to the intervention of the Rocks pirates, a small number of slaves managed to escape and became powerful figures of justice in later generations. Even Luffy clearly recognized the character known as the most tragic yet gentle tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, in the story. At this moment, this guy was with a little boy sporting an afro, desperately crying and fleeing in every direction. God, please give me a way out. I never want to return to this place. If there really is a heaven in this world, why are there still devils among us? Kuma, don't hesitate. Let's quickly eat the devil fruits. These are precious treasures used by the celestial dragons as prizes for the tournament. If we eat these devil fruits, we should be able to escape from hell, while stepping over countless corpses with severed heads. Bartholomew and the afro-haired Ivankov were desperately trying to open the treasure chest containing the devil fruits that they had secretly snatched. They had the opportunity to escape from the prison where the celestial dragons specifically held slaves, all thanks to the unexpectedly young Navy officer's appearance. If it weren't for that young Navy officer breaking the cage that held all the slaves, their fate might have been execution at the hands of the celestial dragons. They couldn't clearly see the face of their savior. They only vaguely saw that beneath the broad green cloak was a young Navy commander. The naval commander swung his claws, killing dozens of guards while freeing them all, and quickly grabbed a box containing a devil fruit before hastily leaving the scene. Having long been aware of the extraordinary value of the celestial dragon's prize, Avenger, Ginny, and Kuma had a clear plan in place. The moment they escaped the cage, each of them snatched a box containing a devil fruit and began their desperate flight. Now, as they found themselves before Roronoa, it was the perfect time to use the powers of the devil fruit to escape. Among the three, except for Ginny, who had already consumed the Paramecia-type listening fruit, the remaining two were ordinary people without powers. "Open the box quickly," Ivankov cried, terrified by the sight of numerous corpses surrounding them. He frantically urged the stronger Kuma to smash open the box and retrieve the devil fruits to help everyone escape this hellish place. However, just as the three eagerly watched Kuma punch open all three boxes, revealing exquisitely patterned devil fruits inside, a towering figure stood before them. With hearts racing, they looked up to see Roronoa, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, had somehow appeared before them. The group swallowed hard, feeling a loss in front of this evidently powerful pirate. "Hand over the devil fruits," Roronoa ordered without any pleasantries, commanding the three to surrender all the stolen devil fruits to him. "Please, great pirate, don't kill us. All these devil fruits are yours." Upon hearing Roronoa's seemingly emotionless words, the three were instantly terrified, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Despite having 1,000 objections in their hearts, they dared not utter a word of defiance and respectfully pushed the three boxes containing the devil fruits to Roronoa's feet. Quietly awaiting the judgment from this man, who seemed like a demon, Roronoa calmly regarded the three glowing and seemingly priceless devil fruits in front of him. The first one was the most perfect in form, renowned as the strongest Zoan-type. Zoan-type, fish fruit, mythical beast, azure dragon form. The dragon fruit is the best match that forged Kaido's future achievement of the title of the world's strongest creature. In the original storyline, if Charlotte Linlin hadn't pushed Ivankov away in a critical moment and snatched the dragon fruit, perhaps this world would have seen a dragon resembling a transgender person. Fortunately, even if Charlotte Linlin didn't have the chance to stop Ivankov this time, the dragon fruit was still intercepted by Roronoa's Zoro on the spot. One can only say that this might be fate. Ivankov, with his innate gay aura, can only eat the hormone fruit next to the dragon fruit. As for the last treasure chest containing the devil fruit, it holds a fruit resembling a bear's paw, according to Roronoa's estimation. This devil fruit, resembling a bear's paw, should be the superhuman-type meatball fruit that Bartholomew is about to consume. Luo Hou looked at the two god-level devil fruits of the same type in front of him with a sense of admiration. He then gently picked one up. "Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully absorbed the animal-type fish fruit, phantom bee species, Qing long form ability." "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully absorbed the superhuman-type meatball fruit ability." As the system's notification sounded, two extremely powerful devil fruits increased within Luo Hou's body. As for the other superhuman-type hormone fruit, it was something Luo Hou found very distasteful, and he kicked it along with the box in Ivankov's hands. After all, he didn't want to turn into a gay man because of a fruit ability that offered him no enhancement. "Excuse me, Pirate Lord, can we leave now? We want to go home, even though we no longer have a home." Seeing that Luo Hou had taken all the devil fruits, the bear cub forced himself to suppress his inner fear and looked up at Luo Hou, who was like an iron tower, filled with killing intent. "Let's go. I'm not a heartless killer. You little brats act like I'm a bad guy." Having successfully obtained strong devil fruits, Luo Hou waved his hand and directly let go of the three little ghosts, who had turned pale. "Thank you, Pirate Lord. We'll leave and definitely won't trouble you." Seeing that Luo Hou was truly willing to spare them, the little girl Ginny hurriedly knelt down in gratitude. However, before the three of them could take 2 or 3 steps away, Luo Hou's calm voice sounded again. "Wait." Upon hearing this calm voice, the three little ones instantly froze in place. Even Ivankov, who was relatively quick-witted, thought that Luo Hou might want to kill them all to eliminate witnesses. After all, the pile of corpses around was definitely the result of this man's slaughter. There was no one else nearby, just as the three little ghosts were trembling in fear. Waiting for Luo Hou's words, the bear cub felt a warm hand resting on his head. "You dropped something. This devil fruit is the most suitable for you. Train well, Maybe one day we'll meet again. Luo Hou gently placed the meatball fruit back into Bartholomew's hands. Since he had already absorbed the properties of the meatball fruit, it was of no use to keep it. It was better to hand it over to the person it suited best. The bear cub looked up at Luo Hou's towering figure, which transformed into lightning and disappeared in an instant. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he took back his own devil fruit. Come on, bear cub. We're lucky to be alive. Jinny happily hugged the bear cub's neck, marveling at the unpredictable yet well-planned fortune. At the same time, Luo Hou, having finished absorbing the Qinglong fruit, began to use the abilities of this magical animal-type devil fruit as he flew toward the battlefield. Whoosh! Luo Hou's body changed at an incredibly fast speed. His originally tense muscles twisted like a python and began to inflate rapidly. With a tearing sound, the high-quality shirt he was wearing could no longer withstand the pressure from his expanding muscles and ripped into tatters. He looked like the terrifying embodiment of muscle power, reminiscent of the master from Lin Zhengying's movies. At this moment, Luo Hou, due to the second development brought by the Qinglong fruit, had already directly surpassed Whitebeard's height to around 6 meters, his muscles tight, inflated, and twisted, radiating absolute strength from his wrists, chest, back, and thighs. Because of the deformation from the Qinglong fruit, dense, extremely sturdy green dragon scales covered his body almost simultaneously. Thick, long red blood vessels crawled over every inch of his skin, looking as terrifying as black earthworms emerging after rain. The thick dragon tail, extending several meters, also exuded immense majesty. At this moment, Luo Hou truly felt that his strength was almost reaching its peak state. Powerful strength, agility, dominance, defense, recovery, and attack were all at the pinnacle level over the sea. If Luo Hou had the opportunity to break through to the ultimate level of his Haki, then even the current sea overlord, Rox D. Zebek, would definitely be pulled down by Luo Hou. Although Luo Hou's desire to eliminate the celestial dragons did not conflict with Rox's ambition to become the world's overlord, Luo Hou would never believe that someone as ambitious as Rox would allow someone similar to him, or even potentially stronger, to exist after winning the war. Even among the entire Rox pirates, none of the division leaders would consider themselves part of this team. They only came together to form such a massive pirate organization due to mutual interests. After all, each of the 7 division leaders possessed top-tier Conqueror's Haki. To make such people willingly bow down and work would require more than just brute force. However, now was not the time to discuss these matters. The key was to continue the war at God Valley. Having already killed over 1,000 celestial dragons, Luo Hou still needed to rely on the vast organization of the Rox pirates to reach Holy Emperor Mariehua and fulfill his dream of slaughtering all celestial dragons. Perhaps Rox and the others also shared the same hidden thoughts. As for Luo Hou's currently above-average height and terrifying image, they were not permanent. As long as he stopped using the abilities of the Qinglong fruit, Luo Hou would return to a normal human form. However, concerning his already surpassed height, it would fully revert. But, in a crazy pirate world, a height of 6 meters was not particularly strange. After all, even a very ordinary marine like Calamity could easily be over 9 meters tall. Those giant races that could reach heights of over 10 or even 30 meters were everywhere on the sea. If he wanted to return to a more normal height, he could only achieve it through special training techniques or life restoration. Kulalalala. Sengoku. Next year, on this day, will be your death anniversary. Pick a good place. I'll come and check on you when I have time. On the other side, Whitebeard, who was anxiously battling 2 powerful foes, revealed a knowing smile upon seeing Luo Hou had killed all the celestial dragons and was heading toward his position. At this moment, he had already sustained some injuries. Continuing to fight Sengoku and the members of the Holy Knights had little meaning and would only add to his burdens. However, if Luo Hou came over, he had absolute confidence that he could quickly behead the heavily injured Sengoku. As for the member of the God Knight order beside him, Whitebeard never believed this guy could withstand the might of Reo, who was both strong and fierce, and a freak of a paramecia devil fruit user. Cool. This time it's actually a Zoan-type blue dragon fruit. How enviable. Whitebeard looked at Reo, who was getting closer and had already reached his height, unable to hide his envious gaze. At this moment, he was still troubled by not finding a suitable devil fruit for himself. Whitebeard believed that his current strength had already reached its peak. Continuing to cultivate would hardly improve his level. At this time, a suitable devil fruit would be a great boost. Whitebeard even thought that he might directly break through to the top-level Haki thanks to the devil fruit ability, reaching a level not much different from Rox. Although this was merely an imagination, it was not impossible. Whitebeard's personal talent was actually only lacking in the aspect of Haki compared to Rock's. Rock's three-color Haki had already reached the ultimate level, and he possessed a strong talent for brute force. Plus, he had a relatively suitable teleportation fruit. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had also raised his three-color Haki to the top level, just a step away from achieving the ultimate, and he also possessed the talent for brute force. The only gap at present was a suitable devil fruit ability to instantly enhance his overall three-dimensional attributes to achieve the breakthrough of Haki. Damn it, you damn god slayer. Killing so many gods, it's simply a heinous crime. The Gorosei will definitely use the highest power in the world. I will end you. The member of the God Knight Order, who was knocked back several meters by Whitebeard's slash, looked furious and shouted angrily, "Just wait to die." The black-robed youth, clearly one of the top members of the God Knight Order, glared at Reo with an extremely harsh tone. However, in response to his words, Reo showed no anger at all. He merely scoffed and replied indifferently, "Celestial dragons? Just maggots crawling out of a cesspool. Does such a race even qualify to be called gods? Then wouldn't those stinking fly samurai from Wano country also be able to call themselves gods? Oh wait, it seems one of the so-called highest powers in your world, the Gorosei, does indeed have a priest from Wano country." Reo's words were bland, but filled with deadly sarcasm. The members of the God Knight Order, who had always valued their race's reputation and cherished it dearly, could no longer contain the raging anger in their hearts. Boom! He stomped his foot. A wave of dark Haki surged through his calves, and then his body instantly disappeared in a flash. A dense spiderweb crack spread across the hard rocky ground, and countless shattered stones flew everywhere, directly piercing through the heads of unfortunate pirates. Damn evil spirit. Watch me kill you. Under the enhancement of the top-tier Marine 6 powers, this member of the God Knight Order was incredibly fast. So fast that ordinary people couldn't see his movements at all. Just when he thought he could easily succeed in landing a punch on Reo, a person who only bullies the weak and has a hollow reputation, the next moment, Reo's large hand, as hard as a black iron hydraulic press, suddenly grabbed forward. With a loud boom, lava exploded, and the scorching hot air roamed and separated. The God Knight Order member, who initiated the sneak attack, found his fist, wrapped in armed Haki, forcefully gripped in Reo's hand, unable to move at all. How is this possible? How could your power be so terrifying? A multiple fruit user. Why has the curse of the sea disappeared? The unknown member of the Knights of God looked at Luo Hou, who was surrounded by magma, ice, sparkling light, thunder, and various forms of devil fruit abilities, with an expression of utter shock. He desperately tried to pull his fist away, wanting to distance himself from this monster Luo Hou, but he couldn't break free from the powerful grip of Luo Hou's wrist, which was taut with bulging veins. Nothing is impossible. Kid, the Knights of God must also be a type of celestial dragon, right? Perhaps one of the stronger ones among them? Never mind, that is not important. In any case, I just need to kill all of you. Luo Hou squeezed out an evil villain's signature smile, cracking his neck with a popping sound. He then released the fist of the member of the Knights of God in front of him, allowing him to act freely. Today, I happen to obtain a god-level animal-type devil fruit ability, and I think my strength has reached the top level. So let you, this powerful celestial dragon, be the one to experience my pure physical strength. You are very lucky. You will be the first noble celestial dragon to feel all of my power and be killed with ease. Roa's tone was very humorous. At this moment, he had reached an extreme level of confidence in his own strength. Members of the Knights of God must be of the same level as the captains of the Rock's pirates. Even if slightly inferior, the gap wouldn't be too great. Using such a strong opponent as a training dummy for physical compatibility was absolutely the most suitable. Damn demon, don't look down on people. I am the most noble celestial dragon in the world. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Boom. A loud explosion occurred. He tightened his fist again, wrapping it in two-colored Haki. With a punch imbued with the power of the sea, he shattered the air, causing an explosive airflow filled with immense power that instantly struck Luo Hou's chest, which was covered in green dragon scales. The power was lacking, and the speed was pitiful. Boxers. Luo Hou felt a not-so-violent pain in his chest, then directly clenched his fist, his veins bulging. A violent black thunderstorm flashed across his fist, simultaneously mixed with blazing magma and furious blue lightning. The moment the words left his mouth, a swift and fierce punch slammed directly into the chest of the member of the Knights of God. Crack, crack. In an instant, the continuous sound of bones breaking echoed dully within his body, sharp bone fragments piercing through the cracked chest, accompanied by shattered bloody organs. But at this moment, it had already reached this point. The member of the God Knights could hardly care about anything else, nor did he have the chance to do so. He could only exert all his strength to continue battling the terrifying pirate before him. In an instant, two terrifying figures representing justice and evil began to exchange blows rapidly, creating a series of dull thuds. Bang, 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 crack. The sounds were crisp, and with each clash of power, there were sounds of bones breaking, representing one or several bones in their bodies snapping, resembling a demon's low moan in a life-and-death duel, terrifyingly so. The rocks in all directions were shattered by the shock waves of the battle between the two, flying in all directions. Countless naval soldiers, even those far away, as well as pirates, were affected, instantly having their skulls crushed and collapsing to the ground. This was the immense destructive power that could be unleashed in a battle between top-tier fighters. No matter how far away, one could easily become a lucky, unfortunate soul. The two figures moved swiftly, each unleashing their full power. The battlefield, spanning 4 to 5 kilometers, seemed like it would be flattened and directly sunk to the seabed. Utterly devastated, after a few minutes had passed, at this moment, Luo Hou and a member of the God Knights had exchanged no less than 200 blows. However, at this moment, Luo, who was in extremely good condition, every inch of his skin, muscles, and bones had been sublimated through the battle, reaching a state of complete mastery. In contrast, the member of the God Knights was in a different situation. In a terrifying clash against Luo, whose immense strength and formidable resilience, he was almost entirely in a state of extreme suppression. At this moment, over 190 of his more than 200 bones were broken, tibia, spine, and so on. The most vital bones supporting human life had been shattered into countless pieces. He was merely holding on by the dignity of his celestial dragon identity, barely staying on his feet. But Luo, who wouldn't care about that, having fully grasped his own state, he only wanted to swiftly eliminate all strong opponents and continue to enhance his power. Oh my God! Montak Sin exclaimed. Luo, who let out a cold sneer typical of a villain, filled with killing intent, as two palms suddenly erupted with terrifying heat, the fiery breath of magma, and violent thunderous energy, ruthlessly crashing into the already battered body before him. At this moment, the member of the God Knights, who had basically lost all defensive capability, could only slightly move his eyes, his pupils revealing a trace of fear that had never appeared before. The magma, thunder, flashes, and freezing powers emanating from Luo, who made him feel as if he were battling a true deity, utterly terrifying. He simply couldn't contend with it. Yet, even though he knew he was about to die, he still wanted to make one last desperate attempt to escape. The 6-6 style secret art, iron block, black steel. His face twisted as he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain from countless broken bones, striking a twisted pose resembling the Navy's 6 powers. By tensing his muscles to achieve maximum defensive capability, he hoped that the hardening of his armament Haki could withstand this attack. However, all of this was merely the last gasp against Luo Hou at this moment. Luo Hou's punch, infused with numerous elemental energies, directly pierced through his chest, instantly reducing his heart to a pile of shredded meat, with the searing magma and raging lightning surging through his bloodstream, incinerating all his internal organs into a charred state. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat, now burnt to a crisp, could no longer produce any sound. Adrenaline surged wildly, barely allowing him to cling to life for a few final seconds. Luo Hou slowly pulled out his iron fist that was embedded in the other's body, letting the now powerless body spin a few times before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the state of the member of the God Knights was nothing short of horrific. Aside from a skin on the surface maintaining some basic blood color, everything inside had long turned and charred remains emitting black smoke. His broken body crashed to the ground. The blackened form continued to ooze the last drops of blood. The chest cavity had vanished, no longer housing that strong, beating heart. At this moment, this member of the God Knights was left with only a few breaths of life. A top-tier powerhouse. Just like that, in an incredibly short time, he was reduced to this miserable state. He lay on the ground, forcefully holding onto his last breath. His gaze hazy as he looked at Luo, who, his voice extremely weak as he spoke in a hoarse tone that was hard to hear. Hee, do you think this can conquer me? The great celestial dragon family will never bow to any lowly race. I will wait for you on the road to hell. The 5 elders are coming soon. The world's highest power will personally send scum like you to hell. Luo Hou looked calmly at the member of the God Knights as he uttered his final words. It must be said that at this moment, he was indeed somewhat surprised by these intelligent and powerful celestial dragons. It seemed the truth was as everyone had guessed. To have ruled this world for 800 years without anyone having a chance to destroy it, the world government could not possibly consist of those incompetent fools. Those foolish celestial dragons protected by the Navy were just a few rare smart ones among the millions of celestial dragon families. Over the 800 years of development of the celestial dragon family, there must have been countless strong individuals within. Just the top-tier powerhouses like the Five Elders and the God Knights were enough to prove that the celestial dragon race certainly had exceptionally gifted, strong individuals. Furthermore, as world nobles, all celestial dragons were awakening their Conqueror's Haki, which was undoubtedly much easier compared to ordinary civilians. Even if one had a bit of talent, there would likely be no obstacles in the way. However, Luo Hou felt no fear whatsoever. His existence was meant to kill all celestial dragons, to wipe them all out without exception, whether they were good or bad celestial dragons. As long as they were celestial dragons, they all had to die. No matter how powerful their hidden strengths were, they would ultimately become the nourishment for his growth. Lowly scum, I still want to say. It seemed that in his final moments, the member of the God Knights noticed the change in Luo Hou's expression and revealed a gratified smile, wanting to express his grand vision of the celestial dragons once more. However, the reality was that Luo Hou gave no chances at all. With a cold gaze, he lifted his massive foot. A flash of dark light flickered, and with all his might, he stomped down mercilessly onto the head that had already begun to crack. The scene was akin to squashing a cockroach. Crack! Blood and brains splattered as the head shattered into pieces. The head of this powerful member of the Knight of God was instantly crushed into a pulp by Luo Hou. It was even stuck to the ground like glutinous rice paste. A sight too gruesome to behold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 977 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 361 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 3,008 points of stamina. After crushing the opponent's head with one kick, Luo Hou also received the energy of the attribute spheres formed by all the attributes of this knight member. At this moment, even the combined energy of a top-tier powerhouse was completely insufficient for how much Luo Hou had gained. However, one could only say that a little is better than nothing. The gain from killing one strong opponent is not much. Then let's kill 10. If 10 is not enough, let's take down the entire world government together. However, just as Luo Hou turned his murderous gaze towards Sengoku, who was still engaged in fierce battle with Whitebeard, reinforcements from the world government appeared. On the already shattered ground of the Valley of God, 5 strange patterned pentagram magic circles appeared, with the center covered in 123,455 numbers. The highest power of the world has arrived. So let us see what kind of strength the so-called 5 elders, praised to the heavens by Oda, actually possess. Luo Hou murmured to himself, choosing to stand guard and look at the magic circle behind Sengoku. Many readers still do not understand that the Knights of God consist of a total of 9 members. The 5 elders have finally arrived. All these villains must be executed. Seeing so many bizarre magic circles appearing on the ground of the Valley of God, the powerful figures present chose to stop and watch, not daring to be careless. The 5 elders, coming at such an inopportune time, Rox, with a somewhat frenzied expression, grabbed a fruit treasure box and said irritably, in his observation Haki, he had already foreseen that 5 incredibly powerful old guys would appear in this magic circle. Each one was a powerhouse, at least at the level of a general. Furthermore, after these 5 old men were teleported here, they would instantly launch an attack, directly inflicting severe injuries and sending the 3 captain-level pirates, John Silveraxe and Wang Ji, flying aside. It seems that the foundation of your world government is indeed richer than I imagined. The combat power of these 5 old men exceeds that of an entire marine headquarters. However, this is not a mistake you should make so blatantly in front of me, brat. While exuding his displeasure, Rox raised his sword and thrust it. The target was directly aimed at the nearby Steelbone Kong and that knight member. Naturally, Steelbone Kong, who was on high alert, did not hesitate to raise his fist and used Haki to block, directly dissipating Rox's terrifying power. As for the guy next to him, he was not so lucky, as he was focused on watching the arrival of the 5 elders and did not pay too much attention to Rox's movements. In an instant, the sharp supreme great knife pierced through his chest, bringing forth a spray of warm blood that fell to the ground. Damn it, I was careless. The member of the Knight of God hit hard again, quickly retreated dozens of steps, not daring to approach again. Steel Bone Kong also did not dare to face Rocks alone, and simultaneously retreated to the side. As for the others, like the Golden Lion, they were still caught in a stalemate battle, unable to break free. Buzz, 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 buzz. A deep, oppressive sound, tinged with a special, suffocating odor, emerged. In the center of the magic circle, which was gradually becoming illusory, 5 shadows with terrifying, monstrous images began to appear. Once the magic circle completely vanished, 5 imposing old men suddenly appeared in the Valley of God. The 5 ominous figures, resembling ancient elders from an endless abyss, stood silently in place, casually glancing at the scene of carnage before them. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, severed limbs, and pools of blood. To the ordinary person's eyes, this extremely shocking hellish scene seemed like a daily occurrence in front of the 5, failing to stir any emotions. It was merely a dismissive glance. Yet, the naval soldiers present and countless frenzied pirates instinctively trembled and took a few steps back, their pupils constricted, feeling as if they were being targeted by 5 indescribable monsters, sending chills down their spines. On the battlefield, apart from those who had reached the level of a general, nearly everyone was affected to some degree by the overwhelming aura. Hey, who are these 5 old guys? Such immense dominance. Could they be some trump card from the world government? It seems likely, as this aura is on par with that of Captain Rocks. Perhaps only the captains of the Rocks pirates could contend with such powerful beings. It's even possible that only Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and the captain of the 7th Division have a chance to confront them directly. After a few minutes of oppressive silence, the pirates gradually adapted to the dire situation. They began discussing the strength of these 5 suddenly appearing old men. Their aura far surpassed that of the 3 underachieving captains, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji. The 5 elders, the heavily wounded member of the God Knights, pierced through the chest by Rocks, looked at the figure approaching him and responded in a low tone. One of the highest authorities in the world, one of the 5 elders, the world government's financial war god, his son, Baron Vinajuro. He slowly walked to face Rocks, gripping a pitch-black, bloody long knife with an incredibly fierce aura. Damn Rocks, how could he slaughter so many of the celestial dragons without reason? He is simply guilty of heinous crimes. Next, I shall be your opponent. As soon as the bald 5 elder appeared, he sensed that apart from the God Knights, there were no celestial dragons left alive in the entire God Valley. Based on his preconceived notions, the bald 5 elder immediately concluded that it was Rocks, this evil pirate, who had killed all the celestial dragons. Upon hearing the other party's confident words, even Rocks was momentarily stunned. As a world-dominating pirate, he had already been targeted by the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Netania, and Steel Bone Kong as soon as he appeared. To make matters worse, another member of the God Knights joined in, putting him in a 1-against-3 predicament, making it quite difficult. Under such circumstances, is he going to sacrifice himself to kill those more than 1,000 celestial dragons? This bald guy is simply lacking in martial ethics, only able to baselessly slander his friendly pirate persona. It's clearly that Luo, who was killing people left and right at the scene. This bald guy actually forced such a title onto himself. In response, Rocks could only glance at the bald 5 elders with a look of disbelief. You must be the immortals mentioned in the records, right? I've already done my research on you 5 old geezers. Ordinary methods can't kill you, can they? But what if I told you that I've already obtained the strongest Logia-type devil fruit in the world? Rocks casually opened the devil fruit treasure box in his hand. The reason he made such a big deal out of this celestial dragon hunting plan was that he had accidentally heard a message from a little girl who could manipulate the Din Mushy while he was in the West Blue. Inside, there is a devil fruit known as the most ferocious, capable of restraining users of the 3 systems and directly nullifying all abilities. The natural type, dark fruit. After a large-scale escape of slaves for some reason, Rocks sensed this devil fruit that perfectly matched him through his powerful observation Haki. Thus, after killing Marshal Netania under pressure, he instantly disappeared using the ability of the teleportation fruit and snatched the devil fruit that was connected to him from an unknown little Karami. What is that? How did the dark fruit end up in your hands? Didn't I already order the CP organization to delete this devil fruit from the catalog and keep it in the treasury? The bald 5 elders looked at Rocks in disbelief as he slowly opened and took out the purple fruit from the treasure box. After a moment of focused gaze, he clearly understood that Rocks was not bluffing. That was indeed the most ferocious devil fruit ever recognized in history. It is the only thing in this world, apart from the sun god Nika, that can restrain their abilities. After confirming that the devil fruit in Rock's hand was indeed the most ferocious dark fruit, the bald five elders could no longer maintain their originally serious and indifferent expression. Having lived for over 800 years, he stood there somewhat at a loss. Normally, with the abilities of immortality and eternal life, he would not feel fear towards anything. However, after personally witnessing that Rocks had actually obtained such a ferocious ability, the bald five elders broke out in a cold sweat as if it were raining. He didn't even have time to think of any way to persuade Rocks not to eat that devil fruit. The other party was simply too determined. It seemed he must have read some ancient texts and learned of their special abilities, which led him to choose the dark fruit as a means to deal with immortals. The bald five elders gently wiped his cold sweat. His previously calm heartbeat now seemed a bit hurried. Meanwhile, the five elders who had already severely injured John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji noticed the situation on Rock's side and chose to stop their pursuit, gathering together. The five of them looked gravely at Rocks, who had just swallowed the entire devil fruit in one go, exchanging glances. The situation was becoming serious. Once Rocks mastered the ability of the dark fruit, it would mean he had the power to kill them. This could not be allowed to happen. The five elders surrounded Rocks from 5 angles, their eyes fixed on a black smoke continuously emanating from his body, torso, and skin. That was the most extreme darkness apart from light. Once tainted by this darkness, even as the highest power in the world, they would still lose all their abilities, including the means of immortality. The highest power of the world. Are the 5 elders going to take action? What kind of strength do these 5 old geezers, who control the entire world, actually possess? Can they kill Rocks? It was truly shocking. This was the real strong. Compared to them, our 100,000 people fighting here were simply like playing house. As the 5 elders formed their formation, countless navies and pirates on the land of the God Valley were shocked. Compared to these few top powerhouses, their weak pirates and navies were utterly helpless. Even a single Emperor-level powerhouse could easily kill over 100,000 lives if they had enough time and stamina. At this moment, even a thick-headed guy like Carp chose to stop his continuous iron fist attacks and stood by to observe, allowing the Golden Lion to escape back into the sky. Except for the lower-ranked Navy, pirates, and CP organization agents still engaged in continuous fighting. All top powerhouses had chosen to quietly stop and watch the conflict between Rocks and the highest power of the world. Naturally, Rao was no exception and got as close as possible, because, in Rao's view, this was the perfect opportunity for him to break through to ultimate Haki. As long as he took advantage of the moment when Rocks and the 5 elders erupted into fierce combat to rush in and absorb their fallen attributes, ultimate Haki would be within reach. Ha 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 ha. 5 people. Talking about the highest power in the world, they actually began to play such a lowly group fight game. Seeing that he was completely surrounded by the 5 elders from all 5 directions, Rocks also began to sweat profusely. At this moment, he had just eaten the dark fruit. If he really fought with the 5 elders here, even if he could desperately kill 1 or 2 people, the final outcome would definitely be death for him. Surrender now, Rocks. Do you think that kind of lowly provocation will have any effect on us? This world is not a place for playing house. Before Rock's voice fell, the bald 5 elder topmen Wal Chuli, who had white cow horns resembling Whitebeard, said expressionlessly. With their mindset and wisdom after living for over 800 years, such low-level provocation tactics were completely ineffective. The best method was always the one that could kill the opponent. Regardless of the process, as long as the result was good, it was a very commendable means. After finishing his speech, Wal Chuli's gaze sharpened, and then a powerful, seemingly boundless Haki began to emanate. The target was directly aimed at the surrounded Roxy Jibek. However, that wasn't the end. At the same time that Wal Chuli unleashed his powerful Conqueror's Haki, the other 4 elders also unleashed their impressive auras. Waves of overwhelming Haki erupted from their center. All 5 of them possessed the same level of ultimate Conqueror's Haki. All the Haki condensed together, like a nuclear bomb explosion, creating a terrifying shockwave. The fierce Haki storm surged wildly toward Rock's position in midair. The surroundings were almost densely packed with violently raging black thunderstorm. The moment these black thunderstorms emerged, they directly pounded the already damaged Valley of the Gods, creating numerous dense black pits. This overwhelming Conqueror's Haki swept through like a hellish force, shattering the ground into countless fragments along the way. Even the nearby pirates and navy, who were a bit too close, were simultaneously turned into a mist of blood by the power of the Conqueror's Haki. This was the kind of power that could only be possessed when the Conqueror's Haki reached a certain level. It directly caused widespread impact and damage to external entities. The five elders possessed the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. The moment the five of them unleashed their Conqueror's Haki together, at least over 4,000 curious onlookers, pirates and navy mixed together, were crushed into pieces and met a tragic end at the same time. And standing right in the center of this powerful Conqueror's Haki was Rox, who remained unfazed. He appeared relaxed and natural, not choosing to respond to the five elders' assault with his own Conqueror's Haki. Not only was it unnecessary, but there was also the reason that he couldn't match the Haki of the five. Given his current strength, it was already difficult for him to exert much influence with such a level of Haki, since they were all of the same level. Using Conqueror's Haki to intimidate would be like children playing house, glaring at each other with wide eyes, which would obviously be ineffective. At this moment, however, the one closest to the five elders, Luo Hou, had a different perspective. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attributes of Conqueror's Haki. Level breakthrough. Ultimate, current progress, 731. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attributes of Conqueror's Haki. Strength enhancement. Ultimate, current progress, 1716. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the attributes of Conqueror's Haki. Strength enhancement. Ultimate, current progress, 3743. The moment the system's absorption attribute prompts fell, a vast mental power surged in Luo Hou's mind. The top-level Conqueror's Haki broke through the last barrier. The Conqueror's Haki that had been dormant in his mind became more towering and terrifying, like a high mountain. Once he launched an ultimate Conqueror's Haki attack, specifically against one person or a small group of enemies, as long as their willpower or Haki level was 2 tiers lower, they would be directly crushed into fragments by the substantial Conqueror's Haki. This meant that in the clash of Conqueror's Haki, those who possessed Haki at a lower level would be directly overwhelmed by the ultimate version, becoming foolish in appearance. Those who failed to defend in time might even be instantly killed, turned into a pool of blood by the substantial Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, the enhancement of the quality of Conqueror's Haki would further increase the strength of the Haki's entangled attacks. This feeling is very wonderful, as if an ordinary person suddenly possesses the great power of a deity. It even requires no physical effort at all. Just a thought can effortlessly kill anyone. At this moment, Rahu's originally plain and slightly murderous gaze became even deeper and darker. The entire person seemed to be filled with a peculiar aura, as if he had undergone a qualitative change. This is the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. If he had obtained it earlier, using it to kill the celestial dragons would have been as easy as crushing thousands of them with just a thought. Previously, I had to chop down over 1,000 of them until my hands were sore. That old thief Rox really kept this good stuff hidden. After successfully breaking through to the ultimate level of his Conqueror's Haki, Rahu no longer paid attention to Rox, who was surrounded by the five elders. Instead, he directly targeted the member of the God Knights who had been severely injured by Rox. Damn it, you filthy commoner. What do you want to do? You wanted to kill me before the arrival of the five elders. Now that the five elders are here, do you still want to kill me? Then what the hell is the point of the five elders coming here? Steve Bunkung, come over here and stop him for me. The member of the Divine Knight Order chosen by Rohu turned pale with fear on the spot and could only scream sharply for support. The strong individuals present could clearly sense through their observation Haki that Rohu had just killed a member of the Knight Order with a single punch. This meant that at this moment, Rohu was definitely not on the same level as them. He had surpassed the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, the Admirals, and reached a level beyond that. Rohu ignored the approaching Steelbone Kong, who was trying to assist the other, and began to exude an incredibly strong Conqueror's Haki from his entire body. At the moment this Haki left his body, Rohu's pupils changed from black to an extremely deep blood red. Ultimate Haki. It was the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. Damn it, why is this guy improving so quickly? Is he really just a rookie pirate who has been at sea for less than half a year? What kind of talent is this? At the moment Rohu displayed his Conqueror's Haki, the ever-watchful advisor Crane broke out in a cold sweat. As everyone knows, Conqueror's Haki is a rare talent possessed by only a small fraction of people, with 1 in a million being exceptionally gifted. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki are further classified into 5 levels based on their personal aura: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and ultimate. Moreover, unlike Armament Haki, which can be quickly enhanced by improving physical strength, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. It can only be achieved when a person's aura reaches certain conditions. The vast majority of those who have the opportunity to awaken Conqueror's Haki are limited to intermediate or advanced stages. Achieving top-tier Conqueror's Haki is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. After all, among countless countries, islands, and billions of people across the seas, there are barely 30 top-tier Haki users. This level is already beyond what our Navy can handle. We must quickly inform Carp and the others. This mess should be left for the government to deal with. After all, it was the celestial dragons on their side who provoked this monster. So it has nothing to do with us. Advisor Crane, expressionless, subtly waved his hand to order all Navy personnel near Luo Hou to retreat a distance. Stede Bunkong, who was rushing over, also noticed Advisor Crane's hand gesture and deliberately slowed his pace. At this moment, the members of the Divine Knight Order, who also sensed that something was wrong, looked at Steelbone Kong with a difficult expression, as if he were an untalented actor. This is so fake. A top combat force from the Navy headquarters takes so long to cover such a distance? Damn Navy. Once I escape, I will make you experience the most brutal tortures in the world. After cursing in a low, furious tone, he quickly prepared to face Ryoa's attack. What does he want? Are you resisting me? Ryoa's gaze was icy, his arms entwined with lightning and magma, resembling meteors falling from space with intense heat energy. At the same time, the power of the azure dragon fruit within him began to surge. His muscles rapidly expanded and hardened, with terrifying blue dragon scales emerging, and thick purple-black dragon tendons filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Ryo slowly drew his sword from its sheath. However, the next moment he noticed that the sword in his hand, close to the level of a great sword, had slightly deformed due to the high temperature generated by the intertwining of the thunder fruit and the magma fruit. What a pity. I originally want to win people over with virtue, but I didn't expect that one day I would also lose my martial virtue. After a humorous sigh, Ryo tossed aside his virtuous sword and chose to kill the member of the Divine Knight Corps in front of him with his physical strength. The sound of thunder roared. Ryo's body transformed into a flash of lightning, chasing forward as terrifying magma dripped and erupted like a volcano. Boom! The high-ranking CP agents, witnessing their master being threatened and wanting to rush over to rescue him, were quickly evaporated by the high-temperature magma, decaying like wilted flowers. No, damn it, you wretched person, don't come over here. The sharp, fear-filled screams echoed in Ryoa's ears. However, he completely disregarded them and extended his claw-like hand, now covered in dragon scales. With a fierce grab, Ryoa's powerful claws seized the pale-faced head of the Divine Knight Corps member. Having already been pierced through the chest by rocks and on the verge of death from serious injury, he had no ability to resist at all. Ryo was naturally very willing to kill such an easily dealt with opponent. This kind of opportunistic action doesn't require any effort at all. Long Lin Zhao suddenly squeezed, and terrifying power erupted from his entire body, instantly crushing the head of a member of the God Knights into a bloody mess. Following that, the intensely hot magma and exploding lightning instantly enveloped Luo Hou's palm. It directly burned the blood of the celestial dragon, brain matter, and all flesh on his hand into ashes, completely returning to nothingness. Another celestial dragon knight has died. Luo Hou truly possesses a level of power that surpasses the highest combat strength. Has another Rocks-level pirate been born? Watching a top-tier combatant from the God Knights fall again, the many powerful Navy members present couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It is well known that once a person reaches the highest combat strength standard of the Navy headquarters, it is basically impossible for them to be killed, unless the gap between the two sides has been completely widened. Hey, how is this possible? Wanting to surpass the highest combat strength is not such an easy thing. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. That killed Celestial Dragon Knight was merely severely injured by rock sword through the chest, allowing Luo Hou to take advantage. Who could break through that realm so easily? Absolutely. Even if the opponent was killed because of severe injuries this time. What about the Celestial Dragon who fought with Whitebeard? That was in a one-on-one situation where injuries had little effect. Captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. His strength has truly surpassed the highest combat strength. After realizing this severe issue, the frontline Navy powerhouses, including Kongu, Carp, Zifa, and Sengoku, all gasped in shock. Being able to easily kill a powerhouse of the highest combat strength means that Luo Hou must possess a type of Haki that has reached the ultimate state, and that Haki's training progress is not low either. What a terrifying guy. I could tell back then on Devil Island that this kid was definitely not an easy target. With someone like me joining the Navy headquarters, Wouldn't the Navy's justice be realized in no time? Facing Luo Hou, whose strength has fully surpassed his own in less than half a year, Kongu let out a rare sigh and reflected on it. Did that guy really die? I think he's just playing dead. This kid Luo Hou really has strength. Compared to the serious expressions of the group, Carp, who was still in his youthful state, curiously approached the pile of ashes burned by the magma and thunder. Although Luo Hou's strength was already very oppressive, Carp thought that nothing was more entertaining than a celestial dragon powerhouse dying in front of him, even with his carefree personality. If it weren't for the presence of the 5 elders and others, he couldn't help but want to run to the back to see how magnificent the place where over 1,000 celestial dragons were killed really was. Having been in the Navy for so many years, he remained stuck at the position of Rear Admiral, unwilling to be promoted because being promoted to Admiral meant serving those foolish celestial dragons. Now, with over 1,000 celestial dragons completely killed, it was simply to his liking. Luo Hou truly did what he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Shut up, Carp. The war isn't over yet. How can you say such things? They've turned to ashes. How could they not be dead? Standing next to Carp, Sengoku was also quite perceptive and heard Carp's low mumble. Although Sengoku didn't think Carp said anything wrong at the moment, this wasn't the place to speak the truth. The world's highest authority, the 5 elders, are still present. If they heard that, they might make things difficult for the Navy. Huh? So such words can't be said? I really can't do anything about you all. Let's just pretend I never said that, Carp said, scratching his head awkwardly and trying to force everyone to forget what he just said. The other powerful members of the Navy, of course, wouldn't say much. They just shook their heads helplessly and chose to ignore this stubborn Carp. How did that kid manage to wrap the ultimate Conqueror's Haki? Pirates in this era are really too rowdy. One Rocks hasn't been dealt with, and now another Rocks-level powerhouse is emerging. These guys must be dealt with quickly, otherwise they will definitely be a huge trouble. Watching Luo Hou kill another top-tier Celestial Dragon Knight, at this moment, the 5 elders who were surrounding Rocks naturally also noticed the ultimate Conqueror's Haki emanating from Luo Hou. Compared to the shock felt by the so-called highest combat strength of the Navy, the 5 elders, who are the world's highest authority and have lived for hundreds of years, felt their hearts racing even more. Only by truly breaking through to the ultimate Haki can one understand how rare this realm is, especially the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. This is no longer something that can be achieved solely through personal belief and determination. The ultimate Conqueror's Haki has reached an indescribable spiritual realm. It is the existence where Haki and willpower are integrated and comprehensively understood. In contrast, cultivating the armament Haki to its ultimate realm seems to be less difficult. The ultimate armament Haki only requires a sufficiently strong muscular physique to support the Haki, making it easy to master. However, the physical strength required to cultivate the ultimate armament Haki also demands great talent and perseverance. Without talent, even the strongest willpower will not yield any results, no matter how hard one practices. It's like in the 21st century, people are still debating whether learning involves talent. Take mathematics as an example. Even if an ordinary person could study math for 48 hours a day, they would never surpass an 8-year-old Gauss. This is what is called innate ability. Living in the lofty Holy Land, Mary Geos, when the 5 elders first heard about the pirate Ro, it was because Ro had seized a Navy transport ship carrying celestial gold. At that time, they didn't think much of it, after all. The world government wasn't lacking in celestial gold. The only thing to consider was that a pirate attacking a celestial gold transport ship was seen as a challenge to the government's authority. However, just a week after this act against the government's dignity, news about the newcomer Ro reached the Holy Land again, and this time it shocked the entire Mary Geos. The reason was that Ro had killed 3 celestial dragons on the Devil Island, one of whom belonged to the Nader family. That guy's status was so noble that even the 5 elders had to look up to him. After all, the overall strength of the Nader family was much greater than that of the families the 5 elders belonged to. In summary, Ro's first act of audacity was a significant impact by seizing celestial gold. The second was the murder of world nobility, celestial dragons. And up to now, the third was joining the Rocks pirates as a captain and personally participating in the God Valley War. Now he has even killed over 1,000 incredibly noble celestial dragons who specifically came to participate in the human hunting competition. This also includes 2 celestial dragon knights from the Knights of God. Such sin is simply unimaginable. Compared to Rocks, the criminal aura surrounding Reo is definitely much stronger. However, things have now developed to such a severe situation that even the five elders cannot spare the time to eliminate the currently perverse Reo. Although Reo's three-color Haki has only reached the ultimate level with Conqueror's Haki, this bastard's devil fruit abilities are like a mother pig giving birth to piglets, one set after another. Not to mention the perverse Azure Dragon fruit in the zone category. Even the natural type devil fruits have a vast output range, with magma, ice, lightning, and thunder all present. Added to that are various other miscellaneous devil fruits, making it incredibly difficult to kill such a monster, almost as challenging as reaching the blue sky. It can even be said that as long as Reo does not wish to continue fighting, no one in this world can stop him, not even the esteemed him, who is regarded as a true deity in the eyes of the five elders. After all, Reo's natural type devil fruit possesses the ability of the thunder fruit. His speed is comparable to lightning. It's simply impossible to fight him, and even if surrounded by dozens of top-tier fighters, as long as Reo wants to escape, they would all have to stand there and watch helplessly. With such talent and strength, even they, who have survived for 800 years, are already envious to the point of drooling. Compared to the likes of Ro, these old-timers who have lived for so many years, their only advantages are the abilities of immortality and invincibility. However, these two perverse abilities now happen to encounter that rascal Rox. Once their bodies are consumed in Rox, who has the power of the dark fruit, touches them, their immortality and invincibility will be directly nullified. This means that if they engage in battle with Rox, they will be facing death head-on. In the face of death, even they feel a suffocating sense of powerlessness. No one is not afraid of death. It's just that there are no choices. Once a person enjoys the pleasures of immortality, they will never want to face the topic of death again. Just as several of the five elders were each distracted by their thoughts towards Ro, a spray of bright red blood flew out. Among the five of them, the relatively weaker Jagartha Saturn suddenly had 6 of his 8 spider legs cut off in quick succession by the furious Rox. As blood sprayed, the 6 spider legs that fell to the ground twitched, revealing Saturn's inner fear. The immortality he relied on for survival was being suppressed. Rox's blade was imbued with a sinister, dark power. This means that at this moment, if Saturn, who had 2 of his spider legs severed, does not spend several months or even over a year to cleanse the dark power mixed into his wounds, then those 2 legs will never recover. Damn Rox! Which fool put such a vicious ability as the dark fruit in the prize for the hunting competition? Are the CP agents responsible for guarding it all useless? How could they let these guys run wild in the treasury? With 6 legs severed and unable to recover in a short time, Saturn's face turned pale, filled with extreme hatred as he cursed loudly in place. At this moment, he no longer had the dignity and authority that a world leader should possess. And the reason was simply because, for the first time in 800 years, he felt death so close to him. It's terrifying. The suffocating blankness that this mortal faced in the face of death was almost enough to make Satan feel breathless, like blood flowing backwards, utterly oppressive. He no longer participated in the siege against Rox, choosing to step back a few paces and hurriedly began to use the power of his domineering aura to eliminate the dark forces hidden within his wounds. After Satan's withdrawal, the previously flawless siege formation clearly had a huge gap opened up. At this moment, after consuming the shifting fruit, Rox, possessing an extremely high displacement speed, unhesitatingly left the battlefield and jumped to the side of Luo Hou, Whitebeard, and others. Everyone, our battle today ends here. All personnel retreat. Return to Hachinos. With various degrees of wounds on him, Rox shouted out his captain's order facing the gradually calming battlefield. Although on the surface, he seemed to have gained the upper hand against the 5 elders in their ambush and even injured Satan. Only he could truly feel the immense pressure. The dark fruit is indeed a very vicious devil fruit ability, capable of directly countering the world's highest authorities. But the double pain brought about by such a vicious ability made even a man of Rox's caliber, the sea overlord, unable to stop his intense frowning. Each time he was struck by the 5 elders' attacks wrapped in Haki, the excruciatingly sensitive pain felt almost unbearable. The pain from mere external injuries was as if someone was skipping rope with his pain nerves, making it difficult to accept. Moreover, currently, the 3 lagging pirate captains in the Rox pirates, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, had also been significantly injured due to the 5 elder sneak attacks. On top of that, the world government still had Kongu, Karp, Zifa, and Sengoku for top-tier powers that could bear the situation. The CP organization also had 3 high governors equivalent to the top-tier generals present. and among the remaining 7 so-called Celestial Dragon Knight level 5 elders, 2 had already been killed by Luo Hou. If the fighting continued, the Rocks pirates would have to face at least 19 high-end powers. Although there was help from the Roger pirates, the numerical gap between the two sides was still too large. Furthermore, within the entire Rocks pirates, aside from him having the Dark Fruit ability, there was absolutely no one who could inflict any substantial damage on monsters like the 5 elders, not even if they crushed their heads into pieces. And with the Undying ability, the 5 elders could quickly recover, returning to full status. After comprehensive consideration, Rocks clearly realized that it was not suitable for them to continue making a fuss in the West Sea at this moment. They could only temporarily retreat to Hachinos for rest before making further plans. Perhaps the next attack on the world government would be a grand battle for the Holy Land. However, to engage in such a world-class war, Rocks was not blindly confident. He was fully aware that to attack the Holy Land, he had to cultivate the Dark Fruit ability to the awakened state before taking action. Upon hearing Rock's command, the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin naturally raised their hands in agreement. Especially John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, the 3 heavily injured guys, were incredibly excited to praise Rock's great decision, because they deeply sensed that if they continued, they might really die on this small island. However, just as the tens of thousands of surviving pirate members of the Rocks pirates were preparing to retreat, countless Marines dressed in blood-stained justice cloaks became red-eyed, loudly calling for justice to prevail, blocking their retreat. We can't let these damned pirates escape. Justice will prevail. For justice, for our sacrificed comrades, we must resolutely stop them. Charge! Kill the pirates! Groups of Marines, now resembling war maniacs, surged forward like a tide. And realizing that the current situation was absolutely favorable for their side, Kongu and the others were also rubbing their fists, eager to have another go. The Rocks pirates were already on the verge of collapse, as long as they coordinated with several of the world's highest authorities to launch an attack. They could definitely annihilate this world's tumor at the least cost. However, at this extremely tense moment, Satan, who was left with only 2 spider legs to support his body, ordered with an undoubtedly difficult expression, Steelbone Kong. From today on, you are the new Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Take your men and leave God Valley immediately. Upon hearing Satan's words, the other 4 exchanged glances and naturally had no further objections. After all, at the moment Satan had lost 6 legs and could not recover to his former self. They too felt the overwhelming dark power. If they continued, they couldn't guarantee what kind of madness Rocks might unleash. If that madman Rocks decided to chase them 5 down, some of them would definitely be killed in public during the fight. Especially at this moment, with only 2 spider legs left to support him, Satan was filled with crisis. Being killed by Rocks and being killed by others were completely different situations. With the most vicious power in the world, if Rocks were to slit their throats, their survival power would be rendered useless. In other words, Rocks could truly kill these old guys who had lived for over 800 years. As for the others, even the little brat Luo Hou, who was second only to Rocks in strength at the scene, was not to be feared. Without the dark power, they cannot be killed. Even if their heads were chopped off, they could still resurrect and return to their best state. However, this was an excellent opportunity for the 5 elders to annihilate the Rocks pirates. If they all launched an attack, they could definitely bury all the members of the Rocks pirates here at a minimal cost. Steelbone Kong looked unwillingly at Satan, wanting to negotiate for something more. But when he noticed the gloomy violence and faint killing intent in Satan's eyes, he could only choose to lower his head and give the extremely incorrect order. All Navy soldiers follow orders. Immediately clean up the battlefield and retreat to the Navy headquarters. Let these pirates leave. After Steelbone Kong's heavy yet authoritative voice fell, the Navy soldiers present stood frozen in place, as if a bucket of cold seawater had been poured over them in the cold winter of Ningxia. They realized from the very beginning that something was wrong. By waiting for an unjust war, they had already lost the desire to fight. However, when they saw their Navy comrades ruthlessly slaughtered by those pirates, everyone was once again filled with hot blood and joined the ranks of revenge against the pirates. Just as they were about to welcome victory, the world's highest authorities directly skipped all processes in order to retreat. This step-by-step plan has left countless naval soldiers feeling an inexplicable discomfort. It is as if these naval soldiers who came to fight are like pieces on a chessboard, always available for use and equally disposable. Whether to advance or retreat is merely a matter of the whims of those at the top. In this process, no matter how great the sacrifices made by the Navy, they still cannot influence the control those people have over the situation. In other words, the Navy is indeed, just as the senior agents of the CP organization say, they are merely the outer facade of the world government, utterly insignificant. Amidst an overwhelming sense of negativity, countless Navy personnel, draped in justice cloaks, took off their capes and covered the bodies of their comrades, carrying them back to the warship step by step. They showed no intention of resisting orders, simply executing the commands from above in silence. At that moment, several members of CP-6, responsible for inspecting the battlefield, hurriedly approached the somber-faced five elders. Report to the five elders. None of the 1,000 celestial dragons involved in the human hunting plan survived. After a brief hesitation, the CP agent could only grit his teeth and deliver this news that could cost him his head at any moment. The already heavy-hearted five elders turned even grimmer upon hearing this news, their expressions as disgusting as if 100 giant green flies had flown into their mouths at once. Although they had anticipated that the elite selected from the 19 celestial dragon families participating in the hunting plan would suffer heavy losses, they thought at least dozens or hundreds could still be saved, right? What about the medical team? Could not even one be saved? The five elders' faces were extremely grim, and they anxiously inquired of the CP-6 agent, hoping for a glimmer of hope. However, upon receiving a confirmation of the dire news, apart from Satan, who was overwhelmed with frustration and lost 6 legs, the other 4 elders turned red in the face and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. So much bloodline power has been lost. What kind of punishment will Lord Im-sama impose? The elder with the white mustache, Walchuli, spoke with a somewhat indifferent tone. Although they could not be compared to the celestial dragons in terms of status, they held their highest trump card in Panga City, deep within the Holy Land. For 800 years, activating this trump card requires immense energy. Coincidentally, the celestial dragons, as beings of divine lineage, can utilize certain technology to condense the power of blood to activate that weapon. This is also why they value the lives of ordinary celestial dragons so much. In extreme situations, these ordinary celestial dragons can be used as cannon fodder. Now, without any warning, over 1,000 celestial dragons have been lost. This is definitely a huge loss for the government. Damn it. Who came up with the terrible idea of using the dark fruit from the treasury as a prize for the competition? How stupid. They actually dared to play with such a vicious fruit ability. Go back and find out which idiot came up with this idea. If I don't hang him in the Holy Land to dry him like a wire, I will feel sorry for myself. Among the 5 elders, Satan's saint, who has lost 6 legs and cannot recover, is the angriest. If it weren't for that guy whose brain is entirely made of sponge taking out the taboo dark fruit as a reward, Rox would not have gained such a fruit ability, and a Rox without dark powers cannot possibly resist the 5 elders who possess the ability of immortality. The more he thinks about it, the angrier Satan gets, and he soon follows in the footsteps of the other 4 colleagues, his face turning red for a moment before he spits out a large mouthful of black blood. The figure holding the cane at the back is Satan's saint, while the one in front is Nasu Shuru from Wano country. At this time, Steel Bone Kong, Zifa, and others, who have already given the order to end the war, naturally gathered around the 5 elders waiting for orders. Although Karp is officially regarded as the highest combat power admiral, in reality, he is still just a vice admiral. So he can completely and openly stand by with his legs crossed, ignoring anyone's orders. After Saint spat blood, his expression looked as if he had eaten dog poop, which made Karp feel extremely pleased. He has long been unhappy with these celestial dragons, especially these so-called highest powers in the world. Every time he goes to the Holy Land to participate in Navy activities, these 5 old men always stare at him with those inexplicable eyes. Now it's good, coming out to the Valley of the Gods to show off, but failing, and instead getting interrupted by rocks and losing 6 legs. They deserve it. Moreover, in this Valley of the Gods war, over 1,000 celestial dragons were completely slaughtered. Looking through the archives of the Navy headquarters over the past few hundred years, there has never been such a severe record of casualties, although their elite soldiers also suffered some losses. Compared to the large number of CP organization agents who thought too highly of themselves and considered themselves the guard dogs of the celestial dragons being slaughtered by Luffy, it could be considered a minimal loss. If it weren't for Karp at this moment, still remembering his old comrade Sengoku's advice that professionally trained Navy personnel should return to headquarters and ensure safety before they can laugh, it would have been different. On the other side, after forcibly suppressing their feelings several times, the 5 elders finally turned their attention to Kong and Zifa. This is the current highest-ranking naval admirals in the Navy headquarters. As for that guy Carp, they simply don't want to pay much attention to him. He could just be treated as a weapon to be used. In this great war, the current admiral of your Navy headquarters, Admiral Netania, has fallen. The military must elect a new leader, and after careful consideration, we have decided to nominate you to take the position of Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After the Admiral's inauguration ceremony in a few days, you will be responsible for issuing a call to the sea, summoning a group of sufficiently powerful individuals to join the Navy and become the highest-ranking admirals. You can offer them benefits, stating that the government will provide an additional selection of powerful devil fruit abilities. As for the number of admirals, it will still follow the previous system, arranging 3 highest-ranking admirals along with 3 reserve admirals to be ready to replace them at any time. Additionally, we must accurately account for the Navy soldiers who were injured or killed in this war, and they must receive the highest preferential treatment. If the descendants of these Navy soldiers wish to join the ranks of justice, we must provide them with an additional pathway. Do you understand? Among the 5 elders, Saint Vacheli, who has white horn mustaches, pressed his temples in pain while forcing himself to suppress his displeasure as he ordered Steelbone calm. Although he personally wouldn't care about how many people the Navy headquarters lost or whether any admirals fell, this is after all something that appears in the public eye, and certain formalities must still be observed. The higher-ups may find it difficult to be deceived, but the lower-ranking Navy soldiers and such can easily be fooled. Talking about the world's highest authorities actually caring about these insignificant low-ranking soldiers. Such treatment, is it not enough to attract a large number of capable individuals to join the Navy to serve justice and the government? What do the lower-class civilians pursue? Is it not just a bit of wealth and the few rights that can be of some use? And these are precisely what the world government has in abundance. Moreover, the 5 elders, who have survived for hundreds of years, are extremely adept at manipulating people's hearts. After all, to remain in such a position for so long, besides having the necessary strength, one must also possess the ability to control the lower-class civilians. Otherwise, before any external forces could come to overthrow the Navy headquarters and other military forces within the government, there would have been riots long ago. I understand now. With the retreat of the Rocks Pirates and the gradual withdrawal of soldiers from the Navy headquarters and other various teams from God Valley, an ancient and somewhat weathered island finally returned to tranquility. The original plan of the Celestial Dragons was to hunt down and kill all the humans on the island. But due to the intervention of the Rocks Pirates, this plan did not succeed. Although tens of thousands of civilians died in this war, at least a small number of people were fortunate enough to survive. In order to cover up this terrible scandal, the world government had no choice but to spread the controlled narrative through the World Journal. The content of a newspaper was nothing more than, in the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Rocks Pirates attempted to carry out a massacre of the populace on God Valley Island in the West Sea. However, they suffered heavy losses and retreated under the strong resistance of the Navy headquarters and the world government as forces. The war sparked by the Battle of God Valley dealt a huge blow to the Rocks Pirates, directly or indirectly killing over 50,000 notorious pirates. Moreover, the Navy soldiers and other personnel involved in this war received a substantial monetary reward from the world government to encourage people from all over the seas to enlist and maintain justice and order. The newspaper that distorts right and wrong has naturally caused the surviving residents of God Valley to be filled with righteous indignation at the shameful methods used by the world government to cover up the truth. However, they are merely civilians and have no power to resist the colossal world government that has survived for 800 years. Moreover, a very practical plan has been proposed by the highest decision-makers within the world government. That is to use the name of justice to bind the D family, represented by Monkey D, Garp, who often ignores orders, to the Navy and make them obey commands. The specific operation is to widely promote Vice Admiral Monkey D, Garp of the Navy headquarters, through newspapers, as he was awarded the title of Hero Marine for repeatedly repelling the attacks of the Rocks Pirates during the war in God Valley. Even Garp himself was unaware that he had been given such an honorary title by the government internally. Although Garp usually appears to be quite laid back, he is very clear about actions that obviously tie him to the Navy. However, Garp did not explain much about this policy action from the world government. After all, he is personally very willing to continue fighting for the cause of justice within the Navy headquarters. His son, Monkey D. Dragon, is now already an officer in the Navy headquarters, and with this identity, Dragon has a unique advantage for future promotions within the upper echelons of the Navy. In Garp's own vision, he is an old Navy man, his son is in the Navy, and in the future, His grandson will also join the Navy to become the strongest Marine. If this continues, generations will inherit this legacy, and one day, the justice of a Navy headquarters will no longer be restricted by the world government. This seems to be a small personal dream of Garp's since joining the Navy. However, what Garp does not know is that his son, in this battle at God Valley, has completely seen through the true nature of the world government and has decided to betray the Navy, an organization incapable of executing true justice. With the persuasion of his old comrade Sengoku, establishing a heroic figure within the Navy headquarters would be more beneficial for encouraging young people to enlist and other similar influences. Garp naturally accepted this arranged title. After this series of events, the whole world finally fell into a rare tranquility. However, within this eerie calm, there seems to be an oppressive atmosphere hinting at an impending storm. At this stage, Garp's image is still young. The Navy headquarters hurriedly held a promotion ceremony for Admiral Steelbone Kong as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, while Sengoku was unusually promoted to the highest combat power admiral. After a long journey using the powers of the float fruit, the ship of Jaibeck finally returned to Hakanosu from the God Valley. As for the Roger pirates, who originally came for some fun, they casually landed in a sea area like a male adventure. Regarding this, Rox could only express deep regret. After all, he recognized Roger's strength. Unfortunately, this man, who also belongs to the D family, never considered setting his sights on achieving dominance together with him. Moreover, he keeps talking about going to some final island to seek the so-called truth. Rox was almost speechless. What the hell is this truth? What does it matter if you find the truth? Instead of searching for those outdated histories, why not create a new history ourselves? However, Rox still gave a solemn farewell to Roger and the others. After all, if it weren't for the intervention of the Roger pirates this time, his Rox pirates might have really been wiped out by the overwhelmingly powerful world government in God Valley. Before setting off, he had exhausted all possibilities to guess the foundation of the world government. But when one powerful figure after another kept emerging, Rox realized how naive he had been to think he could swallow the entire world government in one bite. They have survived in this world for 800 years without being overthrown, so they must have their unique strengths. He had not considered this thoroughly. Of course, the key issue is that Rox simply does not trust the captains under him. Each of them is a top-tier user of Conqueror's Haki. How could such people be willing to be subordinate to others? They only gathered together for their own interests. If he couldn't withstand the pressure during the God Valley War, let's see if these captains wouldn't disappear in an instant. Especially that old thief, Shiki. Rox had long seen through his attitude. Whitebeard was relatively well-adjusted. Since they were on the same ship, he naturally wouldn't engage in such treacherous acts. However, now that the goal hadn't been achieved, Rox could only continue to work with these captain-level pirates. After all, he needed their strength to reach the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua. Let us hold a grand celebration feast to celebrate our victory. After returning to Hakanosu, his own territory, Rox raised his arm and commanded the surviving new pirates below to start the banquet. Naturally, the pirates below were very enthusiastic about such a lively celebration. They all let out hoarse and passionate howls. As one of the wine gods of Hakanosu, I will perform at this banquet. I will drink 18 bottles of beer in one breath. Huh? Is drinking 18 bottles of beer considered a performance? If you can't drink, you can go to the table with the dogs. 18 bottles of just beer? It was another day of fierce fighting. This profession of putting one's head on the line is truly addictive. Countless pirates excitedly drank and feasted at the banquet, appearing extremely generous. In their eyes, there was no sadness over the deaths of their companions this time. The Rox pirates lost at least over 50,000 pirates in the war, including the vast majority of their comrades. But unfortunately, only a small number of emotionally attached pirates would care about their comrades passing. The vast majority of pirates have never had such sad emotions. They would engage in violent activities, robbing and even killing for fun, to resist their dissatisfaction with the world. For this, Roronoa had no interest in joining their wild party. He chose to join the Rox pirates solely to have the opportunity to kill celestial dragons during their attack. If he were to feel any sense of belonging, that would be nothing but a pipe dream. After gathering all the members of his 7th Division in his exclusive territory, Roronoa looked at the injured Kaido, as well as Mihawk, Crocodile, and other young ones. In this war, most of the male pirates in his 7th Division were left in God Valley. Only the female pirates under Enel, responsible for daily living and caring for infants, were lucky enough to survive. Orlolololo. Today is the grand banquet of the Rox pirates, and you gathered us here for some special orders? Kaido casually sat next to Roronoa as soon as he entered. After all, Kaido had been with Roronoa since they ventured from the sea, so he was quite familiar with him and didn't care about those hypocritical formalities. Moreover, if Roronoa really became the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates, it would be like hugging a big leg for Kaido. Who knows, maybe he would have the chance to become a captain within the Rocks Pirates in the future. Kaido was eager to progress. Well, don't worry about the title of vice captain. Didn't you join the Rocks Pirates just to escape the pursuit of the Navy headquarters? Roronoa pointed out to the excited Kaido. This guy has always regarded Rocks, such a powerful pirate, as his target while being chased by the Navy. In fact, after spending some time together, Law has come to recognize a statement that Charlotte Lingling once made privately. Don't get too close to Rocks. That guy is definitely not a normal person. I understand. After careful consideration, Kaido also chose to trust Law's words. After all, when it comes to relationships, who joined the 7th Division really isn't familiar with Rocks, the captain, just as Kaido was deep in thought. Law pulled out a golden treasure box containing the azure dragon fruit from his backpack and placed it in front of Kaido. The appearance of this box immediately attracted the attention of Kaido and the surrounding pirates. As pirates in the Grand Line, they certainly understood the preciousness of devil fruits. Remember when you set out to sea, you said you only wanted to eat a Zoan-type devil fruit? This is a Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast form, azure dragon devil fruit. Without saying a word, Rahu directly placed this precious azure dragon fruit in front of Kaido. Upon seeing this scene, Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Rahu. He never expected that such incredible fortune would fall into his lap. Originally, according to his plan, he just wanted to find a slightly precious ancient-type devil fruit, and that would be enough. But now, a bright and shiny mythical beast-type devil fruit, and even in the form of an azure dragon, was right in front of him. For a moment, Kaido could hardly believe his eyes, his chest rising and falling rapidly, and 2 white puffs of breath escaped from his nose. Is this really for me? Boss, I'm so touched. Just to clarify, my sexual orientation is very normal, but for this azure dragon fruit, I'm willing to give up my delicate little flower. But just this once, okay? Kaido's face was full of drool as he stared at the devil fruit that resembled azure dragon scales. He never imagined that one day he would have the opportunity to eat a truly top-tier Zoan-type devil fruit, and it was an extremely rare azure dragon fruit. Thinking about this, Kaido simply didn't know what to say to suppress his current passionate feelings. It seems like Boss Rahu hasn't had a woman before. Could it be that he is? After a series of complicated thoughts, Kaido quietly turned around. Upon seeing Kaido's lewd actions, Rahu's face was instantly filled with black lines. This guy is treating him like Brother Jie. Imsirk 3D Brother Jie kicked this perverted guy into the corner, and after throwing the azure dragon fruit over, Luo Hou no longer paid any attention to Kaido, this Chengdu IP pirate. Luo Hou was genuinely surprised that Kaido would sell a hook for a devil fruit. Perhaps, according to the true plot direction, if this devil fruit was given to Kaido by Charlotte Lingling, then wouldn't Kaido's daughter Yamato be a powerful hybrid born from him and Charlotte Lingling? The more Luo Hou thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, Kaido's daughter awakened her Conqueror's Haki at the age of 8, which is a top-tier talent. Such genius offspring at this level, apart from these 2 guys, it's probably hard for anyone else to produce. At this moment, Kaido, who had been kicked away, was happily running back thanks to his tough and resilient racial traits. Then, right in front of the envious gazes of the crew, he directly gulped down the azure dragon fruit in his hand. This luxurious scene made all the crew members present envious to the point of drooling. This is a mythical beast-type devil fruit. Moreover, it is the extremely rare Qinglong form. A devil fruit of this level, once developed to awakening, can definitely achieve combat power that surpasses the captain level. Captain Kaido is truly generous, but I wonder when such good fortune will come our way. As everyone knows, there are 3 types of devil fruits: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Each type of devil fruit has its own unique characteristics. Paramecia generally exhibits various extraordinary abilities akin to superhuman powers, such as springs, slowing down, flying, and so on. Logia-type devil fruits are abilities derived from elements found in nature. Zoan-type devil fruits, on the other hand, calculate combat power based on the era in which the animal represented by the fruit existed. Generally, the older the era of the animal fruit, the higher its value. They can be roughly divided into ordinary types, ancient types, and the rare mythical beast types. Kaido currently has consumed the Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast type Qinglong form. which is an incredibly precious existence among mythical beast types. The last appearance of the Qinglong fruit was decades ago in the hands of a notorious pirate. However, later, under the strong crackdown by the world government, that pirate was captured and subjected to horrific torture in the underwater prison, ultimately leading to his death. And this devil fruit was then passed on to the sea before being obtained by Kaido. With his already overwhelming strength and talent, after consuming this god-tier devil fruit, Kaido's potential will directly reach the captain level. If developed well, he might even crush the three current weakest captains, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. Ugh. This devil fruit tastes just like, ugh. No, this is just the taste of dog shit. Just as everyone was showing envious looks, Kaido, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his expression after tasting the devil fruit, as if he had eaten something incredibly disgusting. He tried to vomit a few times, but forcibly negotiated with his stomach, attempting to swallow the mushy, jam-like fruit juice. Seeing the scene, Luo Hou naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity. According to rumors, while you can gain the ability by taking just one bite of devil fruit, consuming the entire fruit can greatly enhance the speed of developing its powers. Eat it all, Kaido. Don't waste it. Every bite you chew is worth several 100 million berries. Plus, consuming the whole fruit has great benefits for awakening the devil fruit's abilities. Before Rojo's words even finished, Kaido frowned, forcibly pinched his mouth, and swallowed all the fruit jam in his mouth, even not letting any remnants between his teeth go to waste. Realizing that finishing the entire devil fruit would allow for better development and awakening, he didn't dare waste a single bit. He was terrified. After being chased by the Navy, with nowhere to escape, he was truly scared. Given the chance to significantly increase his strength, even reaching the captain level, Kaido was unwilling to give up. It's just a bit of dog shit. To become stronger, Kaido would do anything. What a terrifying guy. I still think practicing swordsmanship is more practical. I could never eat something like this. After seeing Kaido's desperate expression, the pirates present began to hesitate about whether they should eat a devil fruit. After all, the saying that the more powerful the devil fruit, the stronger the taste, is quite popular among pirates. Show us your abilities. Once it was confirmed that Kaido had consumed the devil fruit, Luo Hou directly ordered him to use the devil fruit's abilities. The goal was to see if this guy would exhibit any differences from the Qinglong fruit he absorbed. Alright, watch closely, Luo Hou. After successfully swallowing the devil fruit, Kaido felt an extremely powerful force within him, which he could directly harness with a slight pull. Immediately, Kaido's once robust body began to swell and grow larger. His previously somewhat thin chest muscles twisted and bulged layer upon layer, as if the muscles in his shoulders, arms, back, and thighs were densely packed together, with veins bulging out, radiating immense strength. After utilizing the abilities of the Qinglong fruit, Kaido's originally dark skin was covered with blue dragon scales similar to Rojo's, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Moreover, under the transformation from this Qinglong fruit, Kaido's already massive body grew to over 7 meters tall. He was even a meter taller than Luo Hou, the captain. It seems that the absorbed attribute devil fruit can still be used. Luo Hou nodded in satisfaction. The Qinglong fruit paired with Kaido's physique was the perfect match. It wouldn't be easy for anyone else to perfectly integrate with this Qinglong fruit like Kaido did. After successfully experiencing the terrifying enhancement of the human-animal form, Kaido walked to an open area and transformed into a gigantic Qinglong over 400 meters long. This incredibly cool scene naturally caught the attention of the other captains in the Rocks Pirates. Hey, that guy seems to be Kaido from Roronoa's side, right? What's going on? How did he suddenly turn into such a cool azure dragon? Damn it. I should have gone straight to grab those devil fruit treasure boxes earlier. Next time, I'll let Roronoa have them all. And he actually gave such a precious azure dragon fruit to an intern. I hate it. It's such a waste. It's too wasteful. This thing shouldn't be given to an intern to use. If it comes to worst, I could also spend billions of berries to buy it. Mama, since I can't get Roronoa, I can try this young Kaido, right? After all, the younger the top people, the stronger they are. Ho. The three underperforming captains, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, who were in a constant state of revelry, immediately recognized Kaido's intern status. However, when they noticed that Kaido had actually eaten the mythical beast-type azure dragon fruit, the smiles on their faces instantly vanished. As top-tier pirates, none of the three of them had a suitable devil fruit, and this guy, Roronoa, actually didn't prioritize them. Instead, he gave this azure dragon fruit to an intern. It's simply a waste. And beside them, the well-proportioned Charlotte Linlin. holding a large piece of meat in one hand and a dessert cake in the other, began to entertain some bad thoughts. After all, Kaido's talent is extremely powerful. Once combined with her own talent, they could definitely produce a monster-level child. The only thing Charlotte Linlin needed to consider was how to seduce Kaido under Roronoa's watch. However, as the female Sea King, Charlotte Linlin was very confident in her perfect figure and beauty. With the addition of a mature woman's unique value, isn't it more than enough to handle a young guy like Kaido? She could easily do it with one hand. After freely spiraling through the sky for a few laps, Kaido suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, as if something was about to be spewed out of his body. After a moment of brewing, Kaido, now in dragon form, opened his massive dragon mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. Dragon breath. In an instant, a thick, scorching energy shot out from Kaido's throat, directly forming a massive fire pillar several meters wide. This massive flame energy shot directly into the sky, turning the originally white clouds into a deep red, as if filled with extremely high temperatures. However, after exhausting himself with his own nonsense, Kaido was still not satisfied. After a series of thoughts, he unleashed another gust of fierce wind. These hurricanes, after swirling in the air, transformed directly into sharp blades of wind. They cut the crimson clouds in the sky into pieces. Although the power that Kaido displayed at this moment wasn't that overwhelming, the fact that he could develop techniques right after consuming the devil fruit is truly terrifying. Damn, this dragon can even breathe fire. Isn't that an ability exclusive to the Maramara Nomi? Moreover, the Sarayu fruit can actually produce wind blades. It's really frightening. No wonder it's a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Just look at me and you'll see. This natural type Maramara Nomi isn't worth anything. Any mythical Zoan can use it. Watching Kaido in the sky unleashing fire and wind with his powerful fruit abilities made John and the others extremely envious. If this fruit fell into their hands, it would definitely unleash even more powerful performance. After all, their Haki had already been trained to a strong level. Once paired with this golden dragon fruit, their strength would absolutely be significantly enhanced. They could easily reach the level of the captains of the 1st and 2nd divisions. Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Unfortunately, that bastard Roa casually decided to give such an excellent devil fruit to an intern. The more John and the others thought about it, the angrier they became. But due to Roa's outstanding personal strength, they didn't dare to say much, only drinking in silence. Meanwhile, Kaido, flying in the sky, realized that he had indeed consumed an incredibly powerful mythical Zoan devil fruit, quickly transformed back into human form, and walked back to Roa's side. Big brother, the ability of this devil fruit is worth at least 10 billion berries. Roa just gave it to me. From today onwards, I, Kaido, will be your most loyal little brother. As long as you say the word, Roa, if you tell me to kill CP agents, I definitely won't kill the Navy. If you tell me to catch dogs and kill chickens, I absolutely won't touch the golden monkeys. Having fought on the battlefield since I was 8, getting my head bloodied by enemies, and then being betrayed by my comrades upon returning, Kaido had never experienced this kind of true brotherhood that asks for nothing in return. Even though he had already made up his mind to sell himself for glory, Roa was unwilling to pay him any attention. There's nothing more to say. Isn't this just a solid big brother? Well done. Very spirited. Didn't let me down. Remember what Big Brother said. In the future, if you encounter a celestial dragon, don't be timid. If you see one, kill one, and consider it repaying a debt. Luo Hou calmly patted Kaido's broad shoulder. He had already absorbed the attributes of the Azure Dragon Fruit, and now handing this devil fruit to Kaido was just right, making good use of it. The most crucial part was that by gifting the devil fruit, he could directly max out Kaido's loyalty, a guy who lacked love since childhood. After all, in the original plot, Charlotte Linlin gave Kaido the Azure Dragon Fruit and directly took advantage of him for over 30 years. Even every time they met, she had to mention the gift of the fruit back then. Oh la 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 la. Brother Luo, I, Kaido, promised to complete the task. Kill all the celestial dragons. As soon as Luo Hou finished speaking, the young Kaido couldn't help but shed clear tears. Luo Hou giving him the Azure Dragon Fruit really didn't ask for anything in return. The only request was just to let him kill the celestial dragons. After a heartfelt cry, the pirates of the 7th Division continued the meeting. Besides giving the Azure Dragon Fruit to Kaido, the remaining pirates were actually very easy to handle. They just wanted some gold and treasures to indulge in. Luo Hou had no shortage of money. He had more than he could count. After robbing an entire sky gold transport ship, he didn't like money and had no interest in it, while Mihawk, who had always used a small iron sword as a weapon, approached Luo Hou to ask for the sword he had previously offered. Looking at Mihawk, who had an extreme obsession with swords and would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future, Luo Hou didn't refuse and chose to support his dream by handing over the blade. After all, his own martial virtue, sword, had already been somewhat worn down due to intense battles and high-temperature lava corrosion. Moreover, with his current strength, he didn't need a blade that was merely at the level of a great sword to withstand the high temperature of lava. The materials for forging the sword naturally had to be selected with extreme rigor. Firstly, the strength of the blade couldn't be lower than the Supreme Great Sword's 12th grade. During the meeting, after reminding the female pirates responsible for feeding Enel to take good care of the baby, Luo Hou directly disbanded everyone. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who was enjoying a drink and the smooth friction of a leopard print beauty in his division, was intently staring at the exquisitely crafted treasure box in his hand. This is the box he stumbled upon during the battle in God Valley against the Wano country. The moment he touched it, Whitebeard realized that it absolutely contained what is known as the treasure of the sea, a devil fruit. However, he hesitated, unsure whether he should eat this devil fruit in front of him. His strength had basically reached its peak, and to continue improving, he could only set his sights on the ultimate Haki. But enhancing the ultimate Haki is not an easy task, is it? So Whitebeard could only focus on finding a suitable devil fruit. However, as a top-tier powerhouse, he naturally knew that ordinary devil fruits would not significantly enhance his abilities. On the contrary, they could even become a burden or a weakness. Only Zoan-type devil fruits are the most suitable for top-tier powerhouses. If the devil fruit in front of him is not a Zoan type that can greatly enhance his physique, then rumor has it that Mihawk and Crocodile are side members of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard had never seen the so-called devil fruit encyclopedia. Therefore, he did not know what type of devil fruit he was holding. In fact, in the entire world, the vast majority of people, more than 99, have never heard of the devil fruit encyclopedia. Only a small number of high-ranking individuals have the opportunity to understand and read this incredibly valuable book. The reason is simple. The encyclopedia provides the lower-class civilians with a better ability to identify devil fruits. In a world where power is truth, once civilians have the means to recognize the types of devil fruits, one can imagine how many powerful and uncontrollable individuals would emerge. After all, most devil fruits, apart from a few useful ones, have very lackluster abilities. For example, some flower-type fruits can merely produce a flower on the ground, or that fruit known as the garbage mining cart from the SS Company, which can only transform into a mining cart that transports minerals along a rail. There are also some well-known flash fruits. Although their names are very similar to the Logia-type light fruit, this devil fruit is actually a Paramecia-type ability. Its power is to emit blinding light that temporarily blinds enemies. Although it seems quite impressive on the surface, for a formidable warrior with observation Haki, that is the most basic ability. In other words, this Paramecia-type flash fruit is at least 10 times worse than the Maramara no Mi. Perhaps the pirate who eats this devil fruit will only make their opponent feel a sense of difficulty when they encounter a certain blind admiral. Halfway through the Grand Line, at the Sabaody Archipelago, it has been about a week since the battle on God Valley Island. However, all across the world, the islands affiliated with various countries are still fervently discussing the battle between the government and the Rocks Pirates. It's truly exciting. Who would have thought that such a powerful crew as the Rocks Pirates could still be repelled by the world government back to Hakanosu? That's for sure. After all, with so many countries joining together to form the world government, if they didn't have some strength, they wouldn't have lasted 800 years in this world. Oh, but I remember hearing a rumor that the Rocks Pirates wanted to learn from the world government's trends and establish a new government by collecting protection fees. At such a critical moment, they surely wouldn't commit acts of slaughter against civilians, right? Who knows? A thief is always a thief. Never trust that pirates will do good deeds. A group of civilians excitedly discusses the news reports from the world government, which lavishly praises the Marine headquarters hero Admiral and the victory in the war. However, at that moment, over the Sabaody Archipelago, Water 7, the Desert Kingdom, Wano Country, and other prosperous nations, a flock of strange-looking albatrosses suddenly flew by, each carrying newspapers on their chests. The albatrosses, after gliding through the high sky, released their claws, scattering all the newspapers they carried, creating a spectacular scene that looked like snowflakes falling. Is this today's newspaper? What has happened? Is it still promoting the victory of war? The Public Relations Department of the world government shouldn't be this idle. They've been distributing newspapers for almost a week now. What new and strange events have occurred over the sea? Never mind. Let's pick them up and take a look After all, they're free. A crowd of people rushed to snatch the newspapers as they fell, grateful they didn't have to pay for them. However, it seemed these albatrosses responsible for delivering the news were dispatched by someone, carrying an astonishing number of newspapers, up to several 100,000 copies. Such a vast quantity was enough for most people to see the content recorded on the newspapers. Is this real? The Rocks Pirates are the true victors of the God Valley War. The entire world has been deceived by the world government. Marshal Netania of the Navy headquarters died in battle at God Valley. He was decapitated by rocks with a single blow. So that's why the Navy headquarters suddenly announced the appointment of a new marshal recently. The world nobles, the celestial dragons. Over 1,000 of them were directly killed on the island. This is truly shocking news. Is it possible that the so-called divine, celestial dragons can also be killed? That's 1,000 lives. Not a single one was left alive. All their heads were chopped off, and there were even bodies cut into 3 pieces. Even the elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters and the high-ranking agents of the CP organization, who formed a large security detail, were directly slaughtered, with over 10,000 casualties. Captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates, the demon Roranoa. Such bloody tactics are truly terrifying. Moreover, the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, were actually present at the scene of the war, and one of the 5 elders was even amputated. This news is frightening, as if it were fake. Is the Rocks Pirates really this powerful? Which side's news is more real? The world government's news, or this unknown source of newspapers? Across the world, anyone who picked up the newspapers and saw the news recorded within couldn't help but have their pupils shrink and their bodies stiffen in place. They couldn't believe that the world they had always regarded as divine could one day see the nobility slaughtered like pigs and dogs on the roadside. Although many harbored doubts about the authenticity of this mysterious newspaper, it indeed had images and evidence. From the pictures on the newspaper, it was clear that groups of celestial dragon corpses were neatly piled on the island of God Valley. The scene was one of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with severed limbs everywhere. It was like a hellish scene. Although the images were extremely bloody, upon noticing the information about over 1,000 dead celestial dragons, people couldn't help but feel a surge of dark joy inside. The world has long suffered under the celestial dragons. In this world, from the moment you are born and take your first breath of fresh air, you are deemed necessary for taxation by the world government. The severe taxes and levies have led even the wealthiest kingdoms to be deeply in debt. The common people lament, but are helpless. If they don't pay the heavenly gold, they want to receive protection from the world government. Moreover, countries that are not part of the world government as member states are not recognized and are considered non-human settlements. In other words, if those countries that feel the burden of heavenly gold too heavy refuse to pay, their fate will be complete annihilation in history. Just like those nations destroyed by the celestial dragons. The world government has established a rule that every 3 years, a human cleansing plan must be executed. The target is precisely these unaligned wild nations. God Valley was selected as the site after this 3-year period. But unfortunately, due to the emergence of the Rocks Pirates, the world government suffered its first major setback in God Valley, especially since the entire government and military suffered at least over 100,000 military casualties, further enhancing the reputation of the Rocks Pirates. During the war, Roranoa, who single-handedly killed over 1,000 celestial dragons, left a bloody image akin to a demon deeply etched in the hearts of the people. Every action of this guy seems to be aimed at the world government. No, he is simply targeting the celestial dragons. His first appearance was due to stealing heavenly gold. The second time, he directly killed 3 celestial dragons. And this time it was even more impressive. He slaughtered over 1,000 of the world's nobility in this grand war. At this moment, the fear of the celestial dragons as a divine race in everyone's hearts diminished by over 50. People have realized that so-called gods can also be killed. With enough courage, even a kitchen knife can bring a celestial dragon down. As for those countries that are members of the world government and their internal nobility, they began to feel a wave of panic. They started to worry that if the world government were to collapse, who would protect their rights as the noble class? The Navy headquarters, which had never faced defeat, and the world government, which had ruled the world for over 800 years, showed their wounds for the first time in front of the public. Many countries have already started to cautiously observe the situation, hoping to get involved early by supporting the Rocks Pirates to gain future benefits. Roranoa, who has been on Hakinosu Island, even vaguely heard that he had become a hero idol to some small group of fanatics. The reason was simply that he was the only man in the world brave enough to directly kill such a large number of celestial dragons. Over 1,000 celestial dragons. This KD has reached a level that even the current sea overlord, Roxd, Zebek, cannot match. The original titles of Rahu, such as Evil Spirit and Yama, have even been directly modified by fanatics into positive titles similar to God Slayer. He has even been awarded the highly renowned title of Legendary Pirate. After the fermentation of events during this period, Rahu's personal bounty has directly jumped to become the highest among the Rock's pirates, second only to the captain, Roxd, Zebek. Bounty of 4,989,000,000 berries. Evil Spirit Rahu. Bounty of 4,897,000,000 berries. Rox and Rahu can be said to be the only two individuals in the world whose bounties have surpassed 4 billion berries, approaching 5 billion. And this is from the old era's 4 billion berries. If calculated in terms of the inflation that would occur decades later, Rahu's total bounty would have surpassed 8 billion. It skyrocketed from the original 1 billion to 4 billion, a threefold increase. The speed of this improvement is simply monstrous. But thinking about it, it makes sense, as the adverse effects caused by Rob Lucci are incomparable to those of the Rock's pirates. He openly killed over 1,000 celestial dragons during the war. This has had a terrifying impact on the divine image that the world government has painstakingly maintained for hundreds of years. One could even say that with Rob Lucci as an example, in the future, as long as a celestial dragon dares to appear in public and oppresses the people excessively, people who are pushed to their limits will indeed choose to take action and kill the celestial dragons. This is a very obvious conceptual issue. Originally, people did not dare to kill, nor did they have the courage to even take a glance, because once the celestial dragons took an interest, they would truly kill on the spot. Moreover, due to safety concerns, they would directly dispatch a top admiral from the Navy headquarters to escort them. This has created the extreme and distorted psychological implication that the celestial dragons cannot be insulted. However, now with the terrifying existence of someone like Rox, who can kill a large number of celestial dragons with a wave of his hand, the public basically no longer fears the celestial dragons. Even if you do not dare to take action, at least if pushed to the brink of survival, there will be additional choices in your heart. Unlike before, when one could only silently accept the outcome of losing their family or even death, except for Rox and Luffy, who both have bounties exceeding 4 billion berries. The bounties of other pirate captains who participated in the war within the Rox Pirates have also seen a skyrocketing increase. The captain of the 1st Division of the Rox Pirates, Edward Newgate, has a bounty of 3,012 billion berries. His bounty nickname is Whitebeard. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Rox Pirates, Shiki, has a bounty of 2,999 billion berries. His bounty nickname is Golden Lion, Pirate Admiral, and Flying Pirate. The captain of the 3rd Division of the Rox Pirates, Charlotte Linlin, has a bounty of 758 billion berries. Her bounty nickname is Big MOM. Aside from these 3 captains with extremely high bounties, the remaining trio at the bottom have bounties of Silver Axe 18 billion berries, John 13 billion berries, Wang Ji 17 billion berries. It can be said that the overall bounties of the captains in the Rox Pirates have at least doubled. This is an unprecedented, terrifying event for the world situation. The bounty amount is simply too high, especially Captain Rox and the exceptionally prominent captain of the 7th Division, Roronoa Zoro. If someone can capture these two guys, they will directly receive a bounty of 8 billion berries. This amount of money is enough to buy some small countries directly, even far across the East Sea. There are some young pirate hunters who are excitedly planning to set sail to the second half of the Grand Line to capture the 2 great pirates, Rox and Roronoa. In the words of insiders, it's good for young people to have a starting point. However, it's best not to set out with such a starting point for now. At the same time that the bounty notice for Rox was sweeping away various pirated newspapers around the world, the 5 elders in Mariehua were looking at the report in front of them with extremely cold expressions. At this moment, the room symbolizing the World Power Conference Hall was filled with various documents and photos. A few representatives of the highest power holders, with twisted and dark expressions, even shook the luxurious hall floor made entirely of jade to pieces with their movements. Among the 5, only Satan remained somewhat quiet. Of course, this does not mean he was not angry. The reason was simply that after being tainted by Rock's dark power and having his 6 legs severed, his body was still severely injured and not suitable for anger. Although he had undergone some time of expulsion and recovery, Satan felt that it would take at least another month for him to regrow his legs. Damn it, who on earth leaked the information about the battle at God Valley? Now the whole world is questioning whether the celestial dragons are truly a divine race. All our painstaking efforts over hundreds of years have gone to waste. We must order the CP organization to thoroughly investigate the source of these newspapers. Once we catch the guy leaking information in secret, that person must be publicly executed before the world. Such a disgraceful incident that shames the government dares to be broadcast so openly. Damn it, I really want to die from eating in the toilet like an old man. While the outside world is still somewhat skeptical about the news event, we should immediately formulate a plan. First, let the Navy's Public Relations Department announce information to the public, ensuring those foolish people adhere strictly to the government's official news report. A few of the 5 elders, both anxious and angry, issued several orders directly to the CP organization and the Navy headquarters. After a few minutes, a senior agent from the CP organization relayed back the investigation report. As the world's most elite spy organization, the CP agents have their own undercover operatives almost everywhere in the world. With these undercover agents, the government can clear up the entire situation of all maritime political organizations in no time. Even the Rocks Pirates are no exception. Who exactly did this? Bring that person to Mariehua immediately. We want to personally interrogate him about his motives for daring to tarnish the government's image. The bald 5 elders stared fiercely at the phone bug in front of him. Report 5 Elder. The spread of this fake news incident was caused by a person named Moldova. His information includes a small newspaper workshop and a boy named Morgans who is his son, along with his wife. Nezashura frowned, pondering who gave Moldova the audacity to openly insult the image of the world government. However, after thinking it over, Nezashura could not come up with an answer. I understand. First, imprison the entire family of 3, then have them write a revised manuscript. We must let the world know that the previous newspaper reports were all misunderstandings and fake news. After that, remember to execute the entire family on the spot. Did you understand? Nezashura said flatly, ordering the undercover senior agents of the CP organization to handle this malicious news incident. Although Nezashura's method of wanting to kill the whole family at the slightest provocation seemed extremely ruthless, the other 4 elders did not even raise an eyebrow. It was clear that the other 4 also fully endorsed Nezashura's plan. After all, in the end, they were just the lives of a few lowly commoners, which were utterly insignificant. Moreover, in this world, the only ones who can truly keep secrets are those who remain silent. As long as we control this small news agency Moldova, let them publish a clarification report on the fake news. After completing the preliminary preparations, we will then assassinate the whole family of 3, and finally send the Navy headquarters to the second half of the Grand Line to reclaim some islands controlled by the Rocks Pirates. This way, the grand and majestic image of the world government will once again stand tall in the eyes of the world and the various allied nations. However, the next moment brought news that made the 5 elders' expressions darken, nearly twisting in anger. Report 5 Elder. This time, the mission cannot be executed. The newsman named Moldova disbanded the newspaper after finishing the news and went to hide in the base of the Rocks Pirates in Hakinosu with his family. Our CP agents do not have suitable identities at the Rocks base, and the difficulty of assassination is too high and easily exposes our identities. The CP organization agent's voice slowly faded in the phone bug. Nezashura was furious, his smooth scalp itching. They never expected that Moldova would disband the newspaper and take his family to Hakinosu to seek refuge with the Rocks Pirates after sending out the news. Once the order is given to the high-ranking CP agents lurking within the Rocks Pirates to proceed with the assassination. Even if they succeed, the hard-won sources of information within the government will be completely lost. What to do? Make a decision. Nezashiro looked at the other 4 old partners. Order the CP organization to take action. Even if it means death, we must eliminate this Moldovan within the Rocks Pirates. Otherwise, if the government has any major events or news to cover up in the future, won't any small newspaper dare to jump out and shout about it? This is the first time, and it must be the last time. Let's kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The white-horned, mustached Vacheli closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before speaking in a serious and resonant tone. Then let's take action. It is indeed time to deal with these journalists. They don't know what should be said and what shouldn't. After the few elders discussed among themselves on the other side, the high-ranking CP agents lying in ambush within the Rocks Pirates remained silent as they took a puff of smoke, then directly replied to the elder's last message. I understand. as high-ranking agents cultivated from a young age within the government. Their sole purpose in life is to serve the government. Beyond that, all other emotions have long been completely eradicated through daily training. In other words, if the Navy headquarters serves as the external facade of the world government, then the high-ranking CP agents are the most loyal watchdogs of the government. After resolving the news incident, the elders fell into a state of silence. Each of them began to have their own small calculations. That damn guy has already acquired the dark power that can harm us. We must find a way to deal with it. It's all those idiots' fault for putting such a vicious fruit ability as a prize in the God Valley competition and letting that bastard Rox get it. He is not a compliant guy. Once his injuries are fully healed, he will definitely come directly to Mariewa. We really need to consult Lord Imsama once. If Lord Imsama is willing to step in to clean up this mess, we can even request Lord Imsama to activate technological power to heal Satan's wounds before making further plans. The white-horned, mustached Topman Vachali's voice was hoarse and filled with a solemn and dignified feeling. He was the most hot-tempered and also the most powerful among the elders. However, even a strong man like him showed a flash of apprehension in his eyes when mentioning the dark power that Rox possesses. There was even a deep fear of death. The ability of the dark fruit is too restraining for them. The strength of the elders themselves is only at the level of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. The reason they could stand atop the peak of power in the sea without fearing anyone is entirely because their immortal abilities support their bodies, which will never be destroyed. Immortal, undying. Even if their heads are smashed, they can still resurrect and return to full status. But now, this ability, which they relied on for survival, has completely lost its effectiveness in front of that guy Rox. The vicious power of the dark fruit can directly restrain their resurrection ability, truly killing them. As for the others like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Lin, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, etc., they have never been taken seriously by the elders. Vachali was absolutely right. A person like Rox will definitely not let it go. Sooner or later, he will charge onto the red line and start a real showdown with us. We must be vigilant. We must be vigilant. Moreover, within the Rox Pirates, there is also that 7th Division captain, dubbed the Demon by the Navy. That guy's talent and strength are simply outrageous. In less than half a year, he has already stood at the top of this world. Due to some strange factors, he possesses the combination of multiple fruit abilities. Such a freak, even we who have survived for hundreds of years have never encountered. And no one can guarantee that this guy won't also find Rox and absorb that most vicious dark fruit from him. If such a thing happens, then in the next showdown, we will definitely have to face 2C overlord level pirates. Nezushiro, holding the first-generation Kitetsu, complained awkwardly. One Rox is already difficult enough to deal with, not to mention Rox, who has eaten the dark fruit and can truly harm them. Bruce. There's this guy named Rob Lucci, who is full of devil fruit abilities. The elders couldn't bear to imagine what kind of outcome they would face at that time. Perhaps in the next battle, 2 to 3 of the old partners among the 5 of them would definitely perish. To be honest, both Rox and Rob Lucci are truly bizarre events that have not appeared in 800 years, dominating the seas. Throughout the government's internal records of over 800 years, there's basically been a son of destiny every few decades. However, these dominating pirates have never been as crazy and powerful as Rox. Moreover, the Rox pirates are essentially the first in history to dominate the seas in the form of a pirate alliance. Forget it. Let us report all these matters to Lord Imsama and then make plans. The current situation is no longer something we can control. If necessary, we can directly request Lord Imsama to use Uranus to eliminate Rox and his deep bloodline. After venting their frustrations in the highest power conference room, the elders chose to accept the reality, slowly stood up, and tidied up their appearance before marching in unison towards the depths of Mariewa. Although Lord Imsama has never appeared before the world, he is the only master of the entire world, even as the 5 highest power holders. They still have to perform the kneeling ritual of master and servant in front of Lord Imsama. Even their immortality is granted by Lord Imsama. Moreover, within the flowers where Lord Imsama resides, there are national treasures guarded by the celestial dragons for generations. This national treasure is a heavy technological weapon brought back from outer space by Joy Boy, a lunar being, 800 years ago. As long as it is charged with energy, it can effortlessly annihilate any medium to small-sized island. In addition to its world-destroying capabilities, this national treasure can also directly convert energy into beams of light that can restore life. Currently, the only master of this treasure is Lord M. The reason they accept Lord Im's orders is that they are searching around the world for individuals with a D in their names to eliminate. This is due to the issue of control over this national treasure. 800 years ago, Joy Boy migrated to the Red Soil continent due to the depletion of lunar resources. After witnessing how the Red Soil continent and the doldrums prevented the entire world from connecting as one piece, he became determined to change the situation. After decades of wandering, he united most of the countries in the world to form a massive alliance, known in later generations as the Great Kingdom. The Great Kingdom gathered all the races of the world, all working together to liberate the world. Under meticulous planning, Joy Boy used lunar technology to create 3 terrifying ancient weapons. These 3 ancient weapons are Uranus, the king of heaven, Pluto, the king of the underworld, and Poseidon, the king of the sea. According to the original plan, Uranus would strike the weakest connection point on the Red Soil continent, the location of Reverse Mountain, thereby truly connecting the 4 seas together. Poseidon was responsible for contacting the prehistoric sea kings located 10,000 meters underwater. Through the command of bloodline, these sea kings would surface, destroy the special magnetic field, and allow the windless zone to begin having ocean currents. With the cooperation of these 2 ancient weapons, the greatest obstacle limiting the 4 seas in the pirate world would be directly removed. As for the final weapon, Pluto, it was an ultra-large battleship created by Joy Boy to warn certain restless nations. A terrifying weapon capable of destroying an entire country or even a large island with a single shot. However, after the creation of these 3 ancient weapons, the question of who would control them fell into a difficult choice. The reason is that the use of ancient weapons would greatly exhaust the user's soul and lifespan, leading to the operator's demise. Faced with such terrifying consequences, all the allied nations within the Great Kingdom took a few steps back and chose to watch from the sidelines. Just then, Im, who had already gained immortality through the surgery fruit, stepped forward to become one of the first test subjects. But as someone from a high-tech planet, Joy Boy knew that the person responsible for operating the ancient weapons could not be left to a single individual, because no one can avoid the darkness of human nature. If this only person capable of controlling the ancient weapons were to betray the Great Kingdom, even he, the creator, would not be able to stop it. To avoid this situation, Joy Boy had no choice but to forcibly select a group of righteous volunteers from the Great Kingdom, merging their bloodlines into the ancient weapons to obtain the lowest level of operational authority in order to limit Im's power. To facilitate differentiation, Joy Boy suggested adding a D in the middle of the names of these volunteers, which is the source of a D in the names of characters like Garp and Luffy. The subsequent events indeed unfolded as Joy Boy had suspected. After successfully obtaining the operational authority of the ancient weapons, Im did not follow the requirements to open the blockade and liberate the world. On the contrary, he secretly united with 19 other powerful kings to resist the Great Kingdom, using the ancient weapons created by Joy Boy against the Great Kingdom. The result was that no one within the Great Kingdom could withstand the attacks of the ancient weapons. And after giving it his all, Joy Boy could only bitterly accept defeat at the hands of him. The outcome of this war merely resulted in the destruction of the 2 weapons, Pluto and Poseidon. After successfully defeating Joy Boy and completely destroying the ancient kingdom, Im formed a new alliance with the other 19 nations, claiming to be the world government. However, Im never expected that the old thief, Joy Boy, had secretly undermined her efforts. During the period when the ancient kingdom was on the verge of defeat, Joy Boy covertly sent all the volunteers with the initial D in their names to the corners of the 4 seas to hide their identities and wait for the right moment. He also recorded the historical text of that time in a special script, leaving it for future generations to understand and learn from. He believed that one day, the D clan would surely be able to restore the ideals of the ancient kingdom, successfully open the other shore of the world, and unite the entire world into one piece. This is also why, in the subsequent storyline, the world's strongest mind will broadcast to the world that the war from 800 years ago has never truly ended. Every member of the D lineage, passed down through bloodlines, is born with a special mission. However, due to the lack of a guide, the vast majority of these inheritors are unable to realize their mission. Only a very small number of individuals can find all the historical texts to understand the truth of the past and are willing to fight for the ideals of the once great kingdom. Mary Geos, Panga City. Many readers may think that this Panga City is Oda's malicious attempt to slander our country. In fact, the author can explain here that Oda is essentially a bit of a hater. He not only criticizes us, but also his own country in the Wano Country arc. Oda deliberately portrays a series of disgusting plots to satirize the Japanese royal family. Moreover, in the original storyline, when Charlotte Linlin goes to Wano to ally with Kaido and is ultimately defeated in a massive explosion, Oda even specifically illustrated 2 nuclear bombs, a fat man and a little boy, in the manga to emphasize that these 2 atomic bombs are deserved by the Japanese. But after all, it's just a comic. It's meant to be entertaining, and the author writes fan fiction to make a bit of money. At least from a standpoint, the author really hopes to see all the Japanese sink into the Mariana Trench. If not, letting Mount Fuji explode will be fine too. Let's stop here. Too much text might get the readers angry. Mary Geos, Panga City. At this moment, the 5 elders, representing the highest power in the world, have entered this vast, void-like room, neatly arranged in bags. Each of them, with an extremely solemn expression, knelt down tightly with their knees pressed to the ground. These old men, symbolizing the highest power in the world, have been kneeling here for several hours. To the more than 200 member countries outside the world government, this is simply an impossible occurrence. After all, this represents the highest power in the world. How noble must the identity of a person be if even such a figure must kneel and wait? As the 5 elders awaited in solemn silence, suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking against the jade floor echoed in the empty room. Rise, a voice, somewhat cold and impossible to discern as either joy or anger, or some other emotion, rang out. The 5 elders suddenly looked up, and on that highest throne, which was not to be ascended by anyone, there appeared a figure draped in a black cloak. Moreover, this figure audaciously sat upon that highest throne. Of course, the 5 elders were already well aware of this situation and felt no sense of impropriety. They simply felt even more deeply that Lord M had become even more powerful compared to several decades ago. Just by raising their eyes to see Lord M's sharp, blood-red pupils, which resembled those of an eagle, the 5 elders felt a deep chill. The sudden chill came unexpectedly, catching them completely off guard, sending shivers down their spines. It felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they dared not look any longer. We pay our respects to Lord M. After lowering their heads slightly, the 5 elders quickly stood up to pay homage to the figure sitting on the empty throne. To have all of you come here to see me together, it seems that matters have indeed reached a serious level, M said in an extremely calm and flat tone, showing no sign of concern, merely flipping through a recently printed bounty notice in hand. This is a bounty unique to rocks, and regarding other names. The captains of the divisions that have never been mentioned with D have completely escaped M's attention. Lotim, we have come this time to ask if you could use the power of that national treasure to avoid excessive loss of government forces. After all, the power of the Rocks pirates is truly immense, unprecedented in 800 years. Moreover, that guy has also mastered the terrifying power of the dark fruit. If left unchecked, it will definitely cause significant losses to the government. Saint Vacheli reported to him with a serious expression about the strength of the Rocks pirates and the limited number of their crew. On the way, the 5 elders had already discussed it. If the power of the national treasure could be used to directly destroy the Rocks pirates, it would prevent too much loss of internal government forces, and most importantly, the 5 old geezers wouldn't have to face Rock's dark fruit ability in person. That would really be deadly. The ability of the dark fruit is too terrifying. However, just as the elders were eagerly awaiting him's response, him, who had been sitting on the throne, suddenly shifted the focus of the conversation to the still, somewhat weak Satan. 5 against 1, and still had several legs cut off? Is that Rocks really that strong? A helpless smile appeared on M's cold face. These old men had been with him in building the empire for hundreds of years. They may not have made contributions, but they have endured hardships. Yes, it was my moment of carelessness. If I'd gone all out, Rocks wouldn't be that strong. Hearing M's words, Satan felt a bit awkward and restless. After all, no matter how you say it, they were 5 against 1, and yet he still had 6 spider legs cut off. If this gets out, I'll lose my face that I've maintained for 800 years, ha ha ha. This is really interesting. A few old folks who have lived for over 800 years were actually shown up by a young person in their 20s today. If I were like you, I wouldn't even have the face to come and apologize. Everyone says M is female. Let us see if Oda will betray that. Hearing the laughter of Lord M, this 800-year-old child suddenly felt a bit awkward and at a loss for words. Lord M, please let me explain. Satan slightly opened his mouth to say something, but was quickly interrupted by M. All right, I already know about this matter. Go and heal for now, and remember to find those low IQ bloodlines that only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. M's words had no fluctuations, as if they were just stating something very ordinary. I must say, the moon technology left by Joy Boy 800 years ago is really useful. By extracting the blood factors of descendants that match one's own bloodline, One can quickly heal the body's injuries through technological means, although this is extremely unfair to the descendants. However, as the ruling elders, they naturally have such rights. Otherwise, why would they spend so much time maintaining these foolish celestial dragon descendants? It just to use them as consumables at critical moments? Of course, the celestial dragons used by Satan and others are merely those ordinary celestial dragons with low intelligence who are of no use to the government's development. This is similar to how some young people in modern society mysteriously disappear after being matched by chance. The same principle applies to those elite individuals, the celestial dragons, who are naturally very intelligent, have backgrounds, identities, and unique talents. They are treasures beside the heads of various families. And even though they hold the highest power in the world as the five elders, they cannot easily be moved. So what about that, Rocks guy? We can't just let them fight in the Holy Land, can we? After a brief moment of contemplation, Saint Vacheli looked up at Lord M, who was about to leave the world throne. You can handle this matter. Recently, those people from the 19 families seemed to like making some noise. The figure of him under the black robe flickered slightly, leaving behind a cryptic statement before gently slicing the air with a finger, creating a rift. Then, the figure vanished before the five elders. Lord M, please walk slowly. After exchanging glances, several of the five elders solemnly knelt on the ground to bid farewell to Lord M. As for M's somewhat cryptic statement, it was indirectly telling them to appropriately reduce the strong individuals within those 19 families. Indeed, the five of them, along with him, established the highest power in the world and all belong to the same family. Although their surnames differ, they are overall slightly superior in status compared to other allied celestial dragons. As for the remaining celestial dragon families, apart from the Nefertari family that has left the Holy Land, the other 18 families are essentially just descendants of kings brought in as allies 800 years ago. Within these 18 celestial dragon families, there are also many strong individuals. Their significance is roughly equivalent to the noble families that exist under the power of kingdoms over the sea, appearing to jointly maintain the operation of the government as members of the celestial dragon families. However, when it comes to identity and status, these so-called celestial dragon families are merely supporting characters. Only those celestial dragon families with a strong foundation will have the opportunity to gain the attention of the five elders. For example, the Fegaland family, where all members have red hair, is a very good example. After sitting quietly for a few minutes, the five elders rose together and left the world throne to return to their usual meeting room. The most pressing issue before us now is the dark power possessed by Roxdy Jibek. Saint Vacheli, with his horned mustache, held the latest bounty orders for the captains of the Rocks pirates, looking at his colleagues and slowly saying, as it stands, they generally cannot be killed due to their immortal abilities. Thus, the five elders are more concerned about Rocks, who has consumed the dark fruit power. As for the top executives of the Rocks pirates, in the eyes of the five elders, they are hardly worth mentioning. The only one worth noting is that 7th Division captain, the demon Roranoa. If Roranoa absorbs Rock's dark fruit power in the next war, it will also pose a direct threat to them. However, objectively speaking, Roranoa does not belong to the D-clan and lacks the power to control ancient weapons. Therefore, the overall threat is not as terrifying as Rock's. How did this little brat manage to possess so many devil fruit abilities? Is there a special constitution in this world that we are unaware of? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Let's eliminate them all. After all, this world is not lacking in pirates. Killing all of them will lead to new pirates emerging. Nasuger tightly held Roranoa's bounty of over 4 billion and murmured to himself. Killing them all wouldn't be appropriate. The Rocks pirates have nearly gathered most of the pirate power over the sea. If we eliminate all of them, the sea will fall into chaos. We cannot kill them all. It's better to leave some to maintain relative stability, as before. Savouchudi analyse de Nasugires topique. For the world government, hundreds of years have passed since its establishment, and sea overlords like Rocks appear and disappear like weeds. There is no need to worry about the existence of pirates. They are merely tools for the world government to maintain control over the world and reap the benefits. Although Rocks, as this generation's sea overlord, is indeed powerful and possesses the dark fruit ability, overall, he remains within a controllable range. But what about the strong individuals from those celestial dragon families? Those fellows have indeed been a bit restless lately. After several hundred years of comfort, they are already thinking of establishing their own kingdoms and forming new governments. At this moment, Satan, who had fully restored his 6 spider legs through the power of his descendants' bloodline, asked with a headache. Hearing this, the tall and thin 5 elder, Marcus Moss, calmly spoke. Directly notify the Navy headquarters to let them not interfere with the Rocks pirates landing on the Red Line. Instead, make the Red Line the battleground. Once the Rocks pirates land on the Red Line, those aggressive individuals from the families will definitely jump out. Let them consume some of the pirates first, and then we can take action to deal with Rocks. This way, we can not only exhaust the strong individuals within those 18 families, but also deal some damage to Rocks the Pirate King. After Marcus Moss finished speaking, he said no more and quietly awaited the thoughts of his colleagues. Putting these dangerous individuals on the Red Line, that is indeed a very novel plan. However, as long as we can force those family strongmen to take action, that would indeed be a very good method. About a week after the meeting of the World Power Hall concluded, Admiral Steelbone Kong of the Navy headquarters also received a special order from the 5 elders. Although he personally found the 5 elders' battle plan somewhat baffling, he ultimately chose not to doubt it. Steelbone Kong gathered all the high-end combat power that could be mobilized from the Navy headquarters in the conference room, where almost all were high-ranking Navy personnel wrapped in various bandages and medications. Among them, the injuries of the top combat powers, Admiral Sengoku and Zifa, were the most severe. During the recent God Valley battle, although on the surface they were attacking the Rocks pirates captain in numbers, such high-intensity combat naturally resulted in significant injuries. However, after the war ended, Sengoku had successfully replaced Steelbone Kong and become the new admiral of the Navy headquarters. As of now, the 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters are Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp, although Garp has not formally announced it yet. Once he confirms that he has become an admiral, Steelbone Kong, as his old comrade, is very confident that he can directly persuade Garp, the stubborn mule. Everyone, today is my first major meeting as the newly appointed marshal of the Navy headquarters. The meeting consists of 3 main items. The first item is a task report submitted to the Holy Land, in which I, the Marshal, personally nominate Vice Admiral Garp for promotion to the rank of Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Since the establishment of our Navy headquarters, we have always maintained 3 top-tier admirals, and currently, there is 1 position vacant. Therefore, Vice Admiral Garp will fill this position. Does anyone have any objections? With a resolute gaze, I scanned the surrounding high-ranking Navy officials who were making a commotion. Garp's personal strength is, of course, well known and absolutely recognized by the entire Navy. However, this guy has committed a series of errors due to frequently disregarding orders. To avoid dissent from other high-ranking officials, I decided to address this directly at the meeting. For instance, he has publicly thrown cannonballs at sea, causing injuries to many soldiers caught in the aftermath. He also disobeyed the Navy headquarters capture orders, choosing instead to kill a pirate with devil fruit powers by smashing his head. Not to mention, he often arrives late to meetings, snacks during them, fails to clock in and out on time, and takes more leave than actual working days, among many other faults. However, to my surprise, none of the high-ranking Navy officials stood up to oppose Vice Admiral Garp as promotion to Admiral. Given this, the matter is settled. Vice Admiral Garp is officially promoted to the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters starting today. Yet, before I could finish my statement, the door to the meeting room suddenly burst open, and in walked a tall, muscular figure. Woo-ha-ha! Kong, you old bastard. You held a meeting without notifying me. Who said I would become an admiral? That's just alarmist nonsense. Listen up, everyone. I'm Monkey D. Garp. Hereby declare that I will never be promoted to admiral of the Navy headquarters. Woo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Garp said, stuffing an entire bag of Sun-Bae into his mouth, while bluntly rejecting the proposal for his promotion to admiral. It is well known that this is the 3rd time he has declined an offer for the admiral position. The previous 2 times were promotions made by the former marshal of the Navy headquarters, Netania. Now that Netania has died in the Valley of the Gods, Garp thought he could finally enjoy some leisure, but to his surprise, it was now his turn to be nominated for admiral after Steelbone Kong took the stage. Who is Garp? Weighing over 300 kilograms, he is a man of immense strength and spirit. A free man like him would never allow his body to serve the celestial dragons. Garp, don't be so reckless. This is an order, do you understand? I Kong looked at Garp, who seemed to be completely disregarding orders. The 5 elders had issued commands for him to fill the admiral position at the Navy headquarters. But now, among the high-ranking officials in the Navy, none of them were capable of fulfilling this role. If we were to directly summon candidates from around the world to fill the admiral position, it would be unfair to those soldiers who have dedicated their lives to the cause of justice. After much thought, I had no choice but to set my sights on Garp. I originally planned to promote him to admiral while he was out, but unexpectedly, someone leaked the meeting plans to him. Marshal Kong truly has a fiery temper. However, if you want me to willingly become an admiral of the Navy headquarters, you'll have to step over my dead body. To be a qualified Navy officer, you must genuinely be willing to dedicate yourself to the cause of justice and not become a mere lapdog for the Celestial Dragons. Garp clearly did not indulge Kong's temper. After all, Kong is not much senior to him in terms of military service. We are all from the same generation. Who can intimidate whom? Moreover, becoming an admiral means he would have to personally serve the Celestial Dragons. The thought of having to bow down to the Celestial Dragons, despite his strength, disgusted Garp immensely. Justice also requires financial support. Without the Celestial Dragons, how would the Navy headquarters afford to pay for supplies? Don't just stand there and speak without feeling the pain. Do you think not becoming an admiral means you won't have to serve the Celestial Dragons? The 5 elders have already stated that once the Rocks pirates launch an attack on the Holy Land, we must send forces to protect the world nobles. Seeing that Garp was unyielding, I had no choice but to give up on insisting that he become an admiral. Regardless of whether he becomes an admiral or not, he will ultimately have to go to the Holy Land to protect the Celestial Dragons. And protecting the Holy Land? Back in the Valley of the Gods, we fought to the death and wiped out the Rocks pirates, so what is the big deal? One by one, as soon as they saw Rocks had the darkness fruit, they began to back down. I won't hesitate to tell you. In the next battle for the Holy Land, just because I'm there doesn't mean I will protect the Celestial Dragons. While the internal meeting at the Navy headquarters was in full swing, resembling a heated argument, far away in the latter half of the Grand Line, Captain Luo Hou was awakened by a sudden urgent knocking on the door. Captain Luo Hou, Admiral Rocks requests your presence. The pirate who came to deliver the message knelt on the ground, visibly nervous and too afraid to look up at Luo Hou, the fearsome captain of the 7th Division. Did Admiral Rocks say what it was about? Luo Hou asked calmly. Although he usually presents a friendly demeanor, for some reason, both pirates and civilians who recognize him look terrified, as if they have seen a ghost. And no, Admiral Rocks just asked me to call you over. He didn't specify what it was about. The kneeling pirate stammered in a panicked tone. All right, I got it. I'll be there shortly. Seeing the pirate still trembling in fear, Luo Hou lost interest in asking further questions. Damn it. He is clearly a good person with excellent character. Just because he killed over 10,000 Navy personnel and CP agents during the Valley of the Gods doesn't mean they should be so afraid of him. Is there any pirate who hasn't seen blood? However, Luo Hou was somewhat surprised that Rocks suddenly had something to discuss with him. That guy basically disappears for a long time after every appearance, and it's impossible for him to stay in the Hakinosa headquarters for an extended period, just waiting idly. In the words of Whitebeard and others, Rocks has always liked to roam around, looking for opportunities to strike a heavy blow against the world government. The last incident at God Valley happened because, when Rocks was heading to the West Sea, his exclusive snail inadvertently received intelligence signals from the outside world. This led to the Rocks pirates being aware of the world government's plan to hunt humans in advance, which in turn caused the outbreak of the God Valley incident. After freshening up in his exclusive room and regaining his spirits, Law picked up a brick from the ground and, with a burst of muscle strength, threw it into the sky. Following that, he transformed into a golden flash and disappeared from the spot at high speed. When he reappeared, he was already flying while standing on a brick of moderate size. Although Hakinosu's island was not considered large, Law preferred to use his devil fruit powers to fly rather than walk to find Rocks, much like how that guy Policelino always enjoys riding the shells of Navy warships. If there are no means of transport, then create one to use. In short, he couldn't take the time to do it himself. After a few minutes, the speed of the flying brick gradually decreased. During this time, Law transformed into a thunderous lightning and flew to the door of Rocks, the captain of the Alliance. Rocks, who was waiting inside, sensed Law's presence and picked up his permanently blackened sword, infused with Haki, before stepping outside. Law stood still, slightly puzzled as he looked at Rocks. Although Rocks was holding an extremely sharp supreme sword, Law was very certain that this guy definitely did not intend to kill him. After all, as long as Rocks still harbored ambitions of dominating the world, he wouldn't do anything to harm himself at this moment. Of course, the reason for Law's calmness was his own formidable strength. Even if Rocks risked everything, he couldn't instantly kill him. And if he couldn't be killed instantly, Law was confident that he could quickly absorb all of Rock's attributes and then execute a counterkill. This time, I called you over to help you grasp the ultimate Haki application method in advance. Although you are still very young, this talent is absolutely something I can't even compare to. The world government has a deep-rooted foundation built over 800 years, and I need a powerful assistant. One who is not weaker than me, and even stronger. Rocks spoke in a hoarse voice, revealing a hint of madness. It was clear that this guy, having reached a level where he lacked nothing in power, status, wealth, or fame, only desired to overthrow the world government. However, to accomplish this, a great deal of top-tier combat power was required. To continue strengthening the foundation of the Rocks Pirates Alliance, he could only focus on Law, the captain of the 7th Division. His body could accommodate multiple devil fruit abilities. He could rapidly enhance his physical strength during battle. Even the 3 types of Haki could be quickly improved in combat. This series of seemingly perverse talents destined that Luo Hou would be the one chosen by Rocks. He chuckled softly, realizing that since Captain Rocks had such demands, he might as well comply respectfully. Before he even joined the Rocks Pirates, Luo Hou had already entertained the idea of challenging Rocks to a duel. However, due to Rocks' ability to teleport at will and the imminent outbreak of the God Valley War, Luo Hou had never found the opportunity. Now, it was like a little cow walking into a herd of bulls. Fortune was knocking on his door. Furthermore, Rocks possessed 2 highly practical devil fruit abilities. Paramecia, teleportation fruit, a devil fruit that surpasses even the speed of the Goro Goro no Mi and the Noro Noro no Mi. Although the teleportation fruit only allows the user to teleport short distances, if used correctly, it is undoubtedly a god-tier devil fruit. Logia, darkness fruit. Known as the most vicious devil fruit ability in the world, the user can wield the power of darkness to restrict all devil fruit abilities of their enemies. The only cost to the user is that they will experience multiplied pain. Rojo's mind was racing with calculations. Although he had not yet officially started fighting Rocks, he had already figured out how much his physical attributes would skyrocket after today's battle. Rocks' personal combat strength could be said to be at the pinnacle of the entire world, reaching a level unprecedented and unrepeatable. His Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki were all at the ultimate level, mastering all advanced techniques of the 3 Haki types. Additionally, he was the only documented dual devil fruit user in history. Coupled with his terrifying martial arts and swordsmanship, Rocks was capable of facing off against the 3 highest-ranking admirals of the Navy headquarters without losing an inch. Luo Hou estimated that as long as he could exchange a few more blows with Rocks, he would definitely be able to absorb all the attributes that fell from him. By then, he could not only rapidly enhance his Haki, swordsmanship, and martial arts, but he could also gain 2 incredibly powerful devil fruit abilities. This wave is definitely a blood profit. If he has the opportunity to accidentally kill Rocks and absorb extra attributes, Ryo's own strength will directly surpass Rocks. He will become a true pirate who surpasses the overlord level. However, just as the thought of rebellion emerged in Ryo's mind, he suddenly felt a bottomless chill spreading throughout his body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of this chill was Rocks, who stood directly opposite him, towering over 4 meters and barely reaching Ryo's chest. Damn, how did I forget that Rocks has the ability to read minds? Such a bug-level observation Haki skill. Isn't this equivalent to directly standing in front of someone and saying you want to imitate them and even want to kill them? A hint of an awkward smile flashed across Luo Hou's face, and for a moment he didn't know how to argue back to Rocks. However, fortunately, this chill came and went quickly. Rocks only stared at Luo Hou with his emotionless, indifferent gaze for a few seconds before directly ignoring him. He was the strongest sea overlord in history. This little bit of ambition still exists. In this world, which pirate has not harbored dreams of becoming the new overlord of the seas? A person's dreams will never end. Rocks would not strike first to kill this guy with a reverse bone growing out his head just because Captain Rob Lucci wants to eliminate him. After all, the other 6 captains under his command have all had similar thoughts, but they eventually submitted to his terrifying strength. Rob Lucci, being young and powerful, and having awakened his Conqueror's Haki to the ultimate level, is naturally not an ordinary person. If Rob Lucci is genuinely devoted to serving Rocks, that would truly be a miracle. Do pirates really treat others sincerely? How is this possible? Isn't this just like those influencers on Zaihongshu who constantly claim to be just slightly plump fairy bloggers? Completely untrustworthy. Young people shouldn't be too impulsive. You're still far from being able to kill me, little brat. Rocks smiled slightly, as if to praise the young man Luo Hou for his crazy idea of wanting to kill him. In the next moment, Rocks' gaze turned into an incredibly fierce state, with his dark pupils suddenly glowing red, vaguely hinting at a shift towards a reddish-purple hue. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted like a thunderclap. Rocks unleashed his overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's Haki, sweeping across the entire island like a terrifying hurricane. An unending and immensely strong mental force surged towards Rahu's mind like a tidal wave, extremely overwhelming. Naturally, Rahu wouldn't waste this great opportunity. At the moment Rox released his Conqueror's Haki, he also unleashed his ultimate Conqueror's Haki from within. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying mental forces collided in midair, producing a series of incredibly muffled sounds, accompanied by the black lightning emanating from the surrounding Conqueror's Haki. In the middle of the clash of their Conqueror's Haki, the ground in Hachinos began to constantly collapse, creating massive fissures that spread for several kilometers. The dramatic scene naturally attracted the captains of the divisions who were still resting atop Hachinos. And even the ordinary pirate minions chose to watch from a distance the terrifying clash of Haki. How terrifying! How terrifying indeed! Captain Rox and Captain Rojo's strength has probably surpassed that of the admirals at Navy headquarters by more than twice. Captain Rojo, who is merely an 18-year-old young pirate, already possesses such strength. How can we, the older pirates in our 40s and 50s, bear this? Do you think Captain Rojo has a chance to defeat Captain Rox in a head-on confrontation? After all, Captain Rojo personally killed several top-tier admiral-level government troops during the God Valley incident. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Captain Rojo is powerful, how could he possibly defeat Captain Rox? Rox is a pirate of the sea, overlord level. Watching Rojo and Rox, two terrifyingly powerful individuals, clash their Conqueror's Haki right there, a group of pirates on site immediately began to place bets, all guessing how many rounds this captain-level pirate Rojo could last against Rox. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe John, and Charlotte Lin, who rushed over after hearing the commotion, were all stunned in place. Rojo, my boy, you truly are my favorite young man. Just thinking about that physique and strength makes it hard to contain myself. Ha ha, did he really bump into Rox? Is Rojo being a bit too overconfident? Hey, why are you all acting like this? Have you forgotten the talent Rojo displayed when he faced off against Golden Lion? Just as everyone was mocking Rojo for recklessly challenging Rox, John, who was holding a bottle, suddenly reminded everyone to pay attention to Rojo's terrifying learning talent. As long as he battles this kid, their levels of Haki could quickly close the gap. Moreover, Rojo could directly learn the ultimate moves that took them decades to develop as great pirates. Even the abilities of devil fruits would undoubtedly be taken away on the spot. This terrifying talent, once it clashes with a pirate of Rock's caliber, would likely mean that after just a few exchanges, Law's strength would far surpass theirs. After hearing John's detailed analysis, the previously cheerful Shiki suddenly became a cautionary tale, his smile abruptly vanishing. He recalled how he had once looked down on Law, only to be slapped in the face later, making him feel quite awkward as he scratched his toes, nearly digging a hole. Damn, John, even drinking can't shut you up. If I can't beat Law, do you think I can't beat you? If you keep nagging and treating me as a cautionary tale, I swear I'll kill you. After forcibly suppressing his awkward feelings, Shiki pulled out his two famous swords and, with a swift motion, placed them against John's neck, threatening him with a serious expression. Sensing Shiki's overwhelming killing intent, John wisely waved his hand and chose to remain silent. However, while they were creating a ruckus, Law, who was passionately battling Rox on the other side, was beaming with joy, because at this moment, Rox nearly maxed out Ultimate Conqueror's Haki was rapidly diminishing. This Rox is definitely the strongest elite monster in the world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 40. 96. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 60. 17. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 89. 99. With the collision of Conqueror's Haki, a series of system prompts continuously appeared. At this moment, the purity of Rahu's Conqueror's Haki has increased significantly. In less than 3 minutes, Rahu's Conqueror's Haki has directly caught up with the realm progress of Rox, the maritime overlord. It is well known that the higher the level of Conqueror's Haki, the greater the destructive power when using the entangling attack technique. In Rox, this maritime overlord's entanglement is undoubtedly the strongest existence in the world. Even first-rate pirates like Gold Lion and Whitebeard would be ruthlessly dealt with by Rox when it comes to the confrontation of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. This is also why, back in God Valley, Rox was able to directly behead Admiral Netania of the Navy the moment he let his guard down. At this level of Conqueror's Haki, killing someone like Netania, who had already passed his peak, was effortless, if Admiral Netania hadn't been a Paramecia-type diamond fruit user. A pirate of Rock's caliber would definitely not need more than 10 exchanges to take him down. This is the powerful enhancement brought by the ultimate Conqueror's Haki above the top level. It turns out that there are indeed some special methods to quickly improve the mastery of Haki. It seems that I, as the overlord of the seas, have been rather ignorant. Initially, when I heard John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji praising Ryo's talent to the skies, Rox himself didn't quite believe it. However, after witnessing this absurdly remarkable talent firsthand, he was instantly stunned for a few seconds. As the dignified overlord of the seas, Rox had spent decades of time to reach his current level in Haki mastery. Yet this freakish guy Ryo managed to reach a similar level in just a few minutes. This talent is simply outrageous. A ridiculous mother opening the door for her ridiculous son. It's absurd to the extreme. Since you little brat possess such talent, let me create a new sea overlord with my own hands. Boom, 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 boom. The imposing face of Rox emanates an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki that is suffocating. Luo Hou, who had gradually reached a level of Conqueror's Haki not far from Rox, was once again pushed back dozens of meters by the latter's powerful aura. The two of them, their Conqueror's Haki turning red to purple, were in a fierce competition, colliding at all times. The waves of Conqueror's Haki erupted from both parties as the starting point, directly shattering countless buildings on Hachino's island, and even causing the entire island's connection points to show signs of splitting and sinking. What kind of devilish talent does this little brat Luo Hou have? His level of Conqueror's Haki is already comparable to Captain Rox. How are we old-timers, who call ourselves great pirates, supposed to cope with such young talents? Indeed, I've always fell out of place with these freaks, because I'm not perverse enough. It's not that easy to defeat that guy Rox, just by maxing out Conqueror's Haki. Coolalala. That bastard Shiki. Did you drink wine from the year 1482 today? Why do you sound so sour right off the bat? Nearby, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and other captains were shocked by Rojo's rapid increase in Haki level, while sighing internally about the widening gap between themselves and the younger generation. However, Shiki still maintained his stubborn demeanor, unwilling to admit that Luo Hou possessed a talent level that made even him envious. Although Shiki understood that Rojo's current combat power could definitely take his head in under 100 moves, he wouldn't last even 100 rounds against this monster Luo Hou. After all, Luo Hou's level of Haki has far surpassed his, and the 7 or 8 devil fruit abilities he possesses are truly terrifying. Fighting such a monster means dealing with lava eruptions, ice showers, and occasional lightning lasers. And after being empowered by the strength fruit, Rojo's terrifying muscle power is simply overwhelming. Even the strength of the giants is completely insufficient in front of Luo Hou at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Current level, Ultimate 90, 84. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Current level, Ultimate 95, 32. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Current level, Ultimate 100. As Rox recklessly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, Luo Hou also directly absorbed all the attribute orbs that fell from him. At this moment, both of their Conqueror's Haki reached the same level of Ultimate 100. Under the terrifying bombardment of this level of Conqueror's Haki, the entire Hachino's island was almost covered in a boiling black-red thunderstorm. The moment the two crazy guys, Rox and Luo Hou, unleashed their Conqueror's Haki without restraint, even Whitebeard, Shiki, and others who had also awakened Conqueror's Haki and reached the top level felt their scalps tingle. As for John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, who were slightly weaker and had lower Haki levels, they showed signs of rolling their eyes back and frothing at the mouth. Damn it! Stop it! Captain, don't release Conqueror's Haki like that anymore. And that Luo Hou, even if he has talent, there is no need to flaunt it so much, right? If this continues, we really won't be able to take it. You're right. If we as captains faint in front of our subordinates, where will we put our faces? As John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji cried out in pain, Rox gradually ceased his release of Conqueror's Haki. Luo Hou naturally followed suit, stopping his own Haki as well. After all, maintaining a long-term release of Haki consumes a significant amount of stamina. Moreover, the higher the purity level of Haki, the more terrifying the stamina consumption during the release process. Even with Rojo's current stamina boosted by the Azure Dragon Fruit ability, allowing him to battle tirelessly for more than half a month, he couldn't sustain such high-intensity output. Using Conqueror's Haki for wrapping attacks and directly releasing it for large-scale output consumes energy in completely different ways. Wrapping Haki is merely for attacking, while large-scale release consumes energy from all aspects. Very good. Now your Conqueror's Haki has been raised to the same level as mine. And next comes the application and enhancement of Armament Haki and Observation Haki. I won't go into too much detail, but Armament Haki, the most basic Haki ability, can automatically awaken and enhance once your physical level reaches a certain point. However, to further break through to the top-level Armament Haki, some special techniques are needed. I know your talent is high, but breaking through to Ultimate Armament Haki in a short time isn't that simple. As for the remaining Observation Haki, you'll need to comprehend and practice it yourself. Newgate, Shiki, and Lingling, you three should also pay attention to observe and learn. Strive to break through to the ultimate realm of Haki as soon as possible. It's okay if the intensity is lower, as long as the realm is reached. That's enough. While Rox introduced the training techniques for Armament Haki and Observation Haki, he reminded the other three relatively talented captains to pay attention and study hard. Damn, Rox, this guy still loves to show off. Isn't it just Ultimate Haki? One day Shiki, will also be able to break through on my own. Damn it. Captain Rox has given up on us three, hasn't he? He doesn't even want to mention our names anymore. That is hurtful. After all, we three are also famous pirates with bounties over 1 billion berries. Don't look down on us. Hearing Rox's words about studying, Shiki was the first to express his displeasure. After all, as a well-known pirate, being so bluntly told to study made him feel somewhat humiliated. As for the remaining trio of John, upon hearing that Captain Rox didn't regard them at all, they instantly felt as if they had lost their dreams, turning into lifeless salted fish. They lay quietly on the ground, motionless, staring at the sky. They were also pirates with bounties over 1 billion berries. Now, they had fallen to the point where they couldn't even act as a backdrop for the top students. It's truly too hurtful. Even academic failures have their dignity. Without us academic failures, how could the talents of Whitebeard and others be highlighted as being 3 or 4 stories high? Flowers also need the backdrop of green leaves to appear even more beautiful. If the 3 of us don't perform a little worse, then it won't highlight the perverse nature of that young rascal. Rock, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji let out a long howl to the sky, feeling somewhat sour inside. However, their antics never caught Rock's attention. After all, Rock was solely focused on executing his crazy plan. As long as he could successfully lead his troops to conquer the Red Earth continent and destroy the world government that had dominated the world for 800 years, then he, Rox D. Jibek, would ascend to become the new ruler of the world, a new king of the world. Although John and the others appeared to be a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion berries, in Rock's eyes, they were merely at that level. This level of strength is enough to hold back moderately strong enemies. However, once faced with a high-end combat power within the world government, they would be instantly defeated. For example, during the God Valley incident, the leader of the God Knights, who was stopped by Gold, Roger, was a definite high-end combat force. If such an enemy were to engage in a one-on-one fight with a pirate like John, it would take at most 50 exchanges before they could easily behead this drunken loser who only knows how to drink all day. He doesn't even train his Haki. His swordsmanship and martial arts are mediocre. If it weren't for the fact that these guys are longtime employees, Rox would have even thought about directly expelling these 3 bastards. After all, in this era, it's hard to find celestial dragons with 3 legs. But there are plenty of 2-legged great pirates. In summary, if you're unwilling to work, there are plenty of people who are willing. The Rox pirates will never lack for the joining of great pirates. Just watch. This is the ultimate armament Haki. As soon as Rox finished speaking, he clenched his fists, and the muscles on his body surged with power, unleashing a terrifying might. Then, on his fists, which seemed to be forged from steel, a dark and shiny substance flashed, looking as hard as meteorite iron. It is well known that the external color of armament Haki deepens from a lighter to a darker black as it increases in level. Currently, Rock's ultimate armament Haki has reached a certain level of blackness, becoming dark and shiny. The specific difference is probably between matte black and glossy black. Rox narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his pupils, and he looked at Rob Lucci with a smile typical of a strong person, knowing this punch would be heavy. Hee, bring it on. From today, there will be no one in this world who can defeat me in an instant. Those who can't defeat me will ultimately be the weak who cannot catch up. Rob let out a strange villainous laugh, his whole image rising like an evil great pirate. In front of the killing intent swirling around him, even a pirate of Rock's caliber seemed somewhat normal. Boom! With a loud bang, Rob quickly exerted his power. A massive force erupted from him, shattering his floral shirt, revealing rippling muscles like steel, his body swelling, with bulging bluish veins moving across his skin, dragon scales. Haki covering his entire body, and his defense reaching an extreme limit. But that wasn't all. After using all the devil fruit powers that could increase his defense and strength, magma, lightning, ice, and laser, 4 types of nature elemental abilities with strong penetrating damage, gradually formed behind Rob. Rock's strength is incredibly powerful. He must put forth all his energy to deal with him, to last through more exchanges and absorb enough basic attributes. Facing this scene, Rox also showed a hint of envy on his face, staring at the lingering devil fruit abilities on Rob and sighing. What a monstrous guy. If I had so many devil fruit powers, I might have already ruled the world. Whoosh. In the next moment, Rock's body instantly vanished, moving at an astonishing speed, carrying an incredibly fierce aura, directly teleporting to Rob's front. One hand with extremely hard and terrifyingly destructive armament Haki, fiercely struck down towards Rob's forehead. In this swift and ruthless exchange of blows, it was nearly impossible to discern the presence of this guy. He merely wanted to enhance Ryoa's realm through one-on-one combat. It was as if they were enemies, meeting with intense hostility, wanting nothing more than to kill each other. Naturally, Ryo, who was equally quick, was not willing to sit back and wait for his fate. Engaging in a duel with someone like Rox could not be viewed through the lens of ordinary people. Rox was not someone like Whitebeard, who adhered to rules. When fighting Whitebeard, he would still consider the opponent's life safety and would hold back at crucial moments. Otherwise, in the original story during the Marineford War, when Whitebeard had Blackbeard by the neck and was about to unleash an earthquake wave, he could have easily crushed Blackbeard's skull. Although Whitebeard did not kill Blackbeard, it was entirely because Blackbeard cried out for his father at the critical moment. This alone demonstrates that Whitebeard was a man of principles. Even when his son betrayed him and stabbed him while he was already gravely ill, he still chose to forgive his foolish son. However, Rox was different. Although it was a one-on-one duel, it was evident that he intended to kill. There were no rules. The attack was a swift and decisive killing method. Ryoa's powerful body shook, and with a stomp of his foot, a massive pit with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters erupted from the ground of Hakanosu. His imposing figure, clad in tightly sealed dragon scales, tore through the air, and he shot forward like a cannonball ignited at the base, launching a dark fist directly at Rox's palm. Bang! The two of them, enveloped in strong armament Haki, collided in an instant, causing an explosive shockwave that filled the entire area with a dull roar. The two clashed like ancient ferocious beasts, relying solely on the strength of their bodies. Ryoa's entire being surged with power, veins bulging like dragon tendons, emanating terrifying strength. After a brief moment of contact, he pushed Rox, who radiated the aura of a sea overlord, back by 3 steps. With the enhancement of power, fruit, and mythical beast abilities, Ryoa's strength surpassed that of Rox. However, this was merely a slight advantage. It had to be noted that Rox was just an ordinary person, not of any special race. He had achieved such strength solely through the perseverance and talent of an ordinary human. It was simply monstrous. Good strength. Unfortunately, your Haki level is still somewhat lacking. Rox, who had been pushed back a few steps, spoke in a deep tone and then lunged forward again. In an instant, the two began to unleash a frenzied assault on each other's bodies at a speed that even observation Haki struggled to capture, targeting every possible weak point. Both were shrouded in darkness, their Haki wrapping around their bodies like they were made of diamond. The scene was filled with continuous, thunderous roars. The terrifying strength of both was pushed to the limit, with every punch and palm representing the most powerful force of the sea, crashing solidly into each other. The airwaves rolled, the atmosphere roared and exploded, and even the densely packed buildings of Hakanosu were shattered into countless fragments by the aftermath of their battle, leaving the scene in ruins. Even those small pirates who had chosen to come closer to watch would be instantly obliterated by the flying airwaves, their bodies reduced to nothing. This terrifying scene instantly shocked the audience at the venue, causing them to retreat several kilometers before daring to stop and watch. Even top pirates like Whitebeard and Gold Lion, Shiki, chose to retreat dozens of meters to observe the battle from a distance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the sea overlord Rock's brute strength talent. Strength attribute increased by 50. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armed color Haki attribute. Current level upgraded to Ultimate 10. 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armed color Haki attribute. Current level upgraded to Ultimate 39. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armed color Haki attribute. Current level upgraded to Ultimate 50. 18. At the moment the system notifications ended, Luo Hou directly felt his already superior strength surpassing rocks once again, receiving a massive boost that made him even more terrifying. The brute strength talent attribute increased by 50. No wonder it's such a great thing. With a punch like that, even the Gorsey Eyes heads would be crushed. After gaining a significant increase in strength, Luo Hou didn't hesitate and immediately threw a fast and fierce punch right in front of Rocks. Rocks, who already possessed top-notch combat experience, decisively crossed his arms to block the attack with incredible speed. However, the reality was that Rocks felt an overwhelming force. Bang! Luo Hou's fist mercilessly struck Rock's arms. The scene erupted with a dull, explosive sound, even louder than before. At this moment, Luo Hou, whose power was already unrivaled, wrapped Haki around his right fist, making it as terrifying as an unstoppable supreme blade. Even though Rock strength level was not bad, after Luo Hou acquired the same brute strength talent attribute, he was directly pushed back several meters. His body showed signs of trembling. It was clear Luo Hou's terrifying strength was too much for a powerhouse like Rock's to handle. What a frightening talent. Next, the captain will operate seriously. Rocks, who was sent flying by Luo Hou's punch, did not feel humiliated at all. Instead, he greatly appreciated Luo Hou's terrifying talent. With a pirate of Luo Hou's caliber assisting him in attacking the world government, ruling the world would be a piece of cake. After a wave of surprise passed, Rocks straightened his body and slowly drew his supreme blade, the 12 Works. Rock's sword was one of the 12 Works known as the blood-killing demon blade. It is said that this demon blade has accompanied Rocks in slaying countless powerful foes. And due to the excessive killings, layers of bloody killing intent now enveloped the blade, instilling fear. Seeing Rocks draw his sword, Luo Hou naturally did not hesitate to grip his terrifying fist wrapped in dual-color Haki tightly. His only weapon, which was mostly damaged, had already been given to Mihawk. So at this moment, even though he possessed top-level dual swordsmanship, he could only use his fist to fight. However, at that moment, Whitebeard, who was closest to the two, smiled. Kuhahaha. How can a great swordsman fight without a weapon? This sword, the Tsongyun Xie, is also one of the 12 Works. Here, I'll lend it to you. Luo Hou. During this battle, Whitebeard, who had greatly benefited and gained a lot of Haki training experience, laughed as he pulled out his great sword. After showing off some swordplay, he posed to throw it, directly embedding it deep into the ground in front of Luo Hou. At this moment, with all his strength unleashed and using the Azure Dragon Fruit, Luo Hou's physique transformed into a dragon-like form. Under the enhancement of such a powerful physique, Luo Hou effortlessly pulled out the Tsongyun Xie, which resembled the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, but was even heavier. Alright, thanks, Newgate. Gripping the heavy sword in his hand, Luo Hou felt a surge of confidence. No wonder throughout history, those who wielded such weapons all possessed tremendous spirit. It truly feels different to hold such a heavy, cold weapon. Luo Hou thought to himself. Whitebeard's weapon was indeed very suitable for him at this moment. But due to their relationship, Luo Hou could only admire it from afar. After all, even Charlotte Linlin, the female pirate who spends her days looking for children, understands the principle of loyalty among pirates. If it weren't for Whitebeard breaking into Devil's Island and bringing him back to Hakanosu, Luo Hou would likely have died at the hands of the Marine's top-tier Admiral Steelbone Kong, along with Carp and Zephyr, who rushed over to assist. In that case, no matter how strong his talent was, he wouldn't be able to demonstrate his strength. The situation back then was extremely dire. Even if Luo Hou could rapidly increase his strength to reach the same level as Carp and the others, it wouldn't matter. Even at the same level, he could never compete with those three terrifying monsters of the Marines. Fortunately, Whitebeard arrived just in time, able to support Luo Hou and prevent him from being trapped in a beating by justice, unable to escape. Therefore, no matter what, Luo Hou could never betray his heart to take Whitebeard's Tsongyun Xie. Of course, this is only for Whitebeard. If this Tsongyun Xie fell into Blackbeard's hands, Luo Hou would definitely rush over in an instant to crush his head and drink his soup. Come on, Rocks. Let me see just how much strength this sea overlord really has. Luo Hou's clear voice rang in the ears of everyone present, and this bold declaration immediately shocked a group of pirates. Among them, the stunningly beautiful and tall Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but tremble with excitement. She absolutely adored Luo Hou, that young and fierce man. If Luo Hou's strength weren't so terrifying, she would even dare to kidnap him and throw him into her room for some intense communication. Haha. As you wish, kid. Rock's tone remained unchanged, but his aura solidified. At the same time, with armed color and Conqueror's color Haki intertwining around the blade, black and red lightning storms began to surge. Crackle. The next moment, Rock's figure vanished instantly, using the teleportation fruit's ability to appear right in front of Luo Hou, launching a swift and ferocious horizontal slash. Naturally, Luo Hou was not to be outdone, raising his great sword high, surrounded by black lightning storms. With a powerful strike, he swung down towards Rock's head. The weapons of both sides unleashed an immensely heavy force, colliding with extreme intensity. Both of them were enveloped in full-level Conqueror's color Haki. After the two supreme great knives collided, they directly generated countless densely packed black thunderstorms that continuously struck the surroundings, creating numerous small pits, as if turning Hachimos into a terrifying place resembling a meteor shower. Amidst the explosions of this black thunderstorm, an incredibly majestic wave of air surged forth right at the center between the two individuals, rushing violently towards the sky. Under the influence of this air wave, the originally clear sky over Hachinos was instantly shattered, and all the white clouds dispersed completely. In the face of this scene, Rahu and Roxas were locked in a fierce competition, with their imposing aura becoming even more terrifying. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. On the entire island of Hachinos, those pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million all fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. The entire ground of Hachinos even began to crack and splinter under the impact of their clash, seemingly on the verge of complete disintegration. After more than 20 seconds of intense confrontation, Rahu was the first to withdraw his knife, suddenly stepping forward. The wide blade of the knife swept through the clouds ahead, continuously slashing, giving Roxas no chance to catch his breath. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of blades clashing erupted continuously like a dense metal rock music. Roxas, with his impressive swordsmanship, managed to keep up with every strike of Rahu's tightly woven great knife. However, at this moment, beads of cold sweat had already formed on Roxas's forehead. He was shocked to feel that the swordsmanship of this little brat Rahu was continuously climbing, now reaching the same level as his own. Moreover, during their exchange, only Roxas could truly feel the terrifying muscle strength emanating from Rahu. That strange power made even someone of his innate talent feel a dull discomfort in his chest. He had always relied on his natural strength to bully others. How could anyone else overpower him? Roxas, with sheer force. This is the first time in decades that Roxas encountered a little ghost who is even more terrifying than him in terms of strength. Abnormal. It's simply too abnormal. Rox can imagine that from today onward, the world will once again have another sea overlord on the same level as him, or even stronger and younger. This monster was created by him, and the few old men of the five elders must be very troubled, right? Thinking of the scene where the five elders are so furious that they spit blood, Rox can hardly contain his inner mad delight. He doesn't care what Reo's inner thoughts are, as long as it can discuss the world government. That's what he wants to do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the one sword style swordsmanship attribute. Ultimate, 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate, 69. 12. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate, 86. 96. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 100. 00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 20. 00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 59. 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. Current level is Ultimate 100. 00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special application skills of observation Haki. Peering into hearts, foreseeing the future, killing with observation, listening to all things attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the nature type dark fruit ability attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the superhuman type instantaneous fruit ability attribute. After nearly 3 to 4 hours of fierce fighting with a sea overlord level pirate like Rox, Reo smirked with a contemptuous smile reminiscent of the Dragon King, Medical King. medicine god, military king, Azura, medical sage, medical immortal, Azura, weapon king, Yama, and overbearing CEO. From this moment on, his overall strength, whether in swordsmanship, body techniques, or all three colors of Haki, had completely reached the same level as Rock's. Rock's decades of swordsmanship, combat techniques, and physical training were deeply imprinted in Ryo's memory like slides. Moreover, due to the presence of multiple devil fruit ability attributes within his body, Ryo's overall combat power had completely surpassed that of Rock's, the Sea Overlord, by a margin. Haha, it has been a long time since anyone could fight me so fiercely without losing. Ryo, you are the first in history. Gradually realizing that he could not match Ryo, Rox simply stopped fighting and wiped the murky sweat from his forehead. Looking at Ryo, who was also beginning to emanate dark power, Rox felt a sense of relief. He had personally created what could be called the most terrifying monster in history. A monster that was even stronger and more twisted to the extreme than himself. Become the second captain of our Rox Pirates, Ryo. The position of squad captain no longer matches your current strength. Our great pirate crew will become the first pirate group in history to have 2 captain-level members. I've said my piece. Who agrees? Who opposes? As Rox finished speaking, his terrifying gaze swept directly across the faces of the squad leaders, surveying everyone. These guys, one by one, are all men with Conqueror's Haki. It's not easy to establish a position of captain's authority among such strong individuals. However, what surprised Rox was how smoothly this matter was progressing. Whitebeard, being the one most closely related to Roger and also the captain of the first division of the Rox Pirates, directly cast his vote in favor. As for the remaining captains, including Shiki, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Charlotte Linlin, and John, they looked at Rox with wide eyes in disbelief, but ultimately said nothing more. After all, Roger's personal strength was undeniable. He was the one who had defeated the Great Sea Overlord head-on. At this level of power, they no longer have the right to complain. As for the group of side captains who were knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki amidst the aftermath of the battle, they were instantly stunned by this terrifying news. The Rox Pirates are going to become a team with dual captains. Did Captain Rojo really just defeat Captain Rox? Does that mean our team will have 2 Overlord-level powerhouses? This is definitely the most terrifying and explosive news ever. A group of people in this era with bounties over 100 million, who would be top-tier characters in the future, were all shocked and frozen in place. They never imagined that a sea overlord of such a transcendent status as Rox D. Jibek would actually establish a position identical to theirs. After all, there has never been a vice-captain position in the Rox Pirates, and now they have directly established a dual captain-level team. It's simply absurd. Since no one has any objections, I announce that starting today, Captain Rojo will officially become one of the dual captains of the Rox Pirates. Rox was very satisfied with the performance of these division captains. After all, suddenly establishing a new captain over these guys with kingly qualifications was somewhat disrespectful to them. But Rox never expected that these guys would be so clear about their own power status that they wouldn't dare to jump out and protest. In the past, if he wanted to establish a vice-captain position, these guys would have caused an uproar. Yet now, with the sudden establishment of a new captain, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Linlin, along with the Golden Lion, surprisingly didn't team make a sound in protest. They just accepted Rojo's status. As for Whitebeard, who has always been the strongest among these captains and has the strongest one-on-one ability, he has always shown a calm demeanor, completely uninterested in vying for power. Ha ha, Rojo. I didn't expect that I, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, have struggled for over a decade in the Rox Pirates without ever being mentioned for the vice-captain position. You, who have only been here for less than half a year, have been promoted to the same captain-level position by Captain Rox. Truly, the new waves pushed the old waves, leaving us old waves dead on the beach. Although the Golden Lion appeared to agree readily, he still had a somewhat sour disposition behind the scenes. However, at that moment, Whitebeard, who had the best relationship with Rojo, laughed heartily and spoke cheerfully. Hoo. Shiki, Rojo being able to become one of the dual captains is proof of his strength. Back in God Valley, Rojo killed 2 members of the God Knights right on the spot. If you can achieve such strength, then I, Newgate, would also support you in becoming a vice-captain. But if you want to become a captain, your strength is still not enough. Whitebeard teased the Golden Lion, who looked like a disgruntled woman, while taking the Tsungyan/pass back by Rojo. To be honest, although the Golden Lion had a hint of jealousy, he truly recognized someone like Rojo becoming a captain. After all, he saw in Rojo the kind of dominance that a true pirate should have. Unlike those who only play pirate games all day and make noise. Luo Hou is extremely ruthless. Anyone standing in his way will be cut down with a single sword. The God Valley War was enough to prove that Luo Hou is definitely not a small pirate living in a greenhouse. In a short war of less than a day, he directly faced the storm and killed over 10,000 lives on the side of the world government, including the Navy, CP agents, and even celestial dragons. The blood that gathered at that time was enough to form a large pool of blood. If such a person cannot be called a pirate, then it seems everyone is just playing house. Hee, Captain Luo, we will rely on you to support us more in the future. Captain Luo probably doesn't care much for gold and treasures. If you're willing, I, John, would like to manage the gold on behalf of the captain. Oh, ma'am. Captain Luo, on such a joyous day, you wouldn't refuse me, right? I'm really good at this. A group of squad leaders gathered around to congratulate after confirming that Captain Rox was not joking, trying to get closer and build a relationship with the new captain. When there was only Captain Rox, they basically never even saw the captain's face, and Rox didn't bother with these rookies. But Captain Luo is different. Not only is he young, but he is also very easy to talk to. As for that troublemaker Charlotte Lin, the female Sea King, she has always been thinking about Luo's body. However, everyone has long since become accustomed to this. This guy, with his strong physical talent, is almost either pregnant or on the way to being pregnant every year. And when he gives birth, it's just like giving birth to puppies, often with 7 or 8 babies, each different. After a group of pirate captains congratulated him, Rox directly waved to a few nearby pirates, ordering them to go to his room and pick out a brand new captain's cloak for Roronoa to wear. This officially established Roronoa as the second rightful captain of the Rox pirates. Oh, lulu. Roronoa really became one of the dual captains of the Rox pirates. No wonder he is Kaido's big brother. I really hope one day I can compete with a great swordsman like the captain in swordsmanship. Watching Roronoa smoothly don the captain's cloak, meticulously sewn from black satin, Kaido and the others were practically wagging their tails in excitement. They originally belonged to the 7th Division under Roronoa's command. Now that Roronoa has become the second captain of the Rox pirates, doesn't that mean they, as ordinary pirates, have directly jumped to become official members of the Rox pirates? This is a formal crew member of the Rox pirates. Their status has instantly risen, not to mention issues of identity and face. Just the bonuses distributed from the annual protection fees collected by the Rox pirates are enough for them to live their entire lives. As long as the Rox pirates do not collapse, they have truly secured a solid job. After Luo donned the captain's cloak of power, Rox suitably stepped forward to announce the powers that come with being the captain of the Rox pirates. In fact, it wasn't much different from the powers Luo had announced when he became a division captain. It was merely an addition to the previous content, stating that pirates at the division captain level must also obey the captain's commands. As for the protection fees collected from the islands under the jurisdiction of the Rox pirates, Luo's share of the dividends was also appropriately increased by 10. However, Luo wasn't very interested in these matters. After all, he already had more gold belly than he could hold. A horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without windfall. After ruthlessly robbing the world government of the heavenly gold, Luo had become indifferent to money, even needing it. Rox waved his hand, and a nondescript small pirate with a bounty of around 200 million belly handed over a completely black sword sheath. This sword belonged to one of the great blades. The black snake sword. Since your previous sword was damaged, you can use this one temporarily. Although it is of slightly lower quality, it will do for now. Once the team acquires a supreme great blade in the future, we will replace it for you. Rox casually handed the sword sheath in his hand to Luo. This large saber with a level 21 blade, although somewhat ordinary in the mouth of Rox, is already quite precious. The level of sword blade like this, if placed in an auction house outside, would still fetch a high price of 1 to 2 billion berries at the current market rate. Over the years, the Rox pirates have developed their internal financial resources quite abundantly. Roronoa did not refuse and casually took the completely black snake sword, which looked like a black blade. After all, he indeed needed a suitable weapon, and the black snake sword could serve as a makeshift tool to deal with celestial dragons, avoiding the messy bloodshed that comes from using his fists, which would only result in blood splattering back onto him. Friends of the people from Changsha all know that this kind of thing really cannot be washed off. One can only change clothes. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, nearly half a year had passed since the Battle of God Valley. Due to the tremendous victory over the world government, the power of the Rox pirates surged once again. Various pirate crews, large and small, gathered back into the Rox pirates, choosing to join them. At this moment, The strength of the entire Rocks pirates was even more terrifying than before, more than double. Countless pirates gathered together, shouting to overthrow the world government and defeat the Navy headquarters. The next day, as one of the captains of the Rocks pirates, Rocks directly called for the captains of the teams scattered across various places to gather at Hachinos. The purpose was to launch the first all-out attack on the world government, to become the first pirate crew to invade the holy land of Mariewa, which had been established for 800 years. Roranoa, who was also at the captain level, naturally had no objections to Rocks coming to discuss the battle plan. Rocks wanting to become the world's hegemon had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to gather all the celestial dragons together and chop them in a sesame meat sauce. Since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, according to the original family system of the 20 kings, after over 800 years of development, the number of celestial dragons on the Mariewa side must be no less than 100 million. After all, calculations show that apart from the Nefertari family exiting the celestial dragon system, there are still 19 celestial dragon families that exist. Among these 19 celestial dragon families, excluding the initial king, if we add the number of wives and children, is it reasonable to assume that each family has 10 direct celestial dragons and 20 collateral celestial dragons? If we calculate it this way, then 19,570. This means that the number of celestial dragons who officially held their status since the year the world government was just established reached 570. Moreover, the celestial dragon system has always been hereditary. As long as their father is a celestial dragon, the children born will naturally carry the noble status of the world aristocracy. Assuming these 570 celestial dragons do nothing but indulge in eating, drinking, and entertainment, and occasionally have a grand slave healthcare session. According to the normal birth plan and population growth index, each celestial dragon family can have one child every 30 years, which would double their numbers. Then, estimating that all celestial dragons are elderly, every 90 years, a batch of them would decrease in number. The celestial dragons have ruled the world for 800 years, and according to mathematical formulas, the number of celestial dragons on the red Earth continent alone would be at least over 100 million. However, the specific situation needs to be analyzed in detail. If there are really that many celestial dragons, then the whole world could not possibly sustain them all. Therefore, the celestial dragons are divided into direct and collateral lines. Only those who have inherited the bloodline of the 20 kings from 800 years ago are the true celestial dragons. As for the others, they do not belong to the category of celestial dragons, but are merely ordinary cattle and horses. They possess certain human rights and exist solely to serve the legitimate celestial dragons on the Red Earth continent. For example, within the vast CP organization, there may very well be high-ranking agents who have collateral celestial dragon blood. Of course, even considering all the reductions due to aging, illness, inbreeding, disabilities, accidental deaths, and so on, the number of legitimate celestial dragons living on that vast Red Earth continent must still exceed tens of millions. This existence of parasites is what leads to countless countries in the world living in extreme hardship. The celestial dragons, who never participate in production, enjoy the sustenance of the entire world, living in luxury. They even have the power to kill at will. Furthermore, every 3 years, they conduct a human hunting plan, exterminating an entire country's population. It is easy to imagine how deep the sins of the celestial dragons have been over the past few centuries. Even so, there are still people who feel that the harm caused by the celestial dragons is far less than that caused by pirates. How many people can pirates kill in their lifetime? Yet the celestial dragon's human hunting plan every 3 years kills entire countries. Taking a large country like Alabasta with a population of about 20 million as an example, a small country with a population of 3 to 5 million is not unreasonable, right? This means that the celestial dragons must kill over 1 million people every 3 years. The level of brutality has long surpassed the threat posed by pirates. In contrast, although the Rocks pirates are notorious as pirates and have gathered a group of ruthless pirates, the countries and islands under the protection of the Rocks pirates are still doing quite well to this day. At least the protection fees set by Rocks are much lower than the Heavenly Gold. In fact, some countries and islands that have long been providing young and strong individuals to the Rocks pirates even receive additional exemptions from part of the protection fees. In comparison, the world government is truly a large pirate crew in the real sense. Of course, Roa has never considered his pirate identity to be that of a good person. The lives he has taken are not few, and there are at least over 10,000 of them. A thief is ultimately just a thief. Pirates cannot be good people. This rule will not change. But if we talk about the level of harm, pirates are far behind those who serve the celestial dragons. In this situation, what kind of justice does the Navy, which operates under the banner of justice, truly have? That is hard to say. Although the vast majority of ordinary soldiers in the Navy possess a sense of justice, having beliefs is one thing, but what is done is another. At least Roa would not feel guilty for the thousands he killed during his time in God Valley. Specifically those Navy members who went to maintain the celestial dragons and carried out slaughtering actions. The celestial dragons absolutely deserve to die. Those who protect the celestial dragons are also to be killed. No exceptions. In the second half of the Grand Line, on Hachino's island, the entire Rocks Pirates crew is gathered at the port. The captain of the 1st Division, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard,